Chapter 1. The Awakening of Martial Souls, Level 8. In the Empire of Tiando, in the city of Bartle, within the sub-hall of the Martial Soul Hall, a fierce-looking middle-aged man was conducting the awakening of martial souls for a group of youths. Next, Tuoba Chen. Upon hearing the command, a rather ordinary-looking child rushed forward. The middle-aged man glanced at him and instructed, "Place your hand on the crystal ball and think of nothing else." The boy nodded vigorously, seemingly fearful of inciting the man's ire. He then placed his right hand upon the crystal ball, which soon emanated a bright light. Behind him, a massive white earth dragon materialized. Observing the results of the child's test, the middle-aged man announced loudly, "Martial Soul, White Armored Earth Dragon, Innate Soul Power, Level 4. After declaring the talent of the boy named Tuoba Chen, the fierce middle-aged man looked down and said, "Young lad, that is quite a remarkable martial soul. Please proceed to the side for registration." Upon hearing this, the already trembling child dashed to the registration area. Witnessing this scene, the middle-aged man said nothing he was accustomed to such occurrences. He continued, "Next, Meng Yiran." As he finished speaking, a charming little girl stepped onto the platform and, following the middle-aged man's instructions, placed her hand on the awakening crystal ball. In an instant, the crystal ball blazed with a dazzling white light. The middle-aged man was taken aback, his eyes filled with astonishment as, at that moment, Meng Yiran transformed into a radiant figure in his sight. This was the highest innate soul power he had encountered since he began awakening soul power last year. He recalled that when he awakened, his soul power was merely level 4, and he had barely surpassed level 30 before the age of 20, ultimately achieving the rank of Soul Sect. After a considerable moment, he finally regained his composure and exclaimed, "Meng Yiran, Martial Soul, Serpent Staff, Innate Soul Power, Level 8. At his proclamation, the hall erupted into an uproar. Everyone was astonished by the talent of the little girl named Meng Yiran. The middle-aged man then looked down at Meng Yiran and said, "Little girl, you possess exceptional talent. Would you like to join our Martial Soul Hall?" He endeavored to soften his tone. Unlike the other children, Meng Yiran was not afraid of the formidable man before her. She sensed no malice and replied, "No, uncle, my grandparents are waiting for me outside. I will leave after I finish registering." Upon hearing her response, the middle-aged man felt a tinge of regret, yet he had no recourse but to say, "Very well, little girl, farewell." With that, Meng Yiran skipped away cheerfully. In the audience, Tuoba Chen was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected to encounter the first creditor of Tang San's romantic entanglements, Meng Yiran. He was also surprised by the high innate soul power of this little girl, although he estimated that it would not surpass his own. After all, he was a transmigrator. What is the minimum standard for a transmigrator? Innate full soul power and dual martial souls. When his turn came, he would surely astound them all. After Meng Yiran's departure, the middle-aged man continued, "Next, Tuoba Chen." As he read Tuoba Chen's name, a hint of confusion crossed his face. Was the Sacred Dragon Sect coming in droves for their awakenings? This was already the 6th individual from the Sacred Dragon Sect today. Nevertheless, the middle-aged man sighed. Although the white-armored Earth Dragon Martial Soul was formidable, none of the individuals tested thus far had innate soul power exceeding level 5. What was the Sacred Dragon Sect up to? He wondered how this child named Tuoba Chen would fare. He suspected it would not be favorable. Tuoba Chen approached the middle-aged man and, imitating Meng Yiran, placed his hand on the crystal ball. He soon heard the middle-aged man's voice. "Concentrate. Do not think of anything else." After the instruction, Tuoba Chen placed his hand upon the crystal ball. Instantly, the crystal ball lit up with the same brilliant white light as before, and a phantom of the white-armored Earth Dragon appeared behind Tuoba Chen. Both Tuoba Chen and the middle-aged man were momentarily stunned. The middle-aged man was in disbelief, having encountered 2 prodigious youths with innate soul power reaching level 8 on the same day. Tuoba Chen, on the other hand, felt a chill as he realized he was neither endowed with full innate soul power nor dual martial souls. However, the middle-aged man was unconcerned with Tuoba Chen's thoughts, exclaiming excitedly, "Tuoba Chen, Martial Soul, White Armored Earth Dragon, Innate Soul Power, Level 8. As he finished, Meng Iran, who had not yet left the Grand Hall, turned to glance at Tuoba Chen, astonished to find someone else sharing her innate soul power of Level 8. This time, the middle-aged man refrained from extending an invitation, for the White Armored Earth Dragon Martial Soul was emblematic of the Sacred Dragon Sect, and they would not permit such an outstanding talent to join the Martial Soul Hall. He merely instructed Tuoba Chen, "Young lad, please head over there for registration, and you may then depart." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Tuoba Chen finally responded, "Understood." He then made his way to the registration area, where Meng Iran was still filling out her forms, having yet to leave. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen's arrival, Meng Iran paused and said, "Hello, I am Meng Iran." Tuoba Chen, caught off guard by her greeting, replied, "Oh." Though Meng Iran was undeniably adorable, Tuoba Chen was reluctant to engage with her, aware that she had interacted with the Protagonist group. It is well known that those who associate with the protagonists often become supporting characters unless they are akin to brothers of the main characters. Otherwise, their fates are seldom favorable. For instance, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, whose Yu Qianheng was annihilated after associating with Tang San. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, which met a similar demise after contact with Tang San. The Martial Soul Hall, which faced destruction for opposing Tang San. And Poseidon, who guided Tang San to divinity, met his end. Tuoba Chen wished to avoid such grim fates. Although the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect were eventually rebuilt, they had certainly endured considerable tribulations. Tuoba Chen was not keen on experiencing such hardships. Following the awakening of his martial soul, Tuoba Chen had shed the arrogance of his recent transmigration, for his soul power was neither full innate nor did he possess dual martial souls. Moreover, he had never awakened any systems or similar abilities throughout his life. He understood that he likely lacked any golden fingers. Thus, for the sake of safety, he would avoid associating with those connected to the protagonists. However, he was not inflexible, and innate soul power of Level 8 was still regarded as commendable on the Douluo continent. I recommend a new book. I have reincarnated as a necromancer. Chapter 2. The Legendary Dragon and Serpent Couple. After all, on the Douluo continent, 99% of the population lack any soul power. With his innate soul power at Level 8, if he devoted himself to training, reaching the rank of Title Douluo was not beyond possibility. What more could he possibly desire? Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's indifferent response, Meng Iran did not give up on communication and continued to inquire, "Are you a disciple of the Sacred Dragon Sect?" Tuoba Chen instinctively nodded. He had not intended to agree, but years of politeness compelled him to do so. As for Meng Iran deducing his identity, he found it unsurprising. After all, his martial soul was the White Armored Earth Dragon, the direct martial soul of the Sacred Dragon Sect, which had not yet fallen from grace, and there was still a title Douluo guarding the sect. Among the lower four sects, only the Sacred Dragon Sect boasted a title Douluo, and its reputation remained quite formidable. Thus, Meng Iran's guess was entirely reasonable. Seeing Tuoba Chen nod, Meng Iran's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Can we be friends? I must tell you, my grandparents are incredibly powerful, not at all inferior to the leader of your Sacred Dragon Sect. However, they do not allow me to befriend children from ordinary families, which is why I have no friend until now. Would you be willing to be my friend?" With that, she fixed her big, watery eyes upon Tuoba Chen. Tuoba Chen found it difficult to withstand Meng Iran's gaze. It was infuriating, as if she were unaware that such a look was unbearable for a reclusive individual like him. In an instant, he forgot his previous reservations and unhesitatingly agreed. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's consent, Meng Iran joyfully leaped up and embraced him. From the moment she entered, she had sensed Tuoba Chen was different. The other children appeared somewhat foolish and disheveled, whereas Tuoba Chen stood out with his immaculate clothing, exuding a unique aura that set him apart from the rest. Moreover, he was undoubtedly the most adorable among the group of children. These qualities had drawn her attention, and upon discovering that Tuoba Chen's innate soul power matched her own at Level 8, she felt it was fate orchestrated by the heavens, for which she was grateful. Before long, she completed her form, but due to Tuoba Chen's ongoing registration, she remained. She resolved to wait for Tuoba Chen, as her grandparents were outside, and shortly she would introduce him to them. Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen was emotionlessly filling out forms, deliberately writing at a slow pace, with the intention of prompting Meng Yiran to leave first. He had just been inadvertently tempted by a little girl, which was utterly mortifying. If his friends from around Hongxing Lane were to witness this, where would his reputation as the leader of the gang be? Furthermore, he had noticed Meng Yiran arriving with an elderly couple, and upon reflection, it dawned on him that they were the legendary couple, the Gaishi Longxi. The young girl before him seemed to harbor a fondness for him, and he dreaded the thought that if they encountered the Gaishi Longxi, they might insist on making him Meng Yiran's childhood husband. After all, a handsome lad like him was a rarity in Hongxing Lane. He was a man destined to conquer a forest, yet found himself kneeling beneath the skirt of a little girl, a most unfortunate predicament. Boys must learn to protect themselves when out in the world. Observing Tuoba Chen's sluggish form-filling, Meng Yiran remarked, "Are there some characters you cannot write? If so, I can assist you. Don't be misled by my age of merely 6. I already know 1,000 characters." As she spoke, Meng Yiran patted her flat chest with a proud expression, gazing at Tuoba Chen with a hint of arrogance. Although Tuoba Chen had no desire to engage with such a little girl, he couldn't help but feel slightly irritated at being mocked by one just past her 6th birthday. He understood that she would likely wait indefinitely, leaving him no choice but to complete the form. He was not alone. He had come with his father, and now he could only pray for his father's support. After all, his father was a level 71 soul sage and one of the 3 principal heads of the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce established by the Sacred Dragon Sect in the Heaven Do Empire. A 40-year-old soul sage was indeed a significant figure within the sect, and he should not be intimidated by the Gaishi Longxi couple. Surely he wouldn't be. With that thought, Tuoba Chen hastily completed the form and, once submitted, was promptly pulled away by Meng Yiran. At the entrance of the Wuhuan Hall branch, Tuoba Chen's father was waiting at the door for his son's emergence, while the Gaishi Longxi couple also stood nearby. When Tuoba Chen finally appeared, he was startled to find his father engaged in conversation with the Gaishi Longxi couple, and an ominous premonition surged within him. The parents noticed their children had emerged, but Long Gong suddenly spotted his granddaughter holding hands with an unknown boy. Instantly, his sharp eyes narrowed as he coldly scrutinized the intertwined hands before quickly glancing at Tuoba Chen as if to memorize his features. All of this transpired in an instant, unnoticed by anyone else. However, Tuoba Chen felt an unsettling chill creep down his spine, as though something ominous was fixating on him. Upon their appearance, both parties exclaimed simultaneously, "Little Meng Grand Chainer." Following this, Tuoba Chen's father and the Gaishi Longxi couple exchanged a glance. Long Gong was taken aback from Tuoba Yan's tone. It was evident that the boy holding his granddaughter's hand was his own child. The following scene confirmed this suspicion, as Meng Yiran dashed to the Gaishi Longxi couple and embraced them both. Tuoba Chen, on the other hand, strolled leisurely to his father Tuoba Yin and said, "Dad, I have completed the test." "Oh, what were the results?" Tuoba Yin inquired, curious about his son's potential. In truth, Tuoba Yin had 3 children. Tuoba Chen had 2 older sisters, each over a decade his senior. Initially, Tuoba Yin had only wished for 2 children, but unexpectedly, his wife Tuoba Chen's mother became pregnant again, resulting in Tuoba Chen being an unplanned blessing. Despite being an unexpected addition, his parents showered him with affection, perhaps due to their advancing age, as they doted on him more than on his 2 sisters. In their mindset, there was no notion of raising sons in poverty while raising daughters in wealth. Thus, Tuoba Chen was never coerced into doing things he was unwilling to undertake. However, as a time traveler, he could not afford to behave like an ordinary child who merely played all day long. Chapter 3. Filing the report. Every day, he engaged in appropriate physical training, and among his peers in the vicinity, no one could match his prowess. Even some who had awakened their martial souls found themselves unable to best him in arm wrestling. From a young age, he had been obedient, which made Tuoba Yin confident in him. However, Tuoba Chen's two older sisters were not particularly gifted, both possessed a natural soul power of merely level 4, lacking any remarkable qualities. Tuoba Yin was apprehensive that Tuoba Chen might be disheartened if his soul power test yielded disappointing results, and thus he had already prepared some comforting words in advance. Upon hearing his father's inquiry, Tuoba Chen calmly responded, "My martial spirit is the white-armored earth dragon, with an innate spirit power of level 8. Reacting instinctively to Tuoba Chen's words, Tuoba Yin replied, "It's nothing. Innate spirit power does not define everything. You don't need to." Before he could finish, Tuoba Yin quickly realized. "Wait, did you just say your innate spirit power is what level?" "Level 8, Tuoba Chen replied, maintaining his composure. He did not take pride in his talent, for he was acutely aware that the lowest innate spirit power among the main characters was level 9. Thus, the gap between him and the protagonist was still considerable. He needed to devote himself to training diligently. Tuoba Chen had calculated that he was approximately 3 years older than Tang San, which implied he had an additional 3 years of cultivation time compared to the protagonist. 3 years could alter many outcomes. He aimed to enhance his strength as much as possible before the next 4 sects pledged allegiance to the Spirit Hall, thereby gaining a degree of influence within the sect to prevent their reckless actions. However, he only had a little over a decade left, and he must break through to Spirit Saint or even Spirit Douluo before turning 20. Only then would he command a modicum of authority within the sect, compelling the Elder Council to heed his counsel. At that juncture, to avoid drawing too much attention, he intended to retreat with the sect, much like the Houghton sect. Once the Spirit Hall was vanquished by Tang San, he would re-emerge. Although he did not aspire to become the pinnacle of power on the continent, he had set a modest goal for himself, to cultivate the title Douluo by the age of 25. This ambition was not excessive, considering that Tang San seemingly ascended to godhood by that age. His confidence in this goal stemmed from his knowledge of the future trajectory of Douluo continent, as well as the existence of numerous rare herbs in the poisonous old man's herb garden and various training grounds like the city of Slaughter and Sea God Island. If possible, he wished to tread the path that Tang San had traversed, and to do so ahead of him. He saw no shame in following the protagonist's path, for in his past life, he had been an ordinary person, and his understanding of Douluo continent was merely superficial, gleaned from books. It was unrealistic to expect that after living here for 6 years, he could independently devise a suitable method for himself. Discovering a path that suited him was exceedingly difficult, while emulating Tang San's journey could save him considerable time. Meanwhile, back in reality, Tuoba Yin found himself at a loss for words to express his feelings. His son, Tuoba Chen, possessed a talent that rivaled that of the young master of the Holy Dragon Sect, Tuoba Haiyun, in his own youth. Tuoba Yan's innate spirit power had only reached level 7. It was essential to understand the significance of innate spirit power, which often surpassed the achievements of late-stage efforts. Tuoba Yin once came across a book that elucidated the correlation between innate soul power and an individual's cultivation speed. He recalled that the text stated, "If a person with an innate soul power of 1 has a cultivation speed of 1, then an individual with an innate soul power of 2 would possess a cultivation speed of 1.5, while one with an innate soul power of 3 could achieve a speed of 2, and so forth." Remarkably, a person with full innate soul power would cultivate at a speed 5.5 times greater than that of an individual with only 1 point. Thus, the higher the innate soul power, the loftier the starting point. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's innate soul power, the illustrious couple, the dragon and serpent, were taken aback, and even Lord Long began to perceive the young rascal, who held his granddaughter's hand, in a less unfavorable light. Although Tuoba Yin was brimming with excitement, he remained mindful of the esteemed couple beside him. He then brought Tuoba Chen before them and said, "Respected elders, this is my son, Tuoba Chen." Afterward, he turned to Tuoba Chen and instructed, "Little Chen, these two are the revered Dragon Lord and Serpent Matriarch, my elders. Quickly greet your grandparents." Upon hearing his father's words, Tuoba Chen nodded and sweetly exclaimed, "Greetings, Grandpa Long and Grandma Serpent." The Serpent Matriarch beamed with delight at the address and promptly responded, "What a good child." Lord Long also nodded approvingly. Meanwhile, Meng Iran, feeling somewhat overlooked, sought to assert her presence. She tugged at Lord Long's garment and declared, "Grandpa, Grandpa, my innate soul power is also at level 8. At Meng Iran's proclamation, Lord Long was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "No wonder you are my granddaughter." Little Iran, tell Grandpa what you desire, and I shall procure it for you today. Hearing Lord Long's words, Meng Iran smiled sweetly, her gaze shifting toward Tuoba Chen. Suddenly, Tuoba Chen was struck by an ominous premonition, and the words that followed from Meng Iran confirmed his disquiet. Grandfather, I want to be good friends with him, but just now, when I tried to talk to him, he was so indifferent. Grandfather, could you please speak to him on my behalf? Upon hearing Meng Iran's plea, Tuoba Chen felt a chill run through him. It was over. This little girl had actually gone to complain to the Dragon Duke. He certainly did not believe that his father could rival the Dragon Duke. If the Dragon Duke were to unleash his fury, Tuoba Chen doubted his father could protect him. After hearing Meng Iran's words, the Dragon Duke cast a sharp glance at him. However, as a renowned figure in the Douluo continent, he deemed it unnecessary to engage in a quarrel with a mere child, especially considering that Tuoba Chen was the son of an old acquaintance. Yet, since his beloved granddaughter had made a request, he would not remain idle. He leaned down to Tuoba Chen and inquired, "What is this, young man? Do you not wish to befriend my dear Iran?" His tone was ostensibly casual, but it exuded an authoritative presence that made Tuoba Chen feel an unwelcome weight of intimidation. He recognized that it was unwise to offend a soul Douluo for the sake of Meng Iran. Truly, one must be prudent in their choices. Before he could respond, his father, Tuoba Yin, stepped forward, shielding him protectively and declaring, "Oh, Dragon Duke, you flatter us. How could Little Chen possibly refuse to be friends with Little Iran? Isn't that right, Little Chen?" Chapter 4, The Fiancé. Seeing his father stand resolutely behind him, Tuoba Chen honestly felt a warm sense of security within. If the Dragon Duke were to attack, it seemed his father would stand resolutely in front of him, ready to defend him at all costs. Tuoba Chen promptly nodded, expressing his willingness to befriend Meng Iran. Consider yourself astute. Let me inform you that Iran is indeed your betrothed, so you must treat her with utmost care. Tuoba Chen, Meng Iran? Upon hearing Long Gong's words, both Tuoba Chen and Meng Iran were taken aback, utterly bewildered by the mention of a fiancé. What was happening? They were completely unaware of this development. Tuoba Chen surveyed his surroundings and noticed that both his father and the couple, Gai Long and Shifu, seemed to be already aware of the situation. While Tuoba Chen was taken aback, Meng Iran was even more astonished. Being slightly more mature than boys, she comprehended the significance of being a fiancé. She promptly tugged at Long Gong's arm, exclaiming, Grandfather, when was this decision made? Why have I become Tuoba Chen's fiancé?" Observing his granddaughter's playful demeanor, Long Gong chuckled and replied, "This is an old matter. I was once well acquainted with Tuoba Chen's grandfather. Long ago, we agreed that if our grandchildren were of the same sex, they would become brothers or sisters. If they were of different sexes, then they would be betrothed. Tuoba Chen's father can attest to this, can't he, Tuoba Yin?" Tuoba Yin nodded hastily and said, "Xiao Iran, what your grandfather said is indeed true. I was present at that time, and I shared a close friendship with your father. We made a promise regarding this matter." Upon hearing the confirmation from both sets of parents, Tuoba Chen felt an unsettling twitch in his right eyelid, as if foreboding an impending misfortune. Moments later, he suddenly noticed that Meng Iran's delicate face had flushed crimson, and she cast a hesitant yet inviting glance towards Tuoba Chen. Tuoba Chen's heart roared in protest. "Not like this. You're only 6 years old, get a grip." Yet alas, the crowd remained oblivious to his inner turmoil. The elder scrutinized Tuoba Chen with growing approval. Initially displeased at seeing him holding his granddaughter's hand, discovering his lineage as Tuoba Yan's son had instantly dissolved all objections. The dragon elder's satisfaction grew with each passing moment. "Little Chen," he declared, "since you're now my grandson-in-law, you should spend more time bonding with Iran. Being peers, you'll surely share common interests." "Yes, Grandfather Long," came the spirited reply that masked Tuoba Chen's profound resignation. Faced with inevitability, Tuoba Chen reconciled himself to the arrangement. After all, Meng Iran was quite endearing. This union would hardly disadvantage him. As for future encounters with Tang San, he resolved to let fate decide. Should Providence decree their meeting, resistance would prove futile, his only recourse being to avoid antagonizing the protagonist. While associating with the main character might entail trials, the ultimate rewards often proved worthwhile. Being no rigid traditionalist, he quickly reconciled himself to this perspective. The Dragon Elder nodded approvingly at Tuoba Chen's response. "In that case, we shall take our leave now. We'll meet again soon." With these words, he led Meng Iran away. As they departed, The young maiden stole one last glance at Tuoba Chen before blushing and turning away abruptly. Tuoba Chen observed the scene with a hint of resignation. Was it merely because he possessed a touch of charm, an air of handsomeness, a certain elegance, a melodious voice, and the gift of eloquence that this young girl took a liking to him? Ah, women. Truly, they are creatures easily beguiled by appearances. If she were to comprehend my essence, she would discover that beyond my handsome visage lies a clever, kind-hearted individual, renowned for his courteous demeanor. Thus, it must be said that Meng Iran possesses remarkably discerning taste. Once long gone, and the others departed, Tuoba Chen cast a puzzled glance at Tuoba Yen, his expression unmistakably conveying his thoughts. Why did you not inform me sooner that I have a fiancée? Tuoba Yen noticed the look in his son's eyes and instantly comprehended his meaning. With a resigned gesture, he said, Xiao Chun, my dear, your father never intended to deceive you. I had planned to reveal this matter to you when you matured a bit more, but I never anticipated that we would encounter Senior Long so soon. Now that you are aware of your betrothal, I implore you to refrain from frivolous pursuits outside. However, today, your innate soul power has unexpectedly awakened to level 8, which truly astonishes me. Let us celebrate this occasion, instead of dining at home. We shall indulge in a grand feast at Uncle Mo's tavern. Upon hearing about the feast, Tuoba Chen scoffed slightly, for he was well aware that during such celebrations, he would only order his favorite dishes. Observing his son's reaction, Tuoba Yen felt no embarrassment. Rather, he took Tuoba Chen's hand and said, Let us return and share this news with your mother. She will undoubtedly be overjoyed. I'm back. Xiao Chen has returned. How did the soul power awakening test go? Just as the words were spoken, the door before Tuoba Chen swung open, revealing a graceful and intelligent woman, his mother, Ningyu, who wielded the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul and possessed a soul power of level 53. Upon seeing his mother, Tuoba Chen declared, Mother, my innate soul power is level 8. Ningyu, who had prepared a set of comforting words, was momentarily taken aback. Had she misheard? Level 8, equal to the combined innate soul powers of his 2 older sisters. In an instant, she scooped Tuoba Chen into her arms and planted a kiss on his cherubic face, exclaiming, You truly are my son. Tuoba Yen observed the affectionate exchange between the mother and son, and after a brief cough, he stated, All right, let us hasten to Old Mo's place for a meal. I have already arranged the banquet, and Exine Heir and Ro Heir should have arrived by now. Let us go. Upon hearing Tuoba Yen's words, Tuoba Chen's eyes lit up. It had been 3 years since his 2 elder sisters had last returned home, and he was pleasantly surprised by their arrival today. Subsequently, the trio made their way to Uncle Mo's tavern. As Tuoba Chen beheld the familiar establishment, his mouth began to water. Despite his youth and limited appetite, he could not deny that Uncle Mo possessed remarkable culinary skills. Aware that today marked Tuoba Chen's soul awakening, Mo Long had prepared the banquet materials a day in advance, spending the early hours in the kitchen. Just 15 minutes prior, he had completed the preparations and was now anxiously watching the direction of Tuoba Chen's home, wondering why they had not yet arrived. If they delayed any longer, the dishes would grow cold. Before long, Tuoba Chen's family appeared at the crossroads, prompting Mo Long to rush forward to greet them. Upon seeing the newcomers, Tuoba Chen quickly exclaimed, Hello, Uncle Mo. Mo Long, upon spotting Tuoba Chen, smiled broadly, his eyes narrowing with delight, and asked, Little Chen, how did your soul awakening go today? Faced with this inquiry, Tuoba Chen was somewhat numb to the question, yet he replied cheerfully, Uncle Mo, I have reached the 8th level. As anticipated, upon hearing Tuoba Chen's innate soul power, Mo Long was filled with admiration and promptly led the 3 of them to the banquet he had prepared. His joy exceeded even that of Tuoba Chen's parents. Having watched Tuoba Chen grow up and lacking children of his own, he regarded Tuoba Chen as his own. Naturally, hearing of Tuoba Chen's remarkable innate soul power of 8 levels brought him immense happiness. Upon entering the private room, he immediately spotted his 2 sisters, whom he had not seen for 3 years. Little Chun, come here so your sisters can see you, they exclaimed, clearly delighted to see him. After inquiring about his innate soul power, the family began to indulge in the sumptuous feast before them. Throughout the meal, his 2 sisters and Ningyu continually served him food, piling his bowl high, much to Tuoba Yen's envious gaze. Midway through the meal, Mo Long suddenly remarked, Old Yen, with such a splendid talent, will Little Chen not be sent to the sect for training? Tuoba Chen, engrossed in his meal, perked up at the mention of his name, eagerly straining to listen to their discussion. After a moment of silence, Tuoba Yin remarked, "No need. Little Chen is still very young, and I am uneasy about him going to the Star Luo Empire, although I am merely a lowly steward now. My father is an elder within the sect, and I do possess some influence." Upon hearing Tuoba Yan's words, Mo Long also nodded in agreement, clearly reluctant to allow Tuoba Chen to venture into the harsh realm of the Star Luo Empire at such a tender age. Subsequently, Mo Long served a piece of meat to Tuoba Chen, saying, "Here, little Chen, eat more. If one day you decide against becoming a soul master, you can come and inherit Uncle Mo's tavern." In response to Mo Long's suggestion, Tuoba Chen quickly shook his head and said, "No, no, no. Uncle, you are still young. You should find a wife and have your own children to inherit it." Tuoba Yin furrowed his brow and remarked, "Old Mo, what are you saying? You are only 40. It seems as though you are already past your prime." Upon hearing their exchange, Mo Long let out a sigh. Observing Mo Long's demeanor, Tuoba Yin's pupils constricted in concern. Old Mo, could it truly be so? Before he could finish his sentence, Mo Long shot him a glare and then cast a glance at the perplexed Tuoba Chen. The implication was clear: refrain from discussing such matters in front of the child. Aware of his indiscretion, Tuoba Yin quickly interjected, "Let us focus on the meal." Though Tuoba Chen presents as a mere child, his soul undeniably embodies that of a genuine 20-year-old youth. The contrast between the two is apparent, and it is evident that something is amiss with his Uncle Mo's health. After a hearty meal, the family engaged in casual conversation with Mo Long at the dining table. Suddenly, Mo Long remarked, "Little Chen, to commemorate your awakening of the martial spirit today, I have prepared a small gift for you." Curiosity piqued within Tuoba Chen. He was acutely aware that whenever Mo Long referred to a small gift, it was anything but modest. Last year on his birthday, his uncle had also labeled his present as a small gift, which turned out to be a chillingly exquisite dagger worth thousands of gold soul coins. The previous year, he had received a magnificent fur coat made from the pelt of a century-old white tiger, valued in the same range. Thus, he approached this so-called small gift with great caution. Although he recognized that Uncle Mo treated him as his own son, he felt somewhat embarrassed to accept such extravagant offerings without cause. Before he could voice his thoughts, Mo Long presented a silver necklace adorned with a dragon-shaped pendant. "Uncle Mo, what is this?" Though the necklace appeared rather ordinary at first glance, Tuoba Chen understood that it was anything but commonplace. Moreover, he questioned the appropriateness of receiving a necklace from his uncle, considering he was a boy. Observing the puzzled expression on Tuoba Chen's face, Mo Long explained, "Little Chen, this necklace is called the Azure Dragon Pendant. It serves as a soul guide apparatus capable of storing up to 20 cubic meters of items." As Tuoba Chen processed the term soul guide apparatus, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Uncle Mo, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Tuoba Yin was momentarily taken aback when he witnessed Mo Long present the Songlong pendant. He had not anticipated that his old companion would reveal such a treasure. However, he refrained from intervening, recognizing that Mo Long had evidently chosen to regard Tuoba Chen as his successor. Understanding his friend's temperament, he knew that a refusal would be inappropriate. Thus, he remarked, "Xiao Chen, since Uncle Mo has gifted this to you, you should accept it." Upon hearing his father's words, Tuoba Chen glanced at both men. Noticing their earnest expressions, realizing that to decline would be somewhat pretentious, he replied, "Thank you, Uncle Mo," and accepted the Songlong pendant, placing it around his neck. Seeing Tuoba Chen adorned with the pendant, Mo Long sighed in relief and cheerfully informed him, "Xiao Chen, this Songlong pendant contains some insights from me, along with a few small gifts prepared for you. Just place a drop of your blood on the pendant, and it will recognize you as its master. Give it a try." After listening to Mo Long, Tuoba Chen nodded solemnly, retrieving the cold iron dagger gifted by Mo Long. He pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the Songlong pendant. The once silver necklace emanated a soft white glow, and Tuoba Chen felt a subtle connection forming between himself and the pendant. He placed the cold iron dagger before the Songlong pendant, and it vanished in an instant. Witnessing this, Mo Long smiled, knowing that the Songlong pendant had acknowledged Tuoba Chen as its master. Overwhelmed by such a significant gift, Tuoba Chen found himself at a loss for words. Mo Long gently ruffled his hair, saying, "Child, there is no need for thanks. Uncle Mo is getting old and cannot bear such sentimental words. Just visit me often, and I shall prepare delicious food for you." "All right, sounds good," Tuoba Chen readily agreed. Subsequently, the family bid farewell to Mo Long and returned home. Tuoba Ro and Tuoba Xin, having slipped away in the midst of a sect mission, departed soon after dinner. Upon arriving home, Tuoba Chen could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed toward his room. He had finally awakened his martial soul. Although it was not a full innate soul power, an 8th level achievement was commendable. With just 2 more levels to ascend, he would obtain his first soul ring. However, as he dashed forward, he was taken aback to find himself levitating, seemingly propelled by an unseen force. Puzzled, he glanced back at his father, uncertain of the meaning behind this phenomenon. After exchanging a glance with Tuoba Chen, he set him down and said, "Xiaochen, do not rush. Soul power can be cultivated in the evening. Now that you have awakened your martial spirit, it is time for you to practice the supreme technique of our sect. The Transformation Dragon Technique. Chapter 6, Transformation Dragon Technique, Azure Dragon Skill. Noon. In the courtyard of the Tuoba Chen family, Tuoba Chen and Tuoba Yen, a father and son duo, currently find themselves in the courtyard, exchanging intense gazes. Shortly thereafter, Tuoba Yen produces a small blue booklet and hands it to Tuoba Chen, saying, "Little Chen, this is the unique technique of our Sacred Dragon Sect, the transformation of the dragon. From this day forth, you shall refine your physique during the day according to the methods outlined in this booklet. As for your evening practice, you may refer to the Azure Dragon pendant that your Uncle Mo gifted you. Should you encounter any uncertainties in your training, do not hesitate to consult me." With that, Tuoba Yen takes his leave, for he has numerous matters to attend to. He is confident that with Tuoba Chen's intellect, he will undoubtedly master the transformation of the dragon on his own, as it is not overly difficult. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen nodded in acknowledgement. He had likely deduced the nature of the transformation dragon technique. In the Douluo continent, the distinction between the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects was not solely attributed to the might of their martial souls. Each sect possessed unique techniques that enhanced the abilities of their disciples. For instance, the Haotian sect wielded the chaotic wind hammer method. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect practiced the mind control technique, and the blue lightning tyrant dragon could undergo dragon transformation. Although the mind control technique was not exclusive to the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, it remained a rare and invaluable manual. The Holy Dragon sect also boasted its own distinctive technique, the Transformation Dragon Technique, which Tuoba Chen had previously been unaware of, mistakenly believing his sect lacked such a treasure. However, curiosity piqued within him, particularly after his father mentioned that Uncle Mo had left something within the Azure Dragon pendant. Upon inspecting the interior of the pendant, Tuoba Chen was nearly blinded by the wealth contained within. His gaze fell upon a sea of gold. There were hundreds of thousands of golden soul coins, an array of herbs for strengthening one's essence, and various protective soft armor weapons. Yet, what captivated his attention most was a somewhat tattered green booklet resting at the center of the collection. The sight of these treasures left Tuoba Chen gasping in astonishment. He found himself pondering the true identity of Uncle Mo. Was this mere pocket money? It certainly seemed more akin to a fortune. Without a doubt, the item his father referred to must be the green booklet. As he extracted it and glanced at the title, Azure Dragon Technique, he realized it was yet another unique manual. Eagerly, he opened it to discover its contents. The first page revealed a passage, "I am Mo's first clan head. Azure Dragon Douluo, with the martial soul of the clear wind Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon Technique is the culmination of my life's work, intended for the cultivation of my descendants. This technique may only be practiced by those possessing dragon-type martial souls, divided into 4 tiers, and can only be utilized during soul power cultivation. Those who practice this technique will experience a 50% increase in their cultivation speed, and the resulting soul power will carry special attributes, primarily enhancing speed and attack. Upon reaching the 3rd tier, one will comprehend the Azure Dragon domain." After perusing the first page, Tuoba Chen found himself at a loss for words to describe the Azure Dragon technique before him. It rivaled Tang San's Xiantian technique and might even surpass it. Moreover, it offered the prospect of comprehending a domain. He recalled that in the original narrative, the Xiantian technique's enhancement to soul power cultivation speed was minimal, while this technique promised a substantial 50% increase, accompanied by unique attributes. Faced with such a magnificent gift from Uncle Mo, Tuoba Chen felt a genuine sense of indebtedness. Having explored the Azure Dragon technique, it was now time to examine his own sect's manual, the Transformation Dragon Technique. The Azure Dragon Technique was meant for nighttime cultivation, rendering it unnecessary at present. He opened the first page of the Transformation Dragon Technique, revealing familiar words. "I am the first sect master of the Holy Dragon Sect, Holy Dragon Douluo Tuoba Long. with the martial soul of the white armored earth dragon. The transformation dragon technique is the fruit of my life's dedication, meant for the cultivation of my successors. This technique may only be practiced by soul masters with the white armored earth dragon martial soul, divided into 9 tiers, and can only be used during physical training. Practicing this technique enhances one's defense and strength significantly while offering a modest increase in speed. Furthermore, with each tier ascended, the martial soul undergoes a minor evolution. And upon reaching the 7th tier, one will understand the Holy Dragon domain. Upon attaining the 9th tier, the martial soul will evolve from the white armored earth dragon to the white armored holy dragon. Upon reading the introduction to the transformation dragon technique, Tuoba Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated that the transformation dragon technique could evolve one's martial soul. The white armored holy dragon sounded far more formidable than the white armored earth dragon. Gazing at these two techniques, Tuoba Chen suddenly felt a competitive spirit akin to that of Tang San, a sensation that felt remarkably tangible. If he could successfully master both techniques to their apex, he would possess dual domains akin to Tang San's, and should he later acquire the God of Killing domain, he would command 3 domains. Moreover, the two techniques complemented each other, enhancing his attributes comprehensively, a true embodiment of dual aptitude in strength and agility. With ample time remaining, he turned to the 2nd page of the transformation dragon technique, which detailed the first tier's cultivation method. However, he was taken aback by its contents. He had expected to find intricate training methodologies, yet it contained solely a breathing technique. The first tier of the transformation dragon technique was the dragon's breath method. Upon encountering this, Tuoba Chen recalled a phrase, dragon's breath, the essence of form. Although surprised, he continued to read on. The dragon's breath method, being the first and most crucial tier of the transformation dragon technique, required mastery of the fundamentals. This breathing technique was developed after observing various dragon species, ultimately tailored to suit human physiology. If one could maintain uninterrupted practice of this breathing method for 24 hours a day, the first tier of the transformation dragon technique would be perfected, allowing access to the 2nd tier's cultivation. Upon reading the description of the dragon's breath method, Tuoba Chen immediately began to experiment. Following the instructions, he realized that dragons could absorb vast amounts of oxygen in a short span, enhancing their cardiovascular functionality and significantly boosting their physical capabilities. Eagerly, he thought to himself, I am Tanjiro. Soon after, he commenced his initial attempt. Tuoba Chen took a deep breath, held it in, and then began to move. After a minute, he gasped, feeling as though he might suffocate. In both his past and present lives, he had never learned to swim, which contributed to his inadequate lung capacity. After merely a minute, he felt his breath becoming labored and was unable to catch his breath. Chapter 7. Level 10. For an entire afternoon, Tuoba Chen practiced the dragon breathing technique. Fortunately, he regularly engaged in physical training, maintaining a solid foundation. By the end of the afternoon, he had made some progress, managing to hold his breath for 3 minutes. As evening approached, he intended to return to his room for a brief rest before preparing dinner when he was suddenly called out. Little Chen. Turning around, he discovered that the ones who had called him were several uncles from his father's side, who had come to the Tiando Empire to manage the merchant association. Uncle Bing. Uncle Yu, are you here to see my father? He hasn't returned yet. Would you like to sit at my home for a while? To be honest, Tuoba Chen was not particularly familiar with these uncles, as they seldom visited his home. Upon hearing his words, they quickly replied, No, little Chen. We are here to see you. We heard that your innate soul power has awakened to level 8. Truly, the son of a tiger is no mere dog, even surpassing your father. Realizing their purpose for visiting, Tuoba Chen sighed inwardly. Adulthood was indeed exhausting. Nevertheless, he did not harbor any disdain for the two men, understanding their own helplessness. Thank you, Uncle Bing, Uncle Yu. After expressing his gratitude, the two men smiled and nodded in return. They chatted with him for a while, presented him with a small gift, and then hurriedly took their leave. Watching their departing figures, Tuoba Chen felt a swirl of complex emotions. If not for his exceptional talent and fortune, would he one day find himself in a similar situation? Tuoba Chen shook his head. Such thoughts were not his concern. If he wished to avoid becoming a sycophant, he must strive to grow stronger. After dinner, he returned to his chamber to delve into the practice of the Songlong technique. Upon turning to the 2nd page, he noted that, unlike the transformation of the dragon, the Songlong technique did not require a specific breathing method. However, Its practice was rather peculiar. One had to maintain an extraordinarily odd posture. All fours on the ground, head held high, back straight, abdomen tucked, and buttocks clenched. Then, one must close their eyes and attune to the energy within the air. Truth be told, this posture was quite challenging to sustain. Initially, Tuoba Chen managed to endure only 10 minutes before his hands began to tingle. At the 15-minute mark, his body started to tremble, and by 20 minutes, he could no longer continue. Nevertheless, the results were remarkable. In that brief span of 20 minutes, he had absorbed a small amount of soul energy into his being. Yet, the Songlong technique was not without its drawbacks. It could only be practiced once a day. Once halted, he would have to wait until the following day to resume. Hence, he spent the remainder of his time engaging in ordinary training. It was not until around midnight that he gradually succumbed to sleep. The next morning, upon awakening, Tuoba Chen felt a refreshing clarity. Being still quite young, he was unable to maintain an entire night's practice and required a certain amount of sleep. However, the results from the previous night's training were commendable. After ceasing the first level of the Songlong technique, he distinctly felt the disparity between ordinary training and the Songlong technique. This realization instilled in him a firm resolve. Henceforth, he would endeavor to extend his practice each night, maximizing his potential for growth. Calculating carefully, he deduced that if he continued at the pace of the previous night, he could elevate his soul power from level 8 to level 9 within a month. Furthermore, as his practice progressed, he would undoubtedly be able to sustain longer durations. The speed of his training would also increase, and once he could endure 3 hours, he would be ready to advance to the second level of the Songlong technique, thereby significantly enhancing his training velocity. The following morning, Tuoba Chen began his day with a morning run, followed by various physical training exercises in the morning, breath training in the afternoon, soul power practice in the evening, and then sleep. Occasionally, during moments of leisure, he would peruse literature on self-cultivation for soul masters and the direction of soul master evolution. Thus, for months past, both Tuoba Yin and Ning Yu were filled with concern upon witnessing their child's state. They wondered if their son was exerting himself too much. Typically, after awakening their martial souls, other children would initially relish the novelty, but soon enough, they would grow weary of training. Generally speaking, exercising 4 days a week is quite commendable, yet their son engaged in such strenuous practice daily. The couple began to worry that Tuoba Chen might be experiencing some psychological distress. Ning Yu remarked, "If Xiao Chen continues in this manner, will something unfortunate occur?" After a moment of contemplation, Tuoba Yin remarked, "I believe that Xiao Chen may have been deprived of interaction with peers for too long. Now that he is on the verge of awakening his martial spirit, perhaps it is time for him to commence his schooling." Upon hearing Tuoba Yin's words, Ning Yu felt a twinge of reluctance but nodded in agreement. She genuinely feared that prolonged isolation might lead to unforeseen ailments for Tuoba Chen. Meanwhile, in his room, Tuoba Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide. He had finally broken through to the 10th level and was now eligible to obtain his first spirit ring. Over the past 4 months, he had diligently practiced the Azure Dragon technique and the Dragon Transformation art daily. Presently, he could sustain the dragon breathing method for 2 hours, and he had also mastered the first layer of the Azure Dragon technique for an hour. His physique had significantly strengthened due to regular training. Once he acquired his first spirit ring, both his physical attributes and spirit power would experience a considerable enhancement, thereby facilitating his practice of the Azure Dragon technique and Dragon Transformation art. With these thoughts in mind, Tuoba Chen glanced out the window. Noting the dawn had yet to break, he decided to postpone informing his parents about his breakthrough until morning. The following day, Tuoba Yin sensed something amiss. His son had not gone out for his morning run. Peering outside, he noted that it was not raining. Was he ill? Observing Tuoba Chen seated at the dining table, awaiting his meal, he approached and felt his forehead. Suddenly, he sensed warmth radiating from it. Tuoba Chen turned to his father and asked, "Dad, what is the matter?" After confirming that his son's temperature was normal, Tuoba Yin assumed a serious demeanor and said, "Xiao Chen, I have something important to discuss with you." Noticing the intensity in his father's gaze, Tuoba Chen swallowed hard. Why did his father seem so intimidating today? Was he about to unleash some form of parental wrath upon his newly 6-year-old self? "Are you harboring any worries?" "Please, no." Both spoke simultaneously, their expressions morphing into a shared confusion as they regarded one another. "Tuoba Yin, what is the matter, my child? Why didn't you go out for exercise today? Are you feeling down about something?" Upon hearing Tuoba Yin's words, he finally understood why his father had acted that way earlier. It turned out he genuinely cared about the health of minors. "No, Dad, I actually leveled up to 10. Oh, is that so? After a moment of calm reflection, Tuoba Chen suddenly realized, exclaiming, What? You've reached level 10? Chapter 8. The first battle. Tuoba Chen nodded slightly. With the assistance of the Songlong technique and his diligent training over the past days, achieving a breakthrough to level 10 seemed entirely reasonable. Was his father's reaction not a tad excessive? Haha. Truly, he is my son. Confirming he had not misheard, Tuoba Chen could not help but burst into hearty laughter. His own talent paled in comparison to Tuoba Chen's. He lacked the Songlong technique's aid and was far less industrious. It took him a year and a half to reach level 10, yet even so, he was considered a remarkable genius within the Holy Dragon Sect, having become the head of the sect's commerce at merely 40 years old. However, his son, at just 6 years and 4 months, had already attained level 10. Should he not meet with untimely misfortune, there was every possibility he could ascend to the rank of title Douluo in the future. Tuoba Chen gently patted his head and said, After we finish our meal, we shall immediately venture into the Sunset Forest to hunt for soul beasts. 2 days later, on the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, Tuoba Chen and Tuoba Chen were seated within an inn, enjoying their meal. The distance from their home to the Sunset Forest was considerable, thus it took them some time to arrive. It would be impossible for Tuoba Chen to claim he was not anxious on his inaugural visit to the Sunset Forest. However, this sense of apprehension did not stem from fear, but rather from exhilaration. Although he had resided in the Douluo continent for many years, he had yet to behold a living soul beast, particularly one that had lived for over a century. After they had finished their lunch and procured some provisions in the town bordering the Sunset Forest, they officially embarked upon their journey into the forest. As he gazed at the towering trees on either side and the occasional sighting of various small herbivorous soul beasts, he began to envision what his first soul beast might be like. Tuoba Chen glanced around before turning to him and said, Little Chun, you must remember that within this forest, under no circumstances should you stray more than 30 meters away from me. Should you exceed this distance, you will fall beyond my reach of protection. If a swift spirit beast were to attack you, I would be unable to rescue you. Do you understand? Tuoba Chen's tone was markedly different from usual. It was imbued with a grave seriousness. Tuoba Chen also nodded solemnly, aware that this was not a moment for jest. As the two gradually ventured deeper into the Sunset Forest, the variety and number of soul beasts surrounding them significantly increased. However, most of these creatures were unsuitable for Tuoba Chen, so the pair refrained from provoking them. It was not until they encountered a silverback gorilla that they finally halted. Upon encountering the silverback gorilla, Tuoba Chen found himself perplexed by his father's intentions. While it was true that the silverback gorilla was a formidable spirit beast, it seemed ill-suited for him. However, Tuoba Chen did not keep him in suspense. Instead, he explained, Little Chen, this is a 10-year-old silverback gorilla. Before you find a spirit beast that truly suits you, you can use him as your training target. You haven't experienced real combat yet, so let him be your first opponent. Go forth and witness the true nature of spirit beasts. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Tuoba Chen nodded, realizing that his father intended for him to hone his skills using the silverback gorilla. Indeed, the silverback gorilla was known for its relatively weaker strength and lack of speed. A 10-year-old silverback gorilla posed little danger, especially with Tuoba Chen, a soul sage, observing nearby. Thus, he felt assured in engaging the creature. As Tuoba Chen approached slowly, the gorilla became aware of his presence. It turned its head, glaring at the diminutive figure before it, and pounded its chest in a display of anger. With a series of guttural roars, it charged toward him. This was Tuoba Chen's first direct confrontation with a spirit beast, yet he felt no trepidation. Perhaps it was due to his previous life as a zookeeper, where he frequently fed lions and tigers, becoming accustomed to such encounters. He had also interacted with gorillas. As the silverback gorilla lunged at him, raising its massive arms to strike, Tuoba Chen deftly evaded the attack, darting behind it and delivering a sharp slap to the back of its head. The gorilla stumbled, taking several moments to regain its composure before turning back to face him. Observing the gorilla's reaction, Tuoba Chen's eyes sparkled with understanding. After several successful evasions, he wore an expression of realization. During his time at the zoo, he had keenly observed gorillas, which allowed him to discern their vulnerabilities. Unlike the gorilla depicted in King Kong, which showcased various combat techniques, ordinary gorillas primarily relied on raising their fists and bringing them down to strike. While this might appear intimidating, their attacks were slow and predictable, making it difficult for them to hit a more agile opponent. Initially, He had anticipated that spirit beasts in the Douluo continent would differ significantly from those in his previous world, perhaps exhibiting greater agility. However, through his recent observations, he found little distinction. The creature's movements were as clumsy as those he remembered, allowing him to outmaneuver it effortlessly. Having identified the gorilla's weaknesses, Tuoba Chen decided against prolonging the engagement. He retrieved the cold iron dagger gifted to him by Uncle Lemo, preparing to conclude the encounter. With a resounding thud, the gorilla missed its strike, slamming its fist into the ground. Tuoba Chen evaded again, positioning himself behind the beast. He then raised the dagger, delivering a powerful blow to the back of its neck, rendering the silverback unconscious. Clapping erupted from Tuoba Yin, who watched with astonishment. He had not expected his son to display such composure in the face of a spirit beast. He recalled his own initial encounter with a spirit beast, which had left him thoroughly frightened. However, he felt a twinge of confusion as he asked, "Little Chun, you performed excellently, but why did you refrain from killing it?" In response, Tuoba Chun replied nonchalantly, "There is no need. My objective was never the silverback gorilla. There is no purpose in unnecessary slaughter." He was not averse to taking lives. In his previous life, he had killed countless chickens and fish. Yet, he genuinely believed there was no need to slay the silverback gorilla. After all, it bore him no grudge and had already suffered at his hands. He lacked any desire for the creature's carcass, making its death entirely superfluous. After listening, Tuoba Yin nodded slightly, though he harbored some doubts about whether Tuoba Chun was truly afraid of taking lives. However, given his understanding of his son, he deemed that the assertion of necessity being absent was indeed genuine. After placing the silverback gorilla in a secure location, the two continued their exploration. They spent an entire day in the Sunset Forest searching for opponents for Tuoba Chun, yet no suitable soul beasts were found. By now, Tuoba Chen had already proven himself capable of defeating a 142-year-old white lizard, leaving Tuoba Yin nearly numb with astonishment. It was perplexing, despite it being his first battle. Tuoba Chen consistently identified his opponent's weaknesses in the briefest of moments, achieving victory with a single strike. Were it not for the fact that he had watched this child grow up, he might have questioned whether this was indeed Tuoba Chen. As they walked, Tuoba Yin glanced at his son and could not resist asking, "Little Chen, how do you discern the weaknesses of those soul beasts?" Prepared for the inquiry, Tuoba Chen silently produced a comprehensive soul beast encyclopedia from his possession, handing it to Tuoba Yin. Upon viewing the title and the name of the author, Yu Xiaojiang, Tuoba Yin was genuinely taken aback. After all, Yu Xiaojiang was a notable figure in the realm of soul masters, albeit with a rather tarnished reputation. Often regarded as a mere buffoon. Although he did not harbor any disdain for Yu Xiaojiang, he had never read the man's works. Questioning what insights the experiences of a grand soul master could offer him. Skeptical yet intrigued, he opened the book and casually browsed through a few pages. However, he was soon captivated by the content within. After some time, he exhaled a sigh of admiration, exclaiming, "This fellow is truly a genius." The book meticulously cataloged 131 types of soul beasts, detailing their strengths, weaknesses, potential soul ring skills, and age, all with remarkable clarity. It could be said that this was the most comprehensive soul beast encyclopedia he had ever encountered in his lifetime, and it was merely the first volume. He could scarcely fathom the effort Yu Xiaojiang, a mere grand soul master, must have expended to acquire the knowledge contained within this tome. Upon perceiving the gaze of his father, Tuoba Chen discerned that he had come to believe in the content of the book, and a sense of relief washed over him. He too had perused this illustrated guide, albeit not yet completed it. However, among the soul beasts he had recently vanquished, many were indeed depicted within its pages, making the ruse rather effortless. After successfully deceiving Tuoba Yin, the duo sought refuge in a relatively safer location to rest for the night. Naturally, Tuoba Yin took the watch. For Tuoba Chen was significantly weaker. Should they encounter a formidable beast, there would scarcely be time to call for help. Moreover, given Tuoba Yin's vigor, remaining awake for 3 days posed little issue, though prolonged sleeplessness would become problematic. Thus, if they failed to locate a suitable soul beast for Tuoba Chen within 3 days, they would have no choice but to retreat, regroup, and then re-enter the setting sun forest. Yet, it seemed that fate had no intention of toying with them. On the afternoon of the second day, they finally encountered an appropriate soul beast for Tuoba Chen, a Terran dragon. This creature, appearing before them, measured an impressive 2 meters and 3 centimeters, its body adorned in a hue reminiscent of Earth, and its form bore a striking resemblance to elongated lizards. The age indicator of the Terran dragon was its length, any specimen exceeding 2 meters was classified as a 100-year soul beast, with every additional 10 centimeters signifying an increase in cultivation by a century. Should it surpass 3 meters, it would be deemed a 1,000-year soul beast. The Terran dragon before them possessed an approximate cultivation of 300 years, making it perfectly suited to serve as his inaugural soul ring. This time, Tuoba Chen refrained from allowing Tuoba Chen to engage in battle with the creature. Firstly, among all soul beasts, the Terran dragon ranked as a top-tier entity. For its name bore the term dragon, and any being associated with dragons was far from weak. Given Tuoba Chen's current prowess, he would likely be unable to breach the creature's defenses. Secondly, the Terran dragon excelled in its evasion techniques, being a rare adept at flight. Encountering a Terran dragon was a serendipitous event. Permitting it to escape would be a lamentable loss. Upon witnessing the situation, Tuoba Chen did not exhibit any intention to forcefully intervene. He possessed a modicum of self-awareness. Despite being among the elite of his peers, he remained, after all, merely a 6-year-old child, and the disparity between him and a Terran dragon, a sovereign among century-old soul beasts, was substantial. The Terran dragon, with its keen senses, had already detected the presence of 2 humans nearby, fixated upon it. With a fierce roar, it issued a warning, should the 2 approach any closer, it would unleash its wrath. However, such a warning was hardly worthy of Tuoba Chen's consideration. After all, he was a soul saint, and a mere century-old soul beast was no match for him, not even comparable to a titan giant ape. Watch closely, little Chun. Spirit embodiment. After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, a colossal white dragon phantom manifested behind him, accompanied by 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. In an instant, he transformed into a spectral shadow and charged toward his opponent. Witnessing this, the Terran dragon's pupils contracted in terror. It swiftly turned and fled, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura Tuoba Chen had unleashed. Instinctively, it began frantically burrowing into the ground, desperate to escape. Observing its futile attempt, Tuoba Chen smirked eerily. First soul skill, Earth Spike. No sooner had the words left his lips than 4 slender, razor-sharp spikes erupted from the ground, impaling the Terran dragon mid-burrow and rendering it helpless. Ironically, Earth Spike was one of the Terran dragon's signature abilities. Tuoba Chen's first soul ring had been obtained from one such creature years ago, and now, fate had decreed that his son's first soul ring would also come from a Terran dragon. Once certain the beast was incapacitated, Tuoba Chen signaled to his son, Tuoba Chen, to approach. When the boy arrived, he declared, "Xiao Chen, it's yours now." With that, he turned away to stand guard. Without hesitation, Tuoba Chen retrieved a frost steel dagger from his azure dragon pendant and delivered the final blow. Gradually, a pale yellow soul ring materialized before him. He sat down immediately and began absorbing it. The process was remarkably smooth, likely due to his formidable physical constitution. In just 15 minutes, the soul ring was fully assimilated though. Regrettably, no soul bone accompanied it. Chapter 10. Earth Spike relieved to see his son succeed. Tuoba Chen exhaled deeply. The world of soul masters was fraught with peril. Many perished during absorption due to insufficient strength or incompatible soul rings. Though confident in his son's resilience, worry had gnawed at him. "Well, son, what skill did you acquire?" he asked eagerly. The Terran dragon's abilities, earthquakes, tunneling, Earth Spike, were all exceptional, and he was keen to know which one his son had inherited. "Father, like you, I obtained Earth Spike," Tuoba Chen replied. "But mine is weaker. The range is only 10 meters, and I can summon just 2 spikes at a time. Each activation consumes 20% of my soul power, so I can use it 5 times at most." Tuoba Chen froze, his mind reeling. Since when does Earth Spike consume only 20% of a 10-year soul master's energy? Since when does the initial range extend 10 meters? And summoning 2 spikes on the first try? "Xiao Chen, demonstrate it for me," he managed, recovering his composure. He needed to assess the skill's potency firsthand. All right. Tuoba Chen activated Earth Spike without hesitation, targeting a distant tree. Thunk. 2 slender earthen spikes pierced the thick trunk in rapid succession. Though satisfied, Tuoba Chen frowned. His father's version would have split boulders, not merely impaled wood. When Tuoba Chen beheld his Earth Spike, he inhaled sharply, astonished that it could achieve such an effect upon its first use. He recalled that during his initial attempt, a third of his soul energy was instantly depleted, merely severing a few branches and with an attack range limited to 5 meters. At a loss for words, he remained silent, which led him to believe that the other party felt disappointed. To divert the conversation, he suggested, "Father, let us return." The petrified Tuoba Chen quickly snapped back to reality and replied, "Oh, yes, certainly." 2 days later, in Balti City upon returning. Tuoba Chen took a deep breath of the air here, feeling as though he had been gone for an eternity despite only being away for a few days. It seemed he was not fond of long journeys. Upon arriving home, he immediately spotted Ningyu waiting by the entrance. When Ningyu saw Tuoba Chen, she joyfully embraced him. During his absence, she had been consumed with worry, unable to eat or drink, constantly fearing that her son might encounter danger out in the world. Thankfully, nothing untoward had occurred. Tuoba Chen, slightly breathless from the embrace, said, "Mother, I have returned." Ningyu replied, "It is good that you are back. I shall prepare a delicious meal for you." After Ningyu departed, the two of them sat in silence at the dining table, awaiting her culinary creations. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the room. Tuoba Yin, "Son, there is something I wish to discuss with you." The other party suddenly spoke up, to which Tuoba Chen replied, "Yes. Dad, what is it?" "Well, it is about this. Now that all the Junior Soul Master Academies have commenced their sessions, I believe it is not ideal for you to remain at home every day. Therefore, I wanted to ask if you would like to attend school." Upon hearing Tuoba Yan's words, Tuoba Chen was somewhat taken aback. Having spent such a long time at home, he had not truly contemplated this matter. He had assumed that his father's plan was to have him cultivate at home. However, the prospect of attending school seemed favorable, as staying at home limited his exposure. Without witnessing the martial spirits of others firsthand and engaging in combat, he would inevitably suffer significant setbacks in the future due to a lack of practical experience. Thus, he responded without hesitation, "Sure." Hearing the agreement, Tuoba Yin said, "Excellent. I have selected a few academies for you. Take a look and decide which one you would prefer." With that, he produced several posters and handed them to Tuoba Chen. Upon receiving the posters, Tuoba Chen understood which academies his father was referring to. First candidate, Tiando Royal Junior Academy Advantages. Among all the academies, Tiando Royal Academy boasts the most formidable faculty and the richest resources, being the academy with the highest number of nobles. Furthermore, upon graduation, should one pledge allegiance to the empire, the minimum title obtainable is that of a baron. Disadvantages: the high concentration of nobles makes it easy to offend others. Second candidate, Exotic Beasts Junior Academy Advantages. This academy possesses various unique methods for training beast spirit masters, with abundant resources and considerable strength. Disadvantages: lacks a powerful backing. Third candidate, White Armor Junior Academy Advantages, founded by the Holy Dragon Sect. Disciples of the Holy Dragon Sect training here can access the most abundant resources and education. Disadvantages: located in the Douluo Empire, the journey is excessively long. After reviewing these academies, Tuoba Chen ultimately chose the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. He had considered Nodding Academy, but compared to these options, it offered no distinct advantages, and he could not find a compelling reason to choose it. "Dad, I have made my decision. I will attend the Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy." Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's response, Tuoba Yin nodded. How should one put it? The choice of Tiando Royal Junior Academy was both anticipated and unexpected. Tuoba Chen, from a young age, exhibited remarkable composure and calmness. He always engaged in meticulous contemplation prior to undertaking any endeavor. If it was deemed worthwhile, he would proceed without hesitation, whereas he would categorically refrain from pursuits lacking merit. Among the various academies, the Tiando Academy stood out as the finest and most stable institution. Having made a decision, there was little left to deliberate. After a day of rest at home, the following day, he set off with Tuoba Chen towards the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire, Bartle City, which was in close proximity. The journey took them merely a day to reach their destination. However, instead of heading directly to the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, they first visited the branch of the Spirit Hall. After obtaining the Soul Ring, Tuoba Chen had yet to register. Once he formally registered, he would become a qualified Soul Master and receive a monthly stipend from the Spirit Hall. Upon arriving at the branch hall, he gazed in awe at the magnificent structure before him. Truly, it was the imperial capital, and the Spirit Hall here was far more grandiose than the branch in their city of Batel. As they entered the branch hall, they were greeted by an elderly man. The old man, upon seeing the two of them, displayed a look of astonishment and hurried over, exclaiming, "Lord Tuoba Yin, what brings you to the imperial capital? This young gentleman beside you must be your son. Are you here for his soul awakening?" Tuoba Chen was somewhat taken aback that the old man recognized his father. He hadn't anticipated that his father's reputation was quite so significant. "Actually, I am here to conduct the Soul Master test for him," Tuoba Yin clarified. Upon hearing this, the old man promptly remarked, "Indeed, the child of Lord Tuoba Yin exhibits remarkable talent. having already broken through to level 10 at such a tender age. Since Tuoba Yin was still young, appearing as either 6 or 7 years old, the old man assumed Tuoba Chen was already 7. Achieving level 10 at that age was not uncommon, as many disciples from prestigious sects and noble families could accomplish it. The elderly gentleman then produced a crystal ball and placed it before Tuoba Chen. Young one, do you remember the soul awakening? Just as before, simply channel your soul power into the crystal ball slowly. Tuoba Chen nodded slightly, placing his hand upon the crystal ball, gradually infusing it with his soul power. Soon, a glimmer of white light emanated from the sphere. Level 12. The old man gazed at the brilliance of the crystal ball, astonished. At such a tender age, achieving a breakthrough to level 10, it was evident that if this young lad continued to cultivate normally, he would undoubtedly become a soul saint in the future. After completing the test, Tuoba Chen logged into the system and then took his monthly stipend before departing. Within the spirit hall, the old man clutched Tuoba Chen's information, his hands trembling slightly. Quickly, deliver this information to the headquarters of the spirit hall, he urged. At 6 years and 4 months, with innate soul power at level 8. This young fellow's talent is on par with that of the esteemed Holy Maiden. It is imperative that I report this matter to the Pope without delay. In an effort to secure such a prodigious talent for the Spirit Hall, at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, 2 figures, one large and one small, finally arrived at their destination. The Tiando Royal Junior Academy was prominently situated beside the Royal Senior Academy, making it easily noticeable, and the pair quickly located it. At this moment, it was the enrollment period for the academy. A long queue had formed outside the admissions office, as those who came to register were either wealthy or of high status. Thus, the father and son had no thoughts of cutting in line, instead dutifully joining the end of the queue. Progress through the line was slow, likely due to the fact that all applicants were nobility. Nearly everyone who registered was accepted, entering the academy with cheerful expressions. Witnessing this scene, Tuoba Chen furrowed his brow. Logically, the acceptance rate should not be so high. Observing the sycophantic old man at the admissions office, he shook his head, wondering if he had come to the wrong place. Nevertheless, having arrived, he resolved to see it through. An hour later, he finally reached the registration desk. The old man, noticing the father and son, inquired, "Who might you be?" "Tuoba Yin. I am Tuoba Yin, the president of the Holy Dragon Merchant Association, and a first-class earl. This is my son, Tuoba Chen." After speaking, Tuoba Yin presented a certificate from the Spirit Hall and an Earl-S token for the other party to see. Upon seeing the items, the elder smiled warmly and said, "Ah, it is indeed an esteemed Earl. Allow me to assist you in processing your son's enrollment paperwork." Grasping Tuoba Chen's certificate, the elder was taken aback upon reviewing the details. Innate soul power at level 8, aged 6 years and 4 months, soul power at level 12. And a martial spirit of the white-armored earth dragon. Realizing the significance of this information, the elder quickly exclaimed, "Esteemed Earl, your son possesses remarkable talent and is eligible for free admission into our academy's elite class. Furthermore, he will receive monthly support from the Tiando Academy. Here's the documentation and the key to your son's dormitory. Due to his extraordinary abilities, we have arranged for him a single occupancy room." After presenting a white sheet and a key labeled 29, the elder directed the father and son towards the dormitory before they took their leave. Unbeknownst to them, the elder's words had not gone unnoticed. Many bystanders had clearly heard and memorized Tuoba Chen's name. The father and son were oblivious to this attention. Or perhaps they simply did not care. After assisting Tuoba Chen in locating his dormitory, Tuoba Yin departed. As the president of the Merchant Association, he was typically quite occupied. He had already taken a week off for Tuoba Chen, and it was time to return to work. Once Tuoba Yin was gone, Tuoba Chen began to survey his new accommodations. The dormitory at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy was quite splendid, likely due to his status as an elite class student. He was provided a single room with an independent bathroom, complete furnishings, and an area of approximately 100 square meters. Beyond this, his dormitory resembled a luxurious villa, containing only 15 such rooms, complete with a kitchen for dedicated meal preparation, staffed by a professional chef. Additionally, there was a laundry room where personnel would assist with their clothing. On the ground floor, a lavish common room allowed students to engage in meaningful discussions. Observing these amenities, Tuoba Chen felt a wave of emotion. Is this what it means to be noble? Although his family was quite affluent and his parents treated him well, he had never experienced such dedicated service. After organizing his belongings, Tuoba Chen immediately immersed himself in cultivation, following the acquisition of his soul ring. Both his physical prowess and soul power had significantly increased, yet he had yet to formally practice, leaving him uncertain of his precise capabilities. As for greeting his future roommates, he decided to wait until classes commenced the next day. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen promptly engaged in the practice of the dragon transformation technique. 4 hours later, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He had managed to combine physical training with the dragon breathing method, sustaining it for 4 hours. As he practiced, his body gradually adapted to this breathing technique. Unlike ordinary exercises, progressing through this method became increasingly straightforward. Tuoba Chen was confident that within 2 months, he would master the first layer of the dragon transformation technique and begin advancing towards the second. Just as he finished his training and prepared to rest, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Tuoba Chen felt a flicker of curiosity about who might be seeking him at this hour. As it seemed he had no acquaintances in the imperial capital, could it perhaps be a visit from a roommate? Despite his exhaustion, he was reluctant to turn anyone away and mustered the energy to open the door. Standing before him was a young man clad in an elegant tailcoat, who upon seeing him, respectfully introduced himself. Young Master Tuoba Chen, I am Tang San, the head of this dormitory. Dinner time has arrived. Please accompany me to the dining hall. Tuoba Chen was taken aback by this revelation but quickly regained his composure. It was not surprising that someone was there to assist him, given the presence of multiple caretakers. Thank you, he replied with a nod. Tang San smiled in response, appreciative of the young man's politeness. They proceeded together to the dining hall on the first floor, where a long table awaited them, already occupied by 8 children. With only 15 student rooms in total, it appeared that quite a few had yet to arrive. As Tuoba Chen took his seat, the gazes of his peers turned towards him. The second apartment had not welcomed a newcomer in quite some time, and he was the sole new arrival this year, naturally drawing their attention. Once he was seated, Tang San began to serve the dishes with practiced ease. Observing this, Tuoba Chen felt a pang of confusion. Were they not waiting for the others? Tang San quickly discerned his puzzled expression and inquired, Is something the matter, young Master Tuoba Chen? Is there anything that displeases you? Tuoba Chen voiced his concern, and Tang San chuckled lightly, explaining, Young Master, you may not be aware, but the second apartment is exclusively for those with innate soul power of 8 or higher. Although the Tiando Empire boasts a plethora of talent, individuals who reach this level are exceedingly rare. Most of those who attain 8 are disciples of prominent sects or esteemed families, often training within their own establishments and not enrolling in the academy. Hence, including you, there are only 9 students in the second apartment. Tuoba Chen began to grasp the situation regarding the academy. Indeed, top talents from major sects and families were typically nurtured in-house. Wild prodigies were often recruited by the Spirit Hall, resulting in a scarcity of talent at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. Amidst this realization, a boy seated at the head of the table suddenly spoke up. Newcomer, I am Lu Yi, a Black Panther Spirit user, 9 years old, and a level 19 Agility Attack Spirit Master. What is your name? Taken aback by the abrupt introduction, Tuoba Chen quickly responded, I am Tuoba Chen, a white-armored Earth Dragon Spirit user, 6 years old, and a level 12 Strength Attack Spirit Master. Li showed no signs of astonishment at his reply. While the notion of a 6-year-old reaching level 12 seemed remarkable, he did not specify how many months old he was. In Lu Ye's mind, he likely perceived Tuoba Chen as being around 6 years and 10 months old, given that the most gifted individual he had encountered broke through to level 14 just before turning 7. Welcome, Tuoba Chen. From this day forth, you shall be a member of our second department. After Tuoba Chen expressed his gratitude, everyone introduced themselves, and the group commenced their meal. The dinner was delightful, featuring an abundance of sumptuous dishes provided by the academy, including unlimited servings of steak, chicken breast, and fish. Upon returning to his room, Tuoba Chen continued to practice the Songlong Gong, maintaining that peculiar posture for his training. This time, he persevered for a full hour and 15 minutes. Unlike the first layer of the transforming dragon technique, whose breathing method became increasingly simpler with practice, the bizarre posture of the Songlong Gong became progressively more challenging to sustain the longer one persisted. After an entire night of cultivation, as was the case the previous day, Tang San knocked on his door to escort him to class. Tang San would only guide him once, as he had his own commitments to attend to. Thus, his role was merely to familiarize Tuoba Chen with the route. Arriving at a building that resembled a castle, Tuoba Chen sighed, reflecting on the dull and monotonous life of the wealthy. Approaching the castle, he soon located his classroom, which was the first one in the first-year class, commonly referred to as the key class. Upon entering the classroom and surveying his surroundings, he immediately noticed a blue-haired little girl who was beaming at him. Upon seeing her smile, Tuoba Chen swallowed hard, wondering why she wasn't at the Beast Initiation Academy. What was she doing at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy? Meanwhile, in Bartle City, Tuoba Yin and Long Gong were seated together, enjoying tea. Xiaoyan, I appreciate your efforts regarding this matter. Senior, you overstated. After all, Xiaoqin and I are already betrothed. It is only natural to arrange for them to attend the same academy and foster their interaction. Tuoba Chen sat in the second-to-last seat on the far left of the classroom, gazing melancholically out the window. In contrast, Mingyi Ran beamed as she looked at Tuoba Chen beside her. The classroom was sparsely populated, with only 20 students. As it was an elite class where only those with a soul power of level 7 and above could enroll, resulting in such a limited number of talented individuals. Their desks were arranged in rows, leaving significant gaps in between. The reason Mingyi Ran was sitting next to him was that she had forcefully displaced the small boy who was originally beside Tuoba Chen, merging their desks together to create the current arrangement. At that moment, the other students were surreptitiously observing their indiscreet behavior. Such young ones engaging in flirtation, had they not noticed the bright future of the nation present among them? Nonetheless, no one dared to speak up just the day before. Most of them had already felt the wrath of Mingyi Ran. Moreover, her grandparents were formidable figures, akin to titled Douluo, and though many in attendance were affluent, few could boast such prestigious lineage. It was a stroke of luck that this formidable girl had not turned her attention towards them. Among those present, aside from Tuoba Chen, only Xuebeng and 2 other boys were unafraid of Mingyi Ran. However, despite his youth, Xuebeng had learned the virtue of restraint, understanding that it was best not to provoke a disciple from such a prominent family, and thus he refrained from intervening. Nonetheless, his curiosity led him to observe the unfolding dynamics between the two, feeling the intense gazes of his peers upon him. Tuoba Chen could no longer endure the scrutiny and turned his head to meet Mingyi Ran's eyes. The unexpected eye contact surprised Mingyi Ran, causing a pair of suspicious rosy hues to bloom on her previously pale cheeks. Yet, upon remembering that the person before her was her betrothed, she decided to let Tuoba Chen gaze at her freely, leaning in slightly closer. The surrounding classmates widened their eyes at the scene. Was it about to happen? Was the legendary kiss on the verge of unfolding? Xuebeng, witnessing the proximity of their faces, instinctively covered his eyes with his hands. Peeking through the gaps between his fingers, he shamelessly stole glances at the two, just as the anticipated scene was about to play out. An incongruous voice echoed from the doorway. Ahem, we shall commence the lesson now. Upon hearing this voice, the students shot furious glares at the teacher who had appeared at the entrance, nearly ready to overturn their desks in protest. However, due to their good upbringing, none truly dared to act out. Chapter 13. The class begins. Tuoba Chen and Mingyi Ran hastily averted their gazes. Mingyi Ran could not help but ponder whether he had just attempted to kiss her. How could he be so audacious? That detestable teacher should have arrived a little later. Subsequently, images of their lips meeting flooded her mind, and she felt a glistening droplet of saliva appear at the corner of her mouth, unbeknownst to her. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, wiping it away with a quick motion, then feigning modesty as she turned her head aside, pretending not to notice Tuoba Chen. Tuoba Chen found himself in a state of complex emotions. Initially, he merely intended to warn the other party with a glance, urging her not to stare at him so intently. However, it seemed that Mingyi Ran misinterpreted his intent. The irritating voice from the podium echoed once more. Hello, everyone. I am Qin Ming, the newly appointed teacher at the academy, and I will also be your homeroom teacher. From now on, I will be responsible for arranging most of your courses. Now, let us begin the roll call. Mo Hin, present. Uxian, present. Qin Ming's voice was melodious, naturally endearing him to the students. Nevertheless, Tuoba Chen was indifferent to the charm of Qin Ming's voice. If his memory served him correctly, Qin Ming had emerged from Shrek Academy. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that his teaching methods would align with Shrek's approach. However, given that the Tiando Royal Junior Academy boasted superior resources, should Qin Ming's instructional style be adhered to, it was likely to yield remarkable results. In that moment, Tuoba Chen's gaze towards Qin Ming was filled with fervor. Noticing Tuoba Chen's intense gaze, Mingyi Ran felt a twinge of discontent. He had never looked at her that way. Could it be that he harbored an interest in men? The frightening thought barely flickered in her mind before she swiftly dismissed it. How could that be possible? She recalled the first time she encountered Tuoba Chen. She had gone to the spirit hall to awaken her martial spirit and spotted many others there for the same purpose. Among the crowd, her eyes were immediately drawn to Tuoba Chen, whose exceptional aura captivated her. Perhaps it was his charisma, or perhaps his looks. But Mingyiran felt as though she had fallen into something profound. Though young, she recognized that this feeling was akin to infatuation. Later on, when she learned that she was Tuoba Chen's fiancée, she nearly swooned with excitement, feeling like the happiest person in the world. Now, with Tuoba Chen in the same academy as herself, she vowed not to let this opportunity slip by, determined to secure his affections. Thus, Mingyiran spent the entire morning lost in her reverie, entirely oblivious to the lessons being taught. In contrast, Tuoba Chen was engrossed, finding Qin Ming's teaching straightforward and incisive, effortlessly highlighting the key points and illuminating his understanding of the minor issues he had encountered during his training. This was the first time Tuoba Chen felt that attending the Tiando Royal Junior Academy was truly rewarding, especially with such a commendable teacher. The morning class came to a swift conclusion, and Tuoba Chen was thoroughly satisfied with the session. Qin Ming, too, quietly noted Tuoba Chen's attentiveness. It was clear to him that today, he was the only student fully engaged in the lesson, and teachers tend to favor students who exhibit a passion for learning. After lunch, afternoon classes commenced, typically consisting of practical or physical training sessions. Given that it was the first day of classes, Qin Ming opted for a practical training session to better understand his students. As for the instructor for this session, it was again Qin Ming, not due to the academy's inability to hire additional teachers, but rather because he was a versatile talent. When he was recruited, the academy's higher-ups recognized his multifaceted skills and decided to have him manage an entire class to maximize his potential without involving him in the affairs of other classes. Hence, although he taught all the classes for the first-year students, his overall workload was comparable to that of other teachers, who were responsible for multiple classes. With a higher salary, there was little room for complaints. Qin Ming arrived punctually, pleased to find that all the students were already assembled on the playground. Most of these children hailed from noble families and understood the importance of punctuality. The arrogant elite were a rarity in everyday life. Upon realizing that the practical training instructor was also Qin Ming, Tuoba Chen felt satisfied. Qin Ming scanned the crowd and eventually focused his attention on Tuoba Chen, stating, "Today, we will conduct a practical training session. I would like to assess your abilities. You will have 15 minutes to warm up, after which we will commence the official practical test." Understood. At Qin Ming's command, the group of young students erupted into action, dispersing in every direction to warm up. Tuoba Chen quietly retreated to a corner, gradually adjusting his breathing. His dragon breathing technique required a minute of preparation to enter its full state. While Qin Ming appeared to be surveying the surroundings, his attention never strayed far from Tuoba Chen. Having reviewed the records of all the students the previous day, he was aware that none in the class could rival Tuoba Chen. Upon seeing him for the first time today, he instantly sensed the unique aura that set Tuoba Chen apart. Although the other students were undeniably talented, they remained quite juvenile. Whereas Tuoba Chen stood among them like a tiger cub amidst a pack of wolf cubs, igniting Qin Ming's curiosity. The 15-minute warm-up concluded swiftly, and everyone reconvened. Qin Ming feigned a casual glance at the group and called out, "Tuoba Chen, Mo Hen, step forward. You will engage in the first practical match." Startled to hear his name, Tuoba Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated being called first, as he had hoped to observe the others to gauge their strengths and devise a strategy. But now, he had no choice but to proceed with the match. The crowd parted, forming a large circle around the two combatants to witness their duel. Before the match commenced, Mo Hen introduced himself. Mo Hen, level 11 Assault Type Spirit Master. Martial Spirit, Lion. Please show me your guidance. In response, Tuoba Chen courteously replied, Tuoba Chen, level 12 Assault Type Spirit Master, Martial Spirit, White Armored Earth Dragon. I look forward to your guidance. As the crowd listened to their introductions, expressions shifted dramatically. Although they were gifted, most of them had only awakened their martial spirits a few months prior, with 9 out of 10 yet to surpass level 10, lacking even their own spirit rings. How could they possibly compete with the two before them? Mingyiran was also taken aback by Tuoba Chen's level. They had awakened their martial spirits together, and she was currently only at level 9. How had Tuoba Chen achieved level 12? This sudden disparity caught her off guard. Let us begin. Although Tuoba Chen held a higher level, Mo Hen did not falter in fear. Lion, manifest. With that, Mo Hen transformed into a small lion, a yellow spirit ring appearing around him as he charged towards Tuoba Chen without hesitation. One could only attribute such recklessness to his youth, in the eyes of Tuoba Chen, who possessed the wisdom of an adult. Mo Hen's attack was fraught with flaws. It was time to demonstrate to this young one the cunning of adulthood. He bellowed loudly. White Armored Earth Dragon manifest. Instantly, Tuoba Chen was enveloped in white scales, and a spectral white dragon emerged behind him. He then softly murmured, "Earth Spike." Due to the softness of his voice, the crowd failed to notice when Tuoba Chen executed his skill, as they observed the escalating tension between the two. Anticipation filled the air. Who would emerge victorious in this clash of the giant dragon and the lion? In mid-charge, Mo Hen suddenly stumbled over a protruding spike that had erupted from the ground, falling in a most inelegant manner. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Tuoba Chen lunged forward and delivered a kick to the opponent's chin, sending Mo Hen soaring into the air and rendering him unconscious. The spectators were taken aback by the turn of events, exclaiming in disbelief at what was supposed to be the battle of the century. They had clearly witnessed the emergence of spikes from the ground beneath Mo Hen's feet, a cunning creation of Tuoba Chen. The ferocity of Tuoba Chen's earlier kick lingered in their minds, and they silently vowed to avoid provoking such a treacherous and formidable individual in the future. With Mo Hen incapacitated, Tuoba Chen emerged victorious. Regarding Tuoba Chen's tactics, Qin Ming harbored no feelings of disdain. Rather, he found solace in the presence of such a rogue among this otherwise righteous group of children. It seemed beneficial for them to broaden their horizons and understand that not all battles between soul masters would adhere to noble principles. They would need to adapt to these underhanded methods sooner rather than later. However, this situation made it difficult for him to gauge Tuoba Chen's true strength. His intention for the match between Tuoba Chen and Mo Hen was to assess their capabilities. But the stark imbalance in their powers led to a swift and decisive victory for Tuoba Chen, as he observed Tuoba Chen returning to the sidelines. Embraced by the enthusiastic Mangyuran, Qin Ming made a resolute decision. Tuoba Chen, step forward. Xuebing and Longan, you two will face him this time. Upon hearing his name, Xuebing cast a glance at Tuoba Chen, feeling uncertain about the arrangement. Although Tuoba Chen had indeed defeated Mo Hen with remarkable speed, it was a result of a sneak attack, and he felt uneasy about confronting him alongside Longan. This sentiment was shared by Longan as well. Both were upright children who believed that duels should be fair and devoid of a 2-against-1 scenario. Before they could articulate their concerns, Qin Ming discerned their hesitation. You should both face him together. It is utterly impossible for one of you to defeat Tuoba Chen alone. Two might stand a chance. Qin Ming was not exaggerating. He genuinely believed that in a one-on-one confrontation, no one could best Tuoba Chen, especially given his advantage in soul power and his underhanded fighting style. Hearing Qin Ming's words, the two had no grounds to argue. If their teacher insisted on this arrangement, they would comply. Mingyuran cast a worried glance at Tuoba Chen. She had witnessed Longan's prowess during a previous altercation and now, with the addition of Prince Xuebing, she feared that even Tuoba Chen would find it challenging to overcome both of them. Noticing Mangyuran's concern, Tuoba Chen, not being cold-hearted, felt a sense of warmth. If she truly cared for him, there was no need for him to maintain a distant facade. After all, she was rather endearing. Soon after, the three stood in the arena. Xuebing, Wuhuan, White Swan, level 11 attack-type Soulmaster. Longan, Wuhuan, Ironclad Dragon, level 11 attack-type Soulmaster. Upon hearing their declarations, Tuoba Chen glanced at Qin Ming and discerned his intentions. If they wished to ascertain his strength, he would gladly demonstrate it. Tuoba Chen, Wuhuan, White Armored Earth Dragon. Level 12 attack-type Soulmaster. After announcing his Wuhuan, Tuoba Chen noticed that the two did not immediately attack. Despite agreeing to a 2-on-1 match, they still felt a sense of discomfort, considering it an unworthy victory. Observing the earnestness of Xuebing and Longan, Qin Ming sighed, recognizing that their unwavering integrity might lead to significant setbacks in the future. While Longan seemed somewhat adaptable, Xuebing's extreme straightforwardness as a prince could prove problematic. Perhaps due to the palpable awkwardness among the three, Longan was the first to break the silence, charging at Tuoba Chen. With the example set by Mo Hen, he kept a vigilant eye on the ground, wary of being ensnared by the spikes. Tuoba Chen furrowed his brows. Realizing that the young man could not afford to be distracted during combat, he inhaled deeply, his physique appearing to swell slightly. Had one lifted his garments, the pronounced veins beneath his skin would have been evident. This was the result of the dragon breathing technique, which had augmented his physical attributes, speed, strength, and others, by at least 40%. This was merely a fraction of the potential enhancement he could achieve with complete mastery of the technique, which would be staggering, rivaling that of a martial soul's true form. Longan, with his keen senses, could distinctly perceive the significant shift in Tuoba Chen's aura. Yet he was unable to articulate what felt amiss. Nonetheless, having already committed to the fray, retreating would be a loss of face, compelling him to press forward despite his reservations. First soul skill, Dragon Claw. Longan's inaugural soul skill, derived from a clawed dragon. bolstered his strength and speed by 50%, and, following its deployment, granted a 10% defensive enhancement for a minute, all while consuming minimal energy, a truly remarkable skill. However, his assault, akin to that of Mo Hen's earlier attempts, was riddled with flaws in the face of Tuoba Chen's prowess. Having previously clashed with a clawed dragon around 90 years old in the setting sun forest, he was acutely aware of the dragon's attack patterns. His counter was straightforward. He withdrew his right leg and leaned back, effortlessly evading the incoming strike. Longin's dragon claw left a small crater in the ground. Seizing the moment while his opponent was momentarily rigid from the previous attack, Tuoba Chen abruptly lifted his knee, delivering a forceful blow to Longin's abdomen. The impact sent Longin airborne for 2 seconds, contorting his body into an inverted U shape before crashing to the ground, his eyes glazed over. Expelling the milk he had consumed that morning, his posterior elevated high, rendered unconscious like Mo Hen. Inadvertently struck his stomach. My apologies, he mused. Chapter 15. The avalanche approaches. The avalanche falls. Witnessing Longin's unfortunate plight, Xuebeng's expression turned grave. Tuoba Chen had not employed any tricks this time. He had decisively dealt with Longin through sheer strength. Regret washed over him for not having joined forces with Longin together, while perhaps lacking honor. They could have secured victory without enduring punishment. The image of the two of them collapsed flashed through Xuebeng's mind, prompting him to swallow hard. After all, I am a prince. Wouldn't he treat me the same way, would he? Clinging to this thought, he charged into battle, albeit with a sense of tragic determination. As anticipation mounted among their peers, Xuebeng, being a prince, was expected to wield the illustrious white swan martial soul of the royal family. Renowned as one of the premier martial souls in the realm of soul masters, even when compared to the blue lightning tyrant dragon of the top 3 sects, it was not easily overshadowed. Thus, from their perspective, Xuebeng was the foremost champion of the class, though Tuoba Chen's stellar performance in the preceding bouts left them uncertain of Xuebeng's chances of triumph. Ultimately, in their eyes, this confrontation represented the climactic battle of the first-year class. The victor would be crowned the strongest among them. As they beheld Xuebeng's agile form, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted. Look, Prince Xuebeng has entered the fray. Bang, bang, bang. Prince Xuebeng has fallen. Tuoba Chen would not hesitate to strike Avalanche simply because he was a prince. On the contrary, his blows became even more ferocious. A series of powerful punches nearly brought Avalanche to the brink of death. Of course, his actions were not motivated by any animosity towards the affluent, but rather stemmed from the undeniable fact that Avalanche's strength surpassed that of the other two, reaching a level that warranted Tuoba Chen's serious engagement. Thus, he unleashed a combination of attacks to ensure that Avalanche was rendered completely incapacitated in battle. Qinming observed Tuoba Chen's performance keenly. Now, the 3 most formidable fighters in the class had been swiftly defeated by him. The other children, who had yet to acquire their soul rings, stood even less of a chance against him. Tuoba Chen, you may take a rest now. With that, Qinming made a few notes in his notebook. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen also decided to train alone in a separate area. Subsequently, apart from a few auxiliary soul masters, the remaining individuals engaged in practical combat one by one. All right. Today's practical assessment concludes here. Everyone is dismissed. Understood. With that, the entire group dispersed in a flurry. As Tuoba Chen was about to depart, Qinming unexpectedly called out, Tuoba Chen, please stay for a moment. Taken aback by the sudden summons, Tuoba Chen felt a flicker of confusion. While he believed he had performed commendably today, he and Qinming were not particularly acquainted. Shaking his head vigorously, he pondered, after all, he is the teacher and I am the student. Surely, he must have some matter to discuss with me. With that thought, he approached Qinming. Meanwhile, Meng Yiran cast a glance at the lingering Tuoba Chen. Her expression shifted subtly, and as if resolutely deciding something, she turned and made her way towards the dormitory. Tuoba Chen followed Qinming into his office. Teacher Qin, what can I do for you? Upon settling into his chair, Qinming paused and replied, Tuoba Chen, I am quite pleased with your performance today. Compared to Xueping and the others, you exhibited remarkable composure and decisiveness, and it seems you have put forth considerable effort. To be honest, despite this being my inaugural teaching experience, I doubt I will encounter a student as exceptional as you for quite some time. Is that so, Teacher Qin? What do you wish to convey? As he spoke, Tuoba Chen sensed an inkling of what was to come. His heart began to race, as he felt his suspicions might indeed be true. Qinming smiled upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, noting the boy's vigilance. So, Tuoba Chen, he continued, To ensure your talents are not squandered, while I acknowledge you may already possess a reasonable and scientific training regimen, I earnestly request your consent to devise a tailored cultivation method specifically for you. Upon hearing Qin Ming's proposition, Tuoba Chen thought to himself, as anticipated. May I inquire? Teacher Qin, we have only just met today. Why would you wish to assist me? Why assist you? Qin Ming paused briefly before continuing. Because I cannot bear to see exceptional potential wasted. You possess talent and a willingness to work hard, which compels an educator to lend their support. Furthermore, is there any need for a reason beyond that? Tuoba Chen was momentarily taken aback by Qin Ming's response. Indeed, what reason does a teacher need to aid their students? The very essence of choosing an educational vocation lies in nurturing outstanding scholars. With an understanding of Qin Ming's intentions, Tuoba Chen felt no further conflict and replied, "Thank you, Teacher Qin." Qin Ming smiled in return. "No need for thanks. This is a voluntary endeavor. However, would you first be willing to undergo a test?" "What kind of test?" Tuoba Chen instinctively asked. Qin Ming's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he replied, "You will spar with me." 10 minutes later, Tuoba Chen limped back to his dormitory, not from injury, but rather from sheer exhaustion. Observing Tuoba Chen's retreating figure, Qin Ming slowly noted down his observations in a small notebook. Tuoba Chen, age 6, spirit power level 12, possesses combat awareness far exceeding that of his peers. His fighting style is enigmatic and versatile. His spirit power seems to include armor-piercing capabilities. In terms of strength and speed, he surpasses similar-level spirit masters by approximately 40 to 50%. Having completed his notes, Qin Ming closed his notebook. The information he gleaned today was sufficient, and a vague cultivation method began to take shape in his mind, though it would require several days to refine fully. Meanwhile, at the spirit hall, Bai Dong perused several documents before her. Hu Liena, spirit, fox demon. Innate spirit power level, full, age, 8, level, 19. Xiaoyu, spirit, moonblade, innate spirit power level, 9, age, 9, level, 20. Yen, spirit, flame lord. Innate spirit power level, 9, age, 9, level, 20. Tuoba Chen martial soul, white armored earth dragon innate soul power, level 8 age, 6 level, 12. Upon reviewing these documents, Bibi Dong remarked, Hyena, Shiyue, and Yen are determined to recruit me into the spirit hall. As for this Tuoba Chen, there is no need to seek him out. As for the others, anyone unwilling to join our spirit hall shall be dealt with. Jiyue Guan responded, "Yes, your holiness." With that, Jiyue Guan withdrew. Shortly thereafter, a shadowy figure emerged from the corner of the grand hall. Bibi Dong inquired, "How are matters with the lower 4 sects progressing?" The reply came, "Your holiness, our people have begun contacting members of the lower 4 sects, and interactions have commenced." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong nodded and glanced at Tuoba Chen's file. "The Holy Dragon Sect will eventually become part of my spirit hall. For now, I shall entrust this young lad to your care." Chapter 16. Where is everyone? Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen was hurrying back to his dormitory when he spotted a familiar figure training alone by Swan Lake. However, he merely took a fleeting glance before continuing on his way, as he was famished and desperately in need of beefsteak and chicken breast to replenish his protein levels. Upon returning to his dormitory, he savored the specially prepared dinner by Sangzi on the first floor before retreating to his room. Yet, instead of succumbing to slumber immediately, he retrieved a glowing green herb from his dragon pendant and swallowed it whole. Instantly, he felt rejuvenated, as if he had been bestowed with a second spring, and began practicing the dragon technique. The herb he had consumed was known as awakening grass, which alleviated fatigue without any side effects and even aided in the expulsion of impurities from the body. He possessed dozens of such herbs within his dragon pendant, along with others that fortified health and vitality, gifts from his uncle Mo. Had he not been utterly exhausted today, he might have forgotten about these herbs altogether. However, the time for utilizing them had not yet arrived. Once he successfully broke through the first layer of his transformation technique and began to refine his body, he could then employ these herbs for a medicinal bath. 2 days later, Qin Ming had yet to approach him, leading Tuoba Chen to wonder if the individual was toying with him. Did he expect him to seek apprenticeship like Tang San? The notion of seeking a mentor was rather uncomfortable for him as a modern individual. It felt somewhat awkward. Fortunately, at the conclusion of the afternoon physical training class, the teacher announced, "All right, class, that concludes today's session. You are dismissed." "Goodbye, teacher," the students chorused as they dispersed. Just as Tuoba Chen was about to leave, he suddenly felt a hand grasp his arm. Turning around, he heard Qin Ming say, "Follow me." The two traversed a narrow path, arriving at a desolate rocky cliff. Tuoba Chen glanced around, perplexed by the purpose of his companion's invitation to this location. Qin Ming had no intention of concealing his motives, stating, "Tuoba Chen, starting tomorrow, your afternoon training will take place here. If I am not mistaken, your martial spirit, the white armored earth dragon, is a soul beast of the earth attribute. This is the Academy's most suitable simulated training ground for earth attribute students. Training here will undoubtedly accelerate your progress significantly." Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, a flicker of recollection stirred within Tuoba Chen's mind. It seemed that only elite noble academies possessed such simulated training environments. He was surprised to find one at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. "Yes, thank you, Teacher Qin Ming," he replied. Upon receiving Tuoba Chen's gratitude, Qin Ming smiled. In truth, they were situated within the Tiando Royal Senior Academy. The narrow path they had traversed was merely a corridor connecting the two institutions, a detail he chose not to disclose. Over the past 2 days, he had not only devised a training regimen for Tuoba Chen, but had also specifically requested this training facility from the Academy. Fortunately, the higher-ups of the Academy placed great importance on the development of talent. Upon learning of Tuoba Chen's potential, they approved his request. Subsequently, Qin Ming quietly retrieved from his soul guiding device a vest, a pair of black autumn trousers resembling stockings, several wrist guards, and a sheet of white paper. Tuoba Chen gazed at the heavy garments before him, swallowing hard. Qin Ming remarked, "This vest and these thermal trousers are crafted from specialized materials, each weighing approximately 40 pounds. The wrist and ankle guards each add another 10 pounds. From today onward, apart from cultivating your soul power and resting, you must wear these weights during your training. Additionally, procure the herbs listed here to prepare a medicinal bath after each training session to restore your depleted vitality." Upon concluding his instructions, he handed the items to Tuoba Chen. As Tuoba Chen grasped the items from Qin Ming, his hands felt the immediate weight, and he realized that without the assistance of his dragon breath technique, he would struggle to lift them. Reflecting carefully, he understood that until he mastered sustaining the dragon breath for 10 hours a day, it would be impractical to wear the weights constantly. Unbeknownst to Qin Ming, he was misjudging Tuoba Chen's capabilities based on his own experience with the dragon breath. Tuoba Chen was acutely aware of his physical limits and would not overexert himself. It would take him a month to reach the point where he could wear these items at all times, except during meals and soul power cultivation. He was confident that, in a month, his dragon breath would allow him to endure for 10 hours daily. In Qin Ming's presence, he donned the weighty garments and returned to his quarters. For his formal training was set to commence the following day. He intended to discuss the transformation technique with Qin Ming then. After all, the transformation technique could only be cultivated by white-armored Earth Soul Masters, who typically all mastered it. Thus, he had no fears of Qin Ming harboring ulterior motives. Upon returning to his dormitory, he resumed his practice of the Azure Dragon technique as usual. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Today was a momentous occasion. Meng Yiran had achieved a breakthrough to the 10th level, becoming the 5th Soul Master in their class to do so, and notably, the first female to reach this milestone. Following her breakthrough, designated personnel would escort her to the soul hunting forest of the Tiando Empire to hunt soul beasts. She could also seek assistance from others, but the choice of method was ultimately hers alone. Over the past month, Tuoba Chen's relationship with Meng Yiran had grown significantly closer, nearly to the point of unspoken affection. The more he interacted with her, the more charming he found her. And he no longer perceived the notion of her being his fiancée as a burden. Of course, Meng Yiran was not the only one who had made progress. His own advancements were also notable. In this month, his soul power had risen from level 12 to level 13, and he could now maintain the dragon breath technique for 12 hours. Today was a weekend, a rare day for him to refrain from training. It was not due to a desire for idleness. Rather, Qin Ming had noticed his relentless dedication and insisted he take a break to enjoy some leisure time. As he wandered through the bustling marketplace, he found himself momentarily at a loss for where to go, his thoughts still consumed by training. Ultimately, he settled for strolling while maintaining his dragon breath state. Suddenly, a collision occurred. "Watch where you're going," exclaimed the other party. "My apologies, Your Highness Shuepeng." "No worries." It was unintentional. After exchanging a few words with Longan, Shuepeng turned back to the market. "Where did everyone go? I just saw him shopping." Confused, Shuepeng asked Longan, "Have you seen Tuoba Chen?" Longan shook his head, equally perplexed. "It's strange. He was right in front of us just a moment ago. Are you looking for me? A voice called from behind, startling both of them. Turning around, Xueping saw Tuoba Chen and quickly replied, No. I merely came out to enjoy the pleasant weather. Tuoba Chen harbored no belief in their explanations. From the moment he exited his dormitory, these two individuals began to trail him. Initially, he assumed it was mere coincidence, yet after visiting several locations, their persistent presence behind him confirmed his suspicion. They were indeed following him. Snow Avalanche Prince, speak plainly. Why are you shadowing me? Confronted by Tuoba Chen's inquiry, Snow Avalanche felt a surge of anxiety. He could not forget the set of devastating moves Tuoba Chen had unleashed upon him a month prior, leaving him unconscious for 4 hours, with lingering pain in the aftermath. He was genuinely intimidated by the figure before him. Nevertheless, mindful of Tuoba Chen's formidable prowess, Snow Avalanche resolved to attempt communication. Tuoba Chen, would you consider being my friend? Friend? Certainly. Upon hearing this response, Snow Avalanche was taken aback, unable to fathom how effortlessly Tuoba Chen had agreed. He had anticipated that someone of such strength would be aloof, requiring multiple pleas before acquiescing to friendship. The suddenness of this happiness left him somewhat bewildered, akin to an underachieving student who unexpectedly befriends a distinguished scholar. Although Snow Avalanche was not an underachiever, the sensation was strikingly similar. Thank you. Since you have chosen to be my friend, allow me to present you with a gift. With that, Snow Avalanche reached for his soul-guiding device, intending to retrieve something. However, Tuoba Chen hastily interjected, perplexed by Snow Avalanche's demeanor. After all, he was a prince. Why approach friendship with such humility? There's no need for that. If you genuinely wish to be my friend, let us forego these formalities. His words were straightforward. Engaging with overly polite individuals could prove exhausting, and he preferred the simplicity of genuine companionship over pretense. The maneuver executed by Tuoba Chen left Avalanche utterly perplexed. Observing the flustered Avalanche, he let out a sigh, attributing the chaos to the misdeeds wrought by Qian Renxue. It is likely that Xue Qinghe has already met his demise. Otherwise, given the circumstances surrounding the imperial family of the Heavenly Fighting Empire, Avalanche's behavior would not be so inexplicably erratic. Tuoba Chen, very well, since we are now friends, allow me to treat you to a meal. After all, he is rather at a loss as to what to do, and dining with the two of them seems quite agreeable. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Xuepeng quickly nodded in agreement, saying, Certainly. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen led the two to a tavern that exuded an air of elegance. Of course, he did not order any wine, opting instead for several meat dishes and 2 plates of beef. Xuepeng and Long followed suit, saying nothing in protest. Before the dishes arrived, Tuoba Chen began to feel a bit bored. Suddenly, he inquired, Prince Xuepeng, what prompted you to seek friendship with me? Oh, it's nothing. I simply find you quite impressive, Xuepeng replied shyly, revealing his discomfort in engaging with unfamiliar individuals. While Tuoba Chen understood that Xuepeng's motives were likely influenced by switching his actions to consolidate power, he felt no sense of discontent. After all, it was indeed time for Xuepeng to establish some influence of his own. Soon enough, the dishes were served. After swiftly devouring the 2 plates of beef and sharing a few casual remarks with them, Tuoba Chen took his leave. Having been away for a considerable time, he doubted Qin Ming would reprimand him upon his return. As Xuepeng watched Tuoba Chen's departing figure, he felt a sense of relief. Grateful that Tuoba Chen was not an unapproachable person, Longan suggested, Your Highness Xuepeng, shall we return? Yes, came the reply. On the way back, Tuoba Chen happened to pass by a herbal shop and suddenly recalled that Qin Ming had provided him with a list for a medicinal bath, which he had yet to utilize. This Songlong Zhuang contained several mid to high-grade herbs, while the list from Qin Ming primarily consisted of low-grade herbs, and he lacked several necessary ingredients to prepare the medicinal bath. With this thought in mind, he entered the shop. As he stepped inside, a shopkeeper approached him, asking, Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? Recognizing that Tuoba Chen was clad in the uniform of the Tiando Royal Academy, the shopkeeper treated him with due respect, knowing that even young students from the Royal Academy were unlikely to be lacking in wealth. Presenting the list, Tuoba Chen inquired, how much would it cost to procure one of each herb on this list? After glancing at the items, the shopkeeper replied, Esteemed guest, these are low-grade herbs and are quite affordable. You can acquire a full set for merely 4 gold spirit coins. He refrained from inflating the price due to Tuoba Chen's status as a soul master, adhering to the regulations of their guild, which mandated fair pricing to avoid expulsion for dishonesty. Acknowledging the price, Tuoba Chen nodded, estimating it to be reasonable. I shall take 50 sets of these herbs. To be delivered to Room 9, Apartment 2, Tiendo Royal Academy. Upon finishing his request, he produced a violet card to settle the payment. The shopkeeper eagerly agreed. Certainly. Please hold on a moment. 50 sets of herbs amounted to 200 gold spirit coins, resulting in a substantial 10-coin commission for the shopkeeper. After processing the payment, the shopkeeper handed Tuoba Chen a white token, stating, "Sir, this is our 7 Treasures Merchant Guild's token. Any customer who spends over 100 gold coins at our guild receives this primary membership token." 7 Treasures Merchant Guild? Is it associated with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? Tuoba Chen inquired. Indeed, sir. Your expenditure of 200 gold spirit coins has been recorded, and you are now a primary member, entitled to a 5% discount on purchases. Upon reaching 1,000 gold spirit coins and spending, you may exchange it for a mid-level membership token, granting you a 10% discount on future purchases. Amused by the shopkeeper's words, Tuoba Chen smiled, sensing the underlying marketing strategy. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School was indeed astute in cultivating consumer loyalty, proving itself as one of the wealthiest sects in the Douluo continent. Reflecting on his own Sacred Dragon Merchant Guild, he could not help but compare. Despite the formidable white armor Earth Dragon Martial Soul, it seemed insufficient for successful commerce, unlike the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, which had expertise in appraising treasures. While his own sect's martial prowess was commendable, it seemed ill-suited for the intricacies of trade. If he were to become the sect leader, he would certainly consider establishing a mercenary guild, which might prove even more lucrative. Suddenly, lost in thought, Tuoba Chen collided with someone. As he stumbled back to his feet, he was taken aback to see a young man on the ground before him. He quickly reached out to assist him, saying, "My sincerest apologies. Are you all right?" The young man appeared slightly dazed, likely due to the impact, considering the weight he bore. Chapter 18. The first encounter with Yu Tianheng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He had been deep in thought when he suddenly felt a heavy object collide with his abdomen. Caught off guard, he fell to the ground, his head striking a nearby stone. Fortunately, as he was already a great soul master, his defenses were reasonably robust, and aside from feeling a bit lightheaded, he was largely unharmed. After a brief moment, noticing the anxious expression of the younger boy before him, Yu Tianheng bore no ill will and gently patted Tuoba Chen on the head, saying, "It's all right, little brother. Just be more careful when walking next time." The unexpected gesture took Tuoba Chen by surprise. Truth be told, having a child barely in his teens pat him on the head left him with mixed feelings. Realizing the boy was also wearing the uniform of the Tiendo Royal Academy, Tuoba Chen asked, "Are you also a student of the Tiendo Royal Academy?" At this, Yu Tianheng nodded, having noticed Tuoba Chen's attire as well. "Senior, perhaps I should escort you back to school. I saw you hit your head just now." His concern stemmed from the fact that Tuoba Chen had indeed made solid contact with the stone, and had it not been for his distraction, the incident would not have occurred. After some conversation, Yu Tianheng found himself unable to resist Tuoba Chen's insistence. Thus, he accompanied him to the academy's infirmary. Once the school doctor confirmed that Tuoba Chen was unharmed, Yu Tianheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen introduced himself. "Senior, I am Tuoba Chen, a student from Class 1. If anything arises in the future, feel free to seek me out." He proceeded to share an array of contact information, eager to ensure that Yu Tianheng could reach him. He was simply a normal person, unable to dismiss the gravity of causing harm to others. During his previous encounter with Xueping and Longan, he had held back, understanding that they were all classmates and there was no need to harbor enmity. Yu Tianheng chuckled at Tuoba Chen's earnestness. It was his first time encountering such an amusing junior, who resembled a caring older sibling. He replied, "Very well, Tuoba Chen. I am Yu Tianheng, a student from Class 5. Should you ever encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I hold the title of the Academy's top student, after all." Surprised by the revelation, Tuoba Chen couldn't believe his luck. In his rare outing, he had collided with none other than Yu Tianheng. "It seems I have quite the affinity with these supporting characters. Very well, brother Yu Tianheng, I shall remember that. If there is nothing further, I will take my leave now." Goodbye, junior." After Tuoba Chen departed, the school physician remarked to Yu Tianheng, "It seems you have quite an affinity for this junior." Yu Tianheng cast a glance at the physician and replied, "Tuoba Chen. The prodigious talent ranked first among this cohort at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy obliterated the competition during his very first class, surpassing 3 peers, including even the Avalanche Prince. His dedication to training is commendable, earning him the admiration of the illustrious teacher Qin Ming within the academy. I believe it is essential to befriend him." "Oh, so you intentionally collided with him then?" the school physician quipped. Yu Tianheng rubbed the small bump on the back of his head and said, "That was an accident. Please apply some medication. It is quite painful." Yes, young master. I shall attend to it immediately." Tuoba Chen was unaware of the dialogue between the two individuals. Upon returning, he commenced his cultivation. After half a day without practice, he felt an unsettling sensation throughout his body. It was still midday, and he had ample time to cultivate for the afternoon, with approximately half an hour remaining before dinner. Tuoba Chen ceased his training and lay on the ground to stretch. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. "Is Mr. Tuoba Chen present? I am from the Seven Treasures Commercial Guild. The medicinal herbs you ordered have arrived. Please step out to sign for them." Upon hearing the voice outside, Tuoba Chen hastily approached the door and opened it, revealing a somewhat frail-looking man standing before him. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen, the man crouched and said, "Sir, please inspect the goods. If everything is in order, kindly provide your signature." "Very well." After counting the items, he confirmed there were indeed 50 portions, and the types of herbs matched his order. Once he signed, the man carried the herbs into the room. He preferred not to showcase the effects of the Azure Dragon pendant in front of outsiders, thus opting for the slight inconvenience of having the items delivered instead. After all, his current strength was still lacking, and it was prudent to avoid exposing the pendant's capabilities. After dining, Tuoba Chen rested for a moment and did not practice his soul power. Instead, he engaged in a rigorous set of push-ups and various high-intensity workouts until he was utterly exhausted. Only then did he cease his training and immerse himself in the pre-prepared medicinal bath. Having procured the items, he felt compelled to test their efficacy. Before entering, he applied a paste made from a herb called cold grass all over his body. This was a precautionary measure advised by Qin Ming. Without this protective layer, the scalding hot medicinal water could potentially burn his skin, so it was wise to be cautious. After applying the paste, Tuoba Chen appeared a vivid green, and a chilling sensation enveloped his lower body, causing goosebumps to rise. He hastily entered the medicinal bath, where the coldness gradually dissipated, replaced by a warm, tingling sensation. The bath quickly took effect, beginning to mend the injuries sustained during the day. Due to the overwhelming comfort, Tuoba Chen succumbed to slumber. At the break of dawn the following day, before the sun had risen, Tuoba Chen awakened. He surveyed the surrounding potions, which had transformed from their original deep green hue to a clear liquid, indicating that he had completely absorbed the medicinal properties. He felt invigorated and full of energy. After refreshing himself and washing away the remnants of the previous day, he performed a set of calisthenics before heading to breakfast. The calisthenics were a routine he had maintained since his past life, specifically the 9th set. The reasons for this practice were rooted in habits he had long upheld. Moreover, calisthenics offered numerous benefits, such as allowing the brain to rest while relaxing the muscles, enhancing cardiovascular function, promoting blood circulation, boosting metabolism, and alleviating fatigue. In his previous job, he had not engaged in any fitness regimen, relying solely on calisthenics to remain spirited each day. 2 days later, Tuoba Chen awaited someone at the academy's entrance. Today marked Meng Yiran's return, and their relationship had blossomed, prompting him to greet her. Soon, he spotted Meng Yiran and 2 familiar figures approaching Long Gong and Shi Pa, who had accompanied her back. From a distance, Meng Yiran spotted Tuoba Chen waiting and hurriedly ran over, leaping into his arms, leaving him momentarily dazed. "Did you miss me these past 2 days?" she playfully inquired. "Of course I did, but please let go. Our esteemed seniors are nearby." Tuoba Chen replied, wriggling free. Upon hearing this, Meng Yiran released him, gazing at him with a sweet smile. Long Gong observed this exchange with an amused shake of his head. Realizing that the cherished cabbage from his home had finally been embraced by a pig, nevertheless, he was pleased. For he had gathered from Meng Yiran about Tuoba Chen's current strength and was quite satisfied with this son-in-law. "Little Chen, I see you are studying here as well." "What a coincidence," Long Gong remarked. "Greetings, Senior Long Gong and Senior Shipa. Indeed, what a fortunate coincidence. I never imagined Iran would also be attending school here. Fortunate? I have every reason to suspect that you and comrade Tuoba Yin conspired to discover my school and sent Meng Yiran here." He jested. "Haha. It is delightful to see you, Little Chen. Your father would surely be overjoyed to learn that you are at the same school. By the way, during the summer break, remember to visit my family with Iran. I have something to give you." Though Tuoba Chen was unaware of what Long Gong intended to bestow upon him, he nonetheless replied, "Certainly, Senior Long Gong." After bidding farewell to Long Gong and Shi Pa, Tuoba Chen returned to his tranquil routine. As spring gave way to autumn, a semester had swiftly passed. Qin Ming, with a beaming smile, addressed the students below. All right, class, this is the final lesson of the semester. Tomorrow marks the beginning of final examinations, and upon passing, you shall enjoy your break. At that moment, a student interjected, Teacher, what happens if we fail the exam? Yusin, that is an excellent question. However, it is best for everyone to succeed, Qin Ming replied reassuringly. But, teacher, what will happen if we do not pass? Yusin pressed. Everyone will pass. Qin Ming continued, still smiling. Teacher, but... Before Yusin could finish, Qin Ming interjected, You will pass. His eyes narrowed, and his tone shifted to a disconcerting calmness that sent a chill through the room. Yusin swallowed nervously. We will definitely pass, teacher. With Yusin's words, the shadow that had clouded Qin Ming's expression dissipated, and he cheerfully announced, Very well, class dismissed. Once Qin Ming departed, Shui Bong, visibly shaken, turned to Tuoba Chen and exclaimed, Brother Chen, if we fail, we might die. Tuoba Chen nodded slightly, fully aware of the expression Qin Ming had just displayed. He recalled an occasion when he was utterly exhausted and failed to complete a task assigned by Qin Ming. That day, Qin Ming had worn the same expression. And the next day, Tuoba Chen nearly met his demise at Qin Ming's hands. Having experienced this firsthand, Tuoba Chen understood the terror of Qin Ming, which made him more attentive to this upcoming examination than anyone else. At the end of class, Tuoba Chen was once again detained by Qin Ming. Xiao Chen, only if you rank within the top 3 this time will it be considered a pass here. Do you understand? Although Qin Ming delivered this remark with a smile, Tuoba Chen felt as if he were being eyed by a venomous snake. Aware that resistance would be futile, he replied, I understand, teacher Qin Ming. Very well. You may return to rest. There will be an examination tomorrow. Yes, goodbye, teacher. Upon returning to his dormitory, Tuoba Chen resumed his usual vigorous training, followed by refining his soul power during a medicinal bath. Throughout the semester, his progress with the dragon transformation technique had not been as smooth as he had hoped. He still could not maintain the dragon breathing state for a full 24 hours. There was always 1 hour in which he could not enter this state, and he was uncertain why. Fortunately, summer vacation was approaching, allowing him to consult his father about this matter. Aside from the dragon transformation technique, his progress in other areas was satisfactory. He could now practice the Zonglong Gong for 2 hours continuously, and his soul power had successfully risen to level 15. He could now unleash 3 earth spikes at once, and their potency had increased to a certain extent. His soul power was now sufficient to support using earth spikes 8 times during combat. For some unknown reason, he could distinctly feel that his soul power exceeded that of his peers by a considerable margin, approximately 50. However, this also meant that he required 50 more soul power to level up compared to others. This was an observation he had made unintentionally, and he was certain it was not an issue with the Zonglong Gong or the dragon transformation technique, but rather related to his martial soul. This summer, he was determined to clarify these issues. The following day, early in the morning, all first-year students gathered in the square of the Tiando Royal Academy. On the podium, alongside the teachers from various classes and the principal, stood a strikingly handsome young man. Upon his appearance, the student beside him, Shui Bong, began to tremble uncontrollably. In an instant, Tuoba Chen deduced the identity of this individual, Shui Qinghe. To be precise, it was Qian Ringshu disguised as Shui Qinghe. He then patted Shui Bong on the back, saying, Don't be nervous, it's nothing. It's just the final exam, which occurs every semester. Upon receiving Tuoba Chen's reassurance, Shui Bong glanced at him, his expression gradually relaxing as he nodded in response. I understand, Brother Chen. Although Tuoba Chen did not explicitly reveal that Shui Bong was afraid of Shui Qinghe, the latter felt considerably better. Despite the fact that Tuoba Chen was only a few days older, being by his side always instilled a sense of security, reminiscent of the comfort he felt with the former Shui Qinghe, a sensation he cherished. Meanwhile, the principal on the podium began to speak. Students, our school's final examination will take the form of a hunting competition. Do you see the forest behind you? After a brief pause, the crowd seized the opportunity to glance behind them and spotted the forest the principal referred to. Once everyone had taken a good look, he continued, In this hunting competition, your targets will be your fellow classmates. There are a total of 8 classes in the first year. We will commence with Class 8, entering 1 class at a time. Each of you will have 3 lives upon entering the forest. The hunting competition will be conducted in a point-based format. For every life you take from another, you will earn 1 point, determined by incapacitating your opponent or forcing them to concede. Take note, you must not cause fatal or debilitating injuries. Teachers will monitor your actions from the air, tallying your points and ensuring there are no intentional acts of harm. Each time a life is lost, you will not lose a second life within the hour that follows. Additionally, aside from fleeing, all other actions are prohibited. Those who exhaust their 3 lives will be eliminated. The individual who eliminates the last life of another will receive half of that person's points. Ultimately, only those who rank in the top half based on points will pass this final assessment. Those who do not pass will be required to make up a month of classes during the summer, while those who do pass can return home to rest, with the top 10 receiving special rewards. The duration of the examination is 3 days, and you must find ways to procure food during this time, as bringing food from outside is forbidden. That concludes the rules. I hereby declare the hunting competition to commence. Upon hearing the principal's rules, the students of classes 5 through 8 wore expressions of despair. They were the weakest in the academy, with innate soul powers typically below 5. And not a single one among them had broken through to level 10 in just one semester. It was evident that half of those eliminated would likely come from their ranks. With a heavy heart, the 50 students from Class 8 were the first to enter the forest. Class 8 possessed the poorest talents, with their innate soul powers being either 2 or 1. Their tuition fees were the highest upon enrollment, relegating them to the lowest class, where they had to reside in 8-person dormitories and endured the worst treatment. The Tiando Royal Academy was indeed a remarkably pragmatic place, where talent and strength represented nearly everything. It resembled a brutal ecosystem where the fittest survived, and the weak faced the fate of elimination. Each year, many students from the academy's underperforming classes chose to withdraw due to the intolerable conditions. Nonetheless, there were always those who believed that the Tiando Royal Academy was the best institution in the entire Tiando Empire, thinking that admission would guarantee a prosperous future. Unaware that they were pushing their children into an abyss, Tuoba Chen gazed at the students of Class 8, letting out a sigh of relief that he was not among them. While such a thought might be deemed selfish, he had no intention of offering them assistance. Perhaps it would be better for them to realize the harsh realities of the Tiando Academy sooner and voluntarily withdraw. As Class 8 entered the forest, students from other classes fixed their eyes on them, aware that they were the most easily obtainable prey, a gift, particularly for those from Class 7, who could only bully Class 8. With each class entering, it finally came time for Tuoba Chen's class. Just as they were about to venture into the forest for their hunt, Qin Ming called out to everyone, reminding them that only those in the top 60 would be considered passing. He assured them that he would take good care of them during remedial classes. After saying this, Qin Ming smiled brightly at them. Upon hearing his words, the members of Class 1 felt as if struck by lightning, and the 15 battle spirit masters swiftly charged into the forest. The reason for the 15 was that 5 were support-type spirit masters, who had a different assessment to contend with. Once in the forest, Tuoba Chen felt no urgency. He would inevitably encounter others. He had seen students from other classes before and could confidently assert that among the first-year spirit masters, none were his match. However, considering the potential for alliances, he remained cautious during his progress. After all, with so many martial spirits present, if he happened upon one that countered his own and was caught off guard, it could lead to disastrous consequences. He certainly did not wish to endure Qin Ming's devilish punishment again. Not long after entering the forest, he reached his anticipated destination, the forest of the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, where the national tree of the Tiando Empire, the Tiando tree, grew. This tree was approximately 3 times taller than an average tree. While observing the forest, he noticed that quite a number of Tiando trees flourished within. The one before him was the closest, and without hesitation, he began to climb it. To gather information on others, he decided to seize the high ground. This Tiando tree stood about 50 meters tall, and within 10 minutes, Tuoba Chen reached its summit. Climbing trees, he realized, was quite exhausting, especially since this tree was so thick that he could not wrap his arms around it, relying solely on his strength to ascend. Fortunately, he gained valuable information in return. He first surveyed the terrain of the entire forest, as he would be staying there for 3 days. The more comprehensive the information, the better. After a thorough observation, Tuoba Chen quickly grasped the layout of the forest. It was circular, with a vast lake at its center. Additionally, it seemed that the Tiando trees were evenly spaced apart. Next, he examined the current distribution of personnel. Since the separation had not been long and the first-year students were all merely 6 years old, they were not far apart. Soon, Tuoba Chen pinpointed the southeastern direction, where the majority of the individuals congregated. Upon identifying his prey, he immediately commenced his hunting endeavor, sliding down from the Tiando tree to leap onto the trunk of an ordinary tree, then onto another. advancing swiftly like an agile monkey. Ordinarily, with his martial spirit, such agility would be unattainable, but during his training in the Songlong technique, his spirit power was imbued with effects such as armor-piercing, acceleration, and light-footedness. By concentrating a small amount of spirit power beneath his feet, he achieved his current level of agility. "Eyeing, do you think we can pass this assessment?" one of them asked. "Don't worry, we are the elite of Class 2. With our combined efforts, aside from that handful of devils in Class 1. Who else could possibly be our match?" replied Eyeing confidently. Just then, the boy named Eyeing sensed something watching him. Instinctively looking up, he immediately spotted Tuoba Chen above him, causing him to retreat in fright. "Hello, I just heard someone call me a devil." Tuoba Chen. "What do you want?" "I must tell you, there are two of us, and we both possess spirit abilities. You might not be able to defeat us," he stammered. His tone lacking conviction, for he had witnessed Tuoba Chen's prowess before and understood the disparity in their strengths. He was merely trying to bolster his courage. However, the other boy accompanying him remained remarkably calm and quickly declared, "Martial spirit, manifestation. First spirit ability, prison." As he spoke, a ribbon appeared in his hand, swiftly extending towards Tuoba Chen as if it possessed a will of its own. Surprised by the control-type spirit master's action, Tuoba Chen understood that control-type spirit masters were the nemesis of assault-type spirit masters. However, unfortunately for them, the opponent they faced today was him. Martial spirit, manifestation. First spirit ability, Earth Spike. Before the ribbon could touch him, Tuoba Chen's Earth Spike struck first. Being mindful not to inflict lasting harm due to the exam's constraints, he intentionally rounded the spikes to avoid causing any serious injuries. Nevertheless, even with this caution, his formidable attack power was beyond what a mere level 10 control-type spirit master could withstand. As the Earth Column impacted the control-type spirit master's abdomen, he immediately fell to his knees, clutching his stomach, cold sweat pouring from his forehead as if he had endured immense pain. He looked up at Tuoba Chen, realizing this was the might of the strongest in Class 1. Subsequently, he collapsed, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. After dispatching one opponent, Tuoba Chen turned his attention to the boy named Eyeing. Wait, I concede," Eyeing exclaimed, hastily raising the white flag of surrender provided by the academy. In the air, the supervising teacher monitoring the area immediately awarded Tuoba Chen 2 points while deducting a life from each of the two boys. Having dealt with both adversaries, Tuoba Chen had no intention of pursuing further trouble. He promptly began searching for his next target. After all, with his hunting speed, he could likely earn more than 2 points within the hour. For students from other classes, encountering him generally meant they would be easily dispatched without him needing to use his spirit abilities. Of course, this only applied when the opposing number did not exceed 5. If they were too many, things could become complicated. Although Qin Ming had set his target as the top 3, Tuoba Chen would not settle for anything less than first place, as he aspired to be the leading student of the first year. However, achieving this goal posed a significant challenge due to the forest's vastness. If some students were hiding in a corner, it would be difficult to locate them, necessitating a different approach. It was impractical for him to climb the tiando tree each time to find his targets. Such a method was too slow, and others would also be on the move, making him likely to miss them and waste precious time. Recalling the principal's remarks earlier that day, an idea suddenly struck Tuoba Chen. He looked up and quickly spotted the teachers moving above the forest. Uncertain as to the reason, the celestial instructors soared not very high in the sky, allowing Tuoba Chen to catch a glimpse of their faces. In that instant, a realization dawned upon him, and he understood what he needed to do. In the afternoon, a student from Class 4 was sprinting desperately through the forest, as if a terrifying entity were in pursuit. However, his flight was destined to be futile. Suddenly, a colossal earthen pillar erupted before him, colliding with his abdomen. The abruptness of the attack left him momentarily stunned, propelling him backward. Though the force was formidable, it appeared that the wielder of the pillar harbored no intent to harm him. Upon being flung away, he sustained no substantial injury. As he turned over, he noticed a pair of legs appearing before him, and in that moment, he understood. Silently, he retrieved a white flag from his pocket. Upon seeing the white flag, the legs before him pivoted and departed. Watching the figure recede, he sighed. It was only the first day, yet he had already exhausted his 3 lives. He would undoubtedly have to attend summer classes at school. The instructor monitoring this area observed Tuoba Chen's actions with a hint of perplexity. Although he recognized Tuoba Chen's formidable strength, the efficiency displayed was rather exaggerated. In merely half a day, he had amassed over 20 points. It was as though he possessed knowledge of everyone's whereabouts, as he consistently advanced toward locations where others were present. Moreover, his stamina seemed almost boundless. Did he truly not require rest? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Tuoba Chen suddenly glanced up at him. Upon their eyes meeting, the instructor experienced a moment of realization. Could this little rascal be utilizing him to locate the positions of others? Indeed, given the vast area he was responsible for, he frequently observed different students, and in order to record their movements, he had to change his direction to follow them. To confirm his suspicion, he swiftly moved toward another student's direction, and, as anticipated, Tuoba Chen, who had been stationary, immediately shifted toward the direction he was heading. In disbelief, the instructor thought, "This little fellow is indeed leveraging me to find others. No, I cannot allow him to exploit this. I must halt my movements." As he suddenly stopped, Tuoba Chen on the ground hesitated for a moment. Did he discover my intentions? There was no choice. If he wouldn't assist me, I would have to seek help elsewhere. With that thought, he promptly made his way toward another instructor, having anticipated the possibility of this scenario. After all, he was not the only proctor present. He could always switch to another, as he had not violated any game rules. As time passed, the sun gradually descended in the west, and nightfall approached. Aware of this, Tuoba Chen began searching for a hiding place. Engaging in combat at night posed significant disadvantages for him. He had already expended considerable energy during the day, and even he required rest to replenish his strength. During his recent hunt, he had fortuitously passed by the central lake of the forest, where some fish soul beasts could serve as sustenance to regain his lost energy. Meanwhile, Mangi Ran, Mo Hen, and others gazed at the setting sun, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The sun had finally descended. They had awaited this moment. The dragon had succumbed to slumber, and the night belonged to them. As the last rays of light faded from the horizon, darkness enveloped the land. Mo Hen, who had been meditating atop a large tree, suddenly opened his eyes, surveying the pitch-black surroundings. A cold smile crept upon his lips. His martial spirit, the lion, was a feline, possessing night vision that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of daylight. Once night fell, aside from Tuoba Chen, even Avalanche would not be his match. Night had arrived. The dragon lay dormant, and the lion awakened. This night was destined to be sleepless. Suddenly, while roasting fish by the lakeside, Tuoba Chen heard a distant scream. Startled, he accidentally dropped his fish into the fire. Hastily, he salvaged his meal from the flames. Upon inspecting his fish, he grimaced. It was charred beyond recognition. Great, can't anyone cook properly? Can't they keep it down? He grumbled. After venting his frustration, Tuoba Chen resumed his seat, retrieving another sturgeon he had caught, and began roasting it slowly. Although others were in motion, he remained unperturbed. Ultimately, all those points would be his. He would let them do the labor for him. After dinner, he constructed a small earthen shelter using earth spikes and took a brief rest inside. The following day, as dawn broke and sunlight streamed into the peculiar earthen dwelling, Tuoba Chen promptly rose. To be frank, he had not slept well the previous night. The incessant screams had kept him awake. These individuals, truly, could they not learn to be a bit more discreet? The commotion was unbearable and had robbed him of his much-needed sleep. Just as Tuoba Chen mulled over this, a familiar voice echoed from above. "Attention, students. Can you hear me? I am here to announce the results of yesterday's hunting battle. A total of 213 participants took part in this hunt. Following yesterday's fierce competition, 59 have been eliminated, leaving 154 remaining. Now, I will report the points of the top 10 participants. First place, Tuoba Chen, with 59 points. Second place, Mo Hen, with 41 points. Third place, Avalanche, with 39 points. Fourth place, Mangi Ran, with 35 points. Upon hearing the principal's announcement, Tuoba Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated his score to reach an impressive 59 points. It appeared that among those eliminated, many already possessed points, which was advantageous as it allowed him to strategize accordingly, instilling a sense of reassurance within him. Mo Hen, upon hearing the announcement, found it hard to believe. Tuoba Chen's prowess was indeed formidable, yet he had heard that the white armored earth dragon was not a spirit adept in speed. The hunting efficiency should indeed be rather low. Could it be that among the hunters on the opposing team, there are many individuals who already possessed points from the outset, and ultimately found themselves on their last life, only to be encountered by him? After much contemplation, Mo Hen concluded that this was the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, with Tuoba Chen's white armored earth dragon, it would be nearly impossible for him to achieve such a high score. According to his plans, He should have caught up to, and perhaps even surpassed Tuoba Chen last night. It was truly unexpected to find himself trailing by 18 points. Upon realizing this, Mo Hen did not succumb to despair. There were still 2 days remaining, ample time for him to overtake his rival. He reflected on how he had been consistently overshadowed by Tuoba Chen throughout the semester, which made him clench his fists in determination, not for the sake of Tuoba Chen, but for his own pride. Mo Hen was an exceptionally competitive individual. He could not bear the thought of such a significant disparity between himself and others. Despite his relentless training this semester, which was no less than that of Tuoba Chen, he had managed to elevate his soul power level even higher than that of Prince Xueping, reaching the same 15th level as Tuoba Chen. Yet, despite this achievement, he had never once triumphed over Tuoba Chen in practical combat classes. He felt a deep sense of frustration. This hunting competition presented a splendid opportunity. Although his lion spirit could not directly compete with the white-armored earth dragon, hunting was undeniably his forte. Meanwhile, the reactions of the others upon hearing the principal's announcement regarding soul power were quite similar. As for the students from other classes, they listened to the principal's broadcast with expressions of despair. Without exception, the top 10 were all from Class 1, with even the lowest scorer achieving 20 points. The vast disparity in strength instilled a profound sense of crisis among the students of other classes, prompting many to begin forming teams to counter the formidable Class 1. Tuoba Chen employed the same strategy as yesterday, closely following the teacher. After all, for this final examination, nearly all of the flying teachers from the entire school had been dispatched. As for the teacher he tracked yesterday, it remains a mystery why they did not inform their colleagues of his actions. The principal, glancing at the list of points rankings in his hand, remarked, "Xiaoqin, your class is performing exceptionally well. Although Class 1 from previous years has always been formidable, there has never been a class that managed to place all its students in the top 20 on the very first day. Principal, you flatter us. This is the result of the students' hard work, and I cannot take any credit for it," Qin Ming replied modestly. "Haha, there is no need for such humility, Teacher Qin. If Class 1 manages to maintain the presence of more than 10 students in the top 20 by the end of the rankings, I can promise you a reasonable reward." Qin Ming, who had initially lacked enthusiasm, brightened at these words and asked, "Principal, really?" "Indeed, Teacher Qin. With 2 days remaining, consider what rewards you might desire." "Understood." Tuoba Chen surveyed the group of individuals surrounding him, a sense of surprise washing over him. Was he caught in an ambush? Moments ago, he had accompanied his instructor in search of prey, and this time, they had indeed located it. However, the target group was somewhat formidable, comprising 11 members, predominantly from classes 3 and 4. The individuals before him were acutely aware of their own limitations, fully cognizant that their chances of succeeding in the imminent final examination were slim. Thus, upon entering the forest, they instinctively opted for collaboration. Only through unity could they hope to pass this test. To be candid, this was his inaugural experience facing such a multitude simultaneously, and uncertainty crept into his mind regarding the possibility of victory. He was not alone in his apprehension. The 11 individuals across from him shared the same trepidation. The average strength of those from Class 3 was merely at level 8, while Class 4 averaged even lower, at level 7. In essence, none among them possessed a soul ring at that moment. Tuoba Chen is renowned within the academy as a fervent cultivator. They had already heard of his formidable achievements approximately 2 days after the commencement of the term. The Avalanche Prince, who ranks just 1 level below him, was unable to withstand even a single strike from Tuoba Chen. For those of them who lacked even a soul ring, it was likely that a single blow would be their demise. Thus, despite their overwhelming numerical advantage, an air of uncertainty lingered in their hearts. The two sides remained at a stalemate for about a minute. Ultimately, it was an aggressive soul master from the opposing side who could no longer contain himself and struck first, igniting the impending battle. Earth Spike. 5 minutes later, Tuoba Chen began his escape, realizing that he had overestimated himself. During this period, he had seemed invincible among his peers, and the various rumors surrounding him had led to a sense of arrogance that resulted in this grave misjudgment. Although his soul power was indeed superior to that of others, defeating 11 opponents one by one was still beyond his current capabilities. However, he had managed to achieve some success. Among those pursuing him, only 8 remained, 3 of whom he had already incapacitated, earning himself 3 points. These 3 individuals had fallen victim to his ground spikes, which, despite their formidable nature and the element of surprise they offered, had a significant drawback. After deploying the spikes, he would enter a 3-second state of immobilization. Furthermore, there was a particular condition for activating the spikes. A part of his body had to make contact with the ground, as the spikes were generated by manipulating the earth structure through his soul power. Typically, when he activated the spikes while wearing shoes, it inadvertently diminished their potency. Thus, at times, he would use his hands to touch the ground, thereby enhancing their effectiveness. The attack range of his ground spikes was limited to 10 meters, and within those fleeting 3 seconds, he had already endured over a dozen blows. Chapter 23. The Hunt, Part 5. The students from classes 3 and 4 were not entirely inept. After all, they were soul masters, possessing strength far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. A single strike from them could be quite painful. Bruises had begun to mar his body, and the pain hindered his ability to retaliate effectively. Consequently, he opted to bide his time, devising a plan to confront them later. He intended to take out small squads of 2 or 3 with a single deployment of his ground spikes. After more than 10 minutes, he finally managed to shake off that particular team. With a sigh of relief, he thought to himself that he could finally catch his breath. He recognized that he had been overly careless this time, and such mistakes could not afford to recur. He then returned to the central lake where he had rested the previous night and discovered a type of herb capable of healing wounds, which would serve him well now. Avalanche looked at the 5-man squad before him and felt a shiver run down his spine. What was happening? Just yesterday, they had been soaring with confidence, and now they were forced into a group battle. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Avalanche chose not to confront them head-on, but to flee instead. His swan soul martial spirit, while explosive in attack, lacked defensive capabilities. Being besieged would spell disaster for him. On the other side, Longan and his companions faced a similar predicament. However, they would not opt to form a team, as per Qin Ming's orders, which mandated that they act independently. The principal observed the images projected by the soul power and remarked, "Prince Qinghe, it appears that Avalanche is in peril." In response to the principal's concern, Xue Qinghe smiled and replied, "It's nothing. The students from Class 1 are similarly in dire situations. I trust he will persevere. By the way, Principal, could you provide me with the information on a student named Tuoba Chen? I believe he possesses great potential." Upon hearing Xue Qinghe's request, the principal nodded and instructed Qin Ming to retrieve Tuoba Chen's records. The Tiando Royal Academy was originally established to cultivate talent for the royal family, so he had no objections to such a request. Before long, Tuoba Chen's complete dossier was delivered to him. After a thorough examination, Xue Qinghe remarked, "This young man is quite impressive. At such a tender age, he has already reached level 15. It is a pity that his innate soul power is somewhat lacking. Only at level 8. The principal, in agreement with Xue Qinghe's assessment, nodded thoughtfully. He himself possessed innate soul power of level 8 and had once been young and reckless, believing that level 8 was an extraordinary achievement. However, he later came to understand the chasm that lay between levels 8 and 9. In the early stages, he could compensate for this gap with diligence, but as he progressed, especially after becoming a soul sage, the disparity became glaringly apparent. Among his contemporaries, those with innate level 9 talent had already ascended to level 85. Meanwhile, he remained stuck at level 79, unable to surpass the hurdles of the soul Douluo stage. Therefore, upon learning that Tuoba Chen's innate soul power was also level 8, his interest in the new star waned significantly. Qin Ming, having overheard their conversation, wished to defend Tuoba Chen but found himself at a loss for words, standing helplessly aside with a forlorn gaze directed at the two. The perspective shifted back to Tuoba Chen, who had just finished applying the herbal remedy. Thanks to the dragon breathing technique, his body absorbed the medicine at a pace several times faster than that of an ordinary person. Within just an hour, his injuries had mostly healed, allowing him to move without pain. Now that he was fully recovered, it was time to exact vengeance. After all, he was not one to harbor grudges. He believed that grievances should be addressed promptly. To pinpoint the location of his adversaries more accurately, he climbed the Tiando tree beside the central lake and swiftly located their position. Soon, he identified his targets, who were making their way westward. Tuoba Chen leaped gracefully into the central lake, executing a perfect dive before swiftly emerging onto the shore, gliding through the dense forest like a specter. "Boss, do you think that after we struck Tuoba Chen, he might conspire with others to seek revenge on us?" "Rest assured, that won't happen. Prior to the commencement of the examination, I received word that their instructor had issued a directive prohibiting Class 1 from forming teams. This hunting competition must be undertaken individually. Otherwise, they would face some dire repercussions. So, we shall simply wait here. As they conversed, they continued their search for prey. Tuoba Chen observed attentively from the treetops, scrutinizing the group of individuals below. The 11 individuals, despite hailing from various classes, exhibited a clear division of roles. At the forefront stood 2 defense-type soul masters and 2 assault-type soul masters, flanked by 2 agility-type soul masters on either side, while 3 control-type soul masters occupied the center. A pure agility-type soul master was stationed nearby for reconnaissance, and the soul level 9 assault-type soul master remained at the rear to cover their retreat. The entire team advanced steadily and cohesively. Witnessing this formation, Tuoba Chen was compelled to concede that the commander of this squad possessed a certain level of skill. Should he wish to launch a surprise attack, he would find it challenging to identify a weak point, for any attempt at breaching their lines would result in immediate concentrated fire. However, defeating them was not beyond the realm of possibility, as Tuoba Chen recognized several flaws within their team. Firstly, in terms of strength, while their numbers were considerable, the most powerful among them was merely at level 9. Given that he could eliminate a level 12 soul master with ease, a level 9 warrior was hardly a match for him. Secondly, their large size rendered them cumbersome and inflexible. Even if they spotted prey, could they truly pursue it effectively? Ultimately, their formation was decent, but their overall performance left much to be desired. Nonetheless, he could not recklessly charge at this team, for the power of one was limited. Ideally, he would first eliminate the commander, for doing so would tilt the scales of battle significantly in his favor. Yet the 2 control-type soul masters remained in the center, obstructing his approach, and it was uncertain whether they were indeed the commanders. With no other option, he resolved to wait for a suitable opportunity to strike. Fortunately, it did not take long for such an opportunity to present itself when this team encountered another group. Unlike them, the opposing team was smaller, comprising only 6 members, all from Class 2. Among them, 3 had acquired soul rings, while the remaining 3 had also reached level 9, indicating that they were not necessarily destined to lose. Both sides were confident in their abilities, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Charge! A sudden shout pierced the air, and both groups sprang into action, engaging in a chaotic melee. Above, a teacher monitoring the skirmish could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, clearly recognizing that the shout to charge had originated from Tuoba Chen. It was a reckless move in his eyes, as teachers despised such group battles, where the likelihood of injury was heightened amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe, observing the display of Tuoba Chen, burst into laughter, only to realize her lapse in decorum when the principal glanced her way. She quickly remarked, "This little rascal is rather amusing." The principal nodded in agreement, acknowledging that those with a touch of cunning often thrived longer than the straightforward, and that a certain degree of cunning among soul masters was acceptable. In the forest, the commotion of the ongoing battle attracted onlookers, gradually drawing them closer. Realizing this, Tuoba Chen understood it was time to act. Otherwise, the points he sought might be claimed by others. Seizing the moment of confusion amidst the fray, he discreetly positioned his hands on the ground while hiding in the underbrush. "Earth spikes," he whispered, and instantly, 3 inconspicuous yet swift earth spikes erupted from the ground, targeting the carotid arteries of 3 combatants engaged in the chaos. While these spikes were small, their speed was not to be underestimated. A precise strike at this location could temporarily deprive the brain of oxygen, causing the targets to lose consciousness. Of course, he needed to control the force. If the spikes were too sharp, they could inflict serious harm. Thanks to the rigorous training under Qin Ming, which honed his control over his soul power, he managed to strike with just the right amount of force, accurately targeting the arteries of the 3 individuals. This led to a temporary insufficiency of blood flow to their brains, causing them to faint, a phenomenon often referred to as oxygen deprivation. He could have opted for a more brute force approach to incapacitate them, utilizing overwhelming physical strength to inflict pain that would trigger a protective fainting response, but that would expose him and deplete more of his soul power. Thus, for the sake of accumulating points, he chose to exercise restraint. Amidst the melee, the 3 individuals who fell went largely unnoticed, until Tuoba Chen executed 2 more similar maneuvers. The leader of the team from classes 3 and 4 finally sensed something amiss. He had indeed noticed each time a team member collapsed. The first instance of 3 simultaneous falls had raised his suspicions. He recalled how Tuoba Chen had previously used earth spikes to effortlessly eliminate 3 members of their team in a single day. However, He had not seen the spikes manifest that time, leading him to dismiss it as coincidence. Yet, with the second and third occurrences, it was no longer a mere coincidence. Each time, 3 individuals fell concurrently, which was far too coincidental to ignore. He shouted, "Stop!" Alas, despite the volume of his voice, no one heeded his call. All present were merely children, fueled by their tempers. Both sides, now caught in a fervor, were oblivious to the pleas of an 8th-level control-type Soul Master. Upon hearing the command to stop, the control-type Soul Master, Thea, revealed a sly smile. "At last, I've found you." Instead of yielding after a single failure, the control-type Soul Master continued to implore, "Please, cease fighting." No sooner had he spoken than a slender earth spike pierced his neck, causing him to lose consciousness and collapse to the ground. With the only voice of reason now silenced, the chaos escalated further. Seizing this opportunity, Tuoba Chen unleashed a flurry of strikes. Due to the diminutive size of the earth spikes, he conserved considerable soul power, allowing him to deploy them multiple times, with the paralysis duration reduced to merely 2 seconds. As the number of combatants dwindled to 4, the remaining individuals finally began to take notice of their surroundings. A young boy from Class 2 exclaimed, "What is happening? Why is everyone unconscious? Mingyun, get up. Stop fainting." He urgently shook a chubby classmate lying on the ground. The individual referred to as Mingyun, a plump fellow, is the most resilient among them, possessing the martial spirit of a stone-armored turtle, with his primary soul skill dedicated to enhancing defense. Thus, he surmised that his old classmate was feigning unconsciousness to avoid a beating. However, despite his vigorous efforts to shake him awake, Mingyun remained unresponsive, leading him to realize that he had genuinely lost consciousness. Faced with the menacing gazes of 3 adversaries, a sense of trepidation crept into his heart. Although he had surpassed level 10 and possessed a primary soul skill, he was a control-type Soul Master, lacking in offensive capabilities. Among his foes stood 2 agile attackers who were particularly adept at countering his abilities, alongside a formidable brute. Indeed, he was no match for them. Yet driven by a desperate desire to take at least one down with him, he prepared to fight. Just as he positioned himself, a towering earth pillar rapidly rose before him, and before he could react, consciousness slipped away from him. The remaining trio had encountered Tuoba Chen before and were acutely aware of the formidable power of his earth spikes. However, surrender was not an option. They were down to their last life, and losing it would lead to their immediate elimination. Recognizing their inability to escape, they exchanged glances, and the solitary strong attacker charged forward. Meanwhile, the 2 agile attackers circled around, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Yet, as one might expect, while agile attackers possess remarkable speed, their offensive power leaves much to be desired. In scenarios where there is a significant disparity in strength, their attempts to engage the opponent resemble mere tickling. With their own fragility, they could easily succumb to a single powerful blow, akin to the role of an ADC in the realm of combat. With nary a glance, Tuoba Chen bore witness to the sudden emergence of 2 massive earth spikes that obliterated the 2 agile soul masters in their path. Now, the only competitors remaining on the field were he and the opposing powerhouse, setting the stage for a true one-on-one duel, free from any interruptions. Observing his comrades dispatched in an instant, the formidable Soul Master instinctively recoiled, his leg inadvertently tripping over a branch, causing him to tumble to the ground. As Tuoba Chen advanced ominously, the adversary bellowed in desperation, "Do not come any closer." Chapter 25, The Hunting Battle, Part 7, though fear gripped him. He had no intention of surrendering. This was his final life. Uncertain of the status of his comrades, he dreaded the thought of elimination. He did not wish to be left behind. Yet, Tuoba Chen remained unmoved by his opponent's trepidation. Drawing a deep breath, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, expertly controlling his strength as he delivered a decisive punch to the adversary's chin, sending him out of the match. Witnessing this spectacle, the observing instructor silently awarded Tuoba Chen 37 points. Among the recently eliminated were several who, despite possessing a single remaining life, had been taken out, significantly boosting his score. With the 2 competitors dispatched, he began to search for new targets. Initially, he contemplated guarding the fallen bodies, but upon further reflection, he dismissed this notion. Firstly, it would prove to be a colossal waste of time. Secondly, he was disinclined to accrue points through such a method. Thirdly, their earlier skirmish had attracted the attention of nearby organized teams. With such a substantial bounty on his head, he risked becoming an easy target. After all, Even children harbor vanity. Who wouldn't want to claim the prestigious title of taking down the top student? Thus, after careful consideration, he resolved to vacate the area. His current score was already sufficiently high, and it would suffice to hunt smaller teams or solitary individuals without courting undue risk. The exertion of this battle had drained a considerable amount of his soul power, prompting him to retreat to the central lake camp for a much-needed respite before proceeding. After Tuoba Chen departed, a small team comprising 7 to 8 individuals swiftly congregated at the site. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, all teams unanimously opted for retreat. Their commanders were not fools. They understood that the true spectacle would only commence on the final day when all novices and inferior teams would be eliminated, rendering it unnecessary to incur avoidable losses. The principal and others observed the soul power projection, expressing their astonishment. This child possesses commendable character, able to withstand temptation and withdraw from perilous zones in a timely manner, thereby maintaining himself in optimal condition. Xueqing had nodded in agreement, acknowledging Tuoba Chen's commendable performance. Although, due to his soul power, the likelihood of him becoming a title Douluo seemed slim. A soul Douluo status appeared to be a certainty. With such character, he would undoubtedly rank among the elite within the soul Douluo realm. Thus, it would be prudent to cultivate a rapport if necessary. Qin Ming, observing the two, secretly reveled in their recognition. Now you realize how formidable our Tuoba Chen is, yet you claimed he was unworthy of cultivation. By the central lake, Tuoba Chen gazed at the figure of Mo Hen drinking from the lake across, contemplating an approach to eliminate him. However, the distance was too great. Should he attempt to cross, Mo Hen would likely escape before he could reach him. Thus, he could only watch as Mo Hen finished his drink and departed without a trace. Although Tuoba Chen harbored intentions of hunting him down, he was acutely aware that Mo Hen was the only individual in the class whose speed and endurance rivaled his own. The white-armored Earth Dragon was inherently defensive and powerful, and although the enhancement of the Azure Dragon technique had significantly elevated his speed, making him appear agile while hunting lower-ranked soul masters, he understood that even with this augmentation, he was still somewhat slower than Mo Hen. Hence, he refrained from engaging in such a futile exertion of energy. After spending the afternoon hunting several small teams, the day slipped away. That evening, Tuoba Chen chose not to remain by the central lake for rest. Now that Mo Hen had been there, the area was no longer safe. He had not yet become so arrogant as to believe he could triumph over Mo Hen in the event of a surprise attack. After all, he was not the only one making progress this semester. Subsequently, he sought out a seemingly ordinary large tree, intending to lean against it for the night. As he gazed at the brilliant starry sky, Tuoba Chen unconsciously opened his mouth, his eyes wide with wonder. Minutes passed, enveloped in the serene beauty of the night. Tuoba Chen shook his head vigorously, feeling perplexed by his circumstances. Perhaps it was due to his identity as a time traveler that he felt somewhat out of place in this world. Whenever he found himself alone, he would inadvertently slip into a state of distraction, a habit he never possessed in his previous life. The following day, he was abruptly awakened by the principal's announcement over the loudspeaker. Dear students, I will now report on the results of yesterday's hunting competition. After a fierce contest, regrettably, many students have been eliminated. As of now, only 39 students remain in the forest. Let me announce the top 10 scores. First place, Tuoba Chen with 121 points. Second place, Mo Hen with 91 points. Third place, Xuebing with 79 points. Fourth place, Longan with 55 points. Fifth place, Ming Ran with 47 points. Hearing the principal's broadcast, Tuoba Chen was somewhat astonished to learn that Long and had surpassed Ming Ran. However, he quickly came to an understanding. Ming Ran's innate talent could not compare to Long An's. After all, one possessed an innate soul power of level 8, while the other had level 9. Moreover, Long An was the son of Long Ling, the renowned leader of the Imperial Guard of the Tiando Empire, which meant he naturally had access to superior training resources compared to Ming Ran. It was hardly surprising that he outperformed her. In fact, it was rather unusual that Ming Ran had ranked above Long An on the first day. Another individual who evoked a sense of admiration in Tuoba Chen was Xuebing. Throughout the semester spent with Xuebing, he had come to understand the essence of his character: intelligent, kind-hearted, talented, diligent, and devoid of any arrogance associated with his royal lineage. When in their company, he never flaunted his status. The more exemplary Xuebing's performance became, the more Tuoba Chen reflected on his own situation, to disguise his true self. He would have to feign mischief, suppressing his own abilities and shrouding himself in a facade, living as a different person altogether. Each day he would engage in trivial pursuits, neglecting his studies and indulging in petty bullying, leading a life that felt more miserable than death itself. Tuoba Chen pondered to himself that if he were not a time traveler, it would be utterly impossible for him to possess such remarkable talent for cultivation, akin to that of a snow avalanche, and to abandon it at will. Fortunately, his perseverance proved to be invaluable. In this lifetime, he had firmly decided to befriend Avalanche. Even if Tang San were to offer no assistance, he would lend his own support. After listening to the broadcast, Tuoba Chen stretched his limbs. Having neglected his morning exercises for 3 days, an experience that was indeed uncomfortable. It was not that he lacked the desire to engage in physical activity. Rather, he was acutely aware of a certain instructor at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, named Shadow Wind, who possessed a martial soul known as the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor. Approximately at the 60th level, this martial soul possessed an extraordinary ability to monitor everything within a designated area, projecting the information through soul power. He had the fortunate opportunity to witness this phenomenon firsthand. Had he not experienced it himself, he would have found it difficult to believe that a soul emperor could oversee the entirety of the academy. Chapter 26, The Hunting Battle, Part 8. Fortunately, the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor did not possess the ability to see through objects, meaning that the instructor could not observe the students within their rooms. Thus, Tuoba Chen's method of cultivation remained undisclosed. With the impending final examinations, a matter of such significance, he found it hard to believe that this instructor was not monitoring the surrounding forest. It was precisely due to this instructor's presence, coupled with the fact that he had not engaged in his exercises for 3 days, that he felt somewhat off. However, he hesitated to act, as it would be difficult to explain his behavior. Therefore, he decided against it, considering that today was the final day. Now, with the majority of the students eliminated, those who remained likely possessed a substantial number of points. Consequently, he could not afford to pause. If that madman Mo Hin were to eliminate 2 individuals holding 30 or 40 points, he would find himself in dire straits. Avalanche gazed at the familiar figure before him, his lips twitching uncontrollably. He had just escaped from a 5-member team, and now, almost instantaneously, he found himself face-to-face with this devil. Tuoba Chen gazed with great interest at the scene before him, where Xuebeng prepared to engage in battle. Typically, the latter would be slightly faster than him. However, as a prince, Xuebeng dedicated himself diligently to his studies, often immersing himself in profound literature to enhance his cultural literacy. For he might one day be tasked with governing a nation. This pursuit, however, meant that his physical training was significantly curtailed, resulting in a physique considerably weaker than that of Tuoba Chen. If Tuoba Chen were to relentlessly pursue him, escape would be futile. Yet, Xuebeng had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he presented himself with a countenance of righteous indignation, ready to confront Tuoba Chen. He understood that their friendship would not deter Tuoba Chen from holding back, nor did he wish for such leniency. After a semester of training, it was time to assess his own capabilities. "Brother Chen, let us begin. Do not hold back," he declared, his expression fierce, in response to Xuebeng's fervent challenge. Tuoba Chen remained remarkably unperturbed, which only served to infuriate Xuebeng further. Yet, he was powerless against Tuoba Chen's prowess. Observing the exasperation on Xuebeng's face nearly caused Tuoba Chen to break into laughter. The latter's antics brought him immense joy, and he relished in teasing him. Each time he witnessed Xuebeng's frustrated, yet helpless expression was a source of great amusement in his life. Strangely enough, Xuebeng's temperament was remarkably forgiving. He never held grudges. Tuoba Chen had countless methods to provoke him and yearned to experiment with each one. Once Xuebeng composed himself, he stated with utmost seriousness, "Brother Chen, I am truly ready to begin." With that proclamation, Xuebeng could no longer contain himself. The white swan martial spirit enveloped him, and the first soul ring illuminated with a brilliant glow. "First soul skill, Cold Wind," he announced, summoning an icy gale that swept through the vicinity. Tuoba Chen felt a slight sense of discomfort. Xuebeng, as a prince of the Tiando Empire, naturally possessed impressive soul skills. His first soul skill was derived from a top-tier ice-type soul beast, the Extreme Ice Beast, and the first soul ring of Xuebeng had an impressive age of 400 years. The skill, Cold Wind, was the most formidable soul ability bestowed by the Extreme Ice Beast. Within a certain range, it reduced the speed of all enemies by 20%, as well as the flow of soul power, while simultaneously enhancing his own ice attribute attacks and overall offensive power by 20%. Such attributes could indeed be deemed exceptional. His own Earth Spike was nowhere near as formidable. Once Cold Wind activated, Xuebing charged towards Tuoba Chen. After a semester of training, Xuebing was no longer the novice who could be easily subdued by a mere combination of punches. Thanks to Cold Wind, he managed to momentarily match Tuoba Chen's strength. After a minute of combat, Tuoba Chen couldn't help but reflect on how much stronger Xuebing had become. He was no longer the easy target he once was. However, Tuoba Chen found himself in a quandary. Their proximity made it difficult for him to utilize Earth Spike effectively. After all, a half-hearted use of the skill would result in insufficient damage, and if Xuebing was defeated, he would be left vulnerable and could easily be countered. Using the skill with full force, on the other hand, risked inflicting serious harm, especially in front of so many witnesses. Injuring a prince would not bode well. Initially contemplating a reserved approach, Tuoba Chen realized he would indeed be at a disadvantage if he didn't go all out. Suddenly, a punch landed squarely on Xuebing's face, leaving him momentarily dazed. Shaking his head and wiping away the blood from his nose, he looked at Tuoba Chen, who had assumed a fighting stance. What just happened? He had seen Tuoba Chen take a breath before attacking, and it seemed as though his fist had elongated. Given the length of Tuoba Chen's arm, he should not have been able to reach him, leading Xuebing to suspect it had merely been an illusion. A minute later, Xuebing found himself on the ground, quietly producing a small white flag from his pocket. Upon witnessing Xuebing's surrender, Tuoba Chen immediately withdrew and offered him a hand. Xuebing, now devoid of the calm demeanor he had displayed earlier, bore a swollen face that made it difficult for him to articulate his words. "Chingguo, what just happened?" Though the words were muddled, Tuoba Chen understood. With an air of mystery, he replied, "A secret." Having spoken, he departed, leaving Xuebing in a state of disarray. Previously, Xuebing had not encountered any failures. This was his first loss, and he had 2 more chances. Thus, he did not linger but hurriedly sought a place to hide. His face throbbed painfully, and engaging in combat would inevitably affect his performance. It was prudent to ensure he remained within the top 10 rankings. Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen and Mo Hin were busy scavenging for prey. Observing the scene, the principal suddenly proposed, "Your Highness, Qinghe, shall we place a wager?" Intrigued, Qinghe responded, "Oh? What shall we bet on?" Finding mere spectating somewhat tedious, he was keen to engage. "Who do you think will be the champion of this hunting battle?" As it was the final day of the hunt, each participant possessed a substantial amount of points, while Mo Hin had a chance of surpassing Tuoba Chen. Qinghe pondered before finally stating, "I believe it will be Tuoba Chen. Though his martial soul is not inherently suited for pursuit, his temperament and abilities are commendable. Mo Hin is competent, but still falls short in comparison." Upon hearing Qinghe's response, the principal replied, "Very well, since your highness has wagered on Tuoba Chen, I shall place my bet on Mo Hin. I wager the cold spirit herb against your earth spirit mushroom." Qinghe chuckled at the principal's intentions. "So you have your eyes set on the earth spirit mushroom, but the cold spirit herb is not without its merits. I accept." Chapter 27, The Hunting Battle, 9. The principal was elated at Qinghe's response. While the cold spirit herb was comparable to the earth spirit mushroom, their effects differed significantly. The cold spirit herb greatly enhanced physical attributes, particularly beneficial for those practicing body techniques. Lacking such techniques himself, its effects were limited for him. However, the earth spirit mushroom could help individuals transcend their limits. Having been stuck at level 79 for 5 years and now over 60, without external assistance, he might never advance to Soul Douluo. Although Tuoba Chen was indeed slightly stronger than Mo Hin, the principal could not afford to overlook any potential opportunity to break through to Soul Douluo. He could only pray for Mo Hin's victory. Once the wager was established, the principal turned to Qin Ming, saying, "Well, Qin Ming, it is now almost certain that your classmates will secure positions within the top 10. Do you have any desired rewards?" Surprised by the principal's inquiry, Qin Ming replied, "Principal, I wish for a month's access to the gravity training chamber." The principal was taken aback. While a month's access to the gravity training chamber was indeed a worthwhile request, he questioned why Qin Ming did not seek a promotion instead, which would grant him unrestricted access. Nevertheless, respecting Qin Ming's choice, he simply stated, "Very well." Relieved by the principal's affirmation, Qin Ming clarified that his request was not for personal gain but rather for the benefit of his students. Having grown accustomed to the gravity pressure during his time at Shrek, he found little use for the chamber himself. However, for his students, it would solidify their foundational skills as they progressed rapidly. An hour later, Xuebing gazed despairingly at Mo Hin. What misfortune was this? Having just battled Tuoba Chen, he now faced Mo Hin as well. His luck seemed abysmal. Recognizing he could not escape, Xu Weibing resignedly produced a small white flag, surrendering his precious second life. Fortunately, Mo Hin spared him any humiliation, accepting the points and departing graciously. Watching Mo Hin's retreating figure, Xu Weibing pondered. That was the direction. After a moment's deliberation, he decided it would be wise to follow. Standing atop the canopy of the Tiando tree, Tuoba Chen surveyed his surroundings. Inevitably, a sense of disappointment lingers. Large teams have essentially been eliminated, and those who remain are adept at concealing themselves. To his astonishment, he has yet to encounter another soul aside from the avalanche. The invigilators have also become aware of his manipulations, leaving Tuoba Chen with little recourse to locate others. To conserve his energy, he refrains from descending, instead crouching silently among the treetops, awaiting the arrival of the next quarry. As he sweeps his gaze around, a small yellow dot suddenly captures his attention, prompting him to look closer. A light yellow gown and voluminous hair. Indeed, it is unmistakably Yuxian. With the emergence of this new target, Tuoba Chen instantly shifts into a state of readiness. He remains unconcerned about the fact that she is a girl. After all, they are all merely children, and girls tend to develop earlier than boys. He has every justification to launch a surprise attack. However, just as he prepares to descend, he inadvertently spots two familiar figures. One black and one white, Mo Hin and Avalanche. Avalanche is stealthily trailing behind Mo Hin, maintaining a considerable distance, and they are both heading in his direction. Should they discover him, they would undoubtedly conspire against him. Contemplating this precarious situation, Tuoba Chen quickly retreats to the branches of the Tiando tree, using the broad leaves to conceal his presence. After a considerable time, he finally sees Yuxian approaching, muttering to herself. These students from classes 3 and 4 are utterly ridiculous. Is it really necessary for 5 or 6 of them to band together? Thankfully, I run swiftly, or I would have met my end there. Hearing her words, a cold sweat trickles down Tuoba Chen's forehead. This girl possesses quite the fiery temperament. However, upon realizing that she has but one life remaining, he begins to entertain a devious thought. If his memory serves him correctly, during the principal's announcement this morning, Yuxian ranked 10th, her score precisely 30 points. If he were to eliminate her now, not only would he gain the 1 point for the kill, but he could also acquire half of her points, effectively increasing his total by 16 points, thus solidifying his claim to the top position. With Mo Hin and Avalanche still at a distance, he has ample time to dispatch Yuxian. To avoid alarming her, he cautiously slides down the backside of the tree. Despite his efforts to remain silent, when he is approximately 5 meters from the ground, Yuxian senses something amiss. Her womanly intuition stirs, alerting her to a nearby presence. She scans her surroundings but finds nothing amiss. Yet, an intensifying sense of danger begins to creep into her consciousness. Better to err on the side of caution. She promptly manifests her vine spirit, vigilantly surveying her vicinity. Come out, I see you. Although Yuxian has not truly identified Tuoba Chen, serendipitously, her shout is directed precisely toward the Tiando tree where he is concealed. To everyone's surprise, Tuoba Chen unexpectedly revealed himself. With no reason to conceal his presence any longer, he leaped down from the tree and rolled to a stop right in front of Yuxian. Upon encountering the suddenly appearing Tuoba Chen, Yuxian swallowed hard. Why is it this madman? Before entering the forest, she had fervently prayed to avoid crossing paths with this cultivation fanatic, but now that fate had brought them together, she found herself at a loss as to how to escape. Tuoba Chen, surrender. You know the disparity in our strengths is insurmountable. Escape is futile. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Yuxian had no intention of capitulating. She had barely managed to secure a position in the top 10, and being eliminated would undoubtedly cause her points to plummet out of the rankings. Surrender was out of the question. Fighting back might offer a glimmer of hope for retaliation. Noticing the expression on his opponent's face, Tuoba Chen realized that this matter could only be resolved through brute force. With that thought, he offered no further warning and declared, Earth Spike. Boom. A colossal stone pillar erupted from the ground, hurtling towards Yuxian's back. Before she could react, Tuoba Chen struck her on the back of the head with his merciless iron hand. A resounding duong echoed in her mind, leaving her head ringing, and she lost consciousness completely. Chapter 28. The Hunting Battle. End. Now, with 16 points secured, 2 more targets were soon to arrive. Preparation was imperative. Mo Hin's situation mirrored that of Tuoba Chen. He had only encountered Xuelang thus far and remained unaware of Xuelang's pursuit. Anxiety gripped him as the final day dwindled. This was his last opportunity of the semester to surpass Tuoba Chen. This time, Tuoba Chen opted not to hide in the Tian-do tree. Hiding there was simply too cumbersome and time-consuming. Instead, he utilized the characteristics of his earth spike skill to create a burrow in the ground, concealing himself and camouflaging the surface to appear as ordinary terrain. When someone passed by, he could then spring forth for a surprise attack. As for the issue of breathing, his dragon breathing technique allowed him to maintain normal respiration even in thin air. Thus, he merely needed to create 2 small openings for adequate airflow. Upon witnessing this scene, Xueqing rubbed her eyes, thinking to herself, Tuoba Chen is truly an extraordinary individual. She had not anticipated that at merely 6 years of age, he could manipulate his soul power with such precision. His earlier ability to control the earth spike to the exact degree necessary to render someone unconscious was already remarkable. And now he was altering its function to manipulate geological structures. This was essentially a self-created soul skill. Was this truly just a 6-year-old child? The principal wore a similarly stunned expression. This was beyond belief. He no longer doubted that Tuoba Chen, despite possessing only an innate soul power of level 8, could one day attain the rank of title Douluo. After all, what Tuoba Chen was achieving now was something he had never been capable of in his youth. However, he wished Tuoba Chen would not perform so exceptionally. At this rate, there would be no precious earth spirit grass left, let alone the cold spirit grass. Seeing Tuoba Chen's prowess, Qin Ming wore a proud expression. Had it not been for the principal and Xueqing being present, he would have already been boasting about having taught such a remarkable disciple. Before long, Mo Hen arrived near Tuoba Chen's ambush point. Given that Tuoba Chen had not showcased any abilities beyond his formidable combat skills and earth spike technique, Mo Hen remained unaware of any potential traps. He strode forward. But as he approached, he sensed a slight unease in the softness of the soil beneath his feet. Without warning, 3 earth spikes erupted from the ground. Mo Hen responded swiftly, evading 2 of them with ease, yet the last spike's trajectory was too tricky, grazing his calf. Tuoba Chen had not held back. This spike was meant to injure, rendering escape impossible. Feeling the sharp pain in his leg, Mo Hen cursed his misfortune. Recognizing the familiar earth spike, he immediately knew who had ambushed him. With his calf injured, escape was no longer feasible. Although he could endure the pain, blood loss would sap his strength, making flight impossible. It was time for a decisive confrontation. Come out, Tuoba Chen. I know you're here. With that, a delicate little hand suddenly emerged from the earth right before Mo Hen's eyes. The unexpected appearance startled him, causing him to inadvertently aggravate his calf wound. Hiss. Then, Tuoba Chen's head broke through the surface. Gazing at the adorable little face, Mo Hen was drenched in sweat. When had this child learned such sinister tactics? In an instant, Tuoba Chen sprang forth from the ground. He had already utilized the brief moment of rigidity in the earth spike to his advantage. Mo Hen had envisioned numerous ways Tuoba Chen might emerge, but he never anticipated this approach. Yield, Mo Hen. You know you cannot match me. Especially now that you're wounded in the calf, your once slender advantage in speed is lost. Hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Mo Hen did not concede. Instead, he silently activated his lion martial soul. Clearly, he intended to engage in a contest of strength with Tuoba Chen. Witnessing this, Tuoba Chen sighed. If words would not suffice, he would resolve this matter through physical means. First soul skill, beast transformation. As both combatants unleashed their martial souls, Mo Hen immediately activated his first soul skill. Beast transformation augmented his strength and speed by 30%, and for the first 3 attacks, he enjoyed an additional 50% attack bonus. Having faced Mo Hen multiple times, Tuoba Chen was well aware of the potency of this technique. Dragon breathing, full concentration. Tuoba Chen took a deep breath, and instantly, his skin transformed into a vivid crimson, resembling a state of engorgement. The breath of the dragon, a state of complete concentration, enhanced all physical attributes, speed, strength, defense, by 55%. This enhancement increases with the proficiency of the breathing technique, with a maximum limit of 60%. This state endures for 1 hour, after which you would be unable to enter the breath of the dragon for the remainder of the day. If the duration of a single use does not reach 1 hour, the recovery time ratio is 5-to-1. In the ordinary state of the breath of the dragon, the augmentation received is half of that in the state of complete concentration. Furthermore, during the state of complete concentration, he could utilize the rapid circulation of his blood to elongate his bones, thereby extending his attack range. He had previously employed this tactic when confronting an avalanche. Having only utilized the state of complete concentration for 5 minutes today, he was already fully recovered and felt no trepidation against Mo Hen. Observing Tuoba Chen's condition, Mo Hen's expression turned grave. He had heard of the Holy Dragon Sect's transformation technique. a legendary skill that granted individuals formidable power comparable to that of awakening a martial spirit in the early stages. He had consistently fallen prey to this very technique in the past. Tuoba Chen took the initiative, launching a straightforward strike towards Mo Hen. Mo Hen crossed his arms defensively in front of his chest, successfully blocking Tuoba Chen's attack. However, he was still forced back several steps by the overwhelming force. Seizing the advantage, Tuoba Chen pressed forward with a knee strike that left Mo Hen's hands numb, lifting him several centimeters off the ground. Following this, Tuoba Chen raised both hands high and brought them down forcefully onto Mo Hen's back. A relentless series of attacks ensued, leaving Mo Hen gasping for breath. Ultimately, after delivering an uppercut that struck Mo Hen's chin, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Thus, the 27th bout between Mo Hen and Tuoba Chen concluded in defeat for Mo Hen. Throughout the duration of the hunting battle, Tuoba Chen remained closely beside Mo Hen, and as soon as the hour of protection elapsed, he would promptly eliminate one of Mo Hen's lives. Upon witnessing Mo Hen's final life being claimed by Tuoba Chen, the principal felt a profound sense of despair. Realizing that he would never attain the rank of Soul Douluo in his lifetime, he then gazed at the smiling Shui Qinghe. Trembling as he retrieved a small purple wooden box from his soul guide, he had not paid much attention to the first-year student's circumstances, never anticipating that Mo Hen, also at level 15, would be so thoroughly bested by Tuoba Chen. This should not have happened. How could one so lacking in strength ascend to level 15? As the hunting battle concluded, the students gradually emerged from the academy's forest. The principal quickly readjusted his demeanor, preparing to officiate the closing of the event. Those who had already been eliminated had long since exited the forest, leaving only a handful of individuals to emerge. Upon seeing the gathered students, the principal addressed them. Dear students, under the scorching summer sun, after a semester of hard work and these 3 days of intense effort, we finally reached the conclusion of this hunting battle. Some students exhibited remarkable performances, while others did not quite meet expectations. However, overall, we have witnessed many shining moments from all of you. After delivering a lengthy speech, the principal finally transitioned to the main topic, announcing the awards for the top 10 students. First place, Tuoba Chen, with a score of 239 points. Second place, Longan, with 94 points. Third place, Meng Yiran, with 69 points. Fourth place, Mo Hen, with 46 points. Fifth place, Dio, with 45 points. Ninth place, Shui Lang, with 39 points. In summary, the top 10 remained largely unchanged, with only a few positional shifts. Upon hearing his ranking, Longan could hardly believe his ears. He had never dreamt of achieving second place. Meng Yiran shared similar sentiments, as she was all too aware of the prowess of Mo Hen and others. However, upon seeing the scores, she began to understand. These individuals must have encountered Tuoba Chen on the final day and suffered elimination. These 10 students represented the finest of their first-year cohort, and the Academy bestowed special rewards upon them. Students ranked 4th through 10th would each receive 500 gold soul coins, while the top 3 would receive 1,000 gold soul coins and a basic membership card to the Tiando Chamber of Commerce. The second place would earn 3,000 gold soul coins and a mid-level membership card. And first place would garner 5,000 gold soul coins along with a senior membership card. The Academy's rewards were rather mundane, merely monetary. Tuoba Chen felt an urge to express his discontent, pondering why the rewards could not be rare medicinal herbs instead. After all, he was already quite affluent. Following the principal's remarks, he announced, "Now, let us invite the sponsor of this hunting battle, Prince Shui Qinghe of the Tiando Chamber of Commerce, to say a few words." Tuoba Chen was somewhat taken aback. It seemed that Shui Qinghe was quite involved, managing the Tiando Empire's Chamber of Commerce despite his princely duties. Upon taking the stage, Shui Qinghe, much like the principal, began with a lengthy discourse. Yet, the audience's reaction was markedly different. The young ladies gazed at him with starry eyes, while the boys looked on with admiration at the prince of the Tiando Empire. Ah, so this is the caliber of students at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. Tuoba Chen mused, finding the scene rather amusing. Suddenly, Shui Qinghe declared, "During this hunting battle, one student's performance stood out remarkably, and I have decided to personally award him with a special prize." At this, all eyes turned to Tuoba Chen, who had amassed a total score of 239. Surpassing the previous record of 199 set by the top student Yu Tianheng by a noteworthy margin of 40 points. It was evident that Shui Qinghe was referring to him. As anticipated, Shui Qinghe continued, "This exceptional student is none other than Tuoba Chen." For reasons unknown, although Shui Qinghe merely stated his name, The students below embellished it with a prolonged emphasis. Tuoba Chen was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what to do as the surrounding peers gazed at him with envy. Should he ascend the stage? Yet, Xueqinghe had not invited him to do so. Noticing Tuoba Chen's dazed expression, Qin Ming playfully nudged him and urged, "Aren't you going up?" Seeing Tuoba Chen still in a stupor, he took it upon himself to lead Tuoba Chen onto the stage. Upon seeing him, Xueqinghe smiled and presented the frost spirit grass he had just received from the principal, saying, "Tuoba Chen, this is your reward." The frost spirit grass is highly beneficial for those practicing body refining techniques. You should be familiar with the dragon transformation art, correct? When used in conjunction with it, it can significantly accelerate the process. Frost spirit grass. Tuoba Chen had heard of this herb. Tuoba Yin had once mentioned to him that the Hanling grass was the spirit of all herbs. If the members of the Shang Long sect could obtain a single Hanling grass, their cultivation of the transforming dragon technique would yield remarkable results. Suddenly receiving such a grand gift, Tuoba Chen was momentarily perplexed by Xueqinghe's intentions. Could it be that she had not yet been replaced by Qian Ruxue? Upon witnessing this, Qin Ming playfully tapped Tuoba Chen's head and said, still not thanking His Highness Xueqinghe? "Thank you, Your Highness Qinghe." Seeing Tuoba Chen's reaction, Xueqinghe chuckled, surprised that he could be so cunning during the competition yet appear so naive in reality. Taking advantage of her height, Xueqinghe affectionately ruffled Tuoba Chen's hair and said, "Tuoba Chen, there is no need to stand on ceremony. I actually quite like you. From now on, just call me Qinghe. May I call you Xiao Chen?" The sudden familiarity sent shivers down Tuoba Chen's spine, until Qin Ming nudged him again, urging, "Hurry. Thank Qinghe. Thank you, Qinghe." At this, Xueqinghe smiled, finding it delightful to deal with children. On the sidelines, Xuebing watched the closeness between the two with a sense of unease. The principal nearly choked on his own blood, realizing he had just given away his precious Hanling grass. However, considering that Tuoba Chen was a student of his own academy, he felt a sense of relief. After all, it would be used on someone from his own ranks. He could view it as an additional reward for him. With this thought, he felt at ease. Subsequently, he rambled on for a bit before announcing the conclusion of the final exam. The rankings would be posted on the Academy's bulletin board the next day. Students who passed could return home, while those who did not would remain in the Academy for an additional month of classes. A wave of lamentation arose from the crowd below. Afterward, Tuoba Chen made plans to meet Meng Iran at 8 o'clock in front of the school the next morning. After bidding farewell to Xuebing and the others, he returned to his dormitory and indulged in a much-needed lazy sleep. Chapter 30. Confirming the relationship the following morning, Tuoba Chen awoke to find the clock hands indicating it was already 8:30. Suddenly recalling something, he dashed towards the school gate. At the entrance, Meng Iran was pacing back and forth. "Why isn't he out yet? We agreed to go back together at noon." After a considerable wait, Tuoba Chen finally arrived, looking somewhat disheveled. Meng Iran, slightly annoyed, scolded him. "Why are you so late? We said we'd meet at 8. Responding instinctively, Tuoba Chen replied, "I'm sorry, I lost my way on the road of life, which is why I'm late." Unconvinced by his whimsical excuse, Meng Iran scoffed. "Lost your way on the road of life? I don't believe you." With that thought, she placed her hand on Tuoba Chen's waist and executed a dramatic 180-degree turn. Hiss. Inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through him. "Woman, you have provoked my ire." Yet, he confined these thoughts to his mind, recognizing that his tardiness was indeed his own fault. Soon after, the two shared a carriage for their return journey. As Meng Iran conveyed, her family had relocated directly opposite his, rendering them neighbors and allowing for spontaneous visits during the summer break. Upon receiving this news, a wave of discomfort washed over. This troublesome woman sought to intrude upon his cultivation, and he could already envision his meticulously planned regimen being disrupted by her presence. 2 days later, at the entrance of Batel City, Mingyu and the formidable couple, the Longshi, awaited the return of their children. "Xiaoyan, what do you think of their current relationship? How far have they progressed?" Dragon Lord inquired. Contemplating his son's singular focus on cultivation, shook his head and replied, "Esteemed elder, as far as I am aware, Xiaochen is not particularly proactive. If Iran does not take the initiative either, their relationship may stagnate." "Is that so? I have the impression they are advancing quite swiftly," Dragon Lord remarked. "Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? Just observe." With that, Dragon Lord gestured towards the approaching figures of and Meng Iran. As the two approached hand in hand, exuding an air of intimacy, could scarcely believe his eyes. Was that truly his son, who once appeared so aloof. Seeing their closeness, Dragon Lord smiled, realizing that this development would greatly benefit his subsequent plans. The young couple, upon noticing their parents waiting at the city gate, felt a surge of embarrassment. Meng Yiran hastily attempted to withdraw her hand, only to find its grip unwavering. "What are you doing? Our grandfathers are watching. Why fret? We are betrothed, after all. Is it not permissible for us to hold hands? Moreover, we have already established our relationship. Do you not wish to be my fiancée?" He gazed at Meng Yiran with genuine sincerity. Upon meeting his earnest gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson, reminiscent of a ripe tomato. After all, she had pursued, who had never before uttered such words. His sudden display of affection left her feeling both elated and bashful. Meanwhile, the two fathers, one a soul sage and the other a soul Douluo, overheard the tender exchange between the young couple. Tuoba Yan's jaw dropped in astonishment. Today had been utterly exhilarating. Was the boy standing before him truly his own son? Had some creature possessed him? What on earth had he learned at the academy? Long Gong's reaction was even more intense. Establishing a relationship? What does that mean? He thought, his mind racing. Could that little rascal Tuoba Chen have? The mere notion sent him into a fury. "You wretched boy," he bellowed. "What have you done to my precious Yiran? She's only 6 years old, you scoundrel." Tuoba Chen was utterly bewildered by Long Gong's outburst, while Meng Yiran's cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of crimson. All he had done was hold her hand. They hadn't even kissed yet. And even if they had, so what? Meng Yiran wasn't his superior. She was his fiancée. He had every right to kiss her if he pleased, though, admittedly, he hadn't. Snapping back to reality, Tuoba Yin hastily intervened. "Elder Long, please, calm down. Stay composed." "How can I possibly stay composed when things have gone this far?" Long Gong roared, his face flushed with rage. "Listen well, Tuoba Yin. If that brat has done anything to harm my granddaughter, I'll skin him alive." The mere thought of his 6-year-old granddaughter being defiled by some reckless boy made Long Gong tremble with fury, his hands and feet turning icy despite the sweltering heat. After much persuasion from Tuoba Chen, Long Gong finally began to regain his composure. "Oh, so you're saying you've only held hands so far? Nothing more inappropriate than that." "Of course not, Elder Long. You have my word," Tuoba Chen assured him. Gradually, Long Gong's temper cooled. "Very well," he said. "Since you've returned, you and Yiran will accompany me home. There's something I need to give you. I've already spoken to your parents. You don't need to return tonight." "Oh." Tuoba Chen cast a glance around, discovering that indeed, just as he had mentioned, Tuoba Yin and Ning Yu were already fading from sight, showing no intention of bringing their son home. Subsequently, under Meng Yiran's eager expression, he followed Long Gong back to their residence. Upon arriving at Long Gong's home, Tuoba Chen stood in awe. Although it appeared similar from the outside, the interior was remarkably spacious. As he surveyed the surroundings, including the artificial hills, bamboo groves, and babbling brooks, he fully grasped the wealth of Long Gong's family. "Hey, you little rascal. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and come in." "Oh, right, coming." Long Gong led Tuoba Chen and Meng Yiran into a room and said, "Tuoba Chen, do you know why I have come to find you?" No. I would appreciate your guidance, senior." Long Gong replied, "You will soon find out." With that, he produced a crystal ball. Yiran, Tuoba Chen, place your hands upon this crystal ball." "Oh, all right." Upon doing so, both placed their hands on the crystal ball. "Now, each of you infuse a bit of your soul power into it." After a brief moment, they complied. A stream of black soul power and a stream of white soul power flowed into the crystal ball. The white power was warm and righteous, while the black power was chilling and ominous. Though they were two completely opposite forms of soul power, they melded together perfectly. Meng Yiran and Tuoba Chen watched in astonishment. Even Long Gong and Shipo were somewhat excited by the spectacle. "Wonderful, wonderful!" Long Gong exclaimed thrice. Noticing the gaze of the two younger individuals upon him, he cleared his throat and continued, "Have you ever heard of the martial soul fusion technique?" "Yes, I have heard of it. I even know that the martial soul fusion technique of Senior Long Gong and Senior Shipo is the legendary dragon and snake of the world, with power rivaling that of a titled Douluo." Upon hearing Tuoba Chen mention their martial soul fusion technique, Long Gong was somewhat taken aback, surprised that this young lad possessed such knowledge. "So, you know what I am here to teach you today, don't you?" With the understanding they had gained, Tuoba Chen could hardly remain oblivious. "Senior, does it mean that we just—" "Indeed, we were just testing your martial soul compatibility. As you have seen, your compatibility has reached 100%. and you are entirely capable of practicing the martial soul fusion technique. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen felt a sense of disbelief, and Meng Yiran felt the same. The notion of suddenly being able to wield such a miraculous technique seemed almost dreamlike. Observing their lingering confusion, Long Gong decided to clarify further. Xiaochun, Yiran, you are aware that your birthdays are just one day apart, correct? They nodded, knowing that Tuoba Chen's birthday was January 1st, while Meng Yiran's was December 31st. Do you know the exact times you were born on those days? They both shook their heads. No one had ever informed them of this detail. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Long Gong began to elaborate. Yiran, you were born at 11:59 p.m. on December 31st, the very last minute of the day, the final moment of the year, marking the end of one cycle. This date is also regarded as the most ominous day in the legends of Douluo continent. Hearing this, both were taken aback, with Meng Yiran surprised by the significance of her birth time. Long Gong continued, and Xiaochun, you were born 1 minute past midnight on January 1st, the very beginning of the new year, the prologue of the year. Legends say that this day holds the most abundant yang energy. Moreover, at the moment of your births, 2 shooting stars fell simultaneously, one in the far north and the other in the far south. Long Gong's words grew increasingly mystical, leaving both listeners spellbound. Yet, he was not finished. Your martial souls are a dragon and a snake, representing a male and female respectively. One embodies femininity, while the other masculinity. This balance of opposites, the harmony of yin and yang, is reflected even in your innate soul powers, which are identical. You are truly a pair destined for greatness. With such remarkable coincidences, Long Gong had surmised that there was a possibility for them to master the martial soul fusion technique. After today's testing, his suspicions were indeed confirmed. After listening to the words, Tuoba Chen and Meng Yiran were both taken aback, rendered speechless as they struggled to articulate their emotions. They exchanged glances, each pondering the possibility. Could it be that we are truly destined for one another? The Dragon Prince clasped their hands together and proclaimed, "Do not doubt, for you are indeed a match made in heaven. This is a divine bond bestowed upon you. Embrace it." "Yes, I understand, esteemed Dragon Prince," they replied in unison. Upon receiving their affirmations, the Dragon Prince smiled and said, "Xiaochun, I entrust Yiran to you from this day forth. You must take good care of her." "Certainly." Esteemed Dragon Prince, Tuoba Chen replied with resolute assurance. "Very well, let us now commence our training in the fusion technique of martial souls." Tuoba Chen, so, is it really that simple to learn? Is there no preparatory work required? What kind of preparatory work, you ask? I assure you, for individuals like yourselves, boasting a perfect compatibility with your martial souls, mastering the martial soul fusion technique will come effortlessly and swiftly. As for those with lesser compatibility, they may never hope to grasp it in their lifetime. Some matters are simply ordained by destiny and unchangeable. Ah, I understand now. Elder Long. Do you still address me as Elder? Long Gong suddenly spoke with a serious tone. Grandfather, dear grandfather. Sigh, little Chin, you are so obedient. Tuoba Chen, all right. I shall cease my jesting and share with you the method of utilizing the martial soul fusion technique. You must grasp each other's hands, and one party will channel their soul power into the body of the other. Remember, the recipient of the soul power must not resist. They must wholly surrender their being to the other. Otherwise, the martial soul fusion technique will inevitably fail. Upon hearing Long Gong's words, the two swallowed hard. What would happen in the event of failure? Well, if it fails, then it simply fails. We can always attempt it again. Tuoba Chen initially believed that failure would entail grave consequences. However, upon realizing that there were none, he felt reassured to proceed. He then addressed Meng Yiran, saying, Yiran, I shall first channel my soul energy towards you. Upon uttering this, their hands intertwined, and 2 distinct hues of soul energy, one white and one black, emanated from their bodies. The ethereal white soul force emanating from Tuoba Chen gradually flowed towards Meng Yiran. Long Gong observed this scene, nodding in acknowledgement. Both individuals were astute enough to fully comprehend his words. They patiently awaited the outcome, as the initial use of a martial soul fusion technique typically demands a considerable amount of time. Before long, a terrifying and malevolent black mist began to swirl around them, obscuring visibility even for Long Gong. Accompanied by an overwhelming pressure, the black fog slowly dissipated, revealing a massive black python before Long Gong. This signified success. Without fear, Long Gong approached the formidable creature, inquiring, Can you hear me? Yiran? Xiaocheng? We can. The python suddenly spoke, its voice unmistakably that of Mang Iran. Upon hearing this, Long Gong smiled. It was evident that Tuoba Chen had channeled his soul force into Mang Iran, thus granting her control. All right, Iran, Xiao Cheng. You may now dissolve the martial soul fusion technique. We shall later test if Xiao Cheng can take the lead. With a nod, the python dispersed into a swirl of black light, and the two reverted to their original forms. The martial soul fusion technique had indeed succeeded, an extraordinary feat. Although it had consumed a substantial amount of soul power, Tuoba Chen distinctly sensed the fearsome strength of the black python they had just formed. Despite not being a grand soul master, he believed that even one of that caliber would struggle to wield such power. As their strengths increased in the future, the potency of this martial soul fusion technique would only amplify. Now, little ones, let us bestow a name upon this martial soul fusion technique, Long Gong suggested. Tuoba Chen and Mang Iran exchanged glances and spoke in unison, the Serpent of Dusk. This name had spontaneously emerged in their minds at the moment of their successful fusion. The Serpent of Dusk? A splendid name, Long Gong remarked. Now, let us see if Xiao Cheng can take the lead. Iran, channel your soul power into Xiao Cheng and observe what transpires. Understood, grandfather, Mang Iran replied. The two joined hands again, and this time, her black soul power gradually flowed towards Tuoba Chen. Long Gong nodded, noting that everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly. However, just as he affirmed this, the flow of soul power abruptly ceased, and both released their grip, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Seeing this, Long Gong felt perplexed. Could this signify failure? That seemed unlikely. Upon reflecting on their earlier state, he realized that it was not a failure, rather. The martial soul fusion technique led by Tuoba Chen was simply too powerful for their current levels. As mere junior soul masters, their earlier endeavor with the Serpent of Dusk had nearly depleted their soul power. If Tuoba Chen were to lead, the technique would undoubtedly demand even more strength, which they currently lacked. Mang Iran had fainted from the exertion, while Tuoba Chen, having trained diligently, barely managed to stay conscious. Grandfather Long Gong, have we failed? He asked, mustering his strength. Long Gong pondered for a moment before responding, in a certain sense, you have failed, yet you have also not failed. What do you mean by that? It means your methodology was sound. The issue lies in your insufficient soul power. You lack the strength to sustain this martial soul fusion technique. Once your levels increase, this problem will resolve itself, so do not dwell on it. Oh, Tuoba Chen replied. Before slumping back in exhaustion, he too could no longer endure. Observing the two unconscious children, Long Gong chuckled softly and carried them to their room for rest. The following day, Tuoba Chen awoke to the sight of a crimson ceiling. Realizing he was not in his own home, the events of the previous day remained vivid in his memory, and though surreal, the fatigue in his body confirmed that everything had indeed transpired. Stretching and throwing off the covers, he leapt up, invigorated despite residual weariness. Just as he reached the door, it swung open to reveal Ningyu, holding a bowl of porridge. Mom, what are you doing here? He exclaimed, surprised. Why shouldn't I be here? Our home is just across the way. Yesterday, I heard from Long Gong that you and Iran fainted while practicing the martial soul fusion technique due to insufficient soul power. I came to check on you, she explained. That's fine, he replied, eagerly drinking the nourishing porridge she had prepared. Drink slowly. Be cautious of the heat, she cautioned. Tuoba Chen's eyes grew misty as he continued to sip. Ningyu, noticing this, felt a pang of concern. How much hardship had he endured outside? The thought compelled her to reach out and gently stroke his head. Mom, did you add chili? He sobbed, recalling his sensitivity to spice from his previous life in Yacheng. Ningyu's hand retreated slowly, having momentarily forgotten his aversion to spicy food. No, it's just your imagination, she assured him. After finishing breakfast, he realized that, due to Mang Iran still being unconscious, he could only bid farewell to Long Gong and Snake Grandma before returning home, as he had many questions for Tuoba Yin. Upon arriving home, he found Tuoba Yin still at home, as it was quite early. After all, business at the Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce had not been thriving. Tuoba Yin remarked that he was busy yet not busy at all. Why did he express it this way? It was because every time he attended the Chamber of Commerce, he merely dealt with trivial matters. Thus, in reality, his absence from work would not cause any significant issues. The vice president could handle everything in his stead. As Tuoba Chen observed Tuoba Yin seated on the sofa, engrossed in reading a newspaper titled Cook-a Daily, he stealthily leaned in for a glimpse. He inadvertently caught sight of a headline proclaiming, "The 12-year-old genius soul master commits such acts against a classmate." The article suggested that mingling with 4 specific types of individuals could yield significant advantages throughout the academic year. A seemingly ordinary girl had uttered a remark that garnered widespread admiration for him. Sensing Tuoba Chen's presence, Tuoba Yin looked up and inquired, "What is it? Is there something you need?" Perhaps due to the fact that Tuoba Yin had 2 daughters, he remained unperturbed by Tuoba Chen's return. "Dad, I have some questions regarding my cultivation," Tuoba Chen replied. "Go ahead, ask," Tuoba Yin encouraged. "I can now maintain the dragon's breath technique of the transformation dragon art for a continuous 23 hours, but for some reason, I cannot seem to advance further despite my diligent efforts. Additionally, I feel that my speed in cultivating soul power is faster than others. Yet I require more soul power to level up, causing my progress to lag behind." After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Tuoba Yin nodded, clearly aware of both issues. "Xiaochen, I am quite pleased that you have achieved such a level in the transformation dragon art in such a short time. As for why you cannot advance beyond 23 hours, the reason is quite simple. The essence of the dragon's breath technique is to enhance your blood circulation and strengthen your internal organs through a unique breathing method, significantly improving various attributes. Having acknowledged this, Tuoba Chen understood that this was indeed the case, a fact he was already aware of. Tuoba Yin continued, however, "You must recognize that at your age, the capacity of your internal organs is limited. Maintaining 23 hours is already remarkable, and your soul power is still modest. Generally, for soul masters, it is virtually impossible to cultivate to the second level before reaching level 20. Tuoba Chen grasped the implication that only great soul masters could achieve the second level. Nevertheless, he expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Dad, isn't there any way to improve?" After a moment's contemplation, Tuoba Yin responded, "There are methods available. If you can acquire high-grade body-refining medicinal materials, you could comprehensively enhance your physical attributes, thus meeting the prerequisites for further cultivation of the transformation dragon art." After Tuoba Yin finished speaking, Tuoba Chen's eyes sparkled as he quickly retrieved the cold spirit grass awarded from the Songlong plunge. Upon seeing the small wooden box that Tuoba Chen had produced, Tuoba Yin felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be? Subsequently, Tuoba Chen opened the box, revealing the cold spirit grass within. This is... Xiaochen, how did you come by the cold spirit grass? There is still one chapter unfinished. It will be posted before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chapter 33, The 5 Elemental Dragons. A third update, seeking recommendations. To be honest, Tuoba Yin was genuinely astonished that Tuoba Chen possessed such a treasure as the cold spirit grass. While it may not be the most supreme of medicinal herbs, it is certainly not far from it. More than sufficient to assist Tuoba Chen in breaking through the first layer of the dragon transformation technique, and it may even aid him in his future cultivation. This is a special reward given to me by Prince Xueqinghe for achieving first place in my final exams. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Yin was somewhat taken aback. The royal family? No wonder. Only royalty could be so extravagant. However, he pondered whether Tuoba Chen's connection to the royal family was a boon or a bane. Tuoba Chen, is this acceptable? Certainly. I will soon reveal to you the proper usage of the Hanling grass. For now, let me elucidate the reasons behind the substantial soul power required for your advancement. Noticing Tuoba Chen's readiness, he began, "Little Chen, you must understand that any martial soul bearing the name dragon is typically more formidable than ordinary beast-type martial souls, with the white-armored earth dragon standing out as a prime example. However, with this immense power comes an equally significant cost. You may be unaware that long ago, the 5 martial souls known as the white-armored earth dragon, blue electric tyrannosaurus, clear wind azure dragon, single-horned fire explosion dragon, and pure water blue dragon were the mightiest among their elemental dragons. Collectively referred to as the 5 elemental dragons. Their strengths were closely matched, exhibiting a balance of mutual enhancement and counteraction. Regrettably, the pure water blue dragon and clear wind azure dragon are now on the brink of extinction, while the single-horned fire explosion dragon can only be derived from mutations of the other 4 dragon types. Consequently, it is now rare to encounter anything other than the blue electric tyrannosaurus and white-armored earth dragon soul masters on the main roads. Upon hearing Tuoba Yan's words, Tuoba Chen was taken aback, realizing the historical significance of the 5 elemental dragons. Tuoba Yan continued, "As for why you feel that the soul power needed for your upgrades is greater than that of other soul masters, it is because the physical endurance of the 5 elemental dragons surpasses that of ordinary soul masters, allowing us to accommodate a greater amount of soul power. With an increased capacity, naturally, more soul power is required to fill it. Moreover, as representatives of the earth element, we white-armored earth dragons necessitate even more soul power for cultivation compared to the other elemental dragons. This explains why white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Masters typically rank lower than their blue electric Tyrannosaurus counterparts. After absorbing this information, Tuoba Chen felt a sense of relief. Grateful for inheriting Uncle Mo's Azure Dragon technique. Otherwise, he feared being left behind by his peers. Well, do you have any further questions? None. Then go take a shower and wait for me in your room. Tuoba Chen, with a playful expression, was met with Tuoba Yan's teasing remark. You little rascal. What are you thinking? Have you not bathed these past few days? Are you unaware of the overwhelming scent that clings to you? I still need to prepare some auxiliary medicinal herbs to complement the cold spirit grass for the medicinal bath. Remember to add plenty of your Mother-S blue heart grass. It will help to expand your skin pores and enhance the absorption of the medicinal properties. Oh, understood. Stop dawdling, hurry up. Of course. With that, Tuoba Chen dashed to the bathroom, taking great care to cleanse himself thoroughly before returning to his room to await Tuoba Yan's arrival. The thought of soon utilizing the cold spirit grass to advance to the second layer of the dragon transformation technique filled him with uncontainable excitement. Before long, Tuoba Yan made his entrance. Tuoba Chen hastily glanced over and noticed that Tuoba Yan's hands were empty. Where's the Hanlian grass? He inquired. It is currently being boiled, but it has yet to reach the right temperature. I came over to ask you to assist in monitoring the fire. In the center of his family's courtyard, Tuoba Chen discovered a large iron vat simmering, filled with a pristine white liquid. Observing this peculiar sight, Tuoba Chen tilted his head and remarked, Why on earth is there medicine boiling in the middle of the courtyard? Am I to take a medicinal bath here? With a hint of confusion, he continued. Otherwise, what could it be, you little rascal? Do you think Hanlian grass is just an ordinary herb? It is called Hanlian grass precisely because of its intense coldness. It must be combined with dozens of fire-based herbs and simmered over a vigorous flame for at least 4 hours to temper its chill. Only at noon, when the sun's warmth is at its peak, can it be added to the mixture, or rather, only then can one immerse oneself in it. Otherwise, with your current pitiful level of ability, you would be frozen into an ice sculpture the moment you stepped in. The fire must be kept blazing throughout. Now, I shall take my rest. You tend to the fire. Add more wood when it diminishes, and replenish the water every half hour. Understood? Oh, he replied. Tuoba Chen felt a sense of curiosity as he sensed that his father had become considerably more irritable. Had his prolonged association with the esteemed Long Gong Sr. influenced this change? After Tuoba Yan's departure, Tuoba Chen focused intently on the large iron vat. When the flames dwindled, he stoked the fire. When the water level decreased, he replenished it. This was a matter of great significance, as it pertained to his potential breakthrough to the second layer of the dragon transformation technique. He could not afford to be careless. 4 hours later, as Tuoba Yan returned to the scene, he observed Tuoba Chen, who was still adding firewood. All right, little Chen, no need to add more. It is sufficient now. It is just noon, and you may enter. At last, the moment had arrived. Tuoba Chen hastily disrobed and stepped into the water. To his surprise, the instant he immersed himself, a chill enveloped him. The medicinal properties of the cold spirit grass gradually seeped into his being. Since the effects of the blue heart grass had not yet dissipated, his pores remained wide open, allowing him to effortlessly absorb the medicinal essence simply by remaining still. An hour passed, and he could distinctly feel the cold energy infiltrating his body, circulating throughout him. Gradually, small black particles began to emerge from his skin, as the cold energy meticulously purged the impurities within him. After 4 hours, the remaining cold energy began to fortify Tuoba Chen's physique from the inside out. He could palpably sense his heart beating more robustly than before, and his breathing became freer, an overwhelming sense of well-being enveloping him. Ultimately, after a full 9 hours, Tuoba Chen completed his medicinal bath. With the potency of the cold spirit grass entirely absorbed, the water temperature began to rise. As he opened his eyes, taking in the foul-smelling water surrounding him, he quickly climbed out of the tub. He then rinsed himself with some clean water. After washing, he felt invigorated, as if a considerable weight had been lifted from his body. Chapter 34, Transformation of Appearance. Though it was nearing midnight, Tuoba Chen, having just emerged from his bath, felt no chill despite his nakedness. It is known that the temperature difference between day and night in the Douluo continent is vast. The weather is entirely different between the two. He surmised that perhaps the cold spirit grass had heightened his cold resistance, though he was uncertain of the extent of this enhancement. However, this was not his primary concern at the moment. He was far more preoccupied with whether he had successfully broken through to the next level in his dragon breathing technique. To confirm this, he would need to wait for 24 hours. If he could sustain the use of the dragon breathing technique after this period, it would signify complete mastery. For now, Despite the late hour, he felt no fatigue, likely due to his prolonged slumber in the tub during the day. Energized, he decided to cultivate through the night. Eager to ascertain the extent of the enhancement provided by the cold spirit grass, after a night of diligent practice, exhaled with relief. The cold spirit herb was indeed remarkable. Although it did not directly enhance his soul power, it significantly improved his physical attributes. His strength had increased by approximately 30% compared to before. One must not underestimate this increment. Currently, he had activated the dragon breathing technique in its total concentration mode, which amplifies physical attributes by 60%. Strengthening this 30% meant that in total concentration mode, he could nearly achieve double the strength he possessed prior to activating it. Such an enhancement was undeniably astonishing. Although less than 24 hours had passed, he could distinctly perceive his progress. In the past, maintaining the dragon breathing technique for such a duration would have left him somewhat fatigued. However, now, utilizing the technique felt as effortless as normal breathing, devoid of any discomfort. Nevertheless, for the sake of prudence, he decided to wait until the full 24 hours had elapsed before commencing his cultivation of the second layer of the transformation dragon technique. As dawn broke, there was no longer a need for further training. He approached the bathroom to wash away the sweat accumulated from his exertions. After his shower, as he stood before the mirror, he was momentarily taken aback. Wow, who is this? So handsome. Though he uttered no sound, internally he was exclaiming in astonishment. Rubbing his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken, he realized that his already striking features had transformed dramatically. Previously, he had possessed a captivating appearance that easily caught the attention of women in their 20s, but now he was on an entirely different level. After absorbing the cold spirit herb, he had grown taller, approximately by 5 centimeters. His skin resembled exquisite jade, translucent and radiant, even glimmering faintly. His facial features had evolved from merely delicate to breathtakingly beautiful, compelling one to gaze in wonder. His formerly deep black pupils had transformed into a mesmerizing shade of blue, while his hair had turned white, yet without a hint of age, exuding an ethereal aura. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if his hair were slightly longer, concealing his throat, one might mistake him for a girl. Yet, despite his stunning appearance, did not appear effeminate. Rather, he exuded an alluring charm. Initially, he had not possessed such a sensation when he first approached the mirror. Perhaps due to the cold spirit herb, he now emanated a cool, captivating aura. However, in the next moment, as he gazed at himself, a smirk of infatuation emerged, instantly altering his demeanor. How should one describe it? In his present state, a mere smile could evoke an enticing allure. After confirming that there were no other changes, he dressed and exited the bathroom. In an attempt to appear more composed, he forced a neutral expression, although internally he was laughing heartily. After all, everyone appreciates beauty, both men and women alike. Who would he want to look a bit more handsome or beautiful? He was no exception. He felt elated to have become more attractive. He then made his way towards the living room. Although Ningyu was a wealthy lady, she was quite diligent, rising early each morning to prepare breakfast for her family. She ladled a bit of soup from the pot into a small dish to taste. Ah, just the right flavor. The oil in the frying pan had reached the right temperature, and she took out the already wrapped shrimp dumplings, frying them until they turned golden brown. It was nearly 7 o'clock, the usual time for breakfast in their household. Ningyu hurriedly plated the food and brought it to the dining table. Suddenly, she noticed a stranger with blue hair seated at the table. Since he was facing away from her, she could not clearly see his face, due to his increased height. His silhouette appeared significantly different from before. Hearing a noise from behind, quickly turned around. As Ningyu caught sight of his face, disbelief washed over her. You are Xiaochen? Yes, Mom, it's me. Although she had heard mention that might undergo some changes, she never anticipated such a transformation. However, she quickly composed herself. After all, a change in appearance did not alter the fact that he was still her son. But now that he looked so handsome, would he stray in the future? Ningyu's calm reaction left feeling a tad disappointed. He had harbored a glimmer of hope that she would praise him. Shortly thereafter, arrived and glanced at. Wow, son, have you changed genders? Tuoba Chen. Do not be angry, do not be angry, do not hold it against them. The reactions of the two were vastly different from what he had envisioned. Praising your offspring could indeed be perilous. However, during breakfast, their gazes remained fixated on his face. Even as Tuoba Chen finished the soup in his bowl without any discernible reaction. Clearly, their inner feelings were far from the calmness they outwardly displayed, especially Tuoba Chen, who merely masked his astonishment with a facade of composure. After breakfast, Tuoba Chen intended to visit Long Gong's home to check if Meng Yiran had awakened. but was unexpectedly halted by Tuoba Chen. Little Chun, are you heading out? Yes, what is it? Come with me. All right. Although unsure of Tuoba Yan's intentions, he was confident that his father would not lead him astray, so he followed. Soon, Tuoba Chen found himself in Tuoba Yan's room, perplexed by the purpose of this visit. Then, Tuoba Yan retrieved a remarkably handsome formal outfit from the wardrobe, stating, "This is for you. Try it on and see how it fits." Chapter 35. No Dragon. No tiger. Though uncertain about Tuoba Yan's motives, Tuoba Chen agreed. After donning the formal attire, he underwent a complete transformation. Previously, for convenience, he would typically wear a short-sleeved shirt when going out. Not that he dressed poorly, but rather quite ordinarily, lacking in distinction. Upon changing into this outfit, Tuoba Chen's aloof demeanor elevated from a mere 7 to a striking 10. He radiated an air that made others hesitant to approach him. Yet they were irresistibly drawn to his presence. After he changed, Tuoba Chen smiled and inquired, "Well, what do you think? Are you satisfied?" Tuoba Chen hurriedly nodded and said, "I am quite satisfied. However, it is rather warm. In this scorching summer, will wearing this attire not make me seem a bit eccentric?" After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Tuoba Chen suddenly said with a serious expression, "What are you talking about? Are you not aware of your current appearance? Wearing that old outfit, exposing so much skin, aren't you afraid of being abducted?" Tuoba Chen, "Well, Dad, it appears that I am a boy. Is it really necessary to be so cautious when I step outside?" Tuoba Chen remarked, "What is the matter with boys? They must take extra care of themselves when venturing outside. Your father's words are indeed wise. Heed his advice." At that moment, Ningyu emerged from the side, echoing in agreement. Tuoba Chen, "Indeed, it seems that beauty is justice." They previously had no concerns regarding safety. However, compelled to don a trench coat, Tuoba Chen resolved to venture outside. In truth, due to the absorption of the cold spirit grass, Tuoba Chen's body temperature had become somewhat lower than that of an average person, rendering him impervious to the sweltering heat. It merely felt peculiar to wear a trench coat in the height of summer. As Tuoba Chen opened the door, he was startled to discover two burly men, with robust physiques, crouching at his doorstep. Tuoba Chen timidly inquired, "May I ask who you are?" Upon observing Tuoba Chen's demeanor, a suspicious flush appeared on the face of the burly man to his left, while the man on his right turned his head away, his body seemingly trembling. The burly man replied, "You must be young Master Tuoba Chen. We are the guards of the Holy Dragon Commerce Guild. Madam Ningyu has just informed us that, starting today, we shall serve as your personal protectors. Henceforth, whenever you venture out, we shall accompany you to ensure your safety." Tuoba Chen expressed his disbelief at the overly pragmatic nature of his parents, wondering why they had not been this way before. Apologizing to his bodyguard, he requested a brief delay before heading out. With a quick exchange, he closed the door and strode towards his parents' room. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Ningyu cheerfully inquired if he was satisfied with the bodyguards she had chosen for him. Caught off guard, Tuoba Chen hesitated, uncertain of how to respond. He requested his mother to dismiss the guards, preferring to venture out alone, feeling uncomfortable with too many followers. However, Tuoba Chen interjected, assuring him there was no need for discomfort, as the two guards were trusted subordinates with formidable abilities, capable of protecting him. He stressed the importance of self-protection for young men, especially in potentially dangerous situations. Consequently, under the relentless persuasion of his parents, he reluctantly set out with the two bodyguards. In truth, the distance to Meng Yiran's home was merely a street away, and he felt slightly overwhelmed by his parents' sudden overprotectiveness. Ningyu and Tuoba Chen discussed how attractive their son had become, contemplating whether he should continue his training, eventually suggesting that Meng Yiran might take on the role of his protector instead. Unbeknownst to Tuoba Chen, he had already arrived at his home. The two burly men spotted him, and one stammered, asking if he was heading out. Tuoba Chen replied affirmatively and politely inquired about their names, feeling awkward addressing them simply as bodyguards. After introducing themselves as Mo Long and Mo Hu, they expressed their loyalty to Tuoba Chen, assuring him they would follow his commands without hesitation. Tuoba Chen insisted they call him by his given name, but Mo Long, with genuine sincerity, insisted on addressing him as young master, recognizing his polite demeanor. Eventually conceding, Tuoba Chen accepted the title. When asked where he was headed, he indicated Meng Yiran's house, which was conveniently close by. Upon reaching the door, he knocked and announced himself, seeking to practice the fusion technique of their martial souls. when Meng Yiran opened the door. She was momentarily taken aback by the striking transformation in Tuoba Chen's appearance, though she recognized him from their time together in school. The significant change left her momentarily speechless, as she had initially been drawn to his looks, though she had yet to appreciate his talents fully. As Tuoba Chen waved a hand in front of her face, she snapped back to reality, stammering a response and lowering her gaze, suddenly shy in his presence. Tuoba Chen is not a fool. Even Meng Yiran's intentions are glaringly apparent. He cannot help but ponder inwardly, wondering if beauty grants one the liberty to do as they please, irrespective of the realm. He cannot allow the young lady to take the initiative, so he gently takes Meng Yiran's hand and suggests, "Shall we enter?" After instructing the two guards to wait by the door, he leads Meng Yiran inside. As they traverse the courtyard, Meng Yiran occasionally glances up at him, only to quickly lower her gaze when he turns his head. Today, Long Gong and Shipu are both out, leaving only the two of them in this space. "Chen, is there something you wish to discuss today?" Although Meng Yiran is technically a day older, 2 minutes, to be precise, Tuoba Chen, reluctant to adopt the role of a younger brother, finds himself addressed as brother by her. "I have come to practice our martial soul fusion technique. The last time we merged, we were too slow. To ensure our future applications are not hindered, I believe it prudent to practice further." "Very well," she replies. With that, Tuoba Chen once more takes Meng Yiran's hand, and as they relax, they begin to transfer their soul power to one another. In an instant, a plume of black smoke envelopes them, and they merge once again into the Twilight Serpent. Indeed, Long Gong did not deceive them. The second fusion is considerably swifter, and subsequent merges will be expedited as well. "Yiran, let us test the power," he suggests. Sensing Tuoba Chen's intent, Meng Yiran swiftly maneuvers the Twilight Serpent toward a room in her home. Before long, they arrive at a training room filled with a small, marked iron figure and various other objects. This is where Meng Yiran typically practices. Upon entering, she directs the Twilight Serpent to strike the iron figure with its tail, leaving a noticeable dent in the previously smooth surface. Surprised by the sheer force, Meng Yiran realizes the iron figure is solid, and the martial soul fusion technique proves terrifyingly effective. However, this is merely the beginning. She then raises the serpent's head and unleashes a torrent of venom upon the iron figure. In an instant, the figure is engulfed in black liquid, which begins to erode its structure. Within a minute, a significant portion of the iron figure has been corroded away. After completing their test, the pair promptly disbands their fusion. Despite their brief amalgamation, it has drained a substantial amount of their soul power. Tuoba Chen cannot help but feel a sense of inadequacy in a direct confrontation. He and Meng Yiran in their Twilight Serpent form might only sustain themselves for half a minute. With this thought in mind, he turns to Meng Yiran and says, "Yiran, I think we should conclude our practice for today. I must return to my training." "Are you leaving already? Won't you stay a little longer?" she queries, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "No, I came to observe the martial soul fusion technique. Now that we have achieved our goal, I must return to my training. And please, do not seek me out. I prefer solitude while I practice." "Understood," she replies. With that, Tuoba Chen departs with the two guards, determined to enhance the potency of their fusion technique through diligent training. Meanwhile, Meng Yiran remains in her room, lost in thought, occasionally breaking into a silly smile, her mind wandering to unknown realms. Upon returning home, Tuoba Chen hastens to the training room. Unlike before, when he merely engaged in push-ups and other bodyweight exercises, he now feels ready for more rigorous training, bolstered by the enhancement of his physical abilities from the Hanling grass. Arriving at the training room, he begins with a 10-minute jog to warm up. Once he breaks a light sweat, he retrieves his custom-made barbell for lower body exercises, the equipment crafted by a blacksmith he had personally commissioned. He has been training since childhood, although as a young boy, he only had a small sandbag nearby to work with. 17, 18, 19. The sound of his youthful grunts fills the room. For hours pass, and as noon approaches, he transitions to stretching exercises, crucial to avoiding tight muscles from his training. After 15 minutes of stretching, he arrives at the dining table, only to be taken aback by the meal before him. "Where are the steaks? The chicken breasts? Did I not specify with my mother that I wanted those after my workouts?" Noticing his confusion, Ningyu looks at him quizzically. "What's wrong, Xiao Chen? Why aren't you eating?" "Mom, why has the menu changed? I used to have boiled chicken and steak every day. Why would you keep eating that bland stuff? It lacks flavor and is dry. Today, we have pork cutlets, sourced from a 100-year-old soul beast. The nutritional value surpasses that of beef by leaps and bounds. Trust me, this is far more beneficial than chicken breast. After hearing this, Tuoba Chen finds it hard to argue. If it truly is meat from a 100-year-old soul beast, its efficacy would indeed be superior to ordinary chicken. However, he wonders if the cost might be exorbitant, as the price of ordinary soul beast meat is already many times that of regular meat, let alone that of a 100-year-old soul beast. Why overthink it? My father is a merchant. This expense is trivial. All right, I understand, Mom. With that, he begins to devour the pork cutlet with great enthusiasm, marveling at how delicious it is. It has been a long time since he last tasted pork, and the memory of why lingers in his mind. As Tuoba Chen enjoys his meal, Ningyu hardly touches her own plate, instead occasionally placing vegetables onto his bowl. He is not picky and accepts everything she offers. Ningyu finds this act of feeding amusing, and soon Tuoba Chen's bowl is overflowing with food. 20 minutes later, Tuoba Chen gently caressed his small belly. Feeling satisfied after his meal, Ningyu inquired, "Aren't you going to eat any more? Why have you only had such a small portion?" Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen cast a sidelong glance at Ningyu and replied, "Mom, I have already consumed 6 large bowls. I truly cannot eat another bite." Only then did Ningyu notice the mountain of bones piled high beside Tuoba Chen's bowl, confirming that he had indeed eaten quite a lot. Nevertheless, she instinctively remarked, "You are nothing like your father. Let me tell you, when your father was your age, he could devour 10 bowls. 10 bowls. Tuoba Chen cast a glance at the bowl before him, which was nearly half the size of his head, and fell into contemplation. The wisdom of adulthood told him that Ningyu was merely boasting. To validate his suspicion, he fixed his gaze upon her. Ningyu, feeling somewhat shy under his scrutiny, instinctively wanted to retort, "Mom, are you deceiving me?" Suddenly exposed by Tuoba Chen, her face flushed momentarily, and she boldly exclaimed, "You little rascal! Do you not believe your mother's words? Go back to sleep." Thus emerged the classic tactic of the despicable adults. When words fail, resort to shouting at the top of one's lungs, "For as long as my voice is louder, I am right. You are my son, you must listen to me." Clearly, faced with this ultimate maneuver, Tuoba Chen found himself at a loss. In front of Meng Yi Ran, he could strike back fiercely, but before Ningyu, he could only acquiesce. Perhaps this is the nature of men. After a refreshing nap, and following a period of cultivation, evening finally descended. As he felt the rhythm of his steady breaths, he realized it had been 24 hours since he last utilized the cold spirit grass. He could ascertain whether his dragon breathing technique had reached its complete stage. Martial soul, manifestation. Upon activating his martial soul, he meticulously examined every part of his body, only to find little change. Was it not stated that each layer of mastery would engender an evolution? After pondering for quite a while, he concluded that his scales appeared slightly shinier, and the soul power consumed upon activating the martial soul seemed diminished. Was this all? The benefits from this evolution felt rather trivial, yet it was better than nothing. Taking out the dragon transformation secret art, he began to delve into the second layer. The second layer of the dragon transformation secret art, known as dragon form technique, similarly lays the groundwork for the subsequent stages of the dragon transformation art. The dragon form technique involves mimicking the form of a dragon through a unique practice, executing various intricate movements to bring one's own form closer to that of a dragon. However, this second layer could only be cultivated while the martial soul was active, and to be precise, it was not the physical form that altered, but rather the manifestation of the martial soul, marking the initial transformation from an earth dragon to a sacred dragon. First, one must achieve a semblance, and then gradually delve deeper. However, there were certain considerations when practicing the second layer. Activating the martial soul while training the dragon form technique would entail a significant consumption of soul power, often rendering it impossible to complete a full set of movements before exhaustion set in. Furthermore, upon concluding the practice, one would feel an overwhelming hunger, necessitating the preparation of copious amounts of high-quality meat. Training the dragon form technique would be more restrictive than other forms of exercise, yet it would rapidly enhance one's physical prowess, while also increasing the total amount of soul power and its recovery speed. Moreover, after mastering this layer, the appearance of the martial soul would undergo a marked transformation. In simpler terms, it would become more aesthetically pleasing. The dragon form technique consists of 347 movements. Mastering the ability to consecutively perform this set of movements twice while the martial soul is active would signify complete mastery of the technique. However, as the hour grew late, and having felt quite fatigued, he decided against practicing the dragon form technique that day. Instead, he entered the medicinal bath that had already been prepared, seeking to replenish the vitality expended during his earlier training and simultaneously refine his skills in the Azure Dragon technique. Given the substantial enhancement in his physical strength, he believed he could sustain the first layer of the Azure Dragon technique for a longer duration. After a night had passed, Tuoba Chen opened his eyes and noticed only remnants of medicinal dregs in the water beside him, smiling with satisfaction. During his practice of the Azure Dragon technique yesterday, he had surprisingly endured for 2.5 hours, a half hour longer than usual, which brought him great joy. After cleansing himself, he proceeded to breakfast. Observing the array of soul beast meats laid out on the table, along with Ningyu and her husband awaiting him, Tuoba Chen realized the reason why they had ceased using ordinary ingredients in favor of soul beast meat since yesterday. It seemed Tuoba Chen was aware of his breakthrough to the second layer of the dragon transformation art, necessitating a substantial amount of energy-rich, high-quality meat, thus leading to this arrangement. Having devoured breakfast in its entirety, Tuoba Chen was called by Tuoba Chen. Turning with a hint of curiosity, he inquired, "What is it, father? Is there something you need?" Tuoba Chen nodded slightly. Subsequently, he retrieved a substantial bag of jerky from his soul guide device, which appeared to weigh around 40 to 50 pounds. Tuoba Chen, Xiao Chun, this jerky is made from the flesh of a 10-year soul beast. If you find yourself hungry during your cultivation, do indulge in this to replenish your soul power. In the future, our household's daily meals will consist of meat from century-old soul beasts, aiding you in swiftly breaking through to the second layer of the transformation dragon technique. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Tuoba Chen felt genuinely touched, although his family was relatively affluent. It was important to note that the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce was an asset of the Sacred Dragon Sect, as far as he understood. His father's monthly income was approximately 2,000 gold soul coins, and if he wished to earn a bit more in a month, it would be quite effortless, as he was the head of the chamber. However, Tuoba Chen was known for his integrity and had little tolerance for petty theft. Thus, he had never exploited his position for personal gain. It was precisely because of his character that the Sacred Dragon Sect entrusted him with the management of the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce. While a monthly income of 2,000 gold soul coins was indeed substantial, the cost of century-old soul beast meat was not trivial. Although soul beast meat is considered the least expensive product derived from the soul beasts, the monthly expenses would still likely exceed several thousand gold soul coins. Chapter 38. Powerful Background Dad. Actually, last time Uncle Emo gave me quite a bit of pocket money, so I can buy this soul beast meat myself. Although Tuoba Chen must have accumulated some savings over the years, Tuoba Chen still felt a twinge of guilt. Hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Tuoba Chen paused and said, "Xiao Chen, you need not worry. This soul beast meat is, in fact, a subsidy for you." A subsidy? What does that mean? Does it need further explanation? It means precisely what it says. But what does that entail? Please elaborate. Observing the earnest look in Tuoba Chen's eyes, Tuoba Chen said, "Very well, let me explain." After which, Tuoba Chen assumed a serious demeanor, signaling his attention. Seeing his son in this manner, Tuoba Chen smiled and remarked, "Xiao Chen, you have truly changed. You are much livelier than before." "Tuoba Chen, I have changed. What about it?" I have changed quite a lot." "Well, let me discuss the matter of subsidies with you. Little Chen, you must understand that even though you have never set foot in the Sacred Dragon Sect, you are still a member of it. Due to the necessity of cultivating the dragon transformation technique, our Sacred Dragon Sect raises numerous food-type soul beasts. Each member of the Sacred Dragon Sect, upon reaching the second level of cultivation, is entitled to apply for subsidies from the sect. Members of different statuses can receive varying degrees of support. Ordinary disciples may claim 500 pounds of soul beast meat each month. Outer disciples can receive 1,000 pounds. Inner disciples are entitled to 2,000 pounds, and core disciples can claim 3,000 pounds along with 500 gold soul coins. Oh. Tuoba Chen's expression did not betray any deceit, and given that his father was a steward, it was reasonable to assume he could easily secure a position as an outer disciple. Upon reflection, this revelation significantly reduced his family's expenditures, leaving him both moved and a bit perplexed, as if the emotional weight of the moment had been returned to him. However, he harbored some doubts. Could 3,000 jin of food truly suffice for an entire month? Furthermore, regarding the soul beasts they raised, their extraordinary vitality raised questions. Were they being fed with some miraculous fertilizer? Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing these inquiries, deciding he would ascertain the truth during his training later. After all, in the Douluo continent, it seemed unlikely that such extraordinary fertilizers existed. Subsequently, he inquired, "Father, what rank of disciple am I?" To which his father replied, "Ah, due to your grandfather's esteemed position as a grand elder within the sect, you are classified as a core disciple." Tuoba Chen, "Oh, I have never mentioned this to you before, but in our Sacred Dragon Sect, any child whose innate soul power reaches level 8 can be considered as one of the candidates for the sect leader's successor. Currently, there are only 5 individuals, including you, in the Sacred Dragon Sect whose innate soul power exceeds level 8. Therefore, if you were to cultivate a bit faster, it is possible that you might become the sect leader in the future." The sudden outburst from Tuoba Chen left Tuoba Chen somewhat bewildered. What was happening? He had unexpectedly gained a venerable elder and found himself among the heirs to the position of sect master. Wasn't the title traditionally inherited by the sect master's offspring? Not in the case of the Tiando Empire, where a hereditary system prevails. In the Xingluo Empire, however, the practice is quite different. Various sects operate under a meritocratic principle, where the strongest, as long as they possess a direct lineage of martial souls and the requisite strength, can ascend to the role of sect master, regardless of their identity. Upon hearing Tuoba Yan's words, Tuoba Chen could vividly imagine the fierce competition within the Xingluo Empire. He had initially believed that only a select few families, like those of Daimubai and Zhuxing, operated in such a manner, but he was astonished to discover that this ethos permeated the entirety of the Xingluo Empire. No wonder the people from Xingluo exude such an aura of menace. It is a reflection of their environment. Tuoba Chen inquired, "Will this not lead to any issues?" Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, he replied, "Indeed, there have been numerous foolish sect leaders in the annals of our Sacred Dragon Sect's history. However, fortunately, there is the Elder Hall to impose restrictions, and the overall environment of the Starry Luo Empire is generally similar, which has prevented any significant troubles thus far." After absorbing Tuoba's explanation, he gained some insight into the circumstances of the Sacred Dragon Sect. Yet, discovering that he was one of the heirs to the sect's leadership made matters considerably easier. With only 4 rivals, there remained a chance to compete. Tuoba Chen, moreover, "There is something I have yet to disclose to you." "What is it?" Tuoba Chen inquired, somewhat perplexed, pondering how many matters regarding his family remained unknown to him. "In truth, the Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce belongs to our family, not to the sect, and my monthly earnings far exceed 2,000 gold coins." Tuoba Chen, the black question mark face meme. What does it signify? Literally speaking, it implies that I have always been a second-generation rich individual. Well, perhaps I should say a third-generation rich individual, for this business association was funded by your maternal grandfather, my benefactor. Your grandfather has only one daughter, your mother, which means you are his sole grandson and the only heir to the business association. Upon the completion of Tuoba Yan's words, Tuoba Chen found himself utterly bewildered. The sheer volume of information he had received today was overwhelming. After living a stable and uneventful life in this world for so many years, he was suddenly informed that he was one of the heirs of the Sacred Dragon Sect, and that the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce belonged to his family, making him the sole legal heir. This revelation felt akin to a common office worker discovering that his father, who had always seemed to lead a mundane life, actually owned the very company he commuted to daily. The sensation of unexpectedly receiving a windfall from the heavens was undeniably exhilarating. At the very least, he would no longer have to worry about resources for cultivation. Tuoba Chen took a deep breath and inquired, "Do my sisters know about this matter?" "Yes. If they are aware, then why conceal it from me?" He added, "Are they not allowed to inherit the business association? Why keep it from you?" "Because you are a boy, and your mother fears that if you grow up in an overly privileged environment, you might stray from the right path. Moreover, I wanted to put you through some challenges, which is why I kept it from you. As for your sisters, the association was established with the support of your grandfather, who has a somewhat traditional view on gender roles. He has only one daughter, and when you were born, he was immensely thrilled. Had he not been occupied with significant matters, he would have brought you to live with him long ago." Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen was at a loss for words and could only ask, "Then why bring it up now? Shouldn't we continue to keep this from me?" "Circumstances change. Had you been as charming back then as you are now, we surely would not have had the heart to hide it from you. And perhaps none of this would have unfolded." After Tuoba Chen finished explaining, Tuoba Chen remained expressionless. With a sigh, Tuoba Chen felt fatigued. Life was rife with deception. Adults were indeed complex beings. Contemplating this, he silently made his way to the training room. Although weary, a flicker of excitement ignited within him. Nonetheless, he was resolute in his commitment to cultivate his skills. 2 months later, Observing Tuoba Chen's despondent demeanor, Tuoba Yin queried, "What troubles you?" "I am going to train." "Oh, remember to take some jerky with you, and do not overexert yourself, or your mother will worry. Alternatively, if you find training unbearable, you could inherit our family's fortune. I can find a trustworthy individual to oversee the business association while you enjoy your days." "Understood," Tuoba Chen replied calmly, not rejecting the proposition. If he were to inherit the association, he would surely prefer not to manage it, as his focus would be on cultivation. At this point, even if someone told him that he was Tang San's father, he would not be surprised. His capacity for astonishment had already reached its limit. He merely wished to delve into the secrets of the dragon form technique. In truth, upon learning about his background, he did not exhibit overt excitement, only a subtle smile. Internally, however, he was elated, maintaining a facade of composure to avoid embarrassment for those like him who had traversed dimensions. One could hardly blame him. After all, if one day, as you prepared to head to work, your father called to inform you of a vast inheritance in the hundreds of billions, suggesting you could simply come home if you wished to avoid hard work, who would not feel ecstatic? Arriving at the training room, Tuoba Chen steadied his mind and slowly opened the dragon transformation technique, beginning to study the contents of the dragon form. The technique contained few words, predominantly illustrations, each depicting a specific movement. The first illustration occupied an entire sheet of paper, depicting a figure with numerous meridians, marked with blue and red arrows. The annotations explained that the blue arrows indicated the normal flow of spiritual energy, while the red arrows represented the direction of flow during the practice of the dragon form technique. Thus, it was essential for him to consciously alter the flow of his spiritual energy while practicing. Subsequently, he scrutinized the names of the movements depicted: Rising Dragon, Dragon Turn, Fierce Dragon Roar, Flying Dragon in the Sky, Dragon and Phoenix Dance, Dragon Fist, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Dragon Hunt, Dragon Feast, Great Dragon Catches Small Fish, Dragon Roll. 2 dragons play with pearls, Dragon Claw Hand. Dragon gives birth to 9 offspring. Upon reading these names, Tuoba Chen's mouth twitched uncontrollably, unsure of what to ask, as the names bore a striking resemblance to the flamboyant phrases of a certain character. However, given that many within the Sacred Dragon Sect practiced these techniques, he assumed it could not be problematic. With that thought, he began to attempt to control the spiritual energy within his body, directing it in the flow indicated by the red arrows of the illustration. To his surprise, he found the process remarkably simple. He successfully altered the direction of his spiritual energy flow with ease, acknowledging that the use of cold spirit grass significantly accelerated the training of such physical techniques. Yet, he pondered whether this had any correlation with the control of spiritual energy. Reflecting on his time at the academy, he recalled how Qin Ming had him practice spiritual energy control for an hour each day. Thanks to Qin Ming's guidance, he could now precisely manipulate his spiritual energy during combat, which likely explained his current success. Once he adeptly changed the flow of his spiritual energy, he gradually began learning the more intricate movements of the dragon form. These movements, mimicking those of a dragon, proved challenging due to the differences in physical structure between dragons and humans. During his practice, he occasionally encountered particularly difficult movements that caused a significant depletion of his already accelerated spiritual energy. Ultimately, after dedicating an hour to practice, Tuoba Chen executed 112 movements, completely exhausting his spiritual energy. Following this exertion, an unprecedented hunger washed over him. He retrieved the jerky Tuoba Yin had given him and sat down to gnaw on it. Munching away, he remarked, "Ah, this piece is rabbit meat. Oh, and this is wild boar." After finishing, he noted the significantly diminished bag of jerky. He understood why the core disciples received such substantial meat provisions monthly. Engaging in this training indeed consumed considerable amounts of meat. Simultaneously, he grasped the types of soul beasts the sect raised, primarily pigs and rabbits, both of which were highly prolific. Particularly, rabbits could reproduce 6 times a year, yielding between 1 to 15 offspring each time, leading to an astonishing reproduction rate. No wonder. Raising such rapidly reproducing soul beasts was certainly sufficient to meet the sect's meat supply needs. Furthermore, considering the size of the jerky, these rabbits were nearly half a meter long, a testament to their status as soul beasts. After consuming the jerky, he began to cultivate his spiritual energy. Approximately an hour and a half later, his spiritual energy was fully restored. The rapid recovery was primarily due to his low current level. Although his spiritual energy surpassed that of his peers, it was still relatively modest. Thus, the recovery did not consume much time. Once restored, he resumed his training. During the second session, due to his mental preparedness, he managed to execute a remarkable 142 movements before his soul energy was nearly depleted. Glancing at the clock, he noted that it was approaching noon. Therefore, Tuoba Chen resisted the temptation of the savory dried meat and, after a brief period of practice, decided to break for lunch. In this manner, Tuoba Chen led a life marked by a rhythm of training, dining, training, dining, training, dining, indulging in medicinal baths, practicing the Songlong technique, and falling into a natural slumber when fatigue set in. 2 months later, as the summer vacation drew to a close, the following day marked the beginning of Tuoba Chen's school year. Today, the entire family gathered at Mo Long's tavern to host a farewell celebration in his honor. Ning Yu remarked, "Little Chen, if you truly do not wish to pursue the path of a soul master, consider returning to take over the family business. I assure you, he will continue to protect you. There is no need for concern." After finishing their meal, Tuoba Yin took out a purple card containing 50,000 gold soul coins and said, "Xiao Chun, you can use this money for now. Purchase some soul beast meat for yourself, and if it runs out, just write to Dad, and he will send you more." Tuoba Chen did not refuse. After 2 months of indulgent living, he had fully adapted. In truth, once accustomed, the life of the affluent is rather mundane. His family had always exhibited signs of wealth, and now they were merely wealthier. Tuoba Chen expressed that receiving his father's allowance posed no challenge whatsoever. In the span of these 2 months, his soul power had shown no significant improvement, remaining stagnant at level 15. One could not say he was entirely at a standstill, for his progress was merely gradual, and he was now but a hair's breadth from level 16. After all, most of his summer vacation had been spent honing his physical form. It was not that he lacked the desire to ascend swiftly, but rather, half a month prior, he had stumbled upon the final page of the dragon transformation technique, where a particular phrase caught his eye. It stated that should one perfect the technique before reaching level 20, their physical strength would be greatly enhanced, granting them the ability to absorb a soul ring not exceeding 1,200 years in age during the second soul ring acquisition. Upon reading this, Tuoba Chen felt a jolt of realization and subsequently devoted the majority of his training time to the dragon transformation technique. However, the likelihood of success was rather slim. In the history of the Sacred Dragon Sect, only the second sect leader, Tuoba Gang, had achieved this feat. Since his time, no one had succeeded again. The reason being that most members of the Sacred Dragon Sect simply could not break through the first layer of the dragon transformation technique before becoming a great soul master. If one could not even breach the first layer, how could they hope to cultivate the second? Furthermore, even those with exceptional talent who managed to reach the second layer before level 20 faced difficulties if they deliberately stunted their level progression to cultivate the dragon transformation technique, which could squander their optimal training period, making it counterproductive. After all, not everyone possesses the aid of cold spirit grass in the Azure Dragon technique. It is crucial to note that if one does not break through to level 30 before the age of 20 without external assistance, the chance of ever reaching the rank of Soul Sovereign is virtually non-existent. Even if one is aware of the possibility of breaking through with external aid, the required materials are far from ordinary. Who would invest such high-grade resources in a waste of potential who has not achieved Soul Sovereign by the age of 20? Thus, most individuals do not meticulously control their cultivation of the dragon transformation technique to perfection before level 20. Additionally, they have rarely encountered peers who have accomplished such a feat, leading them to believe that their current efforts are sufficient. They have never witnessed a top-tier genius, assuming that their own progress is adequate. In summary, these 2 factors largely explain why most individuals fail to break through before reaching level 20. Of course, there exist those stubborn enough to persist without reevaluation, often ending up in a more regrettable situation than the aforementioned individuals, potentially remaining as great soul masters for life if they do not come to their senses in time. However, Tuoba Chen meticulously analyzed his current circumstances and felt he still held a fair chance, considering he was not yet 7 years old. Over the past 2 months, he had managed to execute 231 moves in a single bout. His rapid progress was primarily due to the cold spirit grass. This herb not only enhanced his physical strength, but also accelerated his recovery ability, as his body's organs had undergone refinement. Beyond attributes like explosive power and speed, his self-regulation capacity had also improved, enhancing his endurance. He sensed that if this continued, He might break through to the second layer of the dragon transformation technique before even reaching level 20, possibly at level 19. Although the following day marked his return to school, Tuoba Chen did not squander the evening. As usual, he trained until he drifted into slumber. The next day, bright and early, Meng Yiran awaited him at his doorstep. Due to the time constraints, they were accompanied by the couple, the Dragon Lord and Snake Matriarch, to school. Upon arrival, he noticed not only the two elders, but also Mo Long and Mo Hu present. Seeing them, Tuoba Chen felt an ominous premonition. He first greeted the Dragon Lord and Snake Matriarch. "Good morning, Dragon Lord and Snake Matriarch." "Hello, little Chen." Since Tuoba Chen's appearance had improved, the Dragon Lord had ceased his previous reprimands, revealing a classic double standard. Such was the Dragon Lord, truly amusing. He then turned to the Mo brothers and inquired, "Mom, I'm heading to school. You want to be coming along, will you?" "Of course, young master. We are your personal bodyguards. Wherever you go, we shall protect you 24 hours a day as per the orders of the master and mistress." Tuoba Chen turned around and nodded at Tuoba Yin and Ningyu. Resigned to his fate, he acknowledged that having two soul kings to protect him was quite favorable. After all, he had no secrets to keep, so it mattered little. "All right, Xiao Chen, let us be off. The new school term begins tomorrow, and we must hasten our journey." "Yes, Senior Long." With that, he boarded the exclusive carriage of Long Gong and his companions. The carriage, driven by Long Gong himself, was markedly different from a conventional horse-drawn vehicle. The creatures pulling the cart were a unique breed known as dragon horses, said to be a product of the union between dragons and horses. Their speed surpassed that of ordinary horses, and the ride was exceptionally smooth, providing utmost comfort to its passengers. However, these soul beasts were reputedly far more ferocious than typical equine soul beasts. There were numerous accounts on the continent of rebellious dragon horses that had caused fatal accidents. Most people dared not keep such beasts, reserving them for formidable figures like the legendary Long Shi. As they traveled, Mo Long and Mo Hu each rode a horse, keeping pace with the carriage. Inside, only Shi Pu, Tuoba Chen, and Meng Yiran occupied the space. Shi Pu, perceptive as she was, noticed Meng Yiran's constant gaze upon her and the occasional glance out the window. "Yiran, why not engage Xiao Chen in conversation while I step outside to chat with the old man?" "Yes, Grandma, please go ahead." With that, Shipa exited the carriage to converse with Long Gong. Unbeknownst to them, Tuoba Chen, resting with his eyes closed, remained oblivious to the subtle exchanges between the grandmother and granddaughter, only hearing their voices. Once Shipa had left, Meng Yiran nearly burst into laughter. Seizing the opportunity for solitude, she quietly retrieved the lovingly prepared bento she had stayed up all night to make and said, "Jingu, are you hungry? Have something to eat." Upon hearing her voice, Tuoba Chen opened his eyes and was taken aback by the sight of the four-tiered bento. Nodding, he replied, "Thank you." This was the first time he had received a bento from a girl other than his mother, as he had never had a girlfriend before. A sense of excitement coursed through him as he accepted the bento. Noticing some small cuts on Meng Yiran's hands, likely from cooking, his heart stirred slightly. Meng Yiran, aware of his gaze, quickly withdrew her hands. Seeing this, he felt a twinge of guilt for not finishing the meal, regardless of his increased appetite. Even in his previous eating habits, he would have polished off the entire 4 layers without leaving a morsel. As he opened the bento, he was momentarily stunned. The top tier was filled entirely with various meats from soul beasts, each cut meticulously prepared and arranged. Each type of meat boasted different cooking styles, colors, and aromas, all perfectly balanced, whetting his appetite. The second tier contained half meat and half an assortment of vegetables, including carrots and shredded potatoes, with each carrot lovingly sculpted into heart shapes. The third tier held rice, while the fourth presented an array of fruit platters. Just the sight of the bento revealed the tremendous effort its creator had invested. Meng Yiran must have dedicated considerable time to prepare it. Before he could start eating, she produced 2 bottles, saying, "I've prepared some orange juice and lemonade. If the meat becomes too rich, sip on the lemonade. If you're thirsty, have some orange juice." "Thank you for your kindness, Yiran." Tuoba Chen found himself at a loss for words to express his gratitude. Upon reflection, he realized that he had never truly done anything for Meng Yiran, not even a small gift. Instead, it was Meng Yiran who had consistently devoted herself to him without ever voicing a complaint. He was not particularly skilled in the art of romantic expression. Faced with Meng Yiran's affections, he merely uttered a simple acknowledgement of her efforts. Yet, he understood that he could not continue in this manner. He resolved that the next opportunity would not go unheeded. and he would at least present her with a token of his appreciation after all. It was improper for a young lady to be so proactive while he remained passive. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Meng Yiran quickly replied, "It's not a burden at all." She genuinely felt no hardship, but rather a sense of joy, believing this was simply her duty. After all, she was the one who had pursued Tuoba Chen, and as he continued to excel, her happiness was tinged with fear of losing him. During their time at school, she had become acutely aware of the many girls, both in her class and beyond, who were drawn to Tuoba Chen due to his talents and good looks. She often caught glimpses of girls stealing glances at him or deliberately engaging him in conversation. Despite Tuoba Chen being a fervent cultivator, he was also quite loquacious, easily engaging anyone in conversation. This reality left her feeling helpless and anxious, as those girls were not inferior to her. After all, they were students of the Tiando Royal Academy, with commendable backgrounds. In the face of so many admirers for Tuoba Chen, she felt unworthy of him. It was only after reuniting with him at the academy that she recognized his extraordinary gifts. Although they both possessed innate soul powers at level 8, Tuoba Chen seemed to ascend effortlessly, while she struggled to keep pace, only to find the distance between them widening. Her greatest source of distress lay in her inadequacy of strength. However, she found solace in the fact that they shared a martial soul fusion technique, which made her feel somewhat valuable to him. Yet, she pondered, what good was that if Tuoba Chen did not necessarily have to be with her? There were no rules dictating that those who shared such techniques must become life partners. Moreover, while Tuoba Chen was indeed her fiancé, she remained uncertain of his feelings, prompting her to consider other avenues, such as culinary skills, as a means to win his affection. Aside from her cooking aspirations, she noted that Tuoba Chen had never shown impatience with her, nor had he expressed any disdain, even when she occasionally intruded during his conversations with other girls. Perhaps he had felt irritation, but he always masked it well. In her heart, she believed Tuoba Chen harbored more fondness than aversion towards her. The words he had spoken before the summer break, "We have confirmed our relationship. Do you not wish to be my fiancée?" lingered in her mind, a sweet reminder of their bond. Each time she recalled this, she felt elated at the thought of being his fiancée. Thus, as Tuoba Chen heartily consumed the bento prepared by Meng Yiran, she watched him with a smile, both of them harboring unspoken thoughts. Tuoba Chen deemed himself a cad, burdened with guilt towards Meng Yiran, while she felt a sense of inadequacy and anxiety about their relationship. Each contemplated how to surprise the other next. In a nearby venue, the Dragon Lord inquired, "Wife, why has it grown quiet? What are Iran and the others up to?" The Serpent Lady retorted, "Why concern yourself with them? Iran will not suffer any loss." The Dragon Lord conceded, "Indeed, with the increasing popularity of young Chen, any misfortune would rest upon him." Later that evening, at a hotel not far from the Imperial City, the night had grown late, and the city had closed its gates, leaving the group to spend the night there. They gathered in the hotel lobby, awaiting their meal, engaging in light conversation. Glancing at the brothers Mo Long and Mo Hu standing nearby, Tuoba Chen called out, "Elder brother Mo Long, elder brother Mo Hu, come join us at the table while we wait for dinner." Upon hearing Tuoba Chen, the brothers shook their heads in unison. "That would not be proper, young master. How could we, as servants, dine with our master?" Before Tuoba Chen could respond, the Dragon Lord interjected, "When I say come, you come. Does young Chen's word not hold weight?" The brothers exchanged bewildered glances before replying, "Then we shall obey your command." "Thank you, young master, and thank you, esteemed Dragon Lord." Initially hesitant to join the table out of concern for the Dragon Lord and Serpent Lady's opinions, they felt it unnecessary to be coy now that the latter had spoken. Tuoba Chen, annoyed that his authority seemed overshadowed, thought to himself that he had treated them as companions for 2 months, yet they still regarded themselves as subordinates. Just as the group was engaged in conversation, the inn's door swung open. However, aside from the waiter, no one paid attention, as the arrival of guests was a common occurrence. In another scene, Feng Xiaodian was filled with excitement, having just acquired his second soul ring. Starting today, he was officially a level 20 soul master, the youngest among his peers at the academy to achieve this milestone before turning 10. Unfortunately, the gates to the Imperial City were closed, preventing him from sharing this wonderful news with his beloved Huo Wu. He would have to make do with the tavern for the night. "Thank you, teacher, for today. I'll treat you to dinner," he declared. The teacher chuckled, "You need not be so courteous. This is rightfully yours." Feng Xiaodian then scanned the room, inadvertently catching sight of Meng Yiran. He mused to himself about her charm, thinking she was as adorable as Huowu. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, scolding himself for even entertaining it. What am I thinking? Huowu, you are my one and only love. He redirected his gaze, landing on Tuoba Chen, and found himself involuntarily exclaiming, so cute. His teacher, puzzled, asked, Xiaodian, what did you say? Oh, nothing, teacher. I found a spot for us to sit, he replied, pointing to an empty table near Tuoba Chen. The teacher nodded. Very well, let us sit there. After speaking, the two approached, with Feng Xiaodian deliberately choosing a seat that allowed him to gaze upon Tuoba Chen. Once seated, the waiter presented him with the menu. After placing his order, he began to steal glances at Tuoba Chen intermittently. The moment he laid eyes on her, he felt as though his heart had been struck. This sensation was reminiscent of a previous encounter when he met Huowu, yet now it felt even more intense. Feng Xiaoyan's breathing quickened. He had never encountered a girl so exquisite. Her silky white hair, dewy skin, and large eyes that sparkled like stars. When she spoke, her lips formed an adorably pouting expression that made one yearn to kiss them. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen smiled, and that smile nearly ensnared Feng Xiaoyan's very soul. Meanwhile, noticing the dazed expressions of those before her, Tuoba Chen suddenly realized that her smile was quite captivating. She quickly composed herself and inquired, Senior Long, do you find the dishes at this establishment to be delectable? Startled by the mention of his name, Long Gong snapped back to reality, reflecting on how unbecoming it was for him to be so lost in thought at his age. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that the child Tuoba Chen had a truly lovely smile. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he replied, well, in such a small, obscure place, the food is likely to be mediocre. If you desire something truly delicious, how about I go outside and catch a soul beast for you to roast? Long Gong's unexpected suggestion took Tuoba Chen by surprise. She had merely asked casually, not expecting such a serious response. What could be going through Senior Long's mind? Meanwhile, the others, drawn back to reality by the exchange between the two, emerged from Tuoba Chen's unintentional allure. Meng Yiran could hardly bear to look at Tuoba Chen's face, fearing she might lose her composure, while Sheepa reacted similarly to Long Gong. As for Mo Long and Mo Hu, the two imbeciles remained in a dazed state, oblivious to the unfolding dynamics. Tuoba Chen sensed an unsettling presence, as though someone were watching him. He cast his gaze around in a sweeping circle. Witnessing this, Feng Xiaotian instinctively lowered his head, uncertain of the reason behind his reaction. After confirming that no one was observing him, Tuoba Chen helplessly raked his fingers through his hair, realizing it had grown somewhat long. Over the past 2 months of rigorous training, his already lengthy hair now cascaded past his ears. This very factor had inadvertently led Feng Xiaotian to mistake him for a girl. After Tuoba Chen averted his gaze, Feng Xiaotian resumed his discreet observations, albeit with less audacity this time. Noticing Feng Xiaotian's demeanor, the teacher inquired, Xiaotian, what seems to be the matter? Why is your face so flushed? Feng Xiaotian, in a dazed manner, replied, Teacher, I have fallen in love. Oh, that little girl, Huowu, has finally agreed to you. Well done, lad. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaotian offered an awkward smile. His affection for Huowu was common knowledge, so it was no surprise the teacher would think thus. However, he was not inclined to elaborate. His heart was not in it. He cast another glance in Tuoba Chen's direction, pondering the peculiar nature of his feelings. That child, aside from being exceedingly charming, seemed to possess an elusive quality that set her apart from other girls, though he could not articulate what that difference was. It was an inexplicable allure that drew him in. Yet, she was currently dining, and it would be inappropriate to intrude uninvited. He needed to await a more suitable opportunity. After a considerable interval, as Tuoba Chen and the others concluded their meal and prepared to ascend to their quarters, Feng Xiaotian promptly fabricated an excuse to visit the restroom. Although the teacher sensed something was amiss with Feng Xiaotian today, the fact that he had just achieved the status of a Grand Soul Master rendered his excitement quite understandable. Thus, the teacher dismissed his concerns, saying, Go ahead. Following this, Feng Xiaotian trailed behind Tuoba Chen and the others as they made their way upstairs. Fortuitously, the restrooms in this tavern were located on the upper floor, allowing him to follow without arousing suspicion. It was only when he observed Tuoba Chen entering a room that he paused, carefully noting the door number before promptly descending. In addition to the brothers Mo Long and Mo Hu, and the couple guys Shi Long and Shi Fu, Tuoba Chen and Meng Yiran had each booked separate rooms. Meng Yiran did express a desire to share a room with him, but Tuoba Chen declined, citing his need to cultivate that evening. This was not a matter of propriety between the sexes. He genuinely intended to practice. To avoid disturbing her, he deemed it wiser to secure a private room. Opening the dragon transformation technique, Tuoba Chen warmed up before embarking on his familiar regimen of cultivation. The dragon raises its head, the dragon turns, the fierce dragon roars. The flying dragon soars, the dragon begets 9 offspring. During his cultivation, Tuoba Chen was often deeply focused, generally oblivious to the happenings around him. Thus, he was unaware when Feng Xiaotian stealthily approached his room and left an envelope at his doorstep. Early the next morning, Tuoba Chen rose. Feeling somewhat peculiar due to the absence of a medicinal bath the previous night, his body slightly sore. Upon opening his door, he was met with the sight of a yellow envelope lying at his feet. What could this be? Is it for me? Curiosity piqued. He picked up the envelope and retreated to his room to examine its contents. Meanwhile, hidden nearby, Feng Xiaotian sighed in relief, glad that Tuoba Chen had noticed it. Chapter 43. The invitation to the banquet. Returning to his chamber with the envelope in hand, Tuoba Chen felt a flutter of intrigue. Who could have sent this? Could it be Yi? As he unsealed the envelope, a pure white sheet of paper emerged, and he began to peruse its contents. From the moment I first laid eyes on you yesterday, I was profoundly captivated. This afternoon at 6 o'clock, I shall await you in the small grove on the outskirts. Let us not miss this meeting. After reading the note, Tuoba Chen was momentarily speechless, pondering its absurdity. This could not possibly be written by Meng Iran. The chaotic handwriting and the pedestrian language suggested otherwise. Was she attempting to provoke him? Nevertheless, after some contemplation, he decided to go. Recognizing that it was a small girl as heartfelt intention and clarity would be best served in person, he stepped outside and glanced around, noticing the absence of anyone nearby. Perhaps they had already departed. Is anyone there? I received your envelope, and I shall honor the appointment. He called out before heading down to reunite with Long Gong and Shipa. Once he left, Feng Xiaotian, who had been crouching in a corner, emerged with a beaming expression. He said he would come. Hee. His teacher looked on in bewilderment at the grinning boy beside him. What had gotten into this child? Was reaching level 20 such a monumental achievement? Or perhaps he was merely elated at the prospect of meeting Ho Wu. The teacher found the whims of today's youth utterly perplexing. Upon arriving at the academy, Long Gong and Shipa escorted Tuoba Chen and Meng Iran back to their dormitory before taking their leave. As Tuoba Chen inhaled the familiar scent of the room, nostalgia washed over him. Dormitory, how I have missed you, he exclaimed. Is that you, Xiaochen? Sangzi asked, somewhat puzzled by the presence before him. His immediate instinct was to inform the newcomer that this was a male dormitory and that girls were not permitted within. However, upon closer examination, he was struck by how much this young girl resembled Tuoba Chen. He recalled that during the last final exams, the prince had rewarded Tuoba Chen with a frost spirit herb, which was known to alter one's appearance. Thus, he directly inquired, Is that you? Yes, it's me. Uncle Sangzi, came the reply. With this confirmation, Sangzi recognized the identity of the girl before him. Xiaochen, congratulations. It seems you have fully assimilated the effects of the frost spirit herb. Indeed, Tuoba Chen replied, pleased with Sangzi's swift recognition and understanding of the transformation, sparing him the need for lengthy explanations. Sangzi then gestured toward the 2 individuals behind him, asking, And who might these be? Oh, they are my bodyguards. Brother Mo Long and Brother Mo Hoop, Tuoba Chen explained. Oh, I see, Sangzi replied. At the Heaven Do Royal Junior Academy, students were permitted to bring bodyguards, and the academy would provide accommodations for them, albeit for a fee. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Sangzi, Tuoba Chen retreated to his room. Upon opening the door, he found the space as orderly as he had left it, indicating that Sangzi had been diligent in maintaining it during his absence. I must find an opportunity to express my gratitude, he thought. Once he had organized his belongings, Tuoba Chen immediately immersed himself in training. Feeling the discomfort of having missed his regimen the previous day and not having taken a medicinal bath the night before. However, scarcely half an hour into his practice, a familiar voice rang out from outside. Chenggu, are you there? Hearing this, he paused his training and opened the window to look down. Indeed, it was Shuebong, who was remarkably well informed, having come to find him just after his return. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen at the window, Shuebong was taken aback. He was aware that the frost spirit herb could alter a person's appearance, but had not anticipated that it could also transform one's gender. Moreover, Tuoba Chen had become quite beautiful. Should he still address him as brother? Or perhaps big sister? A myriad of bold thoughts raced through Xuebeng's mind in that brief moment. As Tuoba Chen observed the dazed Xuebeng, he remained oblivious to her thoughts, merely assuming that she was startled by his transformed appearance. Given such a drastic change, it was entirely understandable for her not to recognize him at once. It would be unkind to leave her waiting idly beneath his abode, so he decided to descend and inquire about her intentions. Upon witnessing Tuoba Chen vanish from the window, Xuebeng realized that he was likely coming down to seek her out. Panic surged through her. How should she address him? It seemed inappropriate to call him Brother Tuoba Chen at this moment. Before she could formulate her thoughts, Tuoba Chen had already descended and asked, Xuebeng, is there something you wish to discuss with me? And no, it's nothing, she stammered. Chenggu, how do you feel about this change in appearance? Feel? What feeling? If I've become more handsome, what is there to feel but joy? Tuoba Chen, what feeling could I have? Of course, I am happy, he replied honestly. However, when Xuebeng heard this, he felt as though his worldview had been shaken. It turned out that his rugged brother enjoyed being a woman. With this thought, the corners of Xuebeng's mouth began to twitch. Nevertheless, he did not forget the purpose of his visit to Tuoba Chen. Chen, Brother Chen, he began. Although the Tuoba Chen before him might not truly be his brother anymore, he decided to address him as such nonetheless. What is it? Speak. Tuoba Chen responded. Well, Brother Chen, I mentioned you in front of our father, and he expressed great interest in you after hearing about you. Coincidentally, our family is hosting a royal banquet 3 days from now, and I am here to invite you to attend. What do you think? Of course, I would love to. Tuoba Chen readily agreed. He had yet to meet the king, and the Snow Knight Emperor was certainly one of the rulers of 2 great empires. He was eager to witness the legendary Snow Knight Emperor's grandeur, which might even aid him in managing the Holy Dragon Sect in the future. Moreover, there would likely be many prominent figures at the royal banquet. Perhaps Douluo would be present. If he could cultivate a good relationship with Douluo, he might even acquire a couple of celestial herbs from his medicinal garden. Indeed, his goals were crystal clear, 2 specific herbs. The Qirong Tongtian Ju from Daimu Bai, and the Shui Xianyu Ji Gu from Zhu Qing. The former he would consume himself, while the latter he intended for Mangaran. As for why he did not choose Tang San's herbs, he was acutely aware of his limitations. Without the Shenyu hand, reaching into the ice and fire yin-yang, I seemed rather precarious. The other 2 herbs were not as demanding. He could always fashion a couple of small jade boxes and procure some digging equipment. There would surely be a way. As for Tang San's herbs, he dismissed the thought. Even if he could obtain them, he would not dare consume them. What if they were poisonous? Yet, all of this remained mere speculation for the time being. It was uncertain whether Douluo would attend the banquet, and even if he did, cultivating a good relationship would not guarantee he could explain how he knew about the medicinal garden. It was truly perplexing. Despite all this, he resolved to go. Experiencing the world was beneficial. Xuebeng, noticing Tuoba Chen lost in thought, suddenly interjected, by the way, Brother Chen, do you have formal attire? It seems I do not. Does this count? Tuoba Chen gestured towards his current outfit, which was still the formal where his father had prepared for him. He thought it should suffice as formal attire. Seeing Tuoba Chen in this state, Xuebeng immediately realized that his brother was once a boy. And how could he possibly possess a lady's gown? How foolish of me, he thought. Then allow me to gift you one, Brother Chen. Just arrive in 3 days. He offered. All right. Thank you, Tuoba Chen replied, not dismissing Xuebeng's suggestion. They had become quite close friends, and it would be impolite to refuse Xuebeng's kind gesture. He would find a way to return the favor in the future. Then it's settled. Brother Chen, I shall take my leave now. After sending Xuebeng on his way, Tuoba Chen resumed his training, not pausing until 5 in the afternoon. He had not forgotten his morning commitment. He was a man of punctuality. Stretching and taking a shower, he prepared to head to the outskirts, which would take him approximately 50 minutes. It was prudent to arrive early. Once ready, Tuoba Chen set off. Due to his brisk pace, he arrived at the outskirts with 15 minutes to spare. However, he noticed someone was already waiting there, seemingly for someone else. This individual was a cool little boy, whom he suspected was not the person he was supposed to meet. But for some reason, he felt a sense of familiarity with the boy. Moreover, the child appeared quite excited upon seeing him. Suddenly, a dreadful thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Feng Xiaoyan had arrived 2 hours earlier? He had planned to practice how to speak with him before Tuoba Chen's arrival. With 15 minutes left, Tuoba Chen had arrived early, leaving Feng Xiaoyan both startled and delighted. Startled because he hadn't rehearsed adequately, and delighted because his counterpart had come ahead of schedule. Could it be that he likes me? Perhaps he feared making me wait, hence his early arrival, Feng Xiaotian mused, as Tuoba Chen noticed the cool little boy approaching him. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Please don't come any closer. Alas, it was futile. Feng Xiaotian could not hear his inner plea. As the boy halted before him, Tuoba Chen's last glimmer of hope dissipated. Without waiting for Tuoba Chen to speak, Feng Xiaotian exclaimed, "Hello, little sister. My name is Feng Xiaotian. I stand at 1.55 meters. I'm 9.5 years old, the sole heir of the Windwolf clan. And my martial spirit is the mutated martial spirit, swift, double-headed wolf. From the moment I laid eyes on you yesterday, I was captivated. I sat across from you at the table. Whether you remember me or not, would you grant me the opportunity to protect you for a lifetime?" As he finished speaking, Feng Xiaotian's cheeks flushed crimson, and he dared not raise his gaze to meet Tuoba Chen's. So this is Feng Xiaotian. Tuoba Chen looked at the little turnip head before him, who was 10 centimeters taller than him, and finally understood why he struggled to win over Huo Wu. He lacked the charm to woo girls with his words. "Tuoba Yin, I sincerely apologize, but I cannot accept your feelings." Before he could finish, Feng Xiaotian anxiously interjected, Why the refusal? You hardly know me. Trust me, grant me a chance, and I shall prove my genuine love for you." "It is not a matter of love," Tuoba Chen attempted to explain, but was interrupted once again. "Then what is it? I am not unattractive. Nor is my family lacking. Frankly speaking, unless one is a prince or princess, even the daughters of the 7 great sects are within my reach. Should I choose to pursue them shamelessly?" As Feng Xiaotian's fervor escalated, his voice grew louder, fearing Tuoba Chen's rejection. Finally, Tuoba Chen could no longer endure it. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Upon saying this, Feng Xiaotian fell silent and then quietly apologized. "I'm so sorry. I did not mean to raise my voice." Regret washed over him as he realized his previous outburst might have cast a poor impression. Well? It's not about looks, nor family background, and certainly not because I harbor any disdain for you." "Then what is the reason? Since none of these are issues, why do you still refuse me?" Tuoba Chen replied, "Because I am a man." Feng Xiaotian exclaimed, "What? I thought I heard an astonishing word come from your lips. You must be joking, right?" "I will reiterate, I am a man, and I am not jesting." "You are clearly joking. How could you possibly be a man? What must I do to convince you that I am male?" "A kiss would suffice for you to believe I am not a girl. Surely, a true man would not mind." As soon as the words left his mouth, Feng Xiaotian regretted them, glancing at Tuoba Chen's murderous gaze with a hint of trepidation. "Tuoba Chen, come here, let me give you a kiss." Tuoba Chen's voice trembled slightly, sounding as though he were quite angry. However, Feng Xiaotian was somewhat taken aback. He could hardly believe that the other party had actually agreed. Overwhelmed by surprise, he overlooked the tone of voice. Gazing at Tuoba Chen's exquisite little face and his plump lips, Feng Xiaotian felt a flush rise to his cheeks. Even though he was a man, he found himself rather pleased with the situation. Noticing Feng Xiaotian's gaze, Tuoba Chen's expression gradually shifted from anger to a squinting smile, as he kindly said, "Come on, brother Xiaotian, I wish to kiss you." "All right, I'm coming." Duh. With that, Feng Xiaotian shyly leaned forward, his face ablaze with embarrassment. Yet he felt an exhilarating thrill. Observing the face before him, Tuoba Chen continued to smile and said, "Brother Xiaotian, please close your eyes. It's embarrassing for me if you keep them open." "Okay, I will close my eyes." Feng Xiaotian's voice quivered as he hurriedly shut his eyes. The moment Feng Xiaotian closed his eyes, Tuoba Chen's expression instantly transformed. He discreetly spat into his hands and rubbed them together. Hearing the sound, Feng Xiaotian felt a surge of nervousness. "Are you done, little sister?" "Almost, brother Xiaotian, just a moment longer. It will be ready soon." Subsequently, amidst Feng Xiaotian's expectant expression, Tuoba Chen's fist struck his chin with great force. The sudden, excruciating pain in his jaw nearly caused Feng Xiaotian to lose consciousness. "I curse you, you big-headed ghost." With a series of formidable techniques, Dragon Claw. Twin dragons emerge from the sea, flying dragon in the sky, dragon raises its head, dragon turns around, dragon form fist. And dragon gives birth to 9 offspring. Tuoba Chen ultimately delivered a blow that rendered Feng Xiaotian unconscious before he ceased his assault. As he departed, he cast a glance at Feng Xiaotian's pitiful state. Tuoba Chen paused momentarily. "Brothers, the cover has been changed to one that better reflects the protagonist's temperament. If you think it's acceptable, give me a thumbs up." Chapter 45. The O Plan. After finishing with Tuoba Chen, he departed. Today had truly been unfortunate. Encountering such an extraordinary individual, and yet I am compelled to kiss him. Does he not value his own life? After making a concerted effort to calm his emotions, he pondered, after all, the other party is still a child. Although the Douluo continent lacks a juvenile protection law, the individual in question did not harbor malicious intent. His actions were simply irksome, and remaining here was too perilous. Finding a relatively safe spot, he utilized earth spikes to construct a small shelter for him before leaving. The following day, as the warm rays of sunlight filtered through the cracks of the earthen dwelling, they fell upon Feng Xiaoyan's face. Suddenly, his eyelashes fluttered, stirring from his previous state of unconsciousness. After a brief moment, he awoke, bewildered by his surroundings. Why am I here? Did I not obtain my second spirit ring yesterday? How did I end up in this rather shabby earthen house? I was supposed to be in the imperial capital searching for Sister Huowu. It feels as though I have forgotten something crucial. Rising to his feet, he was immediately beset by sharp pains throughout his body. What is happening? Why does it hurt so much? He began to retrace his memories of the previous day, but could only recall the silhouette of a girl with white hair, which caused his lips to involuntarily curl upwards at the thought of her. Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen commenced his first class of the new term. The moment he entered the classroom, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. Apart from Meng Yiran, the female students gazed at him in confusion, while the male students unabashedly fixated on him. Particularly, Mo Hin, who usually presented a serious demeanor, was now visibly enthralled, his usual stoicism replaced by uncharacteristic eagerness. As for the other students, he could only lament. Is this truly the future hope of the Tiando Empire? Look at them. Are they not akin to elementary school children? Each one unable to tear their gaze away from a pretty face. It was indeed quite amusing. Soon, amidst the fervent stares of his classmates, he took his seat. Shortly thereafter, Qin Ming entered the room. Having greeted Qin Ming the day prior, the latter did not appear particularly indifferent, despite his inner turmoil. Eventually, after calling the roll, the students were astonished to discover that the beautiful girl was none other than their class leader, Tuoba Chen, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie silence. Clearly, many were struggling to accept this revelation. However, Tuoba Chen paid them no mind. He had grown accustomed to the astonishment of others, and truth be told, it had become rather mundane. Their expressions of surprise were merely a matter of widened pupils and agape mouths. Tuoba Chen navigated through the morning cultural class under the intense scrutiny of his peers. He felt no shame, as he was merely in the presence of a group of children. Honestly, he found it somewhat enjoyable. The morning session was trivial. What truly mattered was the afternoon's practical class. It was well known that the first lesson of a new semester often involved practical exercises, as instructors assessed students' abilities through their performance, which inevitably led to some physical contact. During lunchtime at the royal dining hall, the boys from Class 1 congregated, conspicuously plotting something. Xuebing, I believe Brother Chen should now be considered a girl. Longan, I second that. I also think Brother Chen is a girl. Suddenly, an incongruous voice interrupted, drawing everyone's attention. Xuebing, you Xian, how did you manage to sneak in here? A girl from the group had infiltrated their midst, causing the others to deliberate whether to cease their discussions. Seeing everyone preparing to disperse, Xian quickly interjected, Wait, take me with you. I promise I won't spill the beans. I beg you. Observing her earnest expression, Xuebing felt she was unlikely to be lying. All right, you can join us. But you must swear not to disclose our plans. Agreed. I swear, if I reveal anything, I will never experience evil. Such a harsh vow moved the group, and they consented to her inclusion. Afterward, Xuebing scanned the surroundings, noting that no one was watching them, and urged everyone to lower their voices. This plan shall be dubbed the O Plan, with O representing our primary objective. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Longan, Brother Xuebing, how shall we confirm this? The group echoed his inquiry, as the method of confirmation posed a challenge. Seeing their expressions, Xuebing spoke mysteriously, the method is simple. This afternoon, during the practical class, we need to select a brave soul among us to challenge Brother Chen. This individual must not only possess strength but also a valid reason to confront him. Among us, only I, Longan, and Mo Hin meet this criterion. Upon hearing Xuebing's words, the others nodded in understanding and continued to listen. During the practical class this afternoon, we shall challenge Brother Chen under the guise of sparring. It is inevitable that physical contact will occur, and accidental brushes with sensitive areas are also likely. As he spoke, the group quickly grasped the implications, and a newfound wariness of Xuebing set in. Indeed, being from the royal lineage, he was ruthless in his strategies. What if Tuoba Chen turned out to be a man? Yet, despite their concerns, they still agreed to the plan. Uxian, overhearing this, felt her face flush, muttering a curse under her breath while her curiosity about Tuoba Chen's current gender remained piqued, leading her to decide to stay involved. Imohen stood to the side, wishing to participate in the discussion but reluctant to tarnish his aloof demeanor. However, the thought of being the challenger left him flustered at the possibility of inadvertently touching Tuoba Chen inappropriately. The others remained oblivious to Imohen's embarrassment, engrossed in their plotting. Finally, Schwebing whispered, "This plan must succeed. Failure is not an option." "Yes," murmured in agreement. Chapter 46. Schwebing takes the stage again ultimately. The decision rested upon who would challenge Tuoba Chen. To be honest, out of the three, only Imohen genuinely wished to go forth. Schwebing and Longan were both apprehensive about facing Tuoba Chen, especially since he had already demonstrated incredible prowess even without the aid of the cold spirit grass. Now that he had absorbed it, who knew what heights he might reach? However, out of pride, Imohen did not voice his desire to participate, instead feigning disdain. Ultimately, it must be said that this task is rather undignified, akin to capturing live prey. Observing the expressions of the two individuals, Schweping felt somewhat resigned and suggested drawing lots to determine who would take on the challenge. Upon hearing this, both participants nodded in agreement, deeming it a viable solution. Subsequently, Schwepeng produced 3 wooden sticks, 2 long and 1 short, indicating that the individual who drew the short stick would face Tuoba Chen. At that moment, the mental states of the 3 were starkly different. Schwepeng was fervently hoping he would not draw the short stick, as he could vividly imagine that should he confront Tuoba Chen in front of everyone, his demise would be imminent. Similarly, Longan harbored similar apprehensions. Only Imohen was silently praying to draw the short stick. In his eyes, trading a wife for a beating was not a loss worth lamenting. Despite the slim chance of success, it was an investment worth making. The trio soon drew their sticks, and the outcome was swiftly revealed. It was Schweping, indeed, Schweping. As he held the noticeably shorter stick, he fell into deep contemplation. Imohen, on the other hand, looked somewhat frustrated at his long stick. But with everyone's attention fixed on Schweping, he remained unnoticed. Schweping's expression was one of resignation as he prepared to face his fate. Later that afternoon, on the playground, Qin Ming stood at the center and announced, "Today we shall have a practical combat lesson. Let us commence the testing to see whether anyone has grown complacent over the summer." Before he could finish, Schwepeng suddenly interjected, "Teacher Qin Ming, I wish to challenge Tuoba Chen." Taken aback by the interruption, Qin Ming felt a twinge of annoyance. However, he was surprised by Schwepeng's boldness in issuing a challenge to Tuoba Chen. He had learned the previous day that Tuoba Chen had not improved his soul power in the past 2 months. While Schwepeng had previously been just 1 level below him, it was likely that he had made some progress during this time. Originally, he intended to have Imohen face Tuoba Chen, but since Schwepeng had taken the initiative, he saw no reason to object. "Tuoba Chen, do you accept Schwepeng's challenge?" Qin Ming inquired. "I do," came the reply. "Very well, then it shall be the 2 of you." Following the same format as the first practical lesson, a large circle formed around them, encasing the 2 combatants. Schwepeng, observing this familiar scene, was overcome by a sense of foreboding. Once both were ready, Qin Ming declared, "Begin." In an instant, both unleashed their martial spirits simultaneously. Schwepeng's first soul ring emitted a soft yellow light, enveloping the entire area in a chilling aura. Schwepeng had activated the cold wind. Then, amidst the eager anticipation of the onlookers, he charged forward. "Look, Schwepeng is up again. Rising Dragon Fist." Bang. Ah. Schwepeng has fallen again. Schwepeng was rendered unable to fight, and Tuoba Chen emerged victorious. Their battle mirrored their initial encounter, with Tuoba Chen dispatching Schwepeng in mere 5 seconds. Observing Schwepeng sprawled on the ground, Tuoba Chen shook his head. In truth, Schwepeng was even easier to handle than Longan. After all, following the refinement with cold spirit grass, his resistance to cold had significantly increased, and cold wind was designed to slow down opponents with its low temperature. Tuoba Chen was effectively a natural counter to Schwepeng. The swift conclusion of the battle caught Qin Ming and the others off guard. However, upon witnessing Schwepeng's dismal state, none of the boys dared to step up for a challenge. Imohen, too, had discerned that Tuoba Chen's strength had vastly improved compared to 2 months ago. Should he face Tuoba Chen, he would likely meet a similar fate as Schwepeng. Just as the atmosphere among the boys settled into an eerie silence, Uxian unexpectedly declared, "Teacher, I also wish to challenge Qingge." Her sudden announcement startled the 2 girls beside her. "Uxian, have you lost your mind? That's Tuoba Chen. You can't possibly win against him. Did you not see Xuepeng's miserable state? Indeed. Uxian, don't be reckless. Despite her friend's admonitions, Uxian remained resolute, stating, "It's fine. I merely wish to give it a try. After all, I am a girl, and Shingu should show me some leniency. Besides, I'm a control-type soul master, which counters strong attack types. It might not be a lost cause." After her declaration, her friends ceased their pleas, recognizing Uxian's determination. In stark contrast to the girl's reactions, the boys gazed at Uxian with expressions of awe, as if she were a savior. "Bro, we'll remember you," they silently thought. Xuepeng, being carried away, managed to lift his head and gave her a thumbs up. Approaching Tuoba Chen, Uxian felt a twinge of uncertainty. During their last encounter in the hunting match, he had attacked her without hesitation. However, that was in the forest, where no one was around and stakes were high. Now, in a mere practical lesson with many spectators, surely he would show some restraint. With a semblance of confidence, Uxian extended her vines, cautiously attempting to make contact with Tuoba Chen. Despite her internal turmoil, she stood tall, embodying grace and composure. After confirming her earnest desire to battle Tuoba Chen, Qin Ming allowed her to proceed. However, Tuoba Chen did not underestimate her. In his worldview, all soul masters were equal regardless of gender. The notion of a man yielding to a woman was foreign to him, and aside from Ming Yuran, he regarded other girls as inconsequential. Thus, he had no intention of holding back. "Begin," Qin Ming announced. Without hesitation, Tuoba Chen charged toward Ming Yuran, fully aware that Uxian, as a control-type soul master, posed a significant threat to him. Moreover, he was not a fire-type strong attacker. If ensnared by her vines, he would require considerable effort to escape. As he advanced aggressively, Uxian panicked, realizing he exhibited no gentlemanly conduct. Truly, he lived up to his reputation. As these thoughts raced through her mind, her vines surged forward. First soul skill. "Bind," she proclaimed, weaving her vines into a net, aiming to ensnare Tuoba Chen. Unfazed by her attempt, Tuoba Chen effortlessly navigated through the gaps in the vines, a testament to the training he had undergone over the past 2 months. He swiftly delivered a kick to Uxian's abdomen. She was sent flying 2 meters, curling up like a shrimp. Confirming her unconscious state, Qin Ming announced, "The battle is over. Uxian has lost her ability to fight, and Tuoba Chen is the victor." Chapter 47. The feast. Shortly thereafter, just as with Xuepeng, Uxian was carried away on a stretcher to the infirmary. Observing this scene, Qin Ming understood that he would have to personally assess Tuoba Chen's strength once more. 3 days later, in the male dormitory, room 9. Tuoba Chen stared incredulously at the 3 outfits before him, a light yellow gown, a gothic Lolita ensemble, and a snow-white princess dress. Meanwhile, Xuepeng cowered in the corner, trembling. Tuoba Chen placed several sets of clothing down with a nonchalant demeanor, shifting his gaze towards Avalanche. Although Tuoba Chen's expression was rather indifferent, Avalanche felt a chill run down his spine. "You haven't cut your hair. Who can you blame for that? I don't see why it isn't normal for you to still be a boy." Avalanche's inner monologue. "Brother Chen, I apologize." Slap. The back of Avalanche's head received a sharp smack. "Tuoba Chen, I often ponder what thoughts occupy your mind. Do you truly read those books in vain? What reflections occupy your thoughts? Are you unaware that the cold spirit herb lacks the ability to alter its properties?" Tuoba Chen stood nearby, incessantly recounting a multitude of grievances, while Xuepeng knelt in the corner, listening with red-rimmed eyes. The scene was utterly terrifying. Xuepeng had never endured such torment. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if Tuoba Chen had been swayed by Xuechenghe. 3 minutes later, Tuoba Chen emerged from the dormitory, his demeanor remarkably refreshed. Clad in the formal attire gifted by his father, finding comfort in this ensemble. Meanwhile, Xuepeng trailed behind like a wronged spouse, his eyes still slightly swollen, betraying the tears he had shed moments before. Tuoba Chen turned his head to glance at him, and said, "Now you realize your regret. Why didn't you think to ask me earlier?" Xuepeng offered no reply, merely lowering his gaze to the ground, unable to meet Tuoba Chen's eyes. It was only when Tuoba Chen turned away that he fixed an indignant stare at the back of Tuoba Chen's head. "I, Xuepeng, shall never forget the humiliation of this day. Tuoba Chen, I will have my revenge," he thought fiercely. After walking for a considerable distance, Tuoba Chen noticed the silence behind him and saw that Xuepeng remained rooted in place. He shouted, "Hurry up, why are you dawdling?" "Sigh, I'm coming, brother." At Tuoba Chen's voice, Xuepeng immediately yielded. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. For now, he would bide his time. 80 years hence, when Tuoba Chen could no longer walk, he would deal with him then. Subsequently, aboard Xuebang's carriage, Tuoba Chen arrived at the palace gates. He instructed Mo Long and Mo Hu to wait outside, as this was the imperial palace. Not only were they forbidden from entering, but their presence would also serve no purpose. Upon their arrival, the guards at the entrance quickly saluted. "We pay our respects to His Highness, Xuebang." "No need for formalities. Rise," Xuebang replied. As they approached the palace, Xuebang's demeanor transformed entirely. He exuded an air befitting a prince, which took Tuoba Chen by surprise. Soon after, Xuebang led him into the palace. Having been in the capital for some time, this was his first visit to the palace, and he felt a surge of curiosity, though he masked it, merely glancing at his surroundings from the corner of his eye. Contrary to the opulent palaces depicted in dramas, the palace of the Tiandu Empire was predominantly white, imparting a sense of tranquility. The walls surrounding them shimmered with a soft white glow, and above them loomed a massive depiction of a white swan. As they ventured deeper, the security became increasingly stringent. Although Tuoba Chen could not discern the strength of the guards surrounding them, he surmised they were formidable. Before long, they encountered a familiar figure. Xueqinghe sensed someone watching her from behind and turned to see Xuebing alongside a boy who appeared strikingly familiar. No, it was a boy. As she noted Tuoba Chen's Adam's apple, with her remarkable memory, she quickly recognized Tuoba Chen's identity. She then warmly waved at them. Xuebang, seeing Xueqinghe's fearful expression, recalled some unsettling memories. Tuoba Chen sensed the emotional fluctuations of Xuepeng and patted his back, smiling as he said, "Let us go greet them." Xuepeng glanced at him and nodded in agreement. The two then made their way to the front of Xueqinghe. "Brother Qinghe, it has been a long time." "Indeed, it has been quite a while, Xiaochen. After using the Hamlian grass, you have become immensely adorable. If you were a young lady, Brother Qinghe would surely be captivated by you." "Aha, you jest, Brother Qinghe." Upon hearing this, Xueqinghe affectionately patted Tuoba Chen's head and remarked, "Little Pong, you should take Xiaochen inside swiftly. The banquet is about to commence." "Yes, of course, brother." With that, Xuepeng eagerly took Tuoba Chen's hand and hurried into the banquet. Xueqinghe watched their retreating figures, narrowing his eyes. He pondered why Xuepeng consistently exhibited such apprehension towards him. Had he been mistreated by the former Xueqinghe, or had he witnessed something unsettling? Contemplating this, Xueqinghe, Qianren Xue, resolved to seek an opportunity to assess the situation. Thus, they arrived at the banquet. The moment Tuoba Chen entered, numerous gazes turned toward him, or more precisely, toward Xuebing. Beside him, an announcement echoed, "His Highness Xuebing has arrived." Following this, a steady stream of people surged forward to greet Xuebing. Witnessing this scene, Tuoba Chen hastily remarked, "I shall take my leave to explore elsewhere and will return shortly." Without waiting for Xuebing's response, he swiftly departed. Observing Tuoba Chen's retreating figure, the goodwill he had just garnered at Xueqing River evaporated in an instant. It was rather disloyal of him. Nevertheless, he steeled himself to confront these bothersome adults. After Tuoba Chen departed, he took a glass of grape juice from the dining table and stood quietly in a corner, surveying the guests attending the banquet. After observing for quite some time, he did not spot Douluo but instead recognized a familiar face, Yu Tianheng. Sensing Tuoba Chen's gaze, Yu Tianheng glanced back, their eyes meeting. Recognizing the boy before him, who had undergone quite a transformation, Yu Tianheng instantly recalled the junior he had encountered last semester. He turned to his companion, Douluo Yin, and remarked, "Yin, my friend has arrived. Let us go and greet him." Douluo Yin nodded in agreement, and together, they approached Tuoba Chen. With great politeness, Tuoba Chen greeted, "Hello, senior sister, senior brother." "Greetings, junior." Before Yu Tianheng could respond, Douluo Yin interjected, playfully pinching Tuoba Chen's cheek with her green nails. To be frank, Tuoba Chen felt a twinge of disdain. Despite it being their first encounter, Douluo Yin's eyes sparkled with two heart-shaped glimmers upon seeing Tuoba Chen, not because she had taken a liking to him, but rather due to his undeniable cuteness, which left her utterly defenseless against such charm. As for why she recognized Tuoba Chen as a boy, it was simply because she could not fathom Yu Tianheng being acquainted with such an adorable girl. Thus, he must certainly be a boy. Indeed, he must be. Chapter 48. 2 years observing Tuoba Chen's troubled expression, Yu Tianheng chuckled. "All right, Yin, do not torment our junior any longer. If you continue, he might actually cry." "Who says I'm going to cry? I'm not." "Yu Tianheng, stop making wild claims," thought Tuoba Chen. Nevertheless, upon hearing this, Douluo Yin relented, as she was quite obedient to Yu Tianheng. Once she released him, Tuoba Chen exhaled in relief. Her grip had been rather firm, leaving his face slightly reddened. Although he had not yet met Douluo, encountering Dugu Yin was still fortuitous. Douluo was immensely fond of his granddaughter. Thus, establishing a good rapport with Dugu Yin could serve as a beneficial first step before forging a relationship with Douluo, especially since he would not miss out on the celestial herbs from Douluo's medicinal garden. After exchanging a few words with Yu Tianheng and the others, the main guest of the banquet, the Snow Knight Emperor, made his grand entrance, accompanied by Douluo. As the Snow Knight Emperor entered, everyone bowed in his direction. The customs of Douluo continent bear some resemblance to Western etiquette. Upon encountering the royal, one might kneel on one knee at most, but a simple bow sufficed. Tuoba Chen was comfortable with bowing. The Snow Knight Emperor surveyed the crowd and said, "Everyone, please rise. Let us all relax today. There is no need for such formality." Following his words, the guests stood, resuming their conversations, albeit with a slight edge of restraint lingering in the air. Douluo quickly spotted Dugu Yin and made his way toward them. Tuoba Chen was taken aback by how youthful Douluo appeared. Differing from the image he had conjured from watching anime, he looked more like an elder brother than Dugu Yin's grandfather. Upon reaching them, Douluo paid no mind to Tuoba Chen or Yu Tianheng, his focus solely on his granddaughter. "Yin Yin, how are you enjoying the banquet?" Yes. I'm having a wonderful time, and I've also met a new junior," she replied, gesturing toward Tuoba Chen. Douluo cast a glance at Tuoba Chen, privately considering, "This child is quite decent in appearance, but what does that matter? I have encountered countless golden boys and jade maidens, while he may have an admirable appearance. True strength is what holds significance." With that, he merely nodded at Tuoba Chen before departing, leaving Tuoba Chen with no opportunity to even say goodbye. Not only did he leave, but he also took Dugu Yin with him. And Tuoba Chen had failed to obtain any means of contact. How could he possibly build a rapport now? Tuoba Chen and Yu Tianheng remained in place, exchanging a glance and sharing a resigned smile. The two young men found themselves at a loss for conversation. In Yu Tianheng's eyes, Tuoba Chen was merely a child, having devoted his youth entirely to cultivation without the joys of a carefree childhood. Similarly, Tuoba Chen viewed Yu Tianheng as just a boy, aware of his own 20 years of life yet unfamiliar with the other, leaving him uncertain about what to say. Before long, Xuebing finally extricated himself from his previous engagements and rushed over to seize Tuoba Chen, leading him to the presence of the Snow Knight Emperor. Leaving Yu Tianheng standing alone in solitude, the Snow Knight Emperor looked at Tuoba Chen and nodded with satisfaction, exclaiming, "Little Chen, you truly are a remarkable talent. Xuebing often speaks of you, praising the bond you share. What do you say, Little Chen? Would you consider serving in the Tiando Empire in the future?" Snow Knight was not a king bound by antiquated traditions. Otherwise, he would not have successfully led the Tiando Empire to stand toe-to-toe with the Douluo Empire. He placed great emphasis on the cultivation of talent and had often heard Xuebing extolling Tuoba Chen's virtues. Despite Xuebing's youth, he was a remarkably astute child. And Snow Knight was a commendable parent, taking every suggestion seriously and evaluating their feasibility. After having someone investigate Tuoba Chen's background, he discovered that the young man indeed possessed great potential. It was not inconceivable for him to one day aspire to the title of Douluo, especially considering his close relationship with Xuebing, making it easy to win him over. Upon hearing the Emperor's words, Tuoba Chen felt somewhat overwhelmed. After all, he was just a child, and yet the king was personally inviting him to serve. Nevertheless, he was determined to decline, for he aspired to inherit the Holy Dragon Sect. "Your Majesty, if the opportunity arises in the future, I shall certainly consider serving in the Tiando Empire." Though reluctant in his heart, he felt compelled to acquiesce outwardly, recognizing the king's status and the impropriety of outright refusal. Whether such an opportunity would present itself was uncertain. If he were to ascend as the sect leader, who would return to serve elsewhere? Snow Knight observed the earnestness in Tuoba Chen's eyes and smiled. "Very well, I trust you, Little Chen. Should you wish to serve our empire after your graduation, I promise you a minimum title of Viscount." Snow Knight's promise drew the attention of those nearby. The lowest rank among the attendees of the banquet was Count. Although a Viscount was not particularly prestigious, the Emperor's assurance was of paramount importance. What remarkable qualities did this child possess? To receive such a commitment from the Emperor warranted a thorough investigation into his background upon returning. "Thank you, Your Majesty." With that, Tuoba Chen knelt on one knee before Snow Knight. However, upon closer inspection, one might notice that his knee hovered a mere centimeter above the ground. This was Tuoba Chen's final display of stubbornness. He would not genuinely kneel, merely feigning the act. "All right, Little Chen, rise." Go enjoy the banquet with Schwebing. Yes, Your Majesty, Father. With that, Snow Knight permitted their departure. Ultimately, as the banquet drew to a close, Tuoba Chen had not made any new acquaintances. The anticipated scenario of someone approaching him for conversation did not materialize. On the way back, Schwebong had initially intended to escort him, but Tuoba Chen declined, preferring not to impose on others. Upon returning to his dormitory, he resumed his usual training routine. Days passed in succession, and apart from the customary hunting assessments, he encountered no significant events. Occasionally, he would meet Ming Iran for a rendezvous, chat with Schwebing and others, and sometimes run into Douluo Yin and her companions. The remainder of his time was devoted entirely to cultivation. 2 years later, a resounding crash echoed as Tuoba Chen executed the final move of the dragon-shaped technique, exhaling in relief. It had been 2 years, more precisely, 2.5 years since he enrolled in the Tiando Royal Academy. At last, he had perfected the dragon-shaped technique, and his level had finally ascended to the 20th rank. Observing Tuoba Chen as he paused, Mo Long and Mo Hu inquired, "Young master, have you completed your training?" "Yes, I have. I have finally perfected the dragon-shaped technique. It is time to seek my second spirit ring." Once more, Tuoba Chen ventured into the sunset forest, his emotions starkly contrasting with his previous visit. This time, he was accompanied not by Tuoba Yin but by Mo Long and Mo Hu. Additionally, he sought not a 100-year spirit ring but one of 1,000-year caliber. Though the risks were considerable, others had succeeded in the past. If they had, then it was not impossible and worth the gamble. As they entered the sunset forest, the tranquil surroundings prompted Mo Long and Mo Hu to adopt a vigilant stance. The forest was rife with perilous soul beasts, and even the 2 soul kings could easily fall prey if they were not careful, especially with Tuoba Yin, whom they considered a liability, in tow. As they ventured deeper, they soon encountered several 100-year soul beasts at the periphery. However, these beasts were unsuitable for Tuoba Chen, for their objective was not to capture a 100-year spirit ring. Continuing their journey inward, they reached the border between the forest's outskirts and its heart after a day. This area was known for the frequent presence of 1,000-year soul beasts, marking their intended destination. Given the lateness of the hour, they sought a seemingly secure spot to rest. That night, Mo Long and Mo Hu took turns keeping watch. It was not that Tuoba Chen was particularly lazy, rather, he was the protected target. Entrusting him with the watch could lead to disaster should he fail to alert them of danger, rendering their expedition futile. Thus, for the sake of caution, it was prudent that the 2 brothers alternated their vigil. Moreover, this was a stipulation strongly advocated by Mo Long and Mo Hu, and Tuoba Chen did not insist otherwise. After all, he was but a child in need of ample sleep. The stillness of the night exuded an eerie ambience. Through the gap of the tent, Tuoba Chen gazed at the myriad stars twinkling in the night sky. He was uncertain whether his endeavor to absorb the Millennium Soul Ring would culminate in success. Should he falter, he would forfeit all that he currently possessed, and the fate of the Sacred Dragon Sect would inevitably mirror that of the original tale, descending into decline. As for those familiar souls he cherished, their anguish would be profound. Thus, he resolved not to fail. With a gentle touch on the azure dragon pendant against his chest, Tuoba Chen steeled his determination. 2 century-old hyenas appeared around their camp. Upon witnessing this, Mo Long's instincts heightened. Hyenas were pack animals. If these 2 were merely ordinary members of a larger group, then among them lurked at least one hyena over 1,000 years old. If the pack were to launch an assault, Mo Long and Mo Hu would be unfazed, yet Tuoba Chen could find himself in peril. Fortunately, it seemed the 2 hyenas sensed the formidable aura emanating from Mo Long and chose to retreat after a couple of eerie howls. At the break of dawn the following day, the trio rose early to continue their quest for a suitable soul beast for Tuoba Chen. This region was frequented by Millennium soul beasts, and throughout the morning, they encountered 4 or 5, yet none suited Tuoba Chen. After all, as a wielder of a dragon-type martial soul, a dragon-type soul beast would be ideal, though a close second would be an earth attribute beast, provided it possessed scales. Around 2 in the afternoon, they finally stumbled upon a fitting soul beast, a frenzied dragon, its cultivation hovering between 1,000 and 1,100 years, sharing the dragon lineage. The compatibility of this frenzied dragon with his martial soul appeared promising, and its age was perfect for Tuoba Chen's needs. He resolved that this would be the one. However, they did not act immediately. The situation was somewhat peculiar. The frenzied dragon was locked in combat with a frost wolf of comparable strength, and the outcome was nearing resolution. Observing the scene, the trio remained unhurried, for the frenzied dragon held the advantage, and the frost wolf was on the brink of defeat. For their purposes, It sufficed that the final blow was delivered by Tuoba Chen, while the Frost Wolf could assist in depleting the frenzied dragon's energy. As the fierce battle raged on, the Frost Wolf sustained numerous injuries, yet it showed no inclination to flee, which was contrary to expectation. Noticing that the Frost Wolf's body was positioned to shield a certain direction, Tuoba Chen suddenly had a revelation. Imo Hu, quickly incapacitate that frenzied dragon. Despite the lack of clarity regarding his reasoning, Tuoba Chen issued the command, and they complied without hesitation. The two powerful assault-type Soul Kings struck suddenly, their overwhelming presence startling the two Millennium Beasts. Before the frenzied dragon could react, Imo Long delivered a powerful punch to its nape. Crack. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, Tuoba Chen fancied he heard the sound of bones fracturing as the frenzied dragon collapsed abruptly. The White Wolf, witnessing this, chose not to flee but instead glared fiercely at them. Though it appeared exceedingly weakened, blood oozing from its myriad wounds, it did not retreat an inch. Observing this, Imo Long and Imo Hu exchanged astonished glances, questioning whether the White Wolf had lost its sanity. Upon witnessing this scene, Tuoba Chen let out a sigh. Such grievous wounds. It seemed the White Wolf would not survive. Uncle Malone, let us drag the body of the ferocious dragon to a distant place for absorption. We must not disturb this White Wolf any further. Yes, young master, he replied, seizing the tail of the ferocious dragon and pulling it away into the distance. As Tuoba Chen and his companion slowly retreated, the White Wolf could no longer bear the strain and collapsed with a resounding thud. At that moment, Tuoba Chen, who had just departed, emerged once more, parting the underbrush that concealed the White Wolf. Indeed, 3 small White Wolf cubs, still unweaned, lay nestled there. The fallen mother wolf's eyes widened in shock at the sight, yet she found herself powerless to act. The despicable humans dared to seize her young in such a moment. Noticing the commotion of the White Wolf, Tuoba Chen approached, cradling the 3 cubs in his arms. I sincerely apologize for not recognizing your efforts to protect your offspring. I assure you, I shall care for your children. Once they have matured, I will return them to the Soul Beast Forest. Although she could not comprehend his words, the White Wolf sensed no malice in his demeanor, and her expression softened. Given her own incapacity to move, she could only hope that he was not a villain. With that thought, she slowly closed her eyes. Upon witnessing the demise of the White Wolf, Tuoba Chen refrained from disturbing her remains. She was a noble mother, and the setting sun forest was her rightful sanctuary. He then cradled the 3 cubs tenderly and made his way toward Malung and Mohu. By the time he arrived, the ferocious dragon had regained consciousness, though it appeared frail, likely due to a broken bone in its neck. Tuoba Chen also marveled at the tenacity of the Soul Beast's vitality. It remained unyielding in the face of death. After entrusting the care of the 3 little wolves to Imo Hu, he approached the ferocious dragon. The dragon appeared to sense his intentions, yet its body was firmly restrained by Imo Long, rendering it utterly immobile. Chapter 50. The purple-striped beast. Tuoba Chen drew forth a cold iron dagger, swiftly extinguishing the life of his adversary. Subsequently, a pale purple soul ring gradually emerged from the lifeless body. Upon witnessing the soul ring, Imo Long hesitated and inquired, Young master, do you truly intend to absorb this soul ring? Tuoba Chen glanced at him and nodded. He could indeed hunt a 700-year-old soul beast to seek stability. However, what would that mean for the efforts he had put in over the past 2 years? Was he at all to secure the Millennium Soul Ring before him? Having finally arrived in Douluo continent, who would willingly settle for mediocrity? After giving his response, Tuoba Chen promptly sat down to absorb the soul ring before him. Imo Long and Imo Hu, witnessing this scene, quickly began to keep watch around them. In Tuoba Chen's consciousness, a diminutive figure sheltered within a protective barrier was battling against a colossal dragon. The dragon relentlessly assaulted the little figure's shield, and with each strike, the barrier dimmed while the dragon's form became increasingly ethereal. Occasionally, massive spikes erupted from the ground, targeting the dragon that was attacking the shield. Imo Hu observed Tuoba Chen, who was still in the absorption state, and said, Brother, do you think the young master will be all right? He has been absorbing for a whole hour now. This duration seems excessive. Upon hearing this, Imo Long paused for a moment and replied, Let us wait a bit longer. The young master is not the type to act recklessly. Since he has made his choice, we must trust in him. He will surely succeed in his absorption. Just as he finished speaking, a rustling sound suddenly emerged from the nearby grass. Imo Long and Imo Hu immediately heightened their vigilance. Tuoba Chen was at a critical juncture in his absorption, and any disturbance could spell disaster. If a soul beast were to ambush them now, it would be a calamitous event for Tuoba Chen. Gradually, a massive deep purple python slithered out from the foliage, causing Imo Long and Imo Hu to widen their eyes in astonishment. It was a purple-patterned mang, a high-tier soul beast among serpentine creatures. Measuring an impressive 7 meters in length, likely boasting an age of 7,000 years. Both Mo Long and Mo Hu had reached level 58. And together they could easily contend with the purple patterned Mang under normal circumstances. However, this was a peculiar moment. Tuoba Chen was in the midst of absorbing the soul ring, and any inadvertent interruption could pose a grave threat to his life. Realizing this, the two immediately summoned their martial spirits, both of which were blood tigers, an exceptionally powerful martial spirit. Once their martial spirits were activated, they intended to leverage their formidable presence to intimidate the serpent. The purple-patterned Mang sensed the pressure and shuddered slightly, yet it did not retreat. It was astute enough to recognize that the two were protecting the human cub behind them. The cub seemed to be in a critical moment that demanded silence, and the serpent was unwilling to relinquish the opportunity that lay before it. Noticing the avaricious gaze of the purple-patterned Mang, Mo Long cursed, "This beast intends to devour us." But as soon as he uttered those words, the purple-patterned Mang lunged toward Tuoba Chen like a released arrow. Seeing this, Mo Long and Mo Hu could no longer hold back. They simultaneously activated their first soul rings, and two gargantuan tiger claws swiped toward the serpent. The purple-patterned Mang chose to confront their assault head-on. In an instant, its head collided with the tiger claws, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Though Mo Long and Mo Hu exerted all their strength to shield Tuoba Chen, he still suffered from the residual force of the impact. As he watched the furious dragon before him begin to dissipate, Tuoba Chen breathed a sigh of relief. After such a prolonged struggle, he was finally on the verge of vanquishing his foe. Just as he prepared to deliver the final blow and complete the absorption of the soul ring, a powerful tremor surged through him. Instantly, his spiritual entity sustained severe damage, and the already tenuous consciousness of the furious dragon shattered. This shockwave inflicted harm upon Tuoba Chen, but also aided him in successfully absorbing the dragon-esque soul ring, as he was already nearing completion. Meanwhile, Mo Long and Mo Hu remained unaware of Tuoba Chen's condition. They only saw him slump to the ground due to the residual force, blood trickling from his eyes and nose. Witnessing this, their eyes turned red with anguish. In an instant, both brothers activated their fifth soul rings, with Mo Long's body swelling dramatically, while Mo Hu emanated a terrifying metallic sheen. Soul-devouring blood tiger, diamond blood tiger. They unleashed their only 10,000-year soul rings simultaneously, prompting the purple-patterned Mang to sense an overwhelming aura and hastily attempt to flee. However, it was too late. Mo Long firmly grasped the serpent's tail. The once-escaping purple-patterned Mang found itself yanked back, its body taut with the immense force. It turned its head to retaliate against Mo Long. But before it could open its mouth, Mo Hu struck, shattering two of its most lethal fangs with powerful blows. The intense agony sent the purple-patterned Mang into a frenzy, thrashing wildly. Yet, Mo Long and Mo Hu showed no signs of mercy. Mo Long pried open the serpent's gaping maw while Mo Hu relentlessly pounded until the last of its fangs were broken. 20 minutes later, the once ferocious purple-patterned Mang was reduced to a pitiful state, its mouth gushing blood, its scales stripped away, and riddled with numerous wounds. Its eyes had transformed into hollow voids. Despite its dire condition, it clung to life. And Mo Long and Mo Hu were determined to prolong its suffering before granting it a merciful end. Soon, the rich scent of blood attracted a horde of earthwolves, who, undeterred by the serpent's mangled form, began to feast ravenously upon its flesh, devouring it alive. Ultimately, only a skeletal remains remained at the scene. While Mo Long coldly observed the carnage, and Mo Hu attentively tended to Tuoba Chen. Before long, Tuoba Chen regained consciousness. Upon seeing him awaken, Mo Long and Mo Hu rushed over, urgently inquiring, "Young master, how do you feel? Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I succeeded," Tuoba Chen replied. Upon hearing his words, Mo Long and Mo Hu finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the outcome. For they could not fathom how they would explain a failure to Tuoba Yen. Tuoba Chen continued, however, "I have sustained some injuries and may require a few days to recuperate. Let us leave the sunset forest for now. Young master, please do not rush. Look at this." Mo Long exclaimed as he presented a gleaming bone from behind his back. Upon witnessing the scene, Tuoba Chen expressed his astonishment. This is a soul bone. However, I did not discover its presence within the body of the mad dragon when I vanquished it. "Indeed, young master," replied Mo Long. "This is not the soul bone of the mad dragon, but rather that of the purple-striped behemoth which ambushed us subsequently, a left leg bone, approximately 7,000 years old." Hearing Mo Long's words, Tuoba Chen felt a tinge of confusion and remarked, "Then why offer it to me? You should keep it for yourselves. It has no bearing on me." Although Tuoba Chen felt a slight inclination towards the soul bone, he ultimately declined Mo Long's generous offer. While the soul bone was indeed impressive, his aspirations demanded a minimum age of over 10,000 years. Though 7,000 years was commendable, it fell short of his criteria. Furthermore, the soul bone was entirely the result of Mo Long and Mo Hu's efforts. To hand it over to himself would seem unjust. Additionally, presenting it to either Mo Long or Mo Hu would yield greater benefits, potentially assisting one of them in breaking through to the Soul Emperor level. Mo Long was taken aback by Tuoba Chen's refusal. This was a soul bone, a coveted treasure sought after by soul masters. They were both 37 years old, and their highest achievement in this lifetime might only be that of a soul emperor. Retaining the soul bone seemed to serve no purpose for them, and it would be far more beneficial to bestow it upon the young master they had nurtured. Having no children of their own, they regarded Tuoba Chen as their own, finding joy in witnessing his growth. Ultimately, Tuoba Chen remained resolute in his decision, and the soul bone was left with Mo Long and Mo Hu. As for its future disposition, that would be entirely their prerogative. A week later, at the Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy, in a secluded training ground for soil-type soul masters, Tuoba Chen was diligently experimenting with his newly acquired soul technique. For an entire week, he had been recuperating, and it was only 2 days ago that his injuries had fully healed. However, to be on the safe side, he chose to train for an additional 2 days. After a week of inactivity, he felt a restless itch for action. At that moment, Mo Long stood before Tuoba Chen, stating, "Young master, I am ready." Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen nodded and summoned his martial spirit, proclaiming, "Martial spirit, embody." Instantly, a phantom of a white dragon emerged around him. Thanks to the successful cultivation of the second layer of the dragon transformation technique, his white-armored earth dragon had undergone a remarkable evolution. Previously, it had been a rotund, hefty dragon. Now, it had transformed into a sleek and powerful creature, exuding an aura of raw beauty. 2 soul rings appeared around him, one yellow and one purple. Anyone fortunate enough to witness this spectacle would undoubtedly marvel at his soul rings, particularly the second purple ring, which defied the conventions of the Soul Master realm. Second soul technique, Mad Dragon Transformation. With that declaration, Tuoba Chen's body expanded to 1.5 times its original size, becoming enveloped in thick scales, truly resembling a dragon. The Mad Dragon Transformation granted a 40% increase in defense and strength, a 20% boost in speed, and the ability to recover 50% of previously sustained damage along with 50% of soul power, lasting for 10 minutes with no consumption cost, and usable only once per day. During this period, he would be unable to employ any other soul techniques. Observing the effects, Tuoba Chen smiled, acknowledging that despite the limitation of not being able to use other techniques while in the Mad Dragon Transformation state, its benefits were undeniably immense. In a life-and-death struggle against an equally matched opponent, when both parties were nearly exhausted, activating the Mad Dragon Transformation would instantly bolster his attributes, significantly enhancing his overall capabilities, thus leaving his adversary momentarily stunned. Though the drawbacks of the Mad Dragon Transformation included the inability to use other soul techniques and the restriction of once-per-day usage, these facts could not diminish its status as a premier soul technique. Grateful for his decision to absorb this soul ring, he realized he would have otherwise missed out on such a top-tier ability. Following this contemplation, he delivered a powerful punch toward Mo Long's abdomen. Mo Long did not flinch. Instead, he raised his hand to gently block Tuoba Chen's strike, causing a subtle ripple of wind to spread around them. Bang! Feeling the force of Tuoba Chen's punch, Mo Long chuckled, remarking, "Young master, that punch must have equaled the strength of an average level 25 attack-type soul master." Level 25, you say? Tuoba Chen muttered to himself, reflecting on how the absorption of a Millennium Soul Ring for his second soul ring had propelled his level directly to 22, granting him an impressive attack power equivalent to that of a level 25. However, he felt a tinge of disappointment, as in the original narrative. Tang San and his companions frequently advanced through significant stages while battling foes. Shaking his head at this thought, Tuoba Chen recognized that he simply needed to exert more effort. He could not afford to slacken his training in the months ahead. With approximately 6 months remaining before Tao Gu would assist Tang San in his awakening in Shahan village, the storyline would soon resume. Although he believed that Tang San, given his temperament, would not trouble him unless provoked, Tuoba Chen resolved to swiftly enhance his abilities for good measure. He harbored no desire to make enemies, but if someone were to cross him, he would not remain silent. His pursuit of strength was to ensure a life of freedom. He could not tolerate being beholden to the whims of others. Concealed in the shadows, Qin Ming was astonished by this scene, unable to close his mouth in disbelief. Well, This young man, with his prowess, how could he not perceive the enhancement his second soul skill bestowed upon Tuoba Chen? Moreover, why is the second soul ring purple? He never mentioned that before. Initially, he had only intended to admire Tuoba Chen, considering offering guidance. However, as time passed, Tuoba Chen continued to astonish him with his abilities, which were entirely uncharacteristic of an 8-year-old child. After observing the first-year students for 2.5 years, he noted that, apart from Tuoba Chen, even the most diligent students, Mo Hin and Xuebing, occasionally experienced moments of lethargy during training, a natural occurrence. As humans are not machines and require relaxation. Yet Tuoba Chen was different. He resembled a relentless training machine, perpetually engrossed in his cultivation, resting only once every 3 months. After testing his second soul skill, Tuoba Chen returned with Mo long as the final exams loomed. Upon entering the 3rd grade, the format of the exams changed from hunting battles to arena battles, and a cultural examination was introduced. The transition to arena battles was reportedly due to the varying levels of strength among students, which could inflict excessive damage to the Academy's forest if they continued with hunting battles. To maintain the forest's natural growth, students in the 3rd grade would no longer undergo forest testing. Tuoba Chen understood the importance of environmental protection. The cultural examination, of course, did not encompass subjects like chemistry or physics, but rather focused on the knowledge of soul beasts and soul masters, such as the length and color of a 100-year-old mandala snake. Although these questions posed no challenge for Tuoba Chen, he recognized the need for diligent review. As he was not one to possess an eidetic memory, he was accustomed to being a top student and had come to realize that excellence was not a matter of fate but rather a cultivated habit, albeit one that was not easily maintained. Nevertheless, Tuoba Chen found no difficulty in this, for being a soul master was a vocation he cherished deeply. Turning a passion into a career was a fortunate occurrence, and he was fulfilling a dream from his previous life, regardless of whether he possessed innate soul power of only level 8 or merely level 1. His commitment to rigorous training and study remained unwavering. Before long, 3 days had elapsed, and the day for the cultural examination arrived. Tuoba Chen awoke early and made his way to the examination hall, which was their classroom. By the time he arrived, Xuebing and Mo Hin and others were already present. Over the course of 2 years, Tuoba Chen had formed solid bonds with several classmates, akin to a brotherhood. Shortly thereafter, Longan arrived, and upon glancing at the time, Qin Ming declared the examination to commence, distributing the test papers. As the head of the advanced class, he had the authority to initiate the exam early, exercising his discretion freely. The students in the class had grown accustomed to Qin Ming's manner. Upon receiving the test papers, everyone promptly began writing. Not a single student resorted to cheating, as the presence of a formidable soul king like Qin Ming at the podium made such attempts futile. As Tuoba Chen furrowed his brow at the Soul Master Knowledge exam, he noted its considerable difficulty this year. However, it was too long before Xuebing was the first to submit his paper. Qin Ming cast a satisfied glance at Xuebing before allowing him to leave. The other students gazed at him with envy. Although Xuebing ranked 3rd in overall strength, he had consistently maintained the top position in cultural exams. After a considerable interval, Tuoba Chen, along with Mo Hin and others, chose to submit their papers as the exam neared its conclusion. Qin Ming graded swiftly, completing the evaluation of all 20 papers in half an hour. Soon, they proceeded to the second exam, which was comprised of 4 cultural subjects: the fundamentals of soul masters, soul master knowledge, soul beast knowledge, and soul beast recognition. Similar to the previous hunting battles, the top 10 students in the cultural exams would also receive rewards from the academy, which, like the hunting battles, were monetary in nature. Tuoba Chen felt somewhat exasperated by this reward. Money was the last thing he lacked, and he wondered why the academy insisted on offering such mundane prizes year after year. The day quickly came to a close, and the results were announced the following day. Unsurprisingly, Xuebing secured 1st place, followed by Tuoba Chen in 2nd, and Mo Hin in 3rd. Among the top 10, only Long and in 7th place and Meng Yiran in 9th were from the same class, while the others hailed from various other classes. Tuoba Chen was not taken aback by these results. It was entirely expected that Xuebing, who often immersed himself in books, would achieve 1st place. Although Tuoba Chen also studied frequently, he acknowledged that he had invested slightly less effort than others in this regard. As for Mo Hin, he was quite similar to himself, with only a single point difference in their scores. After receiving his reward, Tuoba Chen returned to continue his training. The arena tournament was set for the following day, and he needed to maintain his peak condition. On the next day, as the sun rose, Tuoba Chen stretched lazily in the bath, and after cleansing his body as usual, he hurried to the school's playground. Unlike the hunting battles, the arena battles at Tiando Academy were somewhat unique, consisting of 8 stages. To be precise, the number of stages corresponded to the number of classes at that age. With 8 classes in their year, they were divided into 8 stages. Class 1 represented the highest stage, while Class 8 was the lowest. The assessments began with Class 8. And after the arena battles concluded there, the 7 strongest individuals would advance to the assessment of Class 7. This process continued, with the strongest from each class moving up until Class 1 stood atop the pinnacle. Conversely, for Class 8, advancing to Class 1 was akin to scaling a mountain. The rules were even more absurd than those during the hunting battles, yet they exposed the harsh realities of this world to the students at the bottom. Weakness would lead to bullying. However, the system was excessively lenient towards the more gifted students, explaining the prevalence of stubborn scions within the esteemed Tiando Royal Academy. A habit cultivated over time. Upon learning the rules of the upcoming arena tournament, many younger students felt disheartened and began contemplating dropping out, while some resilient ones chose to remain in the academy. Chapter 53. The arena tournament at 8 o'clock in the morning, all students gathered in the square. Due to Qin Ming's increasingly impressive performance at the academy, he was appointed to officiate this tournament. After addressing the crowd and explaining the rules of the competition, he announced the commencement of the tournament. In truth, the rules of the arena battles were simple. They merely involved multiple platforms conducting one-on-one matches simultaneously. Most of the participants were only level 10 soul masters, and outcomes could be determined within minutes. After just half an hour, the 7 strongest from Class 8 were already selected. They were given a mere 15 minutes to rest before proceeding to the assessment from Class 7 to Class 6. Witnessing this scene, Tuoba Chen sighed, not out of pity for them, but rather in disbelief at their naivety. The Tiando Royal Primary Academy treated them this way. Yet they remained foolishly tethered to this place, unable to comprehend the academy's true nature even after 3 years. Some from the lower classes had lingered for 6 years, muddling through until graduation, only to suffer in a middle-level academy and then endure hardships in a senior academy. It was perplexing. What drove these individuals? Was it merely the prospect of obtaining a baronial title upon graduating from the esteemed Soul Master Academy? A baronial title is merely a rank below that of a baron, and in Tuoba Chen's view, it seemed utterly unnecessary. Nevertheless, it was their choice, and he refrained from passing judgment. In just a single day, all matches from Stage 8 to Stage 2 were completed without incident, and unsurprisingly, the 7 who advanced to Stage 1 were all from Class 2. Since the arena battles were exclusive to Battle Soul Masters, Class 1 was represented by only 15 students. Just before the competition commenced, Qin Ming suddenly spoke up. "Dear classmates, I forgot to mention that this ranking affects your scores. The total number of participants from your original class remains unchanged. Different rankings will result in different class placements. For instance, if someone from Class 2 ranks among the top 15, they will join Class 1, while the student with the lowest rank in Class 1 will be demoted to Class 2. The previously quiet crowd erupted into a cacophony upon hearing Qin Ming's words. Among them were voices of elation from those celebrating their advancement, as well as wails of despair from those facing demotion. Tuoba Chen felt little about the situation. He was not at risk of being demoted, for he was the sole Grand Soul Master among the students present, even without employing any soul techniques. His formidable physical prowess would likely render his opponents ineffective. Once the students of Class 2 had sufficiently rested, Qin Ming swiftly announced the commencement of the arena matches. The competition would proceed via drawing of lots, though it was not the contestants who would draw, but rather Qin Ming himself. He extracted 2 slips of paper from a small box, glanced at them, and proclaimed, in the first arena. The first match features Tuoba Chen from Class 1 facing off against Yushi from Class 2. Without hesitation, he drew 8 more slips, subsequently announcing the participants from the remaining 4 divisions. Upon hearing his name, Tuoba Chen was unsurprised. After all, only 22 individuals remained, making his chances of being called quite substantial. However, upon learning that his opponent was Tuoba Chen, Yushi nearly buckled at the knees. Nearly fainting from the sheer shock of his luck, to randomly draw the top student of the year was no small feat despite the slim odds of victory. He was determined not to squander this opportunity to advance, so he leapt onto the arena with resolve. Tuoba Chen did not choose a flamboyant entrance. He simply strolled slowly onto the arena. However, even this understated approach exerted considerable pressure on his opponent. As soon as Tuoba Chen's name was announced, the audience instinctively directed their gaze towards the first arena. It could be said that, despite 5 arenas hosting simultaneous contests, only one truly captured the crowd's attention. for Tuoba Chen's brilliance was simply too resplendent to ignore. Upon witnessing this scene, Yushi felt her legs weaken, as losing in front of such a multitude would indeed be a source of great embarrassment. Soon, the two competitors introduced themselves. Yushi, Martial Soul, Black Flood Dragon. Level 15 Assault System Spirit Master. Tuoba Chen, Martial Soul, White Armored Earth Dragon, Level 22 Assault System Grand Spirit Master. The moment Tuoba Chen revealed his level, the crowd erupted in astonishment, and even Xuebang and his companions turned their attention towards him. The fact that Tuoba Chen had ascended to level 22 without uttering a word to any of them was astonishing. Just 2 weeks prior, they had all still been at level 19. How could he have reached level 22? Shouldn't he have attained level 20 instead? Subsequently, as both sides unleashed their martial souls, they finally comprehended the reason. To their utter astonishment, Tuoba Chen was adorned with 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple. Yushi's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? The soul ring combination of Tuoba Chen has fundamentally transformed his understanding of soul rings, simultaneously eroding his confidence in this battle. Being at the 20th level is already excessive, and now he faces a Millennium Soul Ring. How can he possibly compete? As the match commenced, Tuoba Chen surged towards him with remarkable speed. Yushi swiftly responded. First soul skill, Dragon Body. Upon uttering these words, an energy armor enveloped Yushi, exuding an aura of formidable defense. In contrast, Tuoba Chen refrained from employing any soul power and simply delivered a punch to his opponent's shoulder. With a resounding thud, Yushi felt as though his right shoulder had been struck by a colossal hammer, engulfed in excruciating pain. His entire right arm seemed to lose all strength, as if it were on the verge of breaking. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Tuoba Chen's second strike landed squarely on his chin. Due to the nature of the attack targeting his chin, Tuoba Chen did not exert excessive force, employing merely a third of his strength. Nonetheless, it was sufficient to render his opponent unconscious from the unbearable agony. Tuoba Chen concluded his inaugural match with remarkable simplicity, leaving the audience astounded by his prowess. What could be the reason for such extraordinary skill? After all, were they not all merely 8 years old? The spectators could not help but wonder at his formidable talent. In that moment, those competitors still resting in the waiting area felt a wave of relief wash over them, grateful that they had not encountered this formidable adversary. Yet, the thought of potentially facing him in the imminent future filled their hearts with trepidation. Before long, the competitions on other platforms reached their conclusion, and without exception, every student from Class 1 emerged victorious. Qin Ming nodded in satisfaction, despite his habitual remarks about their being the weakest cohort he had ever coached. The truth was that he had only ever mentored this one class. Deep down, he harbored a sense of pride in his students. Chapter 54, Grandfather? The first day of the arena battles concluded, with the remaining matches scheduled for the following day. As was customary, the contest wrapped up swiftly and rather monotonously, predominantly featuring the higher-ranked classes overpowering their lower-ranked counterparts. Naturally, there were rare instances of underdog classes advancing. Upon returning to the dormitory, Tuoba Chen performed 2 sets of dragon form exercises before continuing his practice of the Azure Dragon technique. After 2 years of dedication, his mastery of the Azure Dragon technique had finally reached a critical juncture, poised on the brink of a breakthrough. In truth, he was more invested in the Azure Dragon technique than in the transformation technique. However, the formidable challenge of advancing in the Azure Dragon technique had hindered his progress. As for the 3rd layer of the transformation technique, he was in no rush to pursue it, for his father had informed him that after breaking through the 2nd layer, one must continue to practice for an additional month to solidify their cultivation before advancing to the 3rd layer. While he was engrossed in his training, a sudden knock at his door disrupted his focus. Pausing, Tuoba Chen glanced outside, pondering who could possibly be visiting at such a late hour. He opened the door to reveal Tuoba Yin standing before him, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. Upon recognizing the visitor, Tuoba Chen could hardly believe his eyes. Father, what brings you to the school? And who is this behind you? Hearing Tuoba Chen's inquiry, Tuoba Yin sighed in resignation. He had been enjoying a peaceful day at home when, quite unexpectedly, he too was met with a knock at his door. Upon opening it, he found his father waiting, insisting on seeing his grandson. Although Tuoba Yin had informed his father that Tuoba Chen was at school and would return in 2 days, it was of no consequence. His father had persistently insisted on meeting him, compelling Tuoba Yin to travel overnight to the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. Tuoba Yin said, Xiao Chen, I have yet to introduce you to someone. This is your grandfather, Tuoba Ming. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Ming gazed at his little grandson, whom he had never met before. With palpable excitement, Tuoba Chen, still in a state of bewilderment, stared at the robust elder behind Tuoba Yin and asked, "Grandfather, what is going on?" Noticing that Tuoba Chen remained in a daze, Tuoba Yin prompted, "Xiao Chen, are you not going to invite us in for a visit?" Suddenly, Tuoba Yin spoke up, quickly realizing his words, saying, "Oh, father, grandfather, please come in." Upon entering Tuoba Chen's room, the two men surveyed their surroundings and nodded in approval. Indeed, as expected of the Royal Academy, the accommodations are quite splendid. "Father, grandfather, is there a particular matter that brings you here this time?" After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Tuoba Yin replied, "Your grandfather has come to find you this time because he wishes to take you back to the Holy Dragon Sect. As for the specific reasons, you shall understand when you arrive. Now, quickly gather your belongings and accompany us to the Douluo Empire." Hearing Tuoba Yin's words, Tuoba Chen looked bewildered. "What's going on? Dad? I'm afraid that won't be possible at the moment." "Why not?" "Because tomorrow marks the last day of the final assessment, and I would prefer to complete it before departing." Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's response, Tuoba Yin seemed poised to say more, but Tuoba Ming interjected, "All right, that is acceptable." Tuoba Yin was taken aback. "What? Is it not urgent? Why is it suddenly all right now?" He was perplexed. Sensing the confusion in his son's eyes, Tuoba Ming responded, "Who said it was urgent? That matter will not commence for more than half a month. I merely wish to see my little grandson as soon as possible." "Oh." Tuoba Yin replied expressionlessly, "I didn't expect you to be this kind of father. Once you have a grandson, you forget about your son." Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen found himself quite intrigued by the grandfather who had suddenly appeared in his life. He had heard tales of his grandfather being a grand elder of the Holy Dragon Sect, and the sect's master was a titled Douluo. Thus, it was only reasonable to deduce that his grandfather must also be a formidable soul master. Noticing his grandson's sparkling eyes scrutinizing him, Tuoba Ming smiled and said, "Little Chen, I apologize for not visiting you sooner. Do you harbor any resentment towards your grandfather for this?" There was a hint of remorse in Tuoba Ming's tone as he spoke. Tuoba Chen shook his head. His parents had always treated him with great kindness, and he had never truly experienced hardship. One could even say he had been raised in a rather indulgent environment, leaving little for him to complain about. His curiosity was merely piqued by his grandfather, and he felt indifferent about the latter's previous absence in his life. Upon meeting his little grandson, Tuoba Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him, as there was no sign of rejection in the boy's demeanor. In truth, he had been quite anxious during the journey, for his grandson was already 8 years old and yet had never met him. He harbored fears that the boy might harbor animosity towards him. However, it appeared that the outcome was rather favorable. "Tuoba Chen, is Grandpa Contra?" Suddenly, Tuoba Chen spoke, catching Tuoba Ming off guard, who then nodded in response. Tuoba Chen continued, "What brings you here this time?" He felt that the old man had not visited him in 8 years. His sudden and hurried arrival must indicate an urgent matter. Indeed. Tuoba Ming nodded, yet he refrained from disclosing the specifics of his visit. Instead, he asked, "Has Xiao Chen already broken through the first level of the transformation dragon technique?" Upon hearing Tuoba Ming's words, Tuoba Chen's expression became somewhat peculiar. Noticing this, Tuoba Ming expressed his surprise. "Xiao Chen, you haven't yet broken through the first level, have you? I was informed by your father that you had already achieved that milestone." Tuoba Ming's tone grew frantic. If Tuoba Chen had not advanced beyond the first level, then his trip would have been in vain, and he would have deprived Tuoba Chen of the benefits within the sect. "No, Grandpa, I have already surpassed the second level. I am uncertain why you inquire about this." After contemplating, he decided to speak the truth, as the old man before him seemed quite fond of him, rendering any concealment unnecessary. "What? The second level? How is that possible?" Upon uttering these words, Tuoba Ming realized he had lost his composure. However, this was understandable. In his youth, he had attempted to cultivate the second level of the transformation dragon technique before reaching the 20th rank, yet he had obviously failed, wasting valuable cultivation time. Had he succeeded, he might have achieved the rank of title Douluo by now. Upon hearing that Tuoba Chen had unexpectedly broken through to the second level, Tuoba Yin felt a surge of urgency in his breath. Initially, he had harbored little hope regarding the matter his father had mentioned, but now, a bright path lay ahead of him. Chapter 55, Departure. After witnessing the two of them in a state of surprise for quite some time, one could not discern the nature of their conversation. Ultimately, it was Tuoba Ming who addressed him, saying, "Little Chen, to be frank, I have come to invite you to attend our Sacred Dragon Sect's decennial feast, the Sacred Dragon Banquet." "The Sacred Dragon Banquet? What is that?" It sounded remarkably impressive. Noticing the puzzled expression on Tuoba Chen's face, Tuoba Ming continued, explaining this can be quite complex. So I shall simplify it. You will accompany me to the Sacred Dragon Banquet, where juniors under the age of 10 who have broken through the first level of the transformation dragon technique will engage in combat. The top 3 will earn the opportunity to enter the Sacred Dragon Pool, which is exceedingly beneficial for us white armor Earth Dragon Soul Masters. Do you understand? Tuoba Chen nodded slightly, comprehending that it was indeed a commendable opportunity offered to him. Are you willing to go? I am. The name Holy Dragon Pool sounded impressive. He would not miss any opportunity that could enhance his strength. Observing Tuoba Chen's agreement, Tuoba Ming smiled with satisfaction. He and Tuoba Yin then departed to find accommodations, mentioning they would attend his match the following day. After bidding farewell to Tuoba Ming, Tuoba Chen resumed his training. Although he was curious about the Holy Dragon Banquet, maintaining his condition was of utmost importance with the competition looming the next day. The following day, in the same examination venue as before, only the final 8 students remained to compete. Among the audience, Tuoba Chen spotted Tuoba Ming's figure. It appeared that his grandfather indeed cared for him, as he had come to watch the match. Noticing Tuoba Chen's gaze, Tuoba Ming gestured an encouraging sign, to which Tuoba Chen responded with a smile. On stage, Qin Ming, unlike the old principal, briefly introduced the event before announcing the commencement of the competition. Similar to the previous day, the finals would proceed in a draw format. Qin Ming glanced at the 2 small slips of paper in his hand and declared, in the first match, Dio will face Tuoba Chen, with only 8 competitors remaining. The matches would be held one by one, allowing for a swift conclusion. Upon hearing his name, Tuoba Chen was somewhat surprised, not expecting to be the first up for the 2nd consecutive day. As for his opponent, Dio, he was familiar with him. A classmate known for his pale complexion and sinister appearance, exuding the visage of a villain. Moreover, Dio was somewhat peculiar, preferring solitude and shunning the sunlight, with a martial soul resembling that of a vampire. Each encounter with Dio reminded Tuoba Chen of a certain unpleasantness. Dio, upon learning his opponent was Tuoba Chen, felt indifferent. He would eventually face him regardless, and losing held little consequence as long as he remained in Class 1. Once on stage, Dio introduced himself. Dio, Martial Soul, Vampire. Level 18 Agility Type Soul Master. Tuoba Chen, Martial Soul, White Armored Earth Dragon, Level 22 Strength Type Soul Master. Subsequently, both unleashed their martial souls. Upon witnessing the dual yellow and purple soul rings encircling Tuoba Chen, Tuoba Ming and Tuoba Yin in the audience were taken aback. Although they were aware that achieving the 2nd layer of the dragon transformation technique to perfection before reaching level 20 could elevate the age of the 2nd soul ring to below 1200 years. Only one individual in the entire history of the Holy Dragon Sect had accomplished such a feat. They were astounded to discover that Tuoba Chen had also achieved it. Instantly, Tuoba Ming felt an overwhelming joy, regardless of other considerations, based on the merit of those 2 soul rings. His grandson undeniably had a share in this year's Holy Dragon Pool. Facing Tuoba Chen directly, Dio sensed immense pressure. However, he did not concede outright. Utilizing his first soul skill, Blood Demon, Dio's hair turned completely white, his eyes gleaming with a chilling red light, and his teeth and nails became exceptionally sharp, resembling the legendary vampire he was meant to embody. Upon witnessing the scene, Tuoba Chen felt a twinge of disdain for Dio in such a guise. In his previous life, he had always harbored a dislike for the supernatural, as these entities were inherently frightening. Thus, he resolved to swiftly conclude this battle. With a commanding voice, he invoked his first soul skill, Earth Spike. In an instant, 3 colossal stone spikes erupted from the ground, thrusting towards Dio from various angles. After extensive practice, although he could still summon only 3 spikes simultaneously, their potency had significantly increased. Moreover, the time he remained immobilized after casting them had diminished from 3 seconds to 1. He calculated that by the time he reached level 27, the immobilization period would entirely vanish. Dio, possessing a demeanor of aloofness, was nonetheless limited by his capabilities. With the angles of the earth spikes being quite cunning, he managed to evade only 2 of them, while the most lethal spike tore a grievous wound across his thigh. Feeling the sharp pain radiating from his leg, Dio's expression soured. He had anticipated Tuoba Chen's strength. Yet he was taken aback that a single strike could inflict such injury. Despite having wounded Dio's thigh, Tuoba Chen did not relent in his assault. Propelling himself forward like a cannonball with a powerful kick, he surged towards Dio, preparing to strike. However, Dio, being a swift and agile soul master, reacted quickly, raising both hands to block the incoming attack. Although he successfully defended himself, he was still pushed back several steps, his hands tingling from the impact. Remarkably, The wound on his thigh inflicted by Tuoba Chen had already begun to heal slightly. The onlookers, including Avalanche, were taken aback by this unexpected display, astonished to see that the typically unassuming Dio possessed such formidable prowess. As Tuoba Chen prepared for his impending assault, Dio raised his hand in surrender. He had no intention of continuing the fight. The disparity in strength between the two was insurmountable, and he recognized that he was no match for Tuoba Chen. Observing his opponent's concession, Tuoba Chen promptly ceased his advance, showing no desire to prolong the confrontation. Qin Ming, witnessing the scene, swiftly announced the outcome of the match. The subsequent contests were unremarkable. During the semifinals, Tuoba Chen once again bested Avalanche, and in the finals, he triumphed over Mo Hen, securing first place as he had on countless occasions before. The spectators were not surprised by the result, however, with Tuoba Chen now at level 22. The gap between him and the others widened, instilling a sense of helplessness among them. Upon witnessing his grandson's victory, Tuoba Ming wore a proud expression, affirming that his grandson was far superior to that rascal Tuoba Haiyan. He could already envision the astonished faces of the old-timers at the Sacred Dragon Feast upon seeing his grandson's soul ring configuration. After claiming the championship and receiving his award, Tuoba Chen informed Ming Yuan of his intention to depart for a while before following Tuoba Ming away. Although Tuoba Ming is a rather unsophisticated man, he wishes to make a favorable impression on his grandson during their first outing together. Hence, he has arranged for a luxuriously smooth carriage to ensure that Tuoba Chen can travel comfortably on their long journey back from the Sacred Dragon Sect, located in the distant Xinglua Empire. 1 week later, in Sacred Dragon City, Tuoba Chen observes the bustling, ordinary citizens around him and feels a sense of disappointment. He had expected the Xinglua Empire to be more ferocious in spirit, yet he finds the locals to be quite simple and unassuming. Just as this thought crosses his mind, he hears a commotion ahead. Turning his gaze, he notices a fruit vendor reprimanding a thief caught stealing fruit. Not far from the stall, two men collide accidentally and, unwilling to apologize, engage in a fierce brawl. Such incidents appear to be commonplace throughout the Xinglua Empire, and Tuoba Chen furrows his brow in contemplation, realizing that indeed, this empire possesses a rustic charm. Perceiving the expression on Tuoba Chen's face, Tuoba Ming feels somewhat embarrassed. For the situation in Sacred Dragon City is considered rather unusual within the Xinglua Empire. While other cities may not boast impeccable order, they are certainly not as chaotic. Nevertheless, Tuoba Chen remains unfazed, having heard tales of the empire's fierce character. "Grandfather, let us be on our way," he urges, eager to discover what the Sacred Dragon Sect truly resembles. "Very well, let us proceed," Tuoba Ming replies. After more than an hour of travel, they arrive at the entrance of the Sacred Dragon Sect, which, despite not being in its prime, still holds a prominent place among the lower 4 sections. The entrance is impressive, featuring 2 colossal statues of armored dragons, and the grand gate is fashioned from an unknown, robust metal. At the gate, 2 muscular outer disciples stand guard. Upon Tuoba Ming's arrival, they promptly approach him. One disciple lifts his gaze and exclaims, "Elder Ming, you have returned." "Indeed, I have returned. Please inform the sect leader that I have brought my grandson along," Tuoba Ming replies. The disciple glances at Tuoba Chen, who, after 2 years, has shed his once androgynous appearance, now exuding a handsome charm that is immediately endearing. Realizing the situation, the disciple hastens to relay the message, while Tuoba Ming leads Tuoba Yin and Tuoba Chen into the inner hall to wait. Shortly thereafter, a jovial voice resonates from outside. "Old Ming, I hear you have brought your grandson. Let me see him." As the voice fades, a robust middle-aged man, towering at nearly 2 meters, strides toward them with purpose. Acknowledging the newcomer, Tuoba Ming states, "Indeed, this is my grandson," and gently pushes Tuoba Chen forward. He then explains, "Little Chen, this is the current leader of our Sacred Dragon Sect, Tuoba Shi, and a dear friend of mine. You may address him as Grandpa Shi." Tuoba Chen quickly responds, "Greetings, Grandpa Shi." "Ha. Greetings, Little Chen." Tuoba Shi replies warmly. In the Sacred Dragon Sect, the predominant figures are muscular warriors, making Tuoba Chen's petite frame a rarity. Tuoba Shi finds Tuoba Chen quite charming, even more so than his own grandson. However, upon noticing Tuoba Chen's slender limbs, he wonders about the boy's potential strength. As the disciples of the Sacred Dragon Sect, even his children, are typically much more robust. Tuoba Chen appears to have led a life of less rigorous training. And while Tuoba Shi's initial impression of the boy is favorable, Tuoba Ming realizes that relying solely on his own reputation to secure Tuoba Chen a place in the Sacred Dragon Pool may be challenging. After all, the resources of the Sacred Dragon Sect are reserved for those who demonstrate true capability, and they do not squander their assets on an improving youth. Understanding Tuoba Chen's thoughts, Tuoba Ming encourages him, "Little Chen, show Grandpa Tuoba Shi your soul ring." "Ah, certainly." Tuoba Chen readily agreed, and shortly thereafter, the white-armored Earth Dragon manifested, with one yellow and one purple soul ring appearing upon him. Upon seeing the pale purple soul ring, Tuoba Ming immediately understood what had transpired. He was one of only 2 individuals in the entire Sacred Dragon Sect who had cultivated the dragon transformation technique to the 7th layer. And thus he was acutely aware of the significance of a 1,000-year soul ring. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Tuoba Shiren repeatedly expressed his admiration for the 3 words "good," reflecting on the many years since such a talent had emerged within the Sacred Dragon Sect. However, upon scrutinizing Tuoba Chen's height, he began to ponder whether Tuoba Chen was deliberately suppressing his own cultivation of the transformation dragon technique. After all, at merely 8 years of age, Tuoba Chen stood an impressive 155 centimeters tall, making him a veritable little giant among his peers, even though he seemed but a small figure before Tuoba Shiren. Yet, to ensure he was not mistaken, Tuoba Shiren inquired, "May I ask, Little Chen, how old are you this year?" He was genuinely unaware of Tuoba Chen's age, and if the boy were already over 10, it would bring forth concerns. To be frank, even if he were to break through to the 2nd layer of the transformation dragon technique before reaching level 20, it would ultimately be inconsequential. Given the significant time spent in cultivation, it would likely hinder his aspirations of becoming a titled Douluo in the future. "I am 8.5. Tuoba Chen replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Shiren breathed a sigh of relief. At 8.5 years old, with a level 20 cultivation and a breakthrough in the 2nd layer of the transformation dragon technique, such a feat is indeed a rare occurrence in the annals of the Sacred Dragon Sect. Excellent. Xiao Cheng, you are truly remarkable. I assure you, as long as you remain with the Sacred Dragon Sect, 60% of the resources devoted to talent cultivation will be allocated to you. This promise carries significant weight. Before the emergence of, the sole beneficiary of such treatment was his son, although later intended to ally with the Spirit Hall. It does not imply that he is a tyrant or an unjust individual. In truth, he is quite fair and does not pursue personal gain under the guise of public interest. Furthermore, in the future, had and his companions not existed, aligning with the Spirit Hall would have indeed been a prudent choice, considering its peak influence at the time. Bolstered by a formidable army of spirit masters far surpassing the 2 great empires, supported by 2 deities. From any perspective, joining the Spirit Hall at that time appeared to be the optimal decision, only altered by the unforeseen variable of, however, with someone well-versed in history like him present now. While it may be challenging to prevent the Sacred Dragon Sect from aligning with the Spirit Hall, ensuring its safety remains feasible, he never anticipated becoming adversaries with Bibi Dong, and nor did he consider assassinating while he was still young. After all, he is a young man of ideals and aspirations, unlikely to take the life of an innocent person. Moreover, given his current rate of advancement, seems unable to match him, and with a little assistance from, he could soar to new heights. Tuoba Chen acquiesced to Tuoba Shi's proposal. To refuse would be folly. After all, 60% of the resources of the Sacred Dragon Sect are allocated for the cultivation of talent. Just the thought is tantalizing. Although he had already amassed a considerable amount of training resources, he would not mind acquiring a bit more. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's agreement, Tuoba Shi smiled and said, "Very well, dear child. It is your first visit to the Sacred Dragon Sect. I shall have Haiyan show you around and introduce you to your peers. Just wait here for a moment." "Yes, Grandpa Shi," Tuoba Chen replied. After that, Tuoba Shi, along with Tuoba Ming and Tuoba Yin, departed together. After a brief wait in the inner hall, a towering figure, standing at 2 meters tall, appeared before him, gazing at the imposing man. Tuoba Chen surmised that this must be the legendary Tuoba Haiyan. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen, Tuoba Haiyan wore a face akin to that of Sima and said, "Tuoba Chen? Indeed. That is I, follow me." With that, he departed. Tuoba Chen followed closely behind, his steps lively. As he observed the person beside him with a hint of apprehension, this individual certainly exuded an aura of severity. This was his initial impression. First, Tuoba Haiyun led Tuoba Chen to the first landmark of the Sacred Dragon Sect, gesturing to a massive edifice in the distance. That is the Law Enforcement Hall, a place designated for disciplining disciples who have erred, he explained. The very first sight introduced was the Law Enforcement Hall, Was this a deliberate choice? However, Tuoba Chen soon realized that Tuoba Haiyun was earnestly presenting the information, devoid of any jest. He listened attentively. As they continued their tour, Tuoba Haiyun meticulously detailed each location they passed, responding patiently to any inquiries from Tuoba Chen, exhibiting not a trace of impatience. After approximately half an hour, Tuoba Chen had garnered a general understanding of the layout of the Sacred Dragon Sect. He also gleaned some insight into Tuoba Haiyun's character, serious, earnest, patient, and somewhat endearing. Overall, he deemed him a diligent and sincere individual, at least not dismissive due to Tuoba Chen's youth. Ultimately, they arrived at the final destination within the Sacred Dragon Sect, the training ground. Tuoba Chen observed numerous junior disciples, roughly his own age, engaging in their exercises. Most practiced conventional training methods, while a few older individuals, appearing to be in their teens, were executing techniques from the second level of the Dragon Transformation technique. Upon reaching this location, Tuoba Haiyun addressed him. Well, I have shown you all the places within the Sacred Dragon Sect that you may visit. I must return to my training now. If you require anything, you may seek your grandfather. As Tuoba Haiyun prepared to depart, he turned only to find himself encircled by the disciples at the training ground. Hello, Brother Haiyun. Brother Haiyun has arrived. Everyone, come quickly to see Brother Haiyun. Witnessing this scene, Tuoba Chen chuckled softly. It seemed this fellow possessed quite a following. Although Tuoba Haiyun maintained a calm demeanor, not displaying even a hint of annoyance, he remained rooted in place. Upon closer inspection, Tuoba Chen noticed that Haiyun's complexion appeared slightly more flushed than before. Was he perhaps feeling shy? Though he deemed this conjecture absurd, it seemed the only plausible explanation. Should he lend a hand? After deliberating for a moment, he noticed Haiyun's cheeks growing increasingly rosy and sighed, gradually making his way into the throng. Since most present were children of a similar age to him, and benefiting from his soul power, he easily navigated into the center of the crowd. Brother Haiyun, didn't the sect master summon you for an important matter? You should go, don't mind me. I've already familiarized myself with the surroundings here. His voice resonated clearly, drawing the attention of those around him. Upon hearing that the sect master sought Haiyun, the crowd parted, allowing him passage. Tuoba Haiyun, understanding the situation, cast a grateful glance at Tuoba Chen before parting the crowd to leave. Observing Haiyun's retreating figure, Chen found himself stifling a laugh. It was quite difficult to fathom that such a towering figure, standing at 2 meters, could possess such shyness. At this moment, all eyes turned to Tuoba Chen, a face they had never encountered before, piquing their curiosity about his identity. Surrounded by a gaggle of children, he felt a twinge of anxiety, for these youngsters each boasted 8-pack abs. Who are you? Why have I never seen you before? Inquired a boy who was half a head shorter than Chen. However, Tuoba Chen chose not to respond. The boy's tone was far too abrasive, as if he were addressing an equal. Thus, he turned to leave. Suddenly, he felt a hand grasping his own. I'm talking to you. Don't go. Are you close with Brother Haiyun? Answer me. Though Tuoba Chen generally had a good temperament, it did not mean he would tolerate such insolent provocation from a brat. Let go. Tuoba Chen spoke with an air of indifference. Due to the presence of the cold spirit grass, his demeanor exuded an icy aura whenever he refrained from smiling, rendering him a figure of solemnity that commanded respect without the need for anger. The child who had grasped his hand was momentarily paralyzed by fear, instinctively releasing his grip. Once freed, Tuoba Chen prepared to depart, as he found no common ground with this group of children. As he turned to leave, an inexplicable fury surged within Tuoba Yu. As the son of an elder, it was the first time someone had treated him so rudely in public. Observing the expressions of those around him, he felt as if they were mocking him. Despite the fact that they were largely oblivious to him, he could not shake off this sensation. In a fit of rage, Tuoba Yu swung his fist towards Tuoba Chen's back. As his fist drew closer to its target, a thrill of excitement ignited on his face. You'll soon witness my strength, he thought. Sensing the commotion behind him, Tuoba Chen swiftly turned and delivered a precise punch to Tuoba Yu's jaw, resulting in a tooth flying from his mouth. Tuoba Yu crouched on the ground, clutching his mouth in agony, while Tuoba Chen merely glanced at him before departing. Such a poorly brought-up child would inevitably face consequences for his actions, even if Tuoba Chen chose not to reprimand him. The excruciating pain in Tuoba Yu's mouth was unbearable, yet the gaze of those around him proved to be even more intolerable. He had always prided himself on his reputation, considering himself the second most talented among the younger generation, after Tuoba Haiyun. Now he found himself humiliated. having lost a tooth to a seemingly fragile young man. He could not bear such disgrace. With great effort, he managed to utter, "You scoundrel, what is your name?" "My grandfather is the fourth elder. Return and bow to me in apology, or I shall not let you off easily." However, Tuoba Chen paid no heed to his words and continued on his way, dismissing the senseless bluster of one who lacked logic, sought conflict for no reason, and who bore an appearance reminiscent of a simpleton. Chapter 58. Exaggerated treatment. Leaving the arena, Tuoba Chen made his way to the residence arranged for him by Tuoba Shi. Although the location was not far from the arena, he had only briefly acknowledged the entrance and had yet to truly explore the environment. However, given his grandfather's esteemed position as the Grand Elder, he presumed it would not be lacking in comfort. Upon arriving, he was greeted by a quaint little courtyard. As he stepped inside, he first noticed a pristine patch of open space. To the left, various training equipment was neatly arranged, while an array of weapons adorned the right side. Directly ahead stood a rather unremarkable house. Observing this scene, Tuoba Chen nodded in approval. It was indeed befitting of a place where practitioners of the Sacred Dragon Sect, known for their external cultivation, would reside. Though simple in appearance, it was well equipped. After circling the house, he prepared a bucket of water in the bathroom, placing the necessary medicinal herbs for his upcoming training into it, readying a herbal bath. He then proceeded to the isolated patch of open ground to begin his practice. Midway through a set of dragon-shaped techniques, the gate to his courtyard was suddenly pushed open. Instinctively, he turned to see who had arrived, and Tuoba Chen met his gaze. Maintaining the position of flying dragon in the sky, Tuoba Chen looked towards Tuoba Chen, who slowly raised his right hand, pointing to the spirit-guiding artifact on his finger. "Training materials," he stated, then approached and emptied the contents of the artifact onto the ground. Before Tuoba Chen lay a small mountain of medicinal herbs. Once he had delivered them, Tuoba Chen departed, leaving Tuoba Chen in a state of astonishment. The pile of herbs was familiar to him: black moon grass, with silver flower, blue radiant stone, essentially all top-tier materials. There were roughly 30 portions, enough for a month of training, far superior to the herbs he had previously utilized. Estimating their worth, Tuoba Chen realized the value of the herbs alone exceeded 80,000 gold coins, meaning the Sacred Dragon Sect spent that much monthly on his medicinal baths, not to mention other resources. Yet, instead of excitement, he felt a heavy sense of pressure. This represented 60% of the resources allocated for the younger generation within the sect. His first visit to the Sacred Dragon Sect had garnered the attention of the sect leader merely by demonstrating the results of his transformation techniques. It was evident that the Sacred Dragon Sect had struggled to cultivate talent in recent years. He had heard that Tuoba Shi had awakened his martial soul with innate soul power at level 9, as had his grandfather. Yet in their generation, not a single one had reached such heights. Moreover, the white-armored earth dragon martial soul was slow to cultivate, necessitating a portion of time dedicated to mastering the transformation techniques. It felt as if Tuoba Shi was placing all his bets. If even one member of the younger generation could achieve the rank of title Douluo, it would secure the position of the Sacred Dragon Sect among the lower 4 sections. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen produced a slip of paper and began to explain the usage of the herbs. He did not disclose that he had once enjoyed such privileges. For reasons unknown, upon hearing from his father that the sect's resources would be redirected towards Tuoba Chen, he felt a sense of relief, not from a lack of desire to train, but from the overwhelming pressure that came with such a responsibility. Noticing Tuoba Chen's serious expression, Tuoba Chen opened his mouth, hesitated, and finally said, "Do your best." With that, he departed, leaving Tuoba Chen to ponder over the herbs. However, Tuoba Chen soon came to a realization. He was a transcender, a protagonist of legend. If he could not succeed, who could? With this thought in mind, he promptly followed Tuoba Chen's instructions, preparing a fresh batch of herbal bath. Before beginning his training, he selected a fruit known as the infinite fruit from the collection and consumed it in a few bites. This fruit contained rich energy, not suitable for a medicinal bath, but meant to be eaten raw. Its purpose was simple. Once ingested, the energy would gradually permeate his body during training, helping to strengthen him. The infinite fruit was the most precious item among the herbs, priced at 2,000 gold coins per fruit. With a top-tier membership card from the Seven Treasures Merchant Guild, one could acquire it for merely 1,500 gold coins. In the past, Tuoba Chen had deemed it too expensive to indulge in. Yet now he found himself capable of utilizing such high-grade materials daily for training. After consuming a single fruit, Tuoba Chen completed 3 full sets of dragon-shaped techniques before entering the already prepared high-grade herbal bath. The moment he submerged himself, an unusual sensation enveloped him. Unlike the refreshing feeling of previous medicinal baths, this one was exceedingly thick and viscous, akin to immersing oneself in a large mass of slime. Simultaneously, as he began to train, he discovered that not only were his bodily strains being restored, but his training speed had also increased. If his previous training speed had risen from 1 to 1.5 with the Azure Dragon technique, it now soared to 2. He could distinctly feel his skin, flesh, bones, marrow, and organs gradually enhancing. A twinge of concern crossed his mind. Would these herbs be too potent? After absorbing them, he would surely be overflowing with energy. How could he possibly sleep at night? Would he have to train throughout the night? Yet, after this worry, exhilaration took over, with such abundant resources for cultivation. If he still could not best Tang San, he might as well resign himself to defeat. It took a full 4 hours to completely absorb the resources, after which he indulged in the sect's special nutritional meal. After all, as a key training target of the sect, his meals had been transformed into 3 daily servings of century-old soul beast meat, with a special treat of millennium soul beast meat on weekends. It was said that Tuoba Chen did not enjoy such privileges. As he chewed on the unknown soul beast jerky in his hand, Tuoba Chen couldn't help but lament the dullness of a wealthy life. Why did the heavens feel the need to remind him of his lavish existence every time he believed he had reached the pinnacle of luxury? Tuoba Chen harbored a deep resentment towards this extravagant lifestyle. To spare others from experiencing such suffering, he resolved to bear it alone. The delightful flavor of the little jerky. Chapter 59. Cousins. Afterward, Tuoba Chen practiced diligently until the late hours of the night, barely managing to fall asleep. It wasn't that he was truly fatigued. Rather, he considered his tender age and deemed it wise to reserve some time for sleep, lest he hinder his growth. Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen, who had just returned to his residence after having a tooth knocked out by Tuoba Chen, noticed that the previously unoccupied courtyard opposite his was now illuminated. Curiosity piqued, he contemplated the implication. One of the elder's descendants must have moved in. This place housed a total of 15 such courtyards, inhabited by the 14 grandchildren of 8 elders, along with Tuoba Chen. Although he was intrigued, he decided to wait until tomorrow to pay a visit. As it was rather late now, after all, it would be prudent to familiarize himself with the new neighbors. He had just been to his grandfather's place, where he had seen Tuoba Chen. Although he did not know the boy's name, Tuoba Chen's distinctive appearance made him easy to identify. Generally, the children of the Holy Dragon Sect had a sturdy and honest demeanor, and one as unique as Tuoba Chen was rare, making him relatively easy to find. With this thought, he lay down to sleep, but due to the lingering pain in his mouth, he tossed and turned for quite some time before finally dozing off. At the crack of dawn the next day, long before sunrise, Tuoba Chen rose. The medicinal herbs he had consumed the previous day were rather potent, leaving him with an excess of energy that made him feel restless. Unable to sleep, he opted for some morning exercises. He retrieved an old weighted suit from his dragon descent that he had not worn in a while. Previously, he had refrained from donning it due to the high difficulty of practicing the dragon form technique. Now, it seemed that the weighted suit would serve its purpose once again. After dressing, Tuoba Chen felt only a slight increase in weight, as his physical strength had vastly improved compared to before. However, having just put it on, he anticipated a significantly different experience during his training. In the early morning, as sweat dripped from his brow during practice, Tuoba Chen suddenly heard a knocking at the courtyard gate. "Is anyone there?" "I am Tuoba Chen, your neighbor." Hearing the familiar voice outside, he felt a sense of recognition but could not quite place it. He approached the gate and opened it, revealing a small child missing a tooth standing before him. Tuoba Chen. Tuoba Chen found himself in an exceedingly awkward situation. After what felt like an eternity, he let out a huff and departed. Observing the retreating figure, he pondered whether this mischievous child had truly come to pay a visit. Rubbing his head, he mused that the child did not seem so intolerable after all. Perhaps delivering a punch that knocked out a tooth the previous day had been a tad excessive. Nonetheless, he felt no inclination to pursue an apology. Admitting fault was out of the question. Had the other not launched a surprise attack, he would have refrained from retaliating. Ultimately, it was still the other party's fault, he concluded, as the night enveloped them. Tuoba Chen entered the medicinal bath with a weary expression. To be honest, he had not felt this exhausted in quite some time. However, a sense of exhilaration coursed through him. He had fully assimilated the boundless fruit today, albeit at the cost of excruciating pain radiating from his arms with the slightest movement. Nevertheless, this sacrifice was entirely worthwhile, given his current pace of cultivation. He could distinctly sense the rapid enhancement of his physical strength. Consequently, his capacity for soul power would also increase, for the more resilient his bodily vessel became. The more tightly he could compress the soul energy within. Through this iterative process, the longevity of his next soul ring would undoubtedly rise. As for the precise extent of this increase, it remained uncertain. However, he could enlist Tuoba Ming's assistance to gauge his limits when the time came. Knowing his threshold would clarify the potential longevity of the soul rings he could withstand. Of course, there was a minor drawback to this progress. The soul power required for his ascension would also increase. Yet, this was of little concern, as he had ample cultivation resources. And overall, his rate of advancement had certainly accelerated. 6 days later, within the Sacred Dragon Sect, individuals were bustling in and out of the main hall as if preparing for an impending event. Tuoba Chen pushed open the unadorned wooden door, stepping outside the small courtyard for the first time in 6 days. During this interval, he had not squandered a single moment. Meals were delivered to him, and his garments were laundered by others. Apart from his training, he had little else to occupy his mind. Just as fate would have it, he encountered the small boy whose front tooth he had inadvertently knocked out with a single punch. Tuoba Chen was taken aback. The dawn had just begun to break, likely around 5 o'clock, and this lad appeared to be on his way to the training grounds, displaying an admirable diligence. Upon catching sight of Tuoba Chen, Tuoba promptly turned to leave. In the past few days, he had come to discern the identity of the young prodigy before him. The grandson of the esteemed elder Tuoba Ming, he had mastered the second tier of the transformation dragon technique by the tender age of 8, making him an exceptional talent, surpassing even his own cousin, Heir. Although he was still young and not yet highly ranked, the sect was now wholeheartedly nurturing his potential. And it was only a matter of time before he eclipsed Tuoba Heir. Regret washed over Tuoba as he recalled the ambush on Tuoba Chen, prompting him to hastily flee upon their encounter. Observing this reaction, Tuoba Chen felt no inclination to mock the youth. After all, he was merely a child, likely realizing the futility of fear. Reflecting on this, he resolved to be more cautious in future encounters, ensuring not to cause any more damage to the boy's dental integrity. As he strolled toward the main hall, he noticed an astute-looking elder orchestrating the arrangements for the Sacred Dragon Feast. Upon Tuoba Chen's arrival, the elder, who happened to be Tuoba's grandfather and the fourth elder of the Sacred Dragon Sect, Tuoba Chen, paid him no heed, not out of ignorance, but rather due to the lingering resentment of his grandson's lost tooth. Having only been out for a short while, Tuoba Chen soon grew weary. What was his purpose in this outing? Ambling about offered no advancement in his cultivation. Returning to his practice seemed the wiser choice. Yet, just as he turned to leave, he spotted 3 small figures peeking at him from behind the entrance. Approaching them, he startled the trio. Standing before them, he inquired, "Who are you? And why do you spy on me?" Unfazed by his presence, the children, aware that he was merely a fellow child of 8, found him quite amiable due to his appealing appearance. "We are your cousins, your younger brother and sister," replied the eldest boy, who appeared slightly older. Yes, your younger siblings," chimed in the little girl beside him. "Your siblings," added the last boy enthusiastically. "Cousins, you say?" It seemed his father had a few siblings of his own. Curious, he asked, "What brings you to me?" Yes. Mama sent us to find you," they exclaimed in unison, their voices harmonizing in an endearing chorus. Tuoba Chen pondered their mother's identity, likely his aunt, wondering what she could want from him. However, knowing that family would not wish him harm, he replied, "Very well. Lead the way." "Okay," the 3 replied in unison. They took hold of Tuoba Chen's hands and guided him towards the residence of the steward. In the Sacred Dragon Sect, all direct descendants had their own quarters, and the steward was no exception. From a distance, he spotted his father conversing with a robust young woman, who was undoubtedly his aunt. As anticipated, upon sighting her, the 3 little ones dashed toward the woman, who promptly gathered them in her arms. Upon seeing him, Tuoba immediately greeted, "Xiao Chun, this is your aunt. Your father's sister. Xiaoyu, this is my son. What do you think? Handsome, isn't he?" After Tuoba finished speaking, Tuoba nodded in agreement. Indeed, Tuoba Chun was rather handsome. "Hello, aunt." Tuoba Chun greeted politely. "Hello there, little Chun," Tuoba replied, affectionately ruffling his hair. The warmth from her touch made Tuoba Chen feel somewhat displeased. In his hometown, there existed a superstition that touching one's head would hinder growth. In his previous life, He stood at a mere 159 centimeters. He recalled an incident during military conscription when he met all other requirements, yet ultimately fell short in height, as the army mandated a minimum of 160 centimeters. This experience had left him with a lingering sense of inadequacy regarding his stature. He hoped that in this life, he might grow a little taller. Thus, he harbored a strong aversion to such head-patting gestures. Nevertheless, observing the impressive biceps of his aunt, Tuoba Chen chose to acquiesce. Upon seeing this, Tuoba Yin smiled and said, "All right, Xiao Yu, refrain from patting Chen Heir's head. He does not appreciate such gestures." With that, Tuoba Yin withdrew her hand. Tuoba Yin then continued, "This summer, you shall study soul power control under your aunt." Soul power control? To be honest, Tuoba Chen's current proficiency in soul power control was already quite commendable. He could even alter the manner in which he utilized his soul skills, having reached a level where he could create his own techniques. After all, having trained under Qin Ming for 2.5 years, he was no fool. It was inconceivable that he would be incapable of mastering soul power control. Nevertheless, Tuoba Yin continued to speak to himself, as white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Masters, we often waste considerable amounts of soul power due to the abundance within our bodies when employing soul skills. Thus, it is imperative for us to learn to control our soul power, enabling us to endure longer in battles. In this regard, your aunt possesses far greater talent than I. Under her tutelage, your progress will be swift." Upon hearing Tuoba Yin's words, Tuoba Chen found himself at a loss for how to respond. His mastery over soul power had long reached an extraordinary level. However, in order to safeguard his own progress and cultivation, he ultimately declined the offer. My apologies, aunt. I believe my control over soul power is satisfactory, and I feel no need for further instruction." Tuoba Yin and Tuoba Yu were both taken aback by Tuoba Chen's refusal. Tuoba Yin made it clear that Tuoba Chen could not refuse anything related to cultivation. Did he not understand the advantages of mastering soul power control? However, before Tuoba Yin could speak, Tuoba Yu interjected, "Xiao Chen, since that is the case, I will not force you." Her tone was noticeably displeased. Within the Holy Dragon Sect, countless juniors sought her guidance, and she could hardly be bothered to assist them. If it were not for the fact that he was her elder brother's child, she would have shown no interest in him at all. Upon hearing Tuoba Yu's tone, Tuoba Chen realized she had misunderstood him. To avoid unnecessary confusion, he decided it best to clarify. "Aunt, please do not be upset. It is not that I do not wish to learn from you. Rather, I have already grasped the method of controlling soul power, which is why I did not want to trouble you." Tuoba Yin was somewhat taken aback by Tuoba Chen's response, as he was unaware of his son's situation at school. In his understanding, for Tuoba Chen to achieve such a feat at his age was already quite challenging. Leaving little time for further exploration of soul power control, Tuoba Yu shared a similar sentiment. Seeing their expressions, it was evident they were skeptical. With a sigh, Tuoba Chen said, "How about this? I will provide proof." They were eager to witness the validity of Tuoba Chen's claim. Despite standing before a soul emperor and a soul saint, Tuoba Chen felt no anxiety. Over the past 2 years at the academy, he had nearly perfected the application of his first soul skill, experimenting with every conceivable use. Martial soul possession. Upon uttering these words, 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, appeared around him. Observing this remarkable combination, Tuoba Yu's eyes widened. Although she had heard about the soul ring configuration, seeing it in person was an entirely different experience, filling her with curiosity. Earth Spike. Without any forewarning, Tuoba Chen unleashed the Earth Spike skill against the training Iron Man in Tuoba Yu's courtyard. Instantly, 3 thick and sharp Earth Spikes thrust violently into the Iron Man. Perhaps due to the Iron Man's formidable hardness, the spikes did not penetrate, but the impact produced a deafening metallic screech. Witnessing this, Tuoba Yu nodded. To achieve such an Earth Spike at level 22 was indeed impressive. However, it was not particularly difficult. One simply needed to channel more soul power into the attack. If Tuoba Chen's mastery of soul power was limited to this, she would be somewhat disappointed. Fortunately, it was clear that Tuoba Chen had no intention of relinquishing his martial soul possession, indicating he had more to demonstrate. Taking a deep breath, Tuoba Chen's first soul ring glowed once more, but this time the name of the skill he called out was different. Earth Sync. Upon finishing the incantation, the ground beneath the Iron Man suddenly turned exceedingly soft, causing the heavy Iron Man to sink instantly, leaving only his head exposed. This spectacle astonished both Tuoba Yin and his sister. Had Tuoba Chen truly reached such heights in self-created soul skills during his 2 years at the academy? Yet, Tuoba Chen's display was not over. He manipulated the earth to raise the Iron Man back to the surface and then proclaimed, earth burial. Upon uttering this, the soil around the Iron Man surged upward, swiftly enveloping him and sealing him within, creating an airtight confinement. Earth Spike Continuous Strike. The principle behind the Earth Spike was to alter the Earth structure. Over these 2 years, he had transformed his first soul skill into something akin to Earth manipulation, allowing him to alter the terrain to a certain extent at will. After demonstrating several more skills, he finally retracted his martial soul, having showcased enough to convincingly prove his ability to control his soul power effectively. Turning around, he found both individuals regarding him with solemn expressions. Tuoba Chen, with a solemn expression, inquired, "Shao Chen, just how many unique soul techniques have you mastered?" His tone was imbued with gravity. He believed he knew his son well. Yet the abilities displayed by the latter surpassed his expectations, remarkable enough to render him a stranger to his own progeny. In response to Tuoba Chen's question, he coolly replied, 17 in total, which I have collectively named Earth Escape. Upon hearing this, although Tuoba Chen was unfamiliar with the concept of Earth Escape, he refrained from probing further, recognizing that excessive questioning might come off as overly verbose. Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen's aunt exhibited even greater enthusiasm than Tuoba Chen. She playfully encircled Tuoba Chen's neck with her elbow and exclaimed, "Well done, young man. You truly are your father's son. It appears my earlier intention to teach you is perhaps unnecessary. Your mastery of soul energy control likely surpasses ours. You are indeed impressive." The words spoken by Tuoba Chen were not mere humility. The mastery of soul force is inherently tied to one's innate talent. Some individuals may dedicate their entire lives to practice yet achieve little, while others might grasp it in a matter of days. Clearly, Tuoba Chen possesses a remarkable gift in this regard. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen engaged in light-hearted conversation with Tuoba Chen, who successfully persuaded him to assist her in caring for the children. After spending an entire day together, he learned the names of the 3 little ones. The eldest is named Tuoba Ri, the second Tuoba Yu, and the youngest Tuoba Xing. Indeed, their names reflect the celestial bodies, making it rather convenient for their parents. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the Sacred Dragon Feast commenced at last. The Sacred Dragon Sect was aglow with lights, as every direct disciple of the sect gathered to partake in this decennial celebration. With all attendees present, Tuoba Shi, seated at the highest vantage point, raised his goblet and drained it in one swift motion, subsequently proclaiming the commencement of the Sacred Dragon Feast. A collective cheer erupted from the crowd, for the uniqueness of this day meant that all the banquet's offerings consisted of the flesh of century-old soul beasts, accompanied by fine beverages crafted from rare herbs. The outer disciples, who usually never encountered such delicacies, eagerly indulged themselves. Amidst the festivities, Tuoba Chen felt somewhat out of place, not out of pretense, but because he had recently feasted upon the flesh of a millennium-old soul beast. Nevertheless, with everyone present, he felt it inappropriate to abstain. The Sacred Dragon battle was set to conclude on this final day, and he had heard whispers of additional activities taking place over the next couple of days. Although unaware of the specifics of these forthcoming events, attending seemed prudent, as there was little to lose. 3 hours later, as the guests reveled in their feast, they were thoroughly satiated. As Tuoba Shi observed the crowd, noticing that they had nearly finished their meals, he stood up and declared, "It appears that everyone has dined sufficiently. I now announce the commencement of the first day's activities of the Sacred Dragon Banquet, the Beast Battle." His words were met with a wave of cheers, underscoring Tuoba Shi's undeniable charisma. Subsequently, the attendants began to direct the crowd to form a large circle, clearing a space in the center where, at intervals, an attendant stood guard, seemingly to protect the spectators. Tuoba Chen then spotted, in the distance, a cage being pushed forward. His keen eyesight allowed him to discern the creature confined within, a wind leopard, a soul beast renowned for its swiftness. Judging by its size, this particular wind leopard was at least a century old. The sight of the soul beast instilled a sense of unease among the spectators, as many among them were merely first-ring soul masters, their soul rings procured with the aid of their elders, lacking any substantial experience in combat against soul beasts. Gazing at the 2-meter-long wind leopard within the cage, trepidation gripped their hearts. However, Tuoba Chen remained unfazed. He had engaged in battles with soul beasts even before acquiring his first soul ring. During his 2 excursions to the Sunset Forest, he had fought against soul beasts prior to locating his target, and through years of study, he had become well-versed in the characteristics of most soul beasts. The wind leopard before him was indeed among the fastest of its kind, with very few soul beasts capable of matching its speed. Yet, it was not without its weaknesses. While its explosive power was formidable, its stamina was lacking. If it failed to defeat its opponent within 20 minutes, it would inevitably succumb to fatigue. Although the white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Masters were known for their offensive prowess, their defensive capabilities surpassed their attack power. And their abundant soul energy meant that typical Soul Masters would find themselves in a grueling struggle against them. Without a guaranteed lethal strike, most would likely be worn down in combat. Thus, the Wind Leopard should not pose a significant challenge for Tuoba Chen and his peers, especially since the attributes of the white-armored Earth Dragon inherently countered the Wind Leopard in direct combat. Moreover, this particular Wind Leopard appeared considerably leaner than usual, suggesting it had gone a long time without nourishment. While hunger could incite a beast's ferocity, its overall condition would be adversely affected. This Wind Leopard would likely exhaust itself within a quarter of an hour, and its explosive power would be diminished. However, the other disciples within the sect clearly lacked his extensive reservoir of knowledge and had begun to panic. Tuoba Shi, upon witnessing this Wind Leopard, I trust you have grasped the essence of the beast battle. Indeed, the beast battle entails a fierce confrontation with a 100-year-old spirit beast. At this juncture, the countenance of the younger generation paled. Nevertheless, Tuoba Shi continued, do not fret. The choice to participate in the beast battle rests solely with you. Furthermore, should you choose to engage, we can assure you of your safety. This Wind Leopard has not eaten for a week and is exceedingly weakened. Naturally, due to its hunger, it is also quite irritable. As long as you do not fear a fair fight, sustaining minor injuries will undoubtedly lead to your triumph over it. Moreover, in the event of any extraordinary circumstances, there are 11 soul saints present to safeguard you. I can assure you that your lives will remain unharmed. After Tuoba Shi finished speaking, the crowd felt considerably more at ease. Since there was no imminent threat to their lives, they were not entirely hesitant to proceed. However, despite their words, none wished to take the initiative. As Tuoba Chen was contemplating stepping forward, Tuoba Yu, standing not far away, suddenly declared, I shall go first. With that, he took it upon himself to step forward. Tuoba Chen was somewhat taken aback upon seeing this individual, not expecting this mischievous child to possess a modicum of courage. Tuoba Yu gazed at his companions, who regarded him with eyes filled with admiration. A sense of pride swelled within him. Although he was merely 8 years old, he had already attained the remarkable level of 18. Within their Sacred Dragon Sect, such a rapid advancement was indeed extraordinary, especially considering the challenges they faced in comparison to others. Tuoba Shi cast a glance of admiration at his companion. Although Tuoba Yu exhibited a hint of arrogance, he indeed possessed the courage to back it up. As the scene unfolded, the Wind Leopard was released from its cage alongside Tuoba Yu's entrance. The surrounding attendants conjured a protective barrier with their soul power to safeguard the younger generation present. Faced with the formidable Wind Leopard, Tuoba Yu felt a twinge of apprehension. While he had demonstrated bravery upon entering the challenge, the sheer terror emanating from the soul beast was palpable. Observing the slight tremor in Tuoba Yu's legs, Tuoba Chen shook his head. Given the current weakness of the Wind Leopard, if Tuoba Yu could muster his courage, he stood a significant chance of victory. However, excessive fear could diminish that likelihood considerably. Now committed to the stage, Tuoba Yu had no option to retreat. Steeling his resolve, he faced the Wind Leopard and declared, First soul skill, Bone Sword. Upon uttering these words, a long sword of bone materialized in his grasp, instilling in him a newfound sense of assurance. Tuoba Chen was taken aback by the display of soul power. The variety of soul master skills was indeed astonishing. Yet, he pondered the quality of weapons conjured from such soul energy. The Wind Leopard regarded the diminutive figure before it, its eyes glinting with a menacing red hue, driven by hunger. Though not entirely devoid of reason, the overwhelming strength of the surrounding soul masters rendered the situation dire. It seemed that only this little contender presented a worthy challenge. With that thought, the Wind Leopard lunged at Tuoba Yu without hesitation. The subsequent events revealed to Tuoba Chen the true potential of weapons created through soul skills. As Tuoba Yu observed the movements of the Wind Leopard, he raised the bone sword in his hand, bracing himself to withstand the creature's assault. The claws of the Wind Leopard grazed the bone sword, leaving only a faint indentation. However, when Tuoba Yu touched it, the groove was instantly smoothed out. Indeed, it was remarkably sturdy, and as long as he possessed soul power, he could effortlessly mend any damage. Tuoba Chen began to grasp the concept of weapons forged through such soul techniques. Unfazed by the failure of its initial strike, the Wind Leopard continued its relentless assault, not expecting to vanquish its opponent in a single blow. Buoyed by the fact that he had successfully parried the Wind Leopard's attack, Tuoba felt a surge of confidence. This soul beast was not as fearsome as it appeared. Besides its swiftness, its offensive power was rather unimpressive. Before long, both combatants found themselves locked in a protracted battle. As Tuoba Chen had anticipated, after a quarter of an hour, the Wind Leopard's onslaught began to wane, while Tuoba remained agile and composed. Ultimately, 20 minutes into the confrontation, Tuoba thrust his sword through the Wind Leopard's throat. At the moment the bone sword penetrated the creature's body, Tuoba Chen distinctly noticed numerous barbs suddenly sprouting along the blade. With a swift pull, the barbs inflicted even greater damage to the wound, and the Wind Leopard collapsed instantly. The surrounding clansmen erupted into applause for Tuoba's triumph. Basking in the accolades, Tuoba felt a deep sense of satisfaction, while Tuoba announced, "Tuoba has successfully completed the challenge, earning an additional 100 points." Hearing Tuoba's words filled Tuoba with secret delight. He had initially thought this was merely a voluntary exhibition, unaware that it came with the reward of sect points. The disciples residing within the sect could accumulate points each month, which could be exchanged for various items. Outer disciples received 10 points monthly, inner disciples 20, and core disciples 50. Although Tuoba was a core disciple, this 100-point reward equated to 2 months' worth of points, enough to procure quite a few valuable items. While others envied Tuoba's achievement, Tuoba Chen recognized the formidable power of weapons crafted through soul techniques. As for the reward, he was indifferent. He had an abundance of training resources each month, rendering the notion of rewards insignificant in his eyes. Before long, the corpse of the Wind Leopard was removed, and Tuoba Chen discerned that it was being taken towards the kitchen. However, such concerns were trivial. Far more pressing was the arrival of the second soul beast. Upon witnessing the next challenger, a gigantic hyena, aged 200 years, Tuoba Chen remained unmotivated to step forward. For others, this formidable hyena might present a significant challenge. But Tuoba Chen felt no excitement. After all, it was merely a soul beast of 200 years. Perhaps he would be intrigued only if a creature over 500 years appeared. Tuoba Chen distinctly remembered that the bite force of a hyena surpassed that of a lion. Although the name hyena includes the word dog, it is, in fact, a member of the feline family, merely resembling a dog in appearance. The reason its bite force exceeds that of a lion yet it cannot overpower one lies primarily in the differences in size and the structure of their canine teeth. While hyenas are generally much larger than leopards, they are still slightly smaller than lions. The strength of the bite is determined by the molars, however, during a confrontation. It is the canine teeth that truly matter. Mighty beasts like lions possess stronger canines, enabling them to easily vanquish hyenas. Yet, the colossal hyena before them was significantly larger than typical spirit beast of lion or tiger stature, suggesting it possessed immense strength, far surpassing that of the previous Wind Leopard. Tuoba Chen anticipated a moment of silence among the onlookers, but to his surprise, the atmosphere became lively the instant the giant hyena appeared. "I want to challenge the second spirit beast. Move aside. Let me try. I wish to have a go as well." Observing this scene, Tuoba Chen shook his head. Bemused by the youthful bravado of these children, who seemed oblivious to the dangers at hand. The 200-year-old giant hyena measured a formidable 4 meters in length, clearly more formidable than the earlier Wind Leopard. However, when his gaze fell upon Tuoba, he noticed the boy was stifling a laugh. Tuoba Chen quickly understood the situation. At the Holy Dragon Sect, when Tuoba had previously guided him past the library, he observed that, apart from a few adults, very few children frequented it. These youngsters likely lacked a passion for books, resulting in a significant deficiency in their understanding of spirit beasts. If this battle could help them recognize the importance of such knowledge, then a few minor injuries would be worthwhile. With this thought, Tuoba Chen smiled. Indeed, first-hand experience was the best teacher. Ultimately, the one who dared to challenge the giant hyena was a 9-year-old boy. Although this child was a year older than the previous Tuoba, he was of the same level, ranked at 18. And his progress in the first layer of the dragon transformation technique was somewhat slower, yet overall, their strengths were comparable. As he entered the arena, the giant hyena was released from its cage. Instantly, the boy felt an overwhelming pressure that left him breathless. The moment the giant hyena was unleashed, it charged at him with ferocity. Caught off guard by this rival, he was swiftly escorted out of the arena by an attendant before he could even react. The spot he had just vacated was immediately filled by the gaping maw of the giant hyena. The disciple who had just been rescued cast a nervous glance at the creature on stage, while the surrounding younger spectators fell into an eerie silence. The recently defeated challenger was no weakling. He ranked among the top 10 in their group. Aside from a handful of spirit masters who had surpassed level 20 and Tuoba, there were indeed few peers who could match him. His unexpected failure left the crowd astonished. Upon witnessing this scene, Tuoba feigned seriousness and remarked, "Is there no one left? How is it that just moments ago everyone was so eager? A mere 200-year-old giant hyena, and yet you all wilt at the first sign of adversity." Tuoba Feng, you had every opportunity to triumph over it, but your overconfidence led you astray. To step onto the stage without even summoning your martial soul, such a loss is deserved. And what of you all? Do you lack even the courage to try? If you dedicated yourselves to your studies daily, you should know the weaknesses of the giant hyena by heart. Upon hearing these words, the crowd felt immense shame, particularly Tuoba Feng's, who wished fervently for a crack in the ground to swallow him whole. In truth, Tuoba Shi's words bore a hint of insincerity. This giant hyena, having only gone 2 days without food, retained considerable strength, enough to breach the defenses of their white armor Earth Dragon Soul masters. Yet, in an effort to encourage them, he chose to speak thus, for without such battles, their growth would be significantly stunted. After an extended wait, a second challenger finally emerged. Unlike the previous contestant, this one was a 21st level soul master, yet he had reached the age of 10. His reluctance to enter earlier was not born of fear, but rather a lack of interest in facing a 200-year-old soul beast. Only when he saw that no one else had stepped forward did he make his appearance. Seeing the second individual step forth to confront the giant hyena, Tuoba, she felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped the giant hyena would have the opportunity to contend with several disciples, but it seemed this encounter would be short-lived. Due to the challenger being a high-level soul master, the 200-year-old giant hyena was ultimately defeated, its neck snapped in the process. Witnessing this, Tuoba she frowned, realizing that it was unlikely any soul masters below level 20 would dare to challenge thereafter. He then shared a few words with the attendant beside him. Soon after announcing the rewards, a third soul beast was introduced. As Tuoba Chen laid eyes upon the third creature, his gaze sharpened. It was a 500-year-old great-toothed golden leopard. Observing the 3-meter-long beast within its iron cage, Tuoba Chen's expression grew grave. This creature was decidedly different from the previous wind leopard. If one were to adhere to strict comparisons, the earlier wind leopard could be likened to a cheetah, indeed, the infamous wild feline. In stark contrast, the great-toothed golden leopard bore resemblance to a leopard, yet its prowess vastly exceeded that of the cheetah, even surpassing that of the spotted hyena. The sect leader was indeed cunning. He first sent forth the comparatively weaker wind leopard, then, upon its defeat, escalated the challenge with the formidable giant hyena. After that, feigning disappointment, he unleashed the great-toothed golden leopard, which closely resembled the wind leopard, thereby misleading the challengers into believing that all feline soul beasts were feeble, while in truth, the invincible great-toothed golden leopard awaited to ensnare them. Indeed, a young soul master had already fallen for the ruse, stepping onto the stage to challenge the newly introduced feline soul beast. Tuoba Chen lamented that a soul master must diligently pursue knowledge, otherwise, one may remain oblivious to the strength of their adversaries, leaving them unaware of how they might meet their demise in the future. Tuoba she had not anticipated that individuals who had yet to reach the great soul master level would dare to challenge him. To be frank, his thoughts were not as convoluted as Tuoba Chen had surmised. He merely dispatched soul beasts in a sequential order from weakest to strongest. However, he was taken aback to discover that his own disciples could not distinguish between the wind leopard and the giant-toothed golden leopard. As expected, 3 seconds later, the young soul master was rescued by a steward. The audience was now aware of the formidable prowess of the giant-toothed golden leopard. Although its speed was not as swift as that of the wind leopard, its combat capabilities in all aspects utterly overwhelmed those of the wind leopard. And this was indeed a soul beast of 500 years. Tuoba Chen surveyed his surroundings and noted that none dared to ascend the arena. Thus he took the initiative to step forward. A soul beast that had existed for 5 centuries indeed warranted a duel with him. Upon his entrance, he captivated the attention of all present. The elders in attendance were well aware of his reputation, as he was one of only 2 individuals in the history of the Holy Dragon Sect to have transcended the second layer of the dragon transformation technique before reaching the 20th level. The younger generation recognized him too, having witnessed that day in the martial arts arena when he delivered a single punch that knocked out Tuoba Yu's tooth. Despite the intense scrutiny, Tuoba Chen remained remarkably composed. After all, at the Tiando Royal Academy, he was accustomed to being the center of attention. Having faced such focused gazes daily, Upon his entrance, Tuoba Chen immediately unleashed his martial spirit, showcasing 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, that dazzled all spectators. The chilling aura emanating from him, a result of consuming the cold spirit grass, was utterly captivating. In that moment, though he stood at a modest height of 1.55 meters, his presence loomed as if it were 2.80 meters, rivaling even the formidable giant-toothed golden leopard. Tuoba Yu, who harbored the greatest anticipation for Tuoba Chen's performance, fervently wished for his victory against the giant-toothed golden leopard. Not out of any sense of magnanimity for having had a tooth knocked out by the beast. Rather, should Tuoba Chen triumph over the beast, the embarrassment of his own lost tooth would be mitigated. To Tuoba Yu, losing to a strong adversary held no shame. However, should Tuoba Chen falter, it would reflect poorly on him. With such thoughts racing through his mind, he nearly found himself shouting encouragement for Tuoba Chen. As Tuoba Chen entered the fray, the giant-toothed golden leopard instinctively sensed the imminent danger posed by this human cub and hesitated, unwilling to launch an attack. Observing the leopard's indecision, Tuoba Chen, grounding himself with both hands, decided to take the initiative. With a swift maneuver, he executed a sudden assault of earth spikes. The giant-toothed golden leopard, bewildered by Tuoba Chen's actions, remained oblivious to what was unfolding. In an instant, without any forewarning, several slender earth spikes erupted beneath its feet. The sharp spikes pierced through its soft underbelly, plunging deep into its innards, causing a gruesome spillage of blood. It became evident that survival was no longer an option. In a matter of moments, the once feared giant-toothed golden leopard succumbed, failing to endure even 3 seconds against Tuoba Chen's onslaught. Only Tuoba Yin and Tuoba Yu maintained their composure amidst the chaos, as if they had anticipated this outcome all along. Tuoba Shi was somewhat astonished and perplexed as he contemplated the technique recently employed by Tuoba Chen. It resembled a ground spike, yet had certain distinctions. Was it a self-created soul skill? In the 64th chapter, Dui Baogu, the seasoned elders maintained a semblance of composure. Yet those of Tuoba Chen's generation could hardly conceal their excitement as they scrutinized him with fervent gazes. However, Tuoba Chen himself was unperturbed. This particular soul beast merely had a softer abdomen. His ground spike thrust technique was, in fact, an enhanced version of the original ground spike. The traditional ground spike would cause a slight bulge in the ground prior to activation, thus alerting the adversary. However, the modified ground spike thrust did not exhibit such telltale signs. It involved dividing a substantial surge of soul power into several smaller streams, allowing it to be unleashed without any noticeable alteration to the terrain, unless one possessed the ability to perceive the flow of soul energy through the earth. There was little to worry about. After all, not everyone could wield the purple extreme magic eye, and even it might not discern the movement of soul power. The effectiveness of his instantaneous kill was primarily due to his overwhelming advantage over the opponent. Ultimately, this soul beast remained a mere creature, possessing a mind perhaps a tad sharper than the wild beast of his past life, yet still vastly inferior to that of a human. They could scarcely fathom that Tuoba Chen could launch an ambush on their vulnerabilities without even approaching them. Thus, he felt no particular thrill at having obliterated the giant-toothed golden leopard. After a considerable interval, when Tuoba Chen returned to the audience, Tuoba Shi lauded him and rewarded him with 500 points. Subsequently, Tuoba Shi dispatched 2 additional 500-year-old soul beasts. He had originally prepared only 5 such creatures, as the participants in the beast battles were all fledglings from the family, yet he had not anticipated that 3 would be swiftly vanquished. Ultimately, once all had been resolved, the beast battle came to a close. With the conclusion of the contest, those remaining faced 2 choices: to retreat and rest or to continue reveling. Approximately 90% of the clan members opted for the latter, with only a select few, like Tuoba Chen, who were exceedingly stringent in their physical regimen, choosing to either rest or continue their training. As a result of his performance that night, Tuoba Chen firmly entrenched himself in the hearts of the onlookers, while other soul masters who had defeated soul beasts also displayed commendable prowess. None could compare to Tuoba Chen's remarkable feat of dispatching a 500-year-old giant-toothed golden leopard with such ease. Soon, the second day of the Sacred Dragon Feast arrived. Due to the revelry of the previous night, many had taken to slumber during the day. However, this was of little consequence, as the Sacred Dragon Feast was set to commence in the evening. Tuoba Chen rose early on that morning, yet unlike his usual routine, he refrained from continuing his exercises after performing a set of calisthenics. Instead, he ventured outdoors, a rare occurrence, having earned 500 points from the beast fighting competition the previous day. He realized that keeping them to himself served little purpose. It would be far more beneficial to utilize them. Upon arriving at the treasure exchange pavilion, Tuoba Chen observed an elderly gentleman seated at the counter, engrossed in a book. The old man, upon noticing Tuoba Chen's arrival, paused momentarily, recalling the figures that populated his memory, and inquired, "Are you new here? I don't believe I've seen you before." The elderly man preferred tranquility. Thus he had not attended the Sacred Dragon Feast the previous day, missing Tuoba Chen's remarkable performance. Acknowledging the elder's words, Tuoba Chen nodded in affirmation, replying, "Yes, sir. I am indeed a newcomer." "Ah, since this is your first visit, allow me to explain the rules here. To enter the treasure exchange pavilion, you need to swipe your identity token. You are familiar with what an identity token is, I trust?" The elder continued. Tuoba Chen nodded. He was well acquainted with the identity token, having received his exclusive one from Tuoba Heian on his first day at the Sacred Dragon Sect, producing his identity token. The old man displayed a look of surprise. "I hadn't anticipated that you were a core disciple, a newcomer with considerable prowess, indeed. Thank you for your kind words." Tuoba Chen replied graciously. After swiping his token, his personal information materialized beside him. Name: Tuoba Chen, Grand Elder's grandson. Status: core disciple. One of the sect master Heir's point balance, 2,000. Taken aback by the displayed information, Tuoba Chen pondered, "Wasn't it 500? Why do I have 2,000? What is the meaning of this?" The elder, observing Tuoba Chen's perplexity, elaborated, "Are you wondering why you possess such an abundance of points?" Tuoba Chen nodded and inquired, "Do you know why?" The elder replied, "Of course I do. Tuoba Chen, you have spent much time away and are not well acquainted with the internal workings of the sect. As the son of an elder, once you reach the age of 6, provided your innate soul power is no less than level 7, you are directly classified as a core disciple of the sect. From that point onward, regardless of your whereabouts, as long as you do not betray the sect, points will be automatically credited to your identity token each month." Upon hearing the elder's explanation, Tuoba Chen nodded, realizing he would indeed have 2,000 points. He was 8.5 years old, which meant he had been accumulating points for 30 months since turning 6, earning 50 points each month, totaling 1,500 points, plus an additional 500 points from the beast fighting competition, culminating in exactly 2,000 points. Delighted by this revelation, Tuoba Chen found the sect's system quite humane, enabling him to exchange for an abundance of items. Subsequently, under the elder's guidance, he bypassed the first and second floors and ascended directly to the third. Access to this level required at least the status of a deacon, however. As the heir to the sect leader, his rank equated to that of a deacon, granting him entry. To his surprise, he discovered that the third floor was replete with items, far beyond his expectations. Numerous herbs and weapons exceeded 500 in quantity, and not far off. He also noticed the presence of soul-guiding devices. After browsing, he realized he lacked for nothing in terms of herbs, except for the most exquisite varieties. The monthly provisions from the sect were sufficient to exhaust his needs. As for the soul-guiding devices, their exorbitant prices were out of reach. And he already possessed the Azure Dragon Pendant, making them unnecessary. Thus, he was left with only weapons to consider. In the Douluo continent, many soul masters utilized various weapons, as not everyone could elevate their rank beyond Soul Sovereign. Weapons significantly enhanced a soul master's combat prowess, especially in lower-tier battles. If well-trained, they could even surpass unarmed combatants in higher-level confrontations. After surveying the third floor, Tuoba Chen ultimately focused his attention on 3 particular weapons. The first was the secret silver meteor hammer, priced at 1,900 points. The hammerhead was entirely forged from secret silver, astonishingly heavy and immensely destructive. Its flaw lay in its considerable weight, demanding substantial strength from the wielder. As a white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Master, Tuoba Chen possessed great power, making such a hammer-like weapon quite suitable. The second was the Extreme Ice Emperor's Blade, priced at 1,800 points, crafted from the rare mineral cold iron. It carried an inherent frost-slowing effect during attacks, and the blade itself was exceptionally sharp, capable of freezing a wound upon cutting through an opponent's flesh. However, its drawback was the intense cold emanating from the blade, which could adversely affect the wielder with prolonged use. This weapon was particularly fitting for him, as he had consumed cold spirit grass, granting him robust cold resistance. The side effects were negligible for him, making this blade seem almost tailor-made. The final weapon, which Tuoba Chen valued the most, was the Void Cleaving Spear, priced at 2,000 points. Forged from Void Stone and Earth Stone, it possessed dual ice and earth attributes. allowing ice or earth attribute soul masters to channel their soul power more fluently while gradually enhancing their soul power recovery speed. Its sharpness was unparalleled, slicing through iron with ease. The limitation was that only ice or earth attribute soul masters could wield it. After careful deliberation, Tuoba Chen chose the void cleaving spear. For him, the ability to channel soul power was invaluable, especially when employing his unique soul techniques, which could become cumbersome due to alterations in their original usage. In simpler terms, this often extended his moments of vulnerability. With this spear, he could alleviate concerns regarding stiffness in combat, and its minor soul power recovery attribute would serve as a form of sustenance. Furthermore, its high cost aligned perfectly with his 2,000 points. And in a place like the sect's treasure exchange, it was unlikely he would be overcharged, for the sect would not exploit its own young disciples. Additionally, he had an abundance of books at home, making it easy to find a suitable manual for spear techniques. Once he made his selection, he utilized his identity token to acquire the void cleaving spear and departed. As he descended the stairs, the elder at the counter cast a glance at him. Somewhat surprised by his choice, most younger disciples typically opted for various herbs. However, as the grandson of the Grand Elder, it was presumed he lacked for cultivation resources, especially considering the substantial amount of points he possessed. With that thought, the elder felt reassured. After bidding farewell to the elder, Tuoba Chen made his way to the Sacred Dragon Sect's library. Unlike the treasure exchange, the library was freely accessible. The reason for this was that the disciples of the Sacred Dragon Sect generally preferred solitary cultivation over reading, as studying was often viewed as a tedious task by most children. Upon nearing the library, it did not take long for him to locate the material he sought: basic spear techniques. He believed it essential to learn spear techniques, especially since he aspired to visit Sea God Island. He would not miss the trial at Sea God Island, for the Shrek's 7 monsters' greatest opportunities, aside from celestial herbs, lay in the journey to Sea God Island. Once he became formidable, if he did not discover any other more suitable sites for divine inheritance, Sea God Island would undoubtedly be among his destinations. Should he gain the Sea God's divine inheritance, he would acquire the Sea God Trident. For the trident and spear were akin in their design. Mastering spear techniques would allow him to wield the Sea God Trident competently. Although he did not choose a trident primarily due to the lack of suitable options in the treasure exchange. After registering at the library entrance, he returned to his small courtyard, retrieving the void cleaving spear from the azure dragon pendant. He swung it a couple of times, furrowing his brow. The spear felt unwieldy. At present, its weight and length were cumbersome for him, given his height of only 155 centimeters, while the spear measured an impressive 250 centimeters. It was indeed a bit awkward to handle. However, he reasoned that as he grew taller, it would become less burdensome. Nevertheless, since the void-cleaving spear did not possess the ability to adjust its size, he would have to make do for now, trusting that he would grow into it. With the basic spear techniques in hand, Tuoba Chen began practicing diligently, following the instructions meticulously outlined within. The Sacred Dragon Sect's foundational spear techniques were extensively documented, covering various maneuvers such as thrusts, sweeps, blocks, stabs, grips, and circular motions. Tuoba Chen spent the entire morning practicing these fundamental techniques. As it was his first encounter with them, the results were not particularly satisfactory. However, he managed to achieve a semblance of form, which bore a hint of promise. A closer inspection, though, would reveal numerous shortcomings. Yet, this was to be expected, given his novice status in marksmanship. Although the outcome of his practice was less than ideal, he remained undeterred, believing that with diligent training, improvement was inevitable, barring any lack of innate talent. Afterward, he resumed his training in the dragon transformation technique. Before long, evening descended, and the preliminary proceedings for the upcoming Sacred Dragon Feast mirrored those of the previous day. The sect leader would deliver a few remarks, followed by a convivial gathering where everyone would feast. Once satiated, the main event would commence. However, unlike the day before, the second day as competitions would feature battles among the sect's youth, combatants aged between 10 and 25. Their rewards differed from those of the younger generation, as they were no longer eligible for the Sacred Dragon Pool, despite its considerable benefits. To optimize resource allocation, their prizes were thus distinct. Although the competition was primarily a test for the youth, younger members could also participate voluntarily, albeit without rewards, as it was rather unrealistic for a child under 10 to aspire for victory. Nonetheless, such participation offered invaluable combat experience. Naturally, Tuoba Chen intended to compete, as opportunities to battle individuals slightly more advanced than himself were rare. In the school environment, he typically faced novices, while the formidable Mo Long and Mo Hu brothers presented a different challenge. Hence, this competition was an exceptional opportunity. Subsequently, he registered with Tuoba Shi, who discreetly smiled upon seeing his application. Tuoba Shi had longed to ascertain Tuoba Chen's true capabilities, which had eluded assessment during the beast battle test. Surely, the forthcoming competition would reveal more. The registration concluded swiftly, and the duels would be conducted through a purportedly fair and transparent lottery system. At least that was the official narrative. Whether Tuoba Shi had any behind-the-scenes influence remained uncertain, yet the prospect of such manipulation seemed favorable, as he assumed Tuoba Shi would not pit him against an overwhelmingly superior opponent. The stage was set similarly to the previous day, with participants vying at the entrance of the inner hall, which offered ample space for their contest. Tuoba Shi soon reached into the lottery box, feigning nonchalance as he rummaged within. The first group of initial combatants, Tuoba Chen and Tuoba Yin, he announced. As expected, Tuoba Chen's name was drawn alongside that of a fellow clansman of comparable strength. Tuoba Chen felt no surprise at the outcome. Tuoba Shi was undoubtedly the individual most eager to gauge his prowess. After all, he had invested considerable resources into Tuoba Chen's training, and it was only prudent to determine whether this investment was merited. During the previous day's beast battle, Tuoba Chen had exploited his opponent's weaknesses, showcasing his erudition and the potency of his soul skills. However, Tuoba Shi yearned to witness Tuoba Chen's combat awareness and potential limits. Even if Tuoba Chen's performance did not meet expectations, Tuoba Shi would not withdraw his support. Rather, he sought to identify any deficiencies to tailor a more suitable training regimen. After all, the emergence of a prodigy was a rare occurrence, and one could not simply abandon hope. Nonetheless, if Tuoba Chen were to perform egregiously poorly, the likelihood of such a scenario remained minimal. Tuoba Shi harbored hopes for Tuoba Chen's remarkable performance. He had arranged for a clan member named Tuoba Yin, whose level was marginally superior to that of Tuoba Chen, reaching level 25. This decision was primarily influenced by Tuoba Chen's second spirit ring, which possessed a millennium's worth of power, rendering him inherently stronger than his peers. However, Tuoba Shi did not expect Tuoba Chen to triumph over his opponent. After all, Tuoba Chen was merely an 8-year-old child, while Tuoba Yin had already reached the age of 14. In terms of combat experience, Tuoba Yin was vastly more seasoned than Tuoba Chen, highlighting the significant disparity between a novice and an experienced fighter. Thus, his only request was for Tuoba Chen to ensure that his defeat was not overly humiliating, hoping at the very least that he could endure a few exchanges. Naturally, a victory would be even more commendable. As the two prepared to face off, Tuoba Chen found himself overwhelmed by the presence of the 170-centimeter-tall young lady before him. The pressure he felt was not due to her strength, but rather her striking physical development. Previously, he had managed to treat girls of his age as if they were boys, primarily because they had yet to mature. This allowed him to approach their battles with the carefree mentality of a child. However, the current young lady posed a genuine challenge for him. He considered himself rather reserved, and although he occasionally made cheeky remarks, he had never exploited his youthful innocence for inappropriate advances. Given that she was a fellow clan member, he would inevitably encounter her frequently in the future, and the thought of inadvertently crossing boundaries was troubling. After much contemplation, he had resolved on the areas of her body that he could target during their match. In contrast, Tuoba Yin was not encumbered by such thoughts. Observing the adorable young boy before her, she felt no inclination to underestimate him. Just the previous day, she had witnessed Tuoba Chen swiftly dispatch a spirit beast, a feat she believed she could not replicate. Therefore, she was determined to engage in the battle with utmost fervor. Noticing Tuoba Chen's serious demeanor, Tuoba Shi couldn't help but smile slightly. It was commendable that despite carrying the title of genius, he could exhibit such caution before a battle, showing respect for his opponent. Tuoba Shi found this aspect quite satisfactory. He then proclaimed, "Let the duel commence." As Tuoba Yin instantaneously summoned her martial spirit, she seized the initiative. Observing the imposing figure of the mother Tyrannosaurus before him, Tuoba Chen maintained his composure, placing both hands on the ground. "Earth collapse," he declared. However, during her sprint, Tuoba Yin unexpectedly misstepped, her leg becoming ensnared in the earth. Sensing the imbalance in her right leg, she inwardly lamented her predicament. Yet, Tuoba Chen remained undeterred. As the momentary stiffness subsided, he noted that she had not entirely extricated herself. Seizing this opportunity, he surged forward, aiming a precise strike toward the artery in her neck. This maneuver was designed to temporarily sever her arterial supply, inducing a brief state of unconsciousness. Over the past 2.5 years, he had frequently employed this technique in battles, particularly against Avalanche, and he harbored great confidence in its effectiveness, aside from the momentary faintness. It would not inflict any lasting harm upon her physique. Nonetheless, Tuoba Yin was no novice. Her extensive combat experience set her apart from the sheltered students of the academy. She quickly reacted, invoking her second soul skill, Dragon Transformation. Instantly, her body became enveloped in a formidable layer of scales. Tuoba Chen, who had already moderated the force of his attack, found that in her eyes, his strike was akin to a mere tickle. In a swift motion, Tuoba Yin grasped his arm, preventing his escape, and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Bang! A muffled sound emanated from Tuoba Chen's abdomen, and he felt a tumult within his very core. Tuoba Yin seized this opportunity, launching a relentless barrage of attacks upon him. After executing a series of combination strikes, her fist was suddenly grasped by another hand. "Hey, have you had enough?" A voice resonated from directly ahead, instilling a foreboding sense of dread. Almost immediately, an overwhelming force of pull enveloped her hand, and she was yanked from the fray by Tuoba Chen, who then unhesitatingly delivered a powerful blow to her abdomen. In that instant, she too experienced the sensation of her insides churning. The rigid scales she bore offered little protection against the ferocity of his assault. Unlike her own offensive, Tuoba Chen allowed her no opportunity for reprisal. His continuous onslaught rendered her incapable of resistance. Ultimately, it was a decisive kick that sent her sprawling out of the competition arena, bringing her suffering to an end. As he gazed at Tuoba Yin, who had been propelled away by his strike, a calmness gradually washed over him. This encounter had been a grave miscalculation. He had underestimated his opponent, leading to his own injury. As a soul master, one should uphold equality, treating both genders with fairness. This served as a valuable lesson, a reminder not to overthink in the future. The spectators' reactions to the outcome of the match varied, with some expressing astonishment while others remained indifferent. Tuoba Chi's expression was quite adequate, neither overly exuberant nor lacking in composure. Although he had advised Tuoba Chen not to suffer a humiliating defeat, he was not overly surprised by Tuoba Chen's victory. After all, the clan member known as Tuoba Yin had only halfway mastered the transformation dragon technique. Despite his wealth of experience, there remained a slight disparity in raw strength between him and Tuoba Chen, making the latter's triumph unsurprising. Chapter 67. Amir Tuoba Rue. After announcing the results of the match, Tuoba Chen descended to rest. He would soon return to the arena, as there were a total of 20 young competitors participating in this contest, himself included. After the others had completed their matches, he would re-enter the fray, with the top 5 victors receiving rewards bestowed by the sect. Upon returning to his designated spot, Tuoba Chen began to replenish his energy with food. The recent bout with Tuoba Yin had been rather intense, leaving his stomach still aching slightly. As he took a bite of dried meat, he turned his attention to the ensuing battles. However, just as he savored a morsel, Tuoba Yin, the very adversary he had just vanquished, unexpectedly seated himself beside him, causing Tuoba Chen to feel a flicker of apprehension. "Tuoba Chen, yes, is there something you need?" Stammering, "It is nothing. I merely came to check if you were injured. Thank you for earlier. Although you struck me quite a few times, it seems only the first blow was forceful. The subsequent attacks merely landed where I exerted my strength, causing me to lose my power, ultimately leading to my exit from the arena without injury. No, it is nothing. After all, you are a girl, and it is only proper to show some leniency." Faced with such a mature and beautiful young lady, found himself quite defenseless. To be candid, he had a preference for this type, yet he was already involved with Mengaran. It would be inappropriate to look at other women, especially since she seemed to have come solely to express her gratitude for his earlier restraint. It would be best not to dwell on it too much. Upon hearing S' response, S' cheeks flushed slightly as she softly remarked, "Is it because I am a girl?" In the Sacred Dragon Sect, females undergo rigorous external training, and it had been ages since anyone had told her, "You are a girl, so I will yield to you." For a moment, her inner softness was stirred. Due to her faint voice and silently reciting the Great Compassion mantra, he did not quite catch her words nor observe her expression. Before long, the second match commenced, and he was rather surprised by the participants. One was merely an ordinary direct disciple of the sect, while the other was unexpectedly. The manipulation was evident. Had deliberately arranged a strong contender against a weaker one, ensuring that some outstanding clansmen would not be eliminated too swiftly. How despicable! Regarding S actions, felt a deep-seated indignation. When he ascended to the position of sect leader, he would undoubtedly reform such a system. He would candidly inform them that their skills were lacking, thus necessitating battles with the strong to ensure their advancement and improve the promotion rate of the formidable. Seeing that he had drawn, the other clansman was utterly astonished. After all, he was the foremost expert among the younger generation of their lineage. How could he possibly contend with such a powerhouse? It truly felt like a matter of life and death. As anticipated, once both sides entered the arena, the battle concluded in less than a minute due to the vast disparity in soul power. Tuoba Chen finally comprehended the prowess of Tuoba Haiyun, who possessed 2 yellow and 2 purple rings, marking his status as a 4-ringed soul master. Although Tuoba Chen was unaware of Tuoba Haiyun's precise ranking, it was evident that he appeared to be no older than 20. Such talent was undoubtedly on par with the likes of Yu Tianheng. However, in comparison to top-tier geniuses, there remained a significant disparity. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but lament the absence of a superior martial soul inheritance akin to that of Qianren Xue, who boasted an innate soul power of level 20. Merely contemplating it brought him a sense of exhilaration. Looking at his own progress, it had taken him 2.5 years to merely reach the initial stages of those godly martial souls, recognizing that some attributes were beyond mere envy. Yet, he soon shook his head, reminding himself that his white-armored earth dragon was already commendable. Moreover, the heavens had not bestowed upon him an innate 0 soul power, nor had they arranged for a fiancé to call off their engagement. Thus, he had little cause for discontent. Once Tuoba Haiyun's battle concluded, the remaining 8 matches, under the covert manipulation of Tuoba Shi, swiftly reached their resolutions. The disparity in strength rendered the contest unworthy of pursuit. Tuoba Chen had initially hoped to observe a balanced duel from which he could glean insights, but that aspiration was thwarted. In the blink of an eye, only 10 competitors remained. Gazing at the finalists, Tuoba Chen swallowed hard. Although the younger generation of the Holy Dragon Sect was not particularly formidable, besides Tuoba Haiyun, only 2 individuals had ascended to the rank of Soul Master, and they both appeared nearly 25. He still deemed them excessively strong, even if Tuoba Shi refrained from further manipulation. The others were all at least level 33 Soul Elders, leaving Tuoba Chen's chances of victory exceedingly slim. Tuoba Shi gazed down at Tuoba Chen, contemplating whether to arrange a few opponents for him. After all, Tuoba Chen had just effortlessly defeated that female disciple without employing a single soul technique, relying solely on his innate combat skills. After a moment of reflection, Tuoba Shi resolved to conduct another test. He reached into the wooden box and withdrew 2 small slips of paper, announcing, in the first match, Tuoba Chen will face Tuoba Rue. Upon hearing his name, Tuoba Chen prepared to take the stage. As he stood up, Tuoba Yin, standing beside him, whispered encouragement, "Good luck," in a barely audible tone. However, Tuoba Chen caught her words and replied, "Thank you. You're welcome," in an equally hushed voice. Among the remaining 9 competitors, Tuoba Rue was the only one he deemed conquerable. Upon discovering that his opponent was Tuoba Chen, Tuoba Rue's eyes gleamed with excitement. He realized that a victory here would elevate him into the top 5. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities and had previously approached the idea of entering the top 5 with a sense of resignation, feeling significantly weaker compared to the others. Yet, with Tuoba Chen's emergence, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Overwhelmed with joy, Tuoba Rue instinctively wore a broad, mischievous grin, a reflection of his infatuation. Tuoba Chen gazed at the simpleton across from him, feeling a twinge of helplessness. Must he truly engage in combat with this seemingly naive individual? Would it affect his intelligence? However, now is not the time to ponder such concerns. Although he was competing at an age disadvantage, and winning would not yield any special rewards, he would not be deprived of the original prize. Thus, he resolved to approach the match with seriousness. Who knows what victory might bring? As the 2 competitors stepped onto the arena, Tuoba Rue refrained from urging Tuoba Chen to concede. After all, opportunities to best a genius like Tuoba Chen were rare. If he triumphed today, he could boast about it in the future when Tuoba Chen inevitably surpassed him, using it as a point of pride in his tales of bravado. Noticing the increasingly lecherous glint in Tuoba Rue's eyes, Tuoba Chen felt a surge of irritation. Was this fellow a fool? A mere Tuoba Rue dared to smirk so arrogantly. As Tuoba Chen's annoyance brewed, the battle commenced. Chapter 68. The despicable kidney striker. In stark contrast to the previous match, this time Tuoba Chen took the initiative. His opponent was a level 33 Soul Master, boasting a full 11 levels of soul power above his own. He could not afford to treat this adversary with the same nonchalance he had shown Tuoba Chen. As Tuoba Chen launched a surprise assault, Tuoba Rue skillfully evaded the attack and swiftly activated his first soul skill, Coiling Dragon Staff. Similar to Tuoba Yu, Tuoba Rue's first soul skill was also one that created weaponry. Brandishing the Coiling Dragon Staff, he executed a sweeping strike aimed directly at Tuoba Chen's left side, targeting his waist and spine. Clang! Tuoba Chen raised his hand to block, and the Chiu Long staff clashed against his arm, emitting a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. Tuoba Rue was somewhat taken aback that Tuoba Chen could withstand his assault, but he quickly regained his composure, withdrawing the Chiu Long staff to strike at Tuoba Chen from the other side. Observing the angle of Tuoba Rue's attack, Tuoba Chen felt a flicker of anger. This despicable attacker had fixated on his vital points. Given the underhanded nature of his opponent's tactics, Tuoba Chen saw no reason to hold back any longer. Steadying his breath, he successfully parried Tuoba Rue's next strike, causing his first soul ring to blaze to life. Earth spikes erupt. Instantly, 6 spikes of earth surged toward Tuoba Rue from various directions. Due to the disparity in their strengths, Tuoba Chen employed the sharpest tips, and were they to strike true, they would severely injure his opponent. Previously, Tuoba Chen had always needed to touch the ground with both hands to unleash the earth spikes, leaving the impression that he could not activate them without such a stance. Thus, Tuoba Rue was momentarily caught off guard by this sudden onslaught. With a series of piercing sounds, Tuoba Rue failed to evade entirely, resulting in 2 earth spikes embedding themselves in his body, one in the sole of his foot and the other in his right arm, blood gushing forth. The excruciating pain ignited a fury within Tuoba Rue. Noticing the turn of events, Tuoba Chen sensed danger and promptly withdrew a few steps. Third soul skill, Demon Dragon Claw. Upon uttering these words, the only Millennium Soul Ring on Tuoba Rue's body glimmered. He made a grasping motion in the air, and 3 enormous black claw marks surged toward Tuoba Chen. Aware of the immense energy contained within the claw marks, Tuoba Chen braced himself for defense. Rock Shield, he commanded, conjuring a stone shield from the earth to stand before him. The claw marks soon struck the rock shield, although it appeared formidable. It did not entirely negate the force of the assault, yet it did mitigate some damage. Ultimately, when the claw marks landed on Tuoba Chen, he was only pushed back a few steps. However, he was not unscathed. The rock shield had consumed enough soul power to execute 4 instances of earth spikes, leaving his complexion somewhat pale from the sudden depletion of energy. Tuoba Rue was not in much better condition, as the Demon Dragon Claw was, after all, a soul skill that had been honed over a millennium. He could only utilize it 3 times before being completely drained of soul power, and once depleted, he would be left with no surplus to participate in the subsequent battles. However, upon witnessing Tuoba Chen's state, he immediately unleashed the second Demon Dragon Claw. For he had no expectations of defeating anyone else. His only goal was to triumph over Tuoba Chen. In response to the opponent's second attack, Tuoba Chen, feeling somewhat helpless, could only activate the rock shield once more to defend himself. The second rock shield, bolstered by an increased output of soul power, successfully withstood the attack this time, but at a significant cost. A sudden drain of soul power placed a tremendous burden on his body, resulting in a spurt of fresh blood from Tuoba Chen's mouth. Now, only 10% of his soul power remained. Should this continue, defeat was inevitable. Upon witnessing this scene, Tuoba Chen shook his head, realizing he had overthought the situation. After all, Tuoba Chen was merely an 8-year-old child. It was indeed somewhat unreasonable to pit him against someone significantly more experienced. Initially reluctant to intervene, he noticed the pallor on Tuoba Rue's face and decided to take a chance. Second spirit ability, Dragon Transformation. In an instant, golden scales adorned Tuoba Chen's body, and his presence became formidable. The Dragon Transformation granted a 40% increase in defense and strength, a 20% boost in speed, and the ability to recover 50% of previously sustained damage and spirit power, lasting for 10 minutes, activated without cost, and usable only once a day. During this period, no other spirit abilities could be employed. With this substantial enhancement, Tuoba Chen shifted from defense to offense. Before Tuoba Rue could recover from his previous attack, Tuoba Chen landed a powerful punch to Tuoba Rue's left kidney. The immense pain caused beads of cold sweat to form on Tuoba Rue's forehead. Tuoba Chen felt no remorse. After all, he had not struck too harshly, merely imparting a lesson. Furthermore, Tuoba Rue had initiated the confrontation first, and Tuoba Chen was merely reciprocating. The outcome for Tuoba Rue was rather grim, as he succumbed to a relentless flurry of attacks, losing consciousness. At that moment, she promptly declared the match's result. He was thoroughly impressed with Tuoba Chen's performance, a mere 2-ring spirit master triumphing over a 3-ring spirit venerable, an achievement he had never accomplished in his youth. Once the results were announced, Tuoba Chen leisurely descended from the arena, aware that the battle had drained him considerably, rendering him unable to participate in the next match. Upon returning to his seat, he noticed Tuoba Yin gazing at him with a bright expression. Feeling a chill at her intense stare, Tuoba Chen wondered if she sought revenge. Currently, he was not a match for Tuoba Yin, but soon realized he had misjudged the situation. After taking his seat, Tuoba Yin kindly fetched some spirit beast meat for him to restore his spirit power and, concerned he might choke, even brought him some special juice. Thank you. Tuoba Chen replied sincerely. You're welcome, just a small gesture. Would you like me to give you a massage? No. Tuoba Chen quickly declined, not wanting to inadvertently foster any romantic feelings, which would complicate matters with Mangyuran. Oh, is that so? Then I want to insist, Tuoba Yin said nonchalantly. Despite her casual demeanor, Tuoba Yin felt a twinge of disappointment. She harbored some affection for Tuoba Chen, who was unlike any man she had encountered before. Unfortunately, his exceptional qualities left her feeling despondent as she understood the improbability of their relationship. To prevent such feelings from arising in the future, she resolved to train diligently, striving to enhance her own abilities lest she find herself unworthy of love when next encountering someone she admired. After the fighting segment of the banquet concluded, Tuoba Chen returned home. Shortly after his departure, Tuoba Yin followed suit, her favorable impression of him lingering. Until now, he had distinguished himself from other men she had met. Yet his brilliance rendered her sense of hope futile, making her acutely aware of their incompatibility. Ultimately, she was determined to cultivate her skills, ensuring that in the future, she would be deserving of affection when faced with someone she cherished. In his small courtyard, Tuoba Chen finished practicing a set of spear techniques and decided to venture out. Today marked the final day of the Sacred Dragon Feast, and he was scheduled to compete in the evening to earn the right to enter the Sacred Dragon Pool. Although he believed no junior from the Sacred Dragon Sect could rival him, it was wise to maintain his composure. After freshening up and donning a crisp outfit, he stepped outside. However, he had no intention of merely wandering within the sect today. With the summer break concluding, he would soon return to school. It was a rare opportunity to visit the Xinglua Empire, and staying confined to the sect would be a waste. As he exited his courtyard, he did not encounter Tuoba Yu, likely due to his late departure. Following his memory towards the sect's main gate, he suddenly noticed a group of young clan members surrounding a seemingly frail boy in the distance. It appeared rather peculiar. Haha, Gui, today we've caught you. It's been days since I last got to beat you up, and my hands are itching, exclaimed the leader of the trio, delivering a harsh kick to the abdomen of the boy named Gui. Given the boy's frail physique, the kick sent him crumpling to the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. Yet, the assailants showed no sympathy. Instead, one of them slapped Gui across the head, knocking him down further. The trio then commenced a brutal assault, hurling a barrage of vile insults. You little bastard from the collateral line. How dare you not greet this young master? He sneered. Just like your wretched mother, born to be lowly. Initially silent, Gui's fury erupted upon hearing an insult directed at his mother. Veins bulged on his forehead as he instinctively sought to retaliate, but as he lifted his head, he was forcefully pushed back down by a foot planted on his face. What? Still want to resist? Am I wrong, little bastard? Taunted the thug, his foot pressing down harder. No, do not insult my mother, you scoundrel. Gui shouted defiantly. Oh, what is it? Am I not speaking the truth? How dare you curse at me? You have quite the tongue. The young tormentor retorted, pinching Gui's mouth shut. Observing Gui's predicament, the boy continued, Since you dare to insult me, I must administer some punishment. Your teeth seem quite well formed. Out of the kindness of my heart, I want to cut out your tongue this time, but rather, I shall remove your teeth, rendering you temporarily mute. How merciful of me. With a sinister grin, he slowly inserted his fingers into Gui's mouth, completely disregarding the terror etched on his face. As the fingers grazed his teeth, Gui closed his eyes in despair, bracing for the anticipated pain. However, after a prolonged moment, the excruciating sensation never arrived. Ah! A sudden scream pierced the air, jolting Gui's eyes open. He could hardly believe his sight. Tuoba Ning, the very one who had tormented him, was now being restrained by a furious white-haired youth. Tuoba Ning's complexion flushed red, his expression contorted in agony as if his hand were about to be severed. emitting continuous wails of despair. Young Master Chen, please cease your actions. Ning Ji's hand is on the verge of being crushed. Despite the pleas from the two bystanders, Tuoba Chen remained deaf to their entreaties. Initially, when he had spotted them from a distance, he had not discerned the situation clearly. But it was only after witnessing this scoundrel kick the innocent youth that he comprehended the gravity of the matter at hand. What he had initially presumed to be a mere altercation transformed into outrage as he drew closer, hearing the words of the wretched individual he had seized by the arm, which nearly sent him into a fit of fury. During his time at the Holy Dragon Sect, he had always felt a sense of belonging, akin to that of a school environment. He had never anticipated encountering such a dire situation, although he had not overheard the entirety of the conversation. The mere mention of tooth extraction incited a visceral urge within him to rend apart this beast masquerading in human guise. How could someone so young perpetrate such heinous acts? Daring to unleash violence in public? He could not fathom that the higher-ups of the Holy Dragon Sect were oblivious to these occurrences. It was evident that such actions had been tacitly approved, emboldening these ruffians to act with impunity. Chen Ge, please let go. I am dying. Due to the recent festivities and the peculiar announcement made by Tuoba Shi during Tuoba Chen's absence, the entire Holy Dragon Sect, from top to bottom, had become aware of Tuoba Chen's stature. Upon hearing several individuals address him as young Master Chen, Ge instantly recognized who Tuoba Chen was. Tuoba Chen, the preferred heir to the position of the sect leader, the beloved grandson of the Grand Elder, and one of the only two individuals in the sect's history to have advanced to the second tier of the dragon transformation technique before reaching level 20, his accolades are indeed hard to overlook. Even someone like him, who typically resides in the sect as if a mere servant, is renowned far and wide. To think that such a prominent figure would come to his aid left Gui feeling as though he were in a dream. Crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed as Tuoba Chen released his grip, commanding, "Scram, and do not let me see you again." "Why yes. Thank you, young Master Chen," came the hurried response. Though Tuoba Ning was bewildered by the sudden aggression directed at him, he chose to swallow his indignation and slink away in defeat. Once his adversary had fled, Tuoba Chen turned to Gui and extended his hand, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Suddenly rescued, Gui found it hard to believe, especially given that his savior could very well be the future leader of the Holy Dragon Sect. As he gazed at Tuoba Chen's pristine hand, he glanced down at his own, soiled with blood and dirt. For a moment, he hesitated to reach out, fearing he might tarnish that delicate hand. Tuoba Chen noticed the other's distress, and without hesitation, he crouched down and grasped the person's hand, pulling him to his feet. "Come. I shall escort you to the medical hall," he declared. Without waiting for a response, he began to lead the way. After taking a few steps, a faint voice emerged from behind him. "Thank you." Chapter 70. Weakness is Original Sin. Tuoba Chen did not escort the other party to the medical facility of the Holy Dragon Sect, but rather sought out a nearby clinic within the confines of Holy Dragon City. Upon arriving at the clinic, Tuoba Chen noticed an elderly physician dozing at the counter. He approached and said, "Doctor, awaken, please assist in examining his injuries." The drowsy physician, startled by the call, hastily wiped away the drool at the corner of his mouth and replied, Oh, certainly." In no time, the doctor had attended to Guyi's wounds. "How is he?" "Doctor, is his condition serious?" Tuoba Chen inquired. Not at all. This little fellow is quite fortunate. He has only sustained superficial injuries, nothing grave. However, his constitution appears quite frail. He likely has not been receiving adequate nourishment and requires considerable recuperation." "I understand," Tuoba Chen replied, producing 2 gold soul coins to settle the medical fees. After the doctor returned the change, he prepared to escort Gui away, to spare the young man's dignity. Tuoba Chen had pulled the physician aside for their conversation. Nonetheless, Gui did not seem as fragile as Tuoba Chen had imagined. He felt as though everything that had transpired today was akin to a dream, his mind replaying the moment Tuoba Chen had rescued him, with his white hair illuminated by the sun's fading rays. There was a fleeting instance when he believed Tuoba Chen to be an angel sent from the heavens to save him. Soon after, Tuoba Chen returned to interrupt Gui's reverie, stating, "All right, we may depart now. Can you tell me why they were bullying you?" Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's inquiry, Gui hesitated, shaking his head, clearly reluctant to divulge the matter. Observing Gui's demeanor, Tuoba Chen felt a twinge of helplessness. It seemed the young man often encountered such troubles, and it was natural for him to harbor resistance. "It's all right. Share with me. I will assist you." Tuoba Chen spoke earnestly, determined to help. Having already extended his aid today, he felt it essential to address the root of the issue. for the same individuals would inevitably continue their torment. Although he recognized that such an inclination might paint him as overly benevolent, he could not abide such injustice. After a moment of silence, Gui appeared to reach a decision. I am sorry, young Master Chen. Thank you for rescuing me today. I do not wish to discuss this matter. Please refrain from contacting me in the future. Otherwise, it may bring you a poor reputation. With that, Gui bowed to Tuoba Chen and departed on his own. Witnessing Gui's departure, Tuoba Chen felt a profound sense of frustration. It was challenging to unveil one's innermost secrets. Yet, without any communication, how could he offer assistance? He realized that even if he were to keep a watchful eye over Gui during his time at the Holy Dragon Sect, it would only amount to 2 months. After which Gui would certainly encounter similar predicaments again. Furthermore, due to today's incident, those individuals would only escalate their harassment. As he watched Gui's retreating figure, Tuoba Chen pondered for a moment before making his way back to the sect. On his return journey, he chanced upon an elderly vendor at a fruit stall, who was being robbed of his earnings by a brutish man with a face full of excess flesh. This sight filled Tuoba Chen with discomfort. Although the ruffian was merely an ordinary person, he chose not to intervene this time. Despite the glaring injustice, he maintained his composure and observed the unfolding scene. In a moment of clarity, he understood the harsh reality of Douluo continent, a realm governed by the principle of survival of the fittest. This truth held equally in the Heavendo Empire, albeit with a more harmonious tradition, whereas the Star Luo Empire embraced this principle to its fullest extent. If he wished to alter these rules, he could only do so from a position of supremacy. He quickly shook his head, reflecting, what am I contemplating? Even if I become the strongest, it does not guarantee that I can oversee every corner. It was enough to focus on the tasks at hand. As the brutish man passed by him, a flash of yellow light emanated from Tuoba Chen, and suddenly, a spike erupted from the ground, piercing the man's calf. Ah! The brute screamed in agony, crashing to the ground, while the stolen pouch of coins fell a short distance ahead. Tuoba Chen approached slowly, retrieving the pouch of money and returning it to the elderly fruit seller. After receiving a grateful thank you, he made his way back to the sect. He felt compelled to understand why Gui had been treated in such a manner, although it might delay him for a bit. He believed that this small delay could potentially alter the course of Gui's life. As fate would have it, on his journey back, he encountered the 2 individuals who had previously bullied Gui alongside Tuoba Ning. Upon spotting Tuoba Chen, they were startled and quickly turned to flee, fearing the wrath of this formidable presence. However, as they attempted to escape, a hand landed on their shoulders, accompanied by Tuoba Chen's ominous voice. Where do you think you are going? The 2 turned around with a dazed expression, awkwardly forcing smiles. Ah, Master Chen. What a coincidence. We were just heading to the training grounds. Oh, is that so? I would like to take up a bit of your time, if you don't mind. Tuoba Chen replied calmly. Of course, Master Chen, if you seek us out, we certainly have time. They responded, laughter strained and more sorrowful than joyful, in their eyes. Tuoba Chen was more fearsome than the sect leader himself. Leading them to a secluded corner, Tuoba Chen did not resort to violence but instead calmly inquired. Why did you treat Gui in such a way? Initially, he expected them to offer some evasive response, but their reaction took him by surprise. Are you punishing us on behalf of that fellow Gui? Otherwise, what could it be? They replied. In that situation, it seemed like he was simply standing up for what was right. Their responses struck Tuoba Chen as peculiar. In truth, we had no real reason to bully Gui. We just found him easy prey. He is an orphan, after all, with no one to stand up for him, and being a support-type soul master made him seem vulnerable. So we decided to pick on him. The boy on the left spoke without a hint of remorse. Tuoba Chen harbored doubts about his hearing, yet upon inquiring again, he received the same response. The 2 individuals before him realized that their summons was not for reprimand, but rather for a light-hearted conversation regarding the matter at hand. It became evident that these people were beyond redemption. Their upbringing had ingrained in them the belief that the strong could freely oppress the weak, and that the weak, even if subjected to cruelty unto death, deserved their fate. The notion that weakness is a sin found perfect validation within the Sacred Dragon Sect. Chapter 71. Do you not intend to repay my kindness? At this moment, aside from a surge of inexplicable rage, he was left with a sense of sorrowful resignation. He resolved that when he departed from the Sacred Dragon Sect, he would take Gui with him. He refrained from overtly chastising the 2 before him. Instead, after inquiring about Gui's residence, he allowed them to leave. In truth, there was no need for reprimand, as such thoughts were deeply entrenched in their minds. Unless one were to eliminate them or subject them to constant ideological reprogramming, their worldview would remain unaltered. However, in a bid to vent his frustration, He created a trap using the ground's instability, causing a section of their path to collapse. Accompanied by 2 cries of alarm, the pair fell into the pit. And he manipulated the surrounding earth, allowing small stones to tumble down upon them. His intention was not to kill, merely to frighten. Dazed from the fall, the two momentarily struggled to comprehend their predicament. Suddenly, several stones cascaded down from above, striking them and leaving painful welts. Realizing the gravity of their situation, they immediately began to scramble upwards. Within the Sacred Dragon Sect, unless surrounded by particularly familiar company, most individuals would not come to their aid in the face of such bullying. After casting a glance at the pit, Tuoba Chen departed. He had already formulated a plan regarding Gui. While he lacked the authority to kill within the Sacred Dragon Sect, he certainly possessed the right to protect someone. Though he was not intimately acquainted with Gui, he could discern that the latter was not a malevolent individual. After all, when Tuoba Chen expressed his desire to safeguard him, Gui even pondered whether his presence would bring trouble. This indicated that Gui had not entirely succumbed to the hatred that could obliterate the remnants of human kindness. This was precisely why Tuoba Chen felt compelled to preserve him. Additionally, Gui was a soul master, albeit of the support type, which rendered him significantly superior to an ordinary person. By rescuing him in this moment of despair, Tuoba Chen would at least gain a friend, or perhaps a steadfast ally. Whether motivated by moral obligation or self-interest, aiding Gui posed no detriment to Tuoba Chen. Furthermore, should Gui possess notable talent, he could prove to be an invaluable asset when Tuoba Chen eventually inherited the Sacred Dragon Sect. With this thought in mind, he made his way towards Gui's abode. Having learned from the 2 ruffians that it was located along the outer wall of the Sacred Dragon Sect. As for why Gui endured such bullying yet remained within the sect, Tuoba Chen found himself perplexed. In truth, Gui's mother had once been a direct disciple of the Sacred Dragon Sect. Thus, despite inheriting his father's auxiliary martial spirit, he retained the rights of an outer disciple, allowing him to receive certain resources monthly. Here, he could at least access stable support, and with a bit of forbearance, survival was not insurmountable. Moreover, even if he departed the Sacred Dragon Sect for other cities within the Xinghua Empire, conditions might not improve. The entire empire was fraught with peril, and he could easily fall victim to robbery upon leaving the city. This was the reason for his continued presence within the Sacred Dragon Sect. Upon reaching the vicinity of the outer wall, Tuoba Chen was met with a sight of dilapidated houses, permeated by a faint, unpleasant odor reminiscent of a slum, prompting him to furrow his brow. Inside, he discovered a scattering of residents, predominantly children who appeared ragged and orphaned. He was not particularly surprised to find such a place within the Sacred Dragon Sect. After all, the prevailing ethos was one of survival of the fittest, yet it still unsettled him. The inhabitants seemed taken aback by his arrival. His attire and demeanor suggested he did not belong in such a setting. Initially, he intended to inquire about Gui's whereabouts, but soon he spotted a familiar figure nearby, one wrapped in bandages. It appeared that Gui sensed someone observing him, as he turned and found Tuoba Chen standing a short distance away, smiling warmly. "Chen, young Master Chen, what brings you here?" Gui inquired, bewildered. "I have come to find you. Come with me. I dealt with those ruffians today and saved you. Do you not intend to repay my kindness?" After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Gui appeared somewhat flustered. "Well, young Master Chen, I truly have nothing of value to offer you in return. How about this? I will give you the jade pendant left to me by my mother. It should still hold some worth." With that, Gui began to rummage through his belongings. Observing this, Tuoba Chen quickly interjected, No, that is not what I meant. You may offset this in other ways." After saying this, he cast a glance at Gui and, to his surprise, noticed that despite the dirt smudged on his face, Gui possessed a certain delicate charm, reminiscent of a girl. However, upon further inspection of the tousled short hair and tattered clothing, he mused, surely he cannot be a girl." Gui felt a bit uneasy under Chen's gaze and crossed his arms protectively over his chest. "No, young Master Chen. You are still too young to engage in such matters." "Tuoba Chen, what on earth? I wanted to tell you that I am currently living alone, without anyone to care for me. I can hire you to assist me as a means to reciprocate the help you provided me today. Of course, I shall compensate you with a monthly stipend." Tuoba Chen's remarks were made with careful consideration. In the Sacred Dragon Sect, each core disciple typically has a few attendants to serve them. Initially, Tuoba Heian intended to arrange such support for him, but it was declined. Now, this situation presents a perfect opportunity to assist him. After all, Working for him is far preferable to remaining in this dismal place. Furthermore, in this manner, he will be contributing labor rather than merely receiving assistance without cost, which may provide him with a sense of satisfaction. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Gu Yi realized he had misunderstood the other party. Indeed, how could someone as virtuous as young Master Chen ever engage in such despicable acts? Nevertheless, he still harbored a tinge of hesitation. Upon observing his demeanor, Tuoba Chen inquired, "What troubles you? Do you hesitate to serve me?" Hearing Tuoba Chen's words, he quickly clarified, No, young Master Chen. It is merely that my humble status may attract unwarranted gossip should I be in your company." At this, Tuoba Chen smiled, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. Indeed, there are many who relish whispering behind others' backs. However, he remained largely indifferent to such slander. After all, who would dare to voice their opinions in his presence? Rest assured, within the Sacred Dragon Sect, apart from the esteemed sect master and his elders, no one would dare to trouble me. After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Gu Yi still hesitated somewhat. Observing his demeanor, Tuoba Chen decided to exert pressure, stating, "Are you reluctant to repay me?" His tone was heavy, conveying a semblance of anger. Chapter 72, A Woman? Gu Yi was taken aback by Tuoba Chen's attitude and quickly replied, "All right, young Master Chen, I agree. Thank you." Upon hearing the affirmative response, Tuoba Chen's brows relaxed, and he said, "That's all I needed to hear. Let us proceed." With that, he led Gu Yi towards his residence. Gu Yi appeared to be notably shorter than Tuoba Chen, likely standing at around 1.30 m, yet he was merely a child who had suffered from severe malnutrition. In truth, reaching such a height was no small feat. Gu Yi trailed closely behind Tuoba Chen, occasionally stealing glances at him. But whenever Tuoba Chen turned his head, he would swiftly avert his gaze. Considering Gu Yi's frail condition, Tuoba Chen deliberately slowed his pace to ensure that the journey was not overly strenuous for him. After a prolonged walk of over half an hour, they finally arrived at Tuoba Chen's abode. Upon reaching the destination, Gu Yi felt a sense of shyness, yet he was also curious about his surroundings. Although he had grown up in the Sacred Dragon Sect, his identity had restricted him from exploring many places. His outings were limited to collecting his monthly provisions or occasional trips for supplies, as stepping outside the slums posed the risk of encountering individuals like Tuoba Ning. Consequently, residents of this area tended to minimize their excursions for safety. After carefully surveying Tuoba Chen's residence, Gu Yi felt a twinge of envy. Despite the simplicity of Tuoba Chen's courtyard, it was spacious and impeccably tidy, devoid of any unpleasant odors. Tuoba Chen noticed that Gu Yi behind him was still in a daze and said, "From today onwards, you shall reside with me. Allow me to show you to your room." With that, he led Gu Yi to the first floor of the house. The residence was a 3-story wooden structure, reminiscent of a villa from a later era, with numerous rooms within. He selected the largest room for Gu Yi, apart from his own. Upon arriving at the threshold of his new room, Gu Yi stood still for a moment, gazing at the neatly arranged furnishings inside. For a brief instant, he hesitated to step inside. Tuoba Chen, "All right, if there is anything you haven't brought, please make sure to take care of it yourself. Just help with the cleaning every day." Gu Yi responded somewhat woodenly. He was deeply grateful for everything Tuoba Chen had done for him, yet at this stage, he felt utterly incapable of repaying such kindness, only able to silently cherish the favor in his heart. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen intended to say a few more words, but as he took a couple of steps closer to Gu Yi, he was enveloped by the intoxicating scent that emanated from her. Tuoba Chen, "Well, Gu Yi, shall we take a bath first?" After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Gu Yi noticed her own disheveled, dark attire and the unkempt state of her hair, which had not been washed for several days. Instantly, her face flushed a deep crimson, and she shyly nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing her consent, Tuoba Chen remarked, "The bathroom is in the room at the far left on the first floor. You should be able to find it." Gu Yi replied in a barely audible whisper before making her way to the bathroom. Once he had given her the instructions, Tuoba Chen planned to return to his training. However, halfway there, he realized a pressing issue. There appeared to be no clean clothes in the bathroom. If she washed up only to put on that disordered outfit again, it would render the bathing pointless. With this thought in mind, he casually retrieved 2 sets of casual clothing from his room and headed towards the bathroom. Pushing open the bathroom door, Tuoba Chen called out, "Gu Yi, I've brought you 2 sets of clothes. You can make do with these." Mid-sentence, his voice abruptly halted as he swiftly tossed the garments into a nearby basket and shut the door, hastily retreating from the scene. Gui stood there, bewildered by Tuoba Chen's actions, her face now an even deeper shade of red. "Young Master Chen, why didn't you knock before entering?" she murmured, her cheeks growing warmer by the second. With a soft splash, she submerged herself in the water, too embarrassed to surface. Tuoba Chen was outside, fervently practicing his dragon form technique. To his surprise, he discovered that this individual was actually female, a revelation that few could have anticipated. Although he had felt that this person appeared rather delicate for a boy, her disheveled appearance, untidy short hair, and unbearable odor, along with a flat chest, made it difficult to conceive of her as a girl. After a period of cultivation, Tuoba Chen gradually calmed himself. After all, they were still children, and there was no need for concern. Yes, indeed, I bear no responsibility. With this thought, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Approximately half an hour later, Gui emerged from the bathroom, her appearance having transformed significantly. Tuoba Chen glanced at her inadvertently and was momentarily taken aback. The difference between her pre-bath and post-bath appearance was striking. After bathing, he realized her hair was not black but a deep shade of purple, likely dulled by dirt. Her skin, which had appeared somewhat dark, now looked pallid, giving her delicate features an ethereal quality. Her eyes sparkled like black pearls, and the oversized clothing she wore added an unexpectedly endearing charm. While she could not yet be considered a top beauty, her youth suggested that she would blossom in time. Overall, Gui's transformation was not unappealing. Indeed, she was rather attractive. Though Tuoba Chen marveled at her change, he held no particular sentiments, simply accepting that he had acquired a daughter of sorts. Gui, feeling somewhat anxious after the recent events, hesitated to face Tuoba Chen. However, recalling that she had not come merely for free food, she summoned her courage and spoke. "Chen, young master, what should I do next?" Responding promptly, Tuoba Chen replied, "Oh, please assist in tidying up the place. Once it's clean, you are free to pursue your interests. Here is your payment for the month. Feel free to use it for anything you desire. If you find yourself hungry, the kitchen is in the middle of the first floor, stocked with ingredients for you to prepare a meal. That should cover everything. If you have questions, don't hesitate to ask me." "Understood, young master," she replied. Accepting the pouch from Tuoba Chen, she refrained from opening it immediately, wishing to avoid the impression of being overly greedy. After placing the small bag in her room, Gui embarked on her new life of work while Tuoba Chen continued his cultivation, as he was to attend the final night of the Holy Dragon Feast. Chapter 73. Barbecue. Due to Tuoba Chen's penchant for cleanliness, the house remained quite tidy, and Gui completed her cleaning in a short time. Once finished, she remembered the payment she had received and retrieved the pouch, glancing inside at the 10 gold soul coins it contained. Her hands trembled slightly at the sight. Although the amount was modest for Tuoba Chen, for Gui, 10 gold soul coins represented an astronomical sum. With her innate soul power at only level 5 and having yet to reach level 10, she lacked the qualifications to receive subsidies from the Martial Soul Hall, surviving instead on a meager 50 copper soul coins each month. It was impossible for such a sum to sustain the nutrition of a 7-year-old, which explained her frail appearance and her frequent exhaustion from scavenging for food. Thus, upon receiving Tuoba Chen's 10 gold soul coins, she felt utterly unprepared. She had never even touched silver soul coins. Receiving 10 gold ones was an overwhelming surprise. 1 gold soul coin equated to 10 silver, and 1 silver to 100 copper coins, meaning that 10 gold soul coins were roughly equivalent to 10,000 of today's currency. It was as if a typical elementary school student had suddenly received a monthly allowance of 10,000 instead of 50. A wave of anxiety surged within Gui. After all, she had merely swept the floor. Such a large sum felt unjustifiable. However, she understood that someone of Tuoba Chen's stature would likely be indifferent to the triviality of those 10 gold coins. Returning the money could very well anger him. Yet, she resolved to work even harder for Tuoba Chen, as it was the only way she could contribute. After taking a moment to collect herself, she made her way to the kitchen. Although Tuoba Chen had only instructed her to clean, she felt compelled to do more. An hour later, just as Tuoba Chen finished a set of dragon form exercises and was about to rest, he caught a whiff of a delightful aroma wafting from the room. Driven by instinct, he slowly made his way to the kitchen, where he found Gui preparing roasted meat. Startled by his presence, she exclaimed, "Young master, the meat isn't ready yet. Please wait a moment." Tuoba Chen nodded repeatedly, not declining the offer, for the aroma of the grilled meat was simply irresistible. Observing Tuoba Chen sitting obediently at the dining table, Gui smiled sweetly. Before long, she placed the fragrant and crispy grilled meat onto a large platter and carried it over to the table. Tuoba Chen was already brimming with anticipation. Yet when he cast a glance to the side, he noticed Gui standing rigidly beside him. Gui? Why are you standing there? Come, sit down and eat. Ah? Isn't that inappropriate? Gui responded with surprise. In her mind, her status was worlds apart from that of Tuoba Chen. The mere fact that he could offer her shelter was something for which she felt immensely grateful, let alone sharing a meal together. What do you mean inappropriate? Hurry, take a seat. Despite his encouragement, Gui remained somewhat hesitant, fidgeting awkwardly, unwilling to sit down beside him. Upon witnessing the scene, Tuoba Chen's expression darkened as he declared, I shall not eat. This sudden declaration startled Gui, prompting her to hastily shift the chair opposite Tuoba Chen and take a seat. Once she settled in, he cut a substantial piece from the freshly roasted soul beast meat and placed it onto his plate, deliberately adopting a low tone to command, eat. His voice carried a hint of coldness, suggesting a semblance of anger. In truth, Tuoba Chen did not wish to adopt such a demeanor. It was simply that Gui had yet to overcome her feelings of inferiority. His gentle persuasion required an abundance of time, and he deemed it more effective to startle her into compliance. Moreover, he felt that maintaining a facade of tenderness was somewhat insincere, a role he was unaccustomed to playing. Gui responded softly, her voice tinged with apprehension. Tentatively, she took a small bite of the meat on her plate. After that initial taste, she paused momentarily, but soon found herself devouring the meat voraciously, almost oblivious to Tuoba Chen's presence across from her. Observing Gui's enthusiastic consumption, he exhaled in relief. At last, he had managed to handle this little one. He then picked up the remaining pieces of meat on his plate and took a bite. The exterior was crispy while the interior remained tender, perfectly roasted to a rich, yet not greasy delight that melted in the mouth. The cooking was impeccable, though perhaps a tad light on salt. However, this did not detract from its flavor. The quality of the meat was exceptional, lending it a taste that was remarkably satisfactory, just right, indeed. As for Gui, having suffered from malnutrition for many years, she could hardly consume much. A mere bite of roasted meat was enough to satiate her hunger. Only then did she realize that Tuoba Chen was still seated opposite her. Mortified at her earlier lack of decorum, she wished she could vanish into the ground. Fortunately, Tuoba Chen's own appetite was even less refined. As he wolfed down the roasted meat she had prepared with abandon. In order to save time, Tuoba Chen typically subsisted on small pieces of dried meat. Although the meat itself boasted high nutritional value and delightful flavor, consuming dried meat daily, no matter how delectable, would eventually become monotonous. Now, with the assistance of others in preparing these meats, he found it quite agreeable. He felt he had already recouped his investment, having spent merely 10 gold soul coins. And henceforth, he could indulge in such exquisite roasted meat daily. One might even say it was a lucrative venture. However, after finishing his meal, he noticed that Gui's plate still held a considerable amount of roasted meat, prompting his curiosity. Why aren't you eating? Is it not to your liking? I've eaten too little. I simply cannot consume any more, Gui replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. She wished to partake further, yet her rebellious stomach had reached its limit. Understanding her plight, Tuoba Chen realized that frequent hunger could indeed shrink one's stomach. He would need to devise a plan to help her nurture her health in the future. Nevertheless, at that moment, to avoid waste, he, in the midst of Gui's astonished gaze, forked the remaining meat from her plate into his own bowl, all the while mumbling incoherently. Such delectable meat should not go uneaten. Gui's expression turned anxious as she wished to dissuade him, yet feared his reaction. Considering he was consuming food that she had already tasted, seemingly oblivious to her concern, Tuoba Chen irresponsibly remarked that she should wash the plates after he finished, suggesting that she prepare more meat next time, before leisurely taking his leave. Gui was left staring blankly at the 2 plates on the table. Embodying the archetype of a cad, perfectly epitomizing the essence of one who eats and shirks responsibility. After some time, Gui snapped back to reality. Her face flushed as she took the 2 plates to wash. While scrubbing, she reflected on their earlier exchange. Tuoba Chen's suggestion to prepare more meat indicated he had not yet satisfied his appetite. She had not anticipated his capacity for consumption. However, the thought that he was unbothered by eating from her plate made her unable to suppress a silly grin. Chapter 74, Chrysanthemum Moon Past Nightfall. The final day of the sect's Sacred Dragon Feast commenced. This day should have been the most anticipated for the younger generation of the Sacred Dragon Sect. However, the protagonist of the day appeared listless. The reason was simple. This year's Sacred Dragon Feast had introduced a formidable anomaly, an entity capable of defeating soul respecters at the mere level of 20. With most of them barely surpassing that threshold, how could they possibly contend? Only Tuoba Chen seemed unfazed, quietly seated at his place, indulging in a platter of the flesh of a giant-toothed golden leopard, reminiscent of the creature he had vanquished 2 days prior. He had come alone, opting not to bring Gui, mindful of the many who had bullied her in the past. He feared it might evoke painful memories. With time, he hoped she would be able to move past those experiences. Tuoba Shi sat at the highest point, observing the leisurely demeanor of Tuoba Chen, and smiled softly at the sight of the little fellow's nonchalance. After a while, as the banquet was about to commence, Tuoba Shi suddenly rose and proclaimed, "May I have your attention, everyone? This evening's Sacred Dragon Feast will welcome a distinguished guest to our Sacred Dragon Sect." Upon hearing Tuoba Shi's words, the younger crowd below fell silent, their curiosity piqued regarding the esteemed guest he mentioned. It is well known that Tuoba Shi holds the title of Douluo, and few are honored enough to be referred to as a guest by him. Could it be that the newcomer is also a Douluo? Amidst the audience's eager anticipation, a figure emerged from the inner hall, whose androgynous appearance was adorned in splendid attire. The expressions of the crowd turned peculiar upon seeing this arrival. The Sacred Dragon Sect had always revered the strong, and in their minds, a powerful figure should possess a robust physique, resembling the venerable Tuoba Shi himself. However, the individual before them, lacking any muscular definition and appearing no older than 20 or 30, seemed an unlikely candidate for a Douluo. Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen gazed at this androgynous figure, a sense of unease bubbling within him. Observing the reactions from below, Zhu Yueguan felt quite pleased. He relished the ambiguity of his age that left others guessing. Upon observing the expressions of the crowd, Tuoba Shi promptly announced, "Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual. The elder of the Spirit Hall, the illustrious Douluo, Zhu Douluo, of the Chrysanthemum Moon." Upon hearing the words of Tuoba Shi, the crowd below found it hard to believe their ears. Indeed, it was the esteemed title Douluo, and furthermore, a member of the Spirit Hall. A sudden jolt surged through Tuoba Chen's heart upon realizing that it was indeed Zhu Yueguan. It appeared that the Sacred Dragon Sect had forged an alliance with the Spirit Hall much earlier than anticipated. Moreover, judging by their demeanor, it seemed that these two factions had been in close contact for quite some time. What was particularly alarming was the utter lack of information circulating in the outside world. Otherwise, when the Spirit Hall dispatched the 4 sects to launch a surprise attack on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, they surely would have been on guard. Although Zhu Yueguan held the rank of a title Douluo, he did not dismiss Tuoba Shi's presence. Despite his significantly higher status, he extended a courteous greeting to everyone, saying, "Greetings, everyone. I am Zhu Yueguan. I have come to pay a visit to your esteemed sect and fortuitously arrived in time for your Sacred Dragon Feast. I trust one will be warmly welcomed." As soon as Zhu Yueguan finished speaking, Tuoba Ming promptly responded, "Not at all. It is our privilege to have Lord Zhu Yueguan grace us with his presence at our Sacred Dragon Sect. We are indeed delighted to welcome you." Tuoba Shi also remarked, "Lord Zhu Yueguan, please take your seat," gesturing towards the position to his left. Glancing at the spot, Zhu Yueguan made no objections and gradually settled down. Observing Zhu Yueguan's composed demeanor, without any disturbances, Tuoba Shi breathed a sigh of relief. He understood that Zhu Yueguan's rank was undoubtedly above level 93. The exact level remained unclear, but it was certainly much higher than his own level 90. He felt quite content that the other party was able to cooperate so well in front of the public. Once he took his seat, the Holy Dragon Feast officially commenced. Due to his status as the heir of the clan, Tuoba Chen occupies a position within the inner hall, exempting him from sitting outside with the ordinary juniors. He has completely lost interest in the exquisite delicacies before him, his thoughts entirely consumed by the presence of Zhu Yueguan. Why has Zhu Yueguan appeared here? What is his purpose? To what extent has the relationship between the Sacred Dragon Sect and the Martial Soul Hall deteriorated? Tuoba Chen is now beset by countless questions, yet he finds himself unable to voice them. He can only occasionally glance surreptitiously at Zhu Yueguan, hoping to discern some hidden nuance. However, Zhu Yueguan remains largely indifferent to him. After all, the attention of those present is predominantly focused on himself, rendering Tuoba Chen's fleeting gaze utterly inconsequential. Tuoba Shi gazed at Zhu Yueguan, who was sipping his drink delicately, and with a smile remarked, "So, my Lord Yueguan, I wonder if the holy dragon brew of our Sacred Dragon Sect pleases your palate." After savoring the last drop of wine and placing the glass gently on the table, Yue Guan replied leisurely, "Your sect's holy dragon brew is rich and aromatic, leaving one enchanted and reluctant to part. It is indeed a rare and exquisite wine." Upon hearing the praise from Yue Guan, Tuoba Chen felt a surge of joy. After a brief exchange, Tuoba Chen suddenly stated, "My lord Yue Guan, I shall not beat around the bush. I will speak plainly. What brings you to our Sacred Dragon Sect this time?" After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Yue Guan ceased his drinking and remarked, "Since you, Master Tuoba Chen, are so forthright, I shall be candid as well. I have come primarily for two matters. The first pertains to the issue we discussed previously. I wonder if you have reached a decision." Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen fell into a contemplative silence, and Yue Guan patiently awaited his response. Tuoba Meng, who was present, was at a loss for words, surprised that Yue Guan had come for that particular matter. In truth, he had conferred with Tuoba Chen regarding the Soul Hall's intention to recruit their Sacred Dragon Sect. It was not that they were unwilling to comply, but the timeline was rather constrained, leaving them unable to fully comprehend the ramifications involved. After a considerable pause, Tuoba Chen finally replied, "The matter you mentioned, esteemed Lord Yue Guan, is not beyond our agreement. However, I must discuss it further with the elders of our sect, as such significant decisions cannot be made lightly, even by myself. How about I provide you with a response in 3 months?" Hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Yue Guan's expression brightened. He had merely inquired casually and did not expect an affirmative response. The Pope had granted him ample time, allowing him to proceed at a leisurely pace. Yet, Tuoba Chen's apparent lack of resistance was encouraging. "Certainly, Master Tuoba Chen, 3 months is a time frame we can accommodate." Chapter 75. You have caught the Pope's attention, Tuoba Chen continued, "now that the first matter has been addressed. May I inquire about the second issue you wish to discuss?" Yue Guan paused momentarily before stating, "I have heard that your sect has recently produced a prodigy with a 2-ring, 1,000-year soul ring." Upon saying this, Yue Guan fixed his gaze intently on Tuoba Chen, who felt a twinge of unease under his scrutiny. Realizing that this matter could not be concealed from the Soul Hall, their intelligence network must have infiltrated their sect. However, Tuoba Chen had no intention of hiding the truth, as future dealings would necessitate transparency between the two parties. Moreover, he felt powerless to resist, given the vast disparity in strength. Nevertheless, he could not help but feel irked at the prospect of the Soul Hall targeting Tuoba Chen, the foremost heir of their sect. What could the Soul Hall possibly mean by seeking Tuoba Chen? Surely, they could not expect to take him from them. "What do you mean, Yue Guan?" Tuoba Chen's tone became somewhat irritable. They were not aligning with the Soul Hall merely to serve as their subordinates. Their intent was to leverage the Soul Hall's status for their own advancement. Observing Tuoba Chen's rising agitation, Yue Guan remained unruffled, smiling as he produced a wooden box from his attire and presented it to Tuoba Chen, saying, "I hope you will take a moment to examine this item. You will come to understand that we harbor no ill intentions towards your esteemed sect, nor do we wish to usurp your talents." Yue Guan's polite demeanor tempered Tuoba Chen's impulse to confront him physically. He accepted the wooden box and opened it, revealing its contents, which left him momentarily speechless. Yue Guan, seeing his reaction, remarked with a smile, "Master Tuoba, what do you think? We are quite sincere, are we not? Should you agree? This 50,000-year left leg bone will be yours, and we assure you that Tuoba Chen will remain a member of your Sacred Dragon Sect. You may visit him at any time." After hearing Yue Guan's proposition, Tuoba Chen found himself momentarily at a loss for a counterargument. The conditions presented by the Soul Hall were exceedingly favorable, offering not only a soul bone, but also assistance in nurturing talent. Yue Guan's eloquent words and generous benefits made it tempting even for Tuoba Chen to consider joining the Soul Hall. Yet, he remained puzzled by the extent of the sacrifice being made by the Soul Hall. In terms of value, Tuoba Chen could not possibly compare to the soul bone, which could be passed down through generations. Although Tuoba Chen was a remarkable young talent, he was merely a modest Grand Soul Master. One must remember that prodigies are often prone to untimely demise, and a fallen prodigy ceases to be a prodigy. Noticing the lingering doubts in Tuoba Chen's eyes, Yue Guan continued, "Rest assured, Master Tuoba, this soul bone is not merely a trade for Tuoba Chen. The Pope wishes to assure you that our collaboration with your Sacred Dragon Sect is not aimed at assimilation. This soul bone stands as evidence of our goodwill." Although Yue Guan's outward demeanor was one of sincerity, his internal thoughts were far from that sentiment. "Tuoba Chen, our soul bones are not so easily obtained. Once you acquire them, you must serve us henceforth. Moreover, with the heir of your sect in our grasp, The future of the Sacred Dragon Sect will surely be dictated by our spirit hall. One must understand that children are the easiest to deceive. By nurturing them from now on, it remains uncertain to whom Tuoba Chen will pledge his allegiance in the future. It is evident that Tuoba Shi, a man seemingly driven by brute force, has not contemplated the broader implications. He is solely focused on immediate gains and losses. After all, to become the leader of the Sacred Dragon Sect, one merely needs to possess formidable strength, with little regard for intellectual prowess. Shortly thereafter, he glanced at Tuoba Meng. As the latter is indeed his grandson, it is prudent to seek his opinion. Upon meeting Tuoba Shi's gaze, Tuoba Meng nodded in agreement. He harbors no objections to Tuoba Chen receiving education at the Spirit Hall. After all, Tuoba Chen will eventually journey to the Heaven Do Empire, and the Spirit Hall is more conveniently located for visiting him. Furthermore, the educational policies of the Spirit Hall are undoubtedly superior to those of the Heaven Do Empire. Seeing Tuoba Meng's consent, Tuoba Shi promptly declared, "I agree. We can visit Little Chen at any time." Upon hearing Tuoba Shi's response, Douluo smiled softly, unable to conceal a hint of amusement. It is reassuring that the leader of the Tuoba sect has acquiesced. I wonder if I might now behold the visage of Tuoba Chen. I am quite curious about what this rare young genius, born once in a millennium, looks like. Of course, my lord Yueguan, Tuoba Shi, who moments ago was brimming with indignation, now reverted to his earlier sycophantic demeanor, addressing Lord Yueguan with deference, such as the nature of adulthood. In the innermost corner of the hall, Tuoba Chen strained to lean his head closer. Yet he could not discern the words spoken above. "Young Master Chen, the sect leader is calling for you," a youth suddenly whispered in his ear. What does Tuoba Shi call himself? What has he done? Observing the two individuals above engaged in cheerful conversation, he felt an ominous premonition. He hoped that his approach this time would not lead to any trouble. After conveying his message, the youth lingered by his side, leaving Tuoba Chen with no choice. It appeared he could not evade the situation. Slowly rising to his feet, he felt as though his legs bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Reluctantly making his way towards them. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhu Yueguan was somewhat taken aback. Although he had heard of Tuoba Chen's prowess, he had never encountered him in person. Initially, he had assumed Tuoba would resemble the other boys outside, a typical muscle-bound youth, but instead, he was greeted by the sight of a graceful and charming young man. In an instant, Zhu Yueguan's admiration for Tuoba Chen surged, not stemming from any ulterior motives, but rather from a genuine appreciation of his appearance. Suddenly, Tuoba Shi exclaimed with a grin, "Good news, Xiao Chen. You have caught the eye of the esteemed Pope. After bathing in the Sacred Dragon Pool, you shall accompany Lord Yueguan to the Spirit Hall." Although he had mentally prepared himself, Tuoba Chen was still taken aback by Tuoba Shi's words. He initially thought that Tuoba Shi had summoned him merely to boast about having such a prodigious talent within their sect. To his astonishment, the true reason for the summons was this. Had Tuoba Shi lost his mind? He was not his parents. What right did he have to make such a decision for him? Instantly, Tuoba Chen's expression darkened. Chapter 76. I agree, noticing the change in Tuoba Chen's demeanor. Tuoba Shi inquired, "What is it, Xiao Chen? Are you unwilling? This is a splendid opportunity. Or do you have some compelling reason against it?" Upon uttering this, he and Yueguan fixed their gaze upon Tuoba Chen. Aware of their scrutiny, Tuoba Chen could only respond, "If I go to the Spirit Hall, will I no longer see Mingyuan?" There was no alternative. Time was too fleeting, and he could think of no other excuse. At this moment, he could only use Mingyuan, his fiancée, as a shield. Who was Mingyuan? Tuoba Shi asked, somewhat puzzled. Iran is Xiao Chen's fiancée. Tuoba Meng chimed in. Upon hearing Tuoba Meng's words, Tuoba Shi was taken aback, surprised that this young lad had already engaged to be married. However, the nearby Douluo remarked, "It's of no concern, Tuoba Chen. How about I take your fiancée along to the Spirit Hall as well?" Zhu Yueguan, undeterred by Tuoba Chen's youth, was acutely aware that childhood was the easiest time to manipulate. By leaving a favorable impression now, it would facilitate easier dealings when Tuoba Chen eventually inherited the Sacred Dragon Sect. As for the scenario in which Tuoba Chen might not inherit the sect, they had not contemplated that possibility. Moreover, the Spirit Hall had declared Tuoba Chen as the future heir, so he would undoubtedly become the heir, resorting to any necessary means to ensure it. Upon hearing Zhu Douluo's suggestion, Tuoba Chen quickly shook his head, stating, "No, that won't be necessary. Iran should go where she wishes. I agree to go to the Spirit Hall." Tuoba Chen found himself unable to refuse the proposal, for heaven knows whether the Spirit Hall would dispatch assassins should he decline. Their Sacred Dragon Sect had but one title, Douluo, Tuoba Chen. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Tuoba Chen promptly reassured him, "It is best to agree, little Chen. Rest assured, while you study at the Spirit Hall, our sect will exert every effort to nurture your growth. Each month, I shall personally ensure that your training resources are delivered to the Spirit Hall. Focus solely on your cultivation, and upon achieving success, you shall return to inherit the sect." After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Tuoba Chen felt a sense of oddity. He had originally thought that he would soon become a member of the Spirit Hall, but it turned out he was merely going there to study. Nevertheless, this was not far from being part of the Spirit Hall. He couldn't help but wonder what benefits the sect master had received to speak so favorably of another. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen agree, Zhu smiled and said, "That's good, little Chen. May I call you that? Come sit beside me." Hearing Zhu's words, Tuoba Chen felt somewhat reluctant, yet he obediently took a seat next to him. Observing Tuoba Chen's compliance, Zhu chuckled and remarked, "Child, I find you quite agreeable. If anyone in the Spirit Hall bullies you in the future, just let me know, and I shall stand up for you." Zhu's words were not mere flattery. He genuinely found Tuoba Chen to his liking. "Thank you, Senior Zhu Douluo," Tuoba Chen replied with utmost politeness. Although he was uncertain whether Zhu's sentiments were sincere, he felt it inappropriate to contradict such kind words publicly, especially considering that the other party was a titled Douluo while he was merely a great soul master. Witnessing the harmonious interaction between Tuoba Chen and Zhu was indeed a delightful sight. Tuoba Chen smiled and said, "All right, Lord Yuiguan. The final Sacred Dragon battle is about to commence. Xiaoqin will soon take the stage to compete with other young talents. Let us allow him to descend for a moment to prepare." Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, although he wished to observe Tuoba Chen a while longer, Zhu Yuiguan acquiesced. He actually held a fondness for Tuoba Chen, who was not only obedient and adorable but also possessed remarkable talent. He even entertained the notion of taking the boy as his apprentice, as he had yet to find a worthy successor. However, he felt it prudent to wait until Bai Dong had concluded her observations. Only if she chose not to accept Tuoba Chen could he then proceed to take him under his wing. After all, should Bai Dong indeed take a liking to Tuoba Chen while the boy was already his disciple, it would create an exceedingly awkward situation. After bidding farewell to Zhu Yuiguan, he made his way down. Tuoba Chen let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Zhu Yuiguan seemed to harbor no ill intentions towards him. It now appeared that the Holy Dragon Sect's alliance with the Spirit Hall was a foregone conclusion, which meant that in the future, Tang San and his companions would become his adversaries. However, he was not overly concerned, as there remained nearly 2 decades before the final battle commenced. As long as he devoted himself to diligent cultivation, he would be well prepared. Before long, the Holy Dragon battle commenced. Tuoba Chen resolved to perform admirably. For having chosen to ally with the Spirit Hall, he desired to showcase his talents to attract greater resources for his cultivation. Although the resources provided by the Holy Dragon Sect were already substantial, he would not mind acquiring even more. As the Holy Dragon battle began, Zhu Yuiguan was also invigorated. He was indeed pleased with Tuoba Chen's appearance, but remained curious about the depth of his strength. After Tuoba Chen exchanged a few pleasantries, the competition commenced. Due to the larger number of juniors, Tuoba Chen opted for a free-for-all format. 10 participants would compete in each round, with the last person standing on the stage earning the right to advance to the next round. By Tuoba Chen's design, Tuoba Chen was placed in the first round, facing 9 opponents whose abilities were relatively average within the sect. Given the need to impress Zhu Yuiguan, Tuoba Chen could not be matched against 2 weak opponents. Yet he also feared that pairing him with overly strong adversaries might lead to his downfall. As Tuoba Chen took the stage, Zhu Yuiguan was fully focused on observing from below. The Spirit Hall had invested a soul bone in this endeavor, although the primary aim was not to exchange Tuoba Chen. Should he possess remarkable talent, the Spirit Hall would at least incur minimal losses. Upon seeing that Tuoba Chen was selected in the same round as them, the other 9 participants felt a chill of apprehension. However, they soon exchanged knowing glances, seemingly reaching a silent agreement. As the competition began, they all charged towards Tuoba Chen simultaneously. Faced with the 9 adversaries, Tuoba Chen felt no panic. None had surpassed level 20, and their combat skills were rudimentary. Even against 19 opponents, he was confident in his ability to prevail. Taking a deep breath to attain peak focus, Tuoba Chen surged forward, refraining from using his Earth Spike technique, which would leave him vulnerable. Although not particularly muscular, he charged into the fray like a raging bull. The two individuals at the front were instantly knocked aside, and Tuoba Chen unleashed a flurry of punches, maximizing his physical advantages. It was exceedingly easy to deal with this group of novices who had not even broken through the first level of the dragon transformation. In a mere 20 minutes, he dispatched them all. Chapter 77. Conclusion of the battle. As the battle concluded, Zhu Yueguan was somewhat astonished. Was that it? To be honest, Tuoba Chen's combat prowess had exceeded his expectations. His 9 opponents possessed soul power levels ranging from 17 to 19, while Tuoba Chen himself was only at level 22. He had anticipated a grueling struggle for Tuoba Chen, yet the fight ended so swiftly. Zhu Yueguan sensed that if the soul bone were exchanged for Tuoba Chen, it would not be a loss at all. In fact, it could even be a slight gain. Overjoyed by Tuoba Chen's outstanding performance, Tuoba Meng felt immense pride, as this was his own grandson. Although he had not personally trained him, they shared blood ties, did they not? In the subsequent battles, Tuoba Chen continued to dominate, never once compelled to utilize his soul techniques, relying solely on his physical prowess to secure first place in the Holy Dragon battle. Shortly thereafter, Tuoba announced the conclusion of the competition, and the Holy Dragon feast came to an end. Zhu Yueguan would not leave just yet. He intended to wait for Tuoba Chen to finish bathing in the Holy Dragon pool before taking him away. He had heard that white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Masters who had bathed in the Holy Dragon pool were on an entirely different level from those who had not. So he refrained from pressuring Tuoba Chen during these few days. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Tuoba Chen had not even entered the door when he caught a whiff of mouth-watering aromas wafting from the kitchen. Having just returned from the Holy Dragon feast, it was already deep into the night, yet he was pleasantly surprised to find that someone was still awake. Entering the kitchen, he immediately spotted Gu Yi, who had fallen asleep at the table, with a plate of steaming roasted meat before her. It seemed she had stayed up late preparing food for him, fearing he would return home hungry, but in waiting for him for so long, she had grown too weary and drifted off. Observing Gu Yi's serene sleeping face warmed Tuoba Chen's heart. He approached quietly and gently lifted her, deciding it would be better to carry her to her room rather than let her catch a chill from sleeping here. As he reached the door, Gu Yi stirred slightly, her eyes fluttering open just a crack, barely perceptible to Tuoba Chen. So sleepy. Who is holding me? It seems like the young master. Is this a dream? Gu Yi could hardly believe it. The disparity between their status made her think it was merely a fantasy. However, even if it were a dream, she felt utterly blissful. Believing it to be a dream, she wrapped her arms around Tuoba Chen's neck and instinctively nestled closer to him, murmuring softly, young master." Seeing Gu Yi, resembling a little kitten, Tuoba Chen's entire body stiffened. After some time, noticing she seemed to be dreaming, he finally exhaled in relief and carefully carried Gu Yi back to his room, making his movements even more delicate. Upon entering the room, he gently laid Gu Yi on the bed, tucked her in with a blanket, and quietly slipped away, fearful of waking her. However, just as he took a step away from her bed, his hand was unexpectedly grasped by the slumbering Gu Yi. "Young master, don't go." Pausing for a moment, he turned back to see Gu Yi's anxious expression. She appeared to be having a nightmare. Kneeling down, he softly caressed her hair, whispering, "I am here. Do not be afraid." Upon hearing his voice, Gu Yi's expression softened somewhat, yet she still clung tightly to his hand, gently prying her fingers away. Tuoba Chen lit a calming herb in the room, finally managing to leave. The calming herb had the effect of soothing the mind, ensuring pleasant dreams when lit at night. In the kitchen, he gazed at the large platter of roasted meat on the table, which was far more substantial than the last time. It was evident that Gu Yi had remembered his words and prepared a generous portion. Although he had already eaten his fill at the feast, he felt compelled to finish the delectable roasted meat before him, even if it meant stretching his stomach to its limits. Half an hour later, Tuoba Chen was grateful for his robust appetite. After consuming such a quantity, he merely felt a slight fullness in his belly, realizing he possessed a remarkable talent for being a hearty eater. The following day, Tuoba Chen rose early. As soon as he awoke, he detected the rich aroma of meat emanating from the kitchen, indicating that Gu Yi had prepared breakfast. After freshening up, Tuoba Chen entered the kitchen, only to discover a solitary bun and some roasted meat, yet there was no sign of Gu Yi. Outside the kitchen, Gu Yi was stealthily observing Tuoba Chen's movements from behind the window. The events of the previous night lingered vividly in her mind since she awoke. Recalling what had transpired, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Tuoba Chen had embraced her and gently tucked her into bed, offering comfort. She had even urged him not to leave. Oh, what to do? He must think of me as a temptress, a wicked girl. Would he come to despise me? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she rose early to prepare breakfast, and then hid outside the kitchen, too timid to face Tuoba Chen. However, the recollection of last night filled her with wonder. How gentle he truly was. As this thought crossed her mind, her furtive glances at Tuoba Chen became more ardent. Feeling the intense gaze directed at the window, Tuoba Chen could not ignore it and turned to look. Upon realizing she had been discovered, Gui quickly lowered her head. Noticing a prominent tuft of hair peeking up from the window, Tuoba Chen felt a sense of exasperation. The stealth was rather poor, the tuft too conspicuous. Yet, he opted not to expose her. After finishing his meal, he left a note on the table and departed. Once Tuoba Chen had been gone for some time, Gui cautiously emerged, approaching the table to retrieve the note he had left behind. It read, "Gudi, I have matters to attend to and will be away for a few days. There is no need to prepare food for me during this time. Take good care of yourself." Signed, Tuoba Chen. Reading the note, Gui felt a hollow ache in her heart. Would he truly be gone for days? Was he perhaps avoiding her? This thought weighed heavily on her mind. However, she soon gathered her spirits, tidied the table, and resolved to practice her cultivation. Previously, she lacked the means to do so, but now that she had the opportunity, she could not afford to squander it. No one understood better than she the struggles of those at the bottom of society. Moreover, she harbored a secret. She had fallen for Tuoba Chen, the one who had rescued her during her darkest hours, chased away her tormentors, and provided her with food, clothing, and shelter, transforming her life. Yet, she was acutely aware that she was unworthy of him. To remain by his side, she must strive diligently in her cultivation. In Chapter 78, the Sacred Dragon Pool, Tuoba Shi awaited him in the inner hall, accompanied by two young men. One of them was Tuoba, while the other was unfamiliar to Tuoba Chen. They were the second and third place winners of the recent competition, but Tuoba Chen paid them little mind, for his true intent lay in reaching the Sacred Dragon Pool. Upon Tuoba Chen's arrival, Tuoba Ming greeted him with a smile. "Little Chen, you're here. Come, I shall take you to the Sacred Dragon Pool." Surprised to see his grandfather, Tuoba Chen wondered where Tuoba Shi had gone, as he typically reveled in overseeing such trivial matters. Nevertheless, who escorted him was of little consequence. It was he who would be bathing in the Sacred Dragon Pool, not them. Following Tuoba Ming, they arrived at a secluded valley, a place strictly prohibited for the disciples of the Sacred Dragon Sect to enter. Before they even stepped inside, Tuoba Chen caught a strong whiff of blood, causing him to furrow his brow. What could be the cause of such a pervasive scent? Tuoba Chen harbored an unsettling premonition. This so-called Sacred Dragon Pool might deviate from his expectations. The other two individuals clearly sensed the metallic tang of blood wafting from within, and an air of unease enveloped them. Noticing the change in expression among the little ones behind him, Tuoba Ming shook his head. Their nerves were fraying. Entering this place would undoubtedly be far more terrifying than their current apprehension. Soon, they followed Tuoba Ming into the small valley, where they beheld a lake of vivid crimson. Tuoba Chen felt a chill penetrate his heart. He stiffly turned his head and murmured, "Could it be?" Observing Tuoba Chen's reaction, Tuoba Ming chuckled. "It seems you have surmised correctly. Indeed, this is the Sacred Dragon Pool. The waters are composed of the blood and flesh of various dragon species. For millennia, our Sacred Dragon Sect has upheld this tradition. The corpses of the dragon soul beasts slain by disciples during their ascension are brought here, cast into the Sacred Dragon Pool, which is not devoid of the remains of thousand-year-old soul beasts. The essence of top-tier dragon blood is a rare opportunity for us dragon soul masters." Upon hearing Tuoba Ming's affirmation, Tuoba Chen felt a significant chill settle in his heart. It truly was dragon blood. He had read about dragon blood refining the body in novels, yet those tales spoke of the blood of a singular dragon. Here, he wondered how many dragons had contributed their blood, and after such a long time, was the blood still uncoagulated? Truly worthy of its reputation. As he observed the viscera occasionally surface from the blood pool, Tuoba Chen's heart brimmed with aversion. Tuoba Yu and another young man fared even worse. On the verge of retching. Despite his repulsion, he was not one to be overly sentimental. Resolutely, he stripped off his clothing and charged into the pool. However, just as he took his first step, Tuoba Ming seized him back, leaving him bewildered as he gazed at his companion. Tuoba Shi gazed at his bewildered grandson before him, and, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "Why are you in such a rush, you impudent boy? The dragon's blood is exceedingly perilous. Jumping in without caution would be tantamount to courting death." After Tuoba Ming concluded his explanation, he retrieved 6 silver-gray special herbs from his bosom, stating, These are dragon beard herbs. Before you descend, you must consume them. Upon ingestion, your bodies will gradually warm, and a green liquid will begin to exude from your skin. Once this liquid envelopes you entirely, you may proceed. Remember, one dragon beard herb allows you to remain in the blood pool for a day. Exceeding this duration could pose a danger to your health. However, should your bodies acclimate to the sacred dragon pool, you may extend your stay slightly. Still, I advise moderation. It is best to emerge on time. Do you understand? Understood. Great Elder, they replied. Good, come forth to collect the dragon beard herbs. After sharing the herbs, Tuoba Chen received 3, Tuoba Yu 2, and the last youth 1, determined by their ranks. The trio accepted this distribution without objection, as it was earned through their own strength. In the Sacred Dragon Sect, the competition of the survival of the fittest was taken to its zenith. Gazing at the 3 seemingly withering herbs in his hand, Tuoba Chen swallowed them whole. Instantly, a warm sensation coursed through his abdomen, providing a degree of comfort. Gradually, a viscous liquid began to surface on his skin, reminiscent of sweat, albeit stickier. Before long, the green liquid had enveloped his entire body. Feeling sufficiently prepared, Tuoba Chen took deliberate steps towards the sacred dragon pool. As he approached, the metallic scent of blood intensified, almost overwhelming as he reached the pool's edge. Yet, this was the objective of their journey. Without hesitation, he leaped into the pool, despite the astonished gazes of his companions. Upon entering the sacred dragon pool, Tuoba Chen's initial reaction was pain, sharp and searing. In that instant, dragon blood began to permeate his body, as if intent on consuming him. Soon, he found himself struggling, desperate to escape the sacred dragon pool. Observing this from the shore, Tuoba Meng shouted, "Focus your energy. Guide the dragon blood's flow into your meridians." Faintly hearing Tuoba Meng's words, Tuoba Chen adjusted his stance, attempting to consciously direct the dragon blood. However, the results were less than satisfactory. The dragon blood was exceedingly domineering, resisting his control, making it nearly impossible to channel it into his meridians. Nevertheless, he refused to yield. This opportunity was singular. Should he exit the sacred dragon pool, the effects of the dragon beard herbs would vanish, rendering him vulnerable without their protective influence. Therefore, he had to persevere. Realizing that Tuoba Meng's method did not suit him, he commenced practicing the Azure Dragon technique within the sacred dragon pool. This technique was renowned for its exceptional absorption capabilities, evident from its ability to enhance his cultivation speed by 40%. To his surprise, upon activating the Azure Dragon technique, he immediately felt results. The technique's powerful suction managed to exert some control over the unruly dragon blood, though pain still coursed through him. It was now within a bearable threshold. Watching Tuoba Chen fully submerge in the sacred dragon pool, Tuoba Yu gulped nervously and timidly inquired of Tuoba Meng, "Great Elder, what has happened to him? Why has he ceased to struggle?" Tuoba Meng cast a glance at Tuoba Yu and remarked, "He has already acclimated to the waters of the sacred dragon pool, hence ceasing his struggles." What? Chapter 79, Dragon Blood Refinement. Has it truly been such a short time? And yet the opponent has already adapted to the waters of the sacred dragon pool? To Tuoba Yu's astonishment, it seemed that the waters of the sacred dragon pool were not as terrifying as Tuoba Meng had described. Observing Tuoba Meng's nonchalant demeanor, Tuoba Yu surmised that this might indeed be the case. Meanwhile, Tuoba Meng, witnessing Tuoba Chen's success, was internally elated, though he refrained from expressing it out of respect for his position as the Grand Elder. In truth, breaching the sacred dragon pool was neither exceedingly difficult nor particularly easy. With the right methodology, one could swiftly acclimate to its challenges. He himself had managed to endure those few days only because he had grasped the appropriate technique. The method he had just imparted to Tuoba Chen was indeed effective, yet it was tailored to his own constitution, as each individual required a distinct approach based on their unique physicality. Thus, he had withheld this information from Tuoba Chen at the onset. Now, seeing that Tuoba Chen had adapted, he mistakenly attributed the success to his own guidance. "Truly worthy of being my grandson," Tuoba Meng murmured softly. Before long, Tuoba Yu found himself enveloped by the verdant liquid. Having lingered here for some time, he gradually grew accustomed to the overwhelming scent of blood, no longer repulsed as he had been at first. Yet, upon confronting the sacred dragon pool, he still felt a wave of nausea. However, for the sake of his future, he deemed this discomfort inconsequential. Resolute, he leaped into the sacred dragon pool. Instantly, he experienced a pain more intense than what Tuoba Chen had endured upon entry, for he had consumed only 2 strands of dragon whisker grass, leaving him with less protection and a shorter duration of resilience than Tuoba Chen. Fortunately, He had mentally prepared himself and promptly endeavored to apply the method Tuoba Ming had described, gathering his energy and channeling the dragon's blood into his meridians. Perhaps fortune was smiling upon him, for he succeeded. The agony subsided. Though the visible bulging veins on his arms indicated that this method was significantly less effective than the Azure Dragon technique. Nevertheless, he was content with his achievement. As the last youth entered, witnessing the success of the other two, he felt a sense of superiority, believing himself to be only slightly inferior to Tuoba. If Tuoba could succeed, he reasoned, then a modicum of effort on his part should suffice to ensure his own triumph. However, the gap between aspiration and reality proved stark. The moment he submerged into the sacred dragon pool, he was engulfed by an excruciating pain that shattered his composure. With only a single strand of dragon whisker grass to protect him, he found himself at the most disadvantageous position among the trio. Help! Glug, 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 glug. Help! Glug. Glug, glug, glug. In his panic, he instinctively cried out for assistance, inadvertently consuming a significant amount of the dragon's blood from the sacred dragon pool. As Tuoba Ming observed the scene, he refrained from rushing to the rescue. He had long grown accustomed to such situations. In previous years, the third place was seldom able to succeed, and this year seemed no different. He felt assured that the individual was not in immediate danger. He would only intervene when the other could no longer endure. Until that moment, it was paramount to allow the dragon's blood to fortify the individual's body as much as possible. 10 minutes later, witnessing the boy's struggles gradually cease, Tuoba Ming leaped into the sacred dragon pool to retrieve him. Once ashore, the boy, who had initially worn a furrowed brow, relaxed his expression. After expelling the excess dragon blood from the boy's body using his soul power and dressing him, Tuoba Ming turned his gaze back to the sacred dragon pool. The two individuals within were the true pillars of the future, and safeguarding them was of utmost importance. 3 hours later, Tuoba Chen, who had been floating at the center of the sacred dragon pool, suddenly opened his eyes. The stimulation from the dragon blood accelerated the secretion of dragon whisker grass, and as his body gradually adapted to the environment, the pain he had felt earlier was now merely a slight sting. His body had indeed been enhanced. Submerged in the blood pool, he could distinctly sense that the deeper he went, the greater the density and energy contained within the blood pool, a testament to the increasing danger. After a moment's hesitation, Tuoba Chen resolved to dive deeper. There was no room for cowardice. Opportunities were to be seized, and if he were to cultivate safely, how could he ever hope to surpass Tang San in the future? He began to descend slowly, acknowledging the need for caution. Plunging to a depth beyond his body's capacity would be a grave miscalculation. After approximately 5 minutes of descent, he halted. Enveloped by the blood pool, visibility was obscured, so he ceased his downward journey once the pain reached its initial intensity. He continued to cultivate, perhaps due to the surrounding pressure. His martial spirit instinctively manifested without his conscious control. His white-armored earth dragon martial spirit, unbeknownst to him, had transformed from its original earthy hue to a bloodthirsty crimson. Likewise, he himself had undergone a change, perhaps due to the infusion of dragon blood. His hair and eyes had taken on a striking red hue, exuding an aura of both allure and mystery. Simultaneously, his Songlong Gong progressed at an astonishing rate. Previously, he could only sustain it for about 2 hours and 50 minutes. Yet now he could endure for a full 3 hours. Just a fraction more, and he would break through to the second layer of Songlong Gong. Thus, 2 full days passed. Tuoba, having completely exhausted the medicinal effects of the dragon whisker grass, was compelled to exit the sacred dragon pool. Upon reaching the shore, he found only Tuoba Ming and another boy waiting. With a sigh, he realized that Tuoba Chen was still persevering. From this point onward, the gap between them would likely continue to widen. Upon witnessing Tuoba's emergence, Tuoba Ming remarked, "Indeed, you have persevered for 2 days." Tuoba did not withhold his commendation, for among the ancestors who had previously entered the sacred dragon pool, some of the first-place contenders could not endure even for 2 days. Tuoba had performed admirably, had he been the foremost. Enduring for 3 days would surely have posed no challenge. Yet, alas, what could one do when one's own grandson is even more exceptional? After Tuoba emerged, he did not depart immediately. Instead, like another youth, he began to cultivate on the ground. Having just emerged from the holy dragon pool, he had reaped significant benefits and needed a moment to assimilate them. The following day, observing the stillness in the center of the holy dragon pool, Tuoba Ming felt a surge of excitement. It seemed that Tuoba Chen would exceed 3 days. However, he was uncertain how much longer it would be. Yet, Every additional minute spent was a blessing. It is known that among the disciples of the Holy Dragon Sect, only a few have the opportunity to enter the Holy Dragon Pool once in their lifetime, barring any special circumstances. The longer Tuoba Chen persevered, the more delighted he felt. Chapter 80. A week later, 5 days passed, and the surface of the Holy Dragon Pool remained undisturbed. At this point, even Tuoba Ming began to feel a sense of urgency. The prolonged absence of Tuoba Chen raised concerns. Could something truly have gone awry? Tuoba Yu shared similar sentiments with another young man. After experiencing the terror of the blood pool firsthand, they found it difficult to believe that anyone could endure such conditions for an extended period. However, in their current state of anxiety, all they could do was wait. For they were not Tuoba Chen himself and were unaware of the true circumstances. Within the Sacred Dragon Pool, surrounded by the eerie crimson hue, he had grown indifferent to his surroundings. He could distinctly sense that his body had seemingly ceased to secrete the viscous liquid of the dragon whisker grass. Remarkably, he did not feel a significant amount of pain. It appeared that his body had developed a resilience to the dragon's blood, making it increasingly challenging for the blood to penetrate him. He needed a denser form of dragon blood to continue his advancement. With this realization, he resolutely swam toward the pool's depths. Although the Sacred Dragon Pool was nestled within a small valley, its depth reached an astonishing 500 meters. Tuoba Chen was currently positioned approximately 100 meters deep, an area filled with the blood of millennium-old dragon-type soul beasts. He had no knowledge of how far the bottom lay, but he knew that descending further was the correct course of action. He simply needed to reach a point where the density of the dragon blood could permeate his body. As he descended, breathing became increasingly laborious, and his body felt heavier. Nevertheless, he did not halt. He could clearly perceive that the current density was insufficient to support his breakthrough to the second layer of the Songlong Gong. According to the text of Songlong Gong, one typically needed to be at least a level 30 soul master to achieve such a breakthrough. Previously, due to his use of the cold spirit grass, this requirement had been significantly reduced, and he had anticipated that he could break through at the level of a 25th rank Great Soul Master. However, with the assistance of the Sacred Dragon Pool, he now felt confident that he could achieve this breakthrough at present. He continued to descend until he reached a point where he could no longer go deeper. He had arrived in the region of the blood of 10,000-year-old dragon-type soul beasts. In this moment, Tuoba Chen felt an overwhelming pressure. The might of a 10,000-year soul beast was in a league of its own compared to that of a 1,000-year soul beast. Although the strain of absorbing the blood of a 10,000-year dragon was considerably less daunting than that of a 10,000-year soul ring, it still exceeded the limits of his physical endurance. Yet, if he were to succeed, it was not entirely beyond the realm of possibility, albeit requiring an extraordinary willpower. The crux lay in whether he could persevere. Should he endure, his Songlong technique would ascend to the second layer, significantly enhancing his physical prowess, thus propelling his cultivation at an unprecedented pace. However, should he falter, the rewards of his visit to the Sacred Dragon Pool would be forfeit, and he might even suffer considerable harm to his bodily functions, jeopardizing his very ability to continue as a soul master. Nonetheless, cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. Stagnation equates to regression. If he were to succumb to fear at this minor setback, what would become of him when faced with the far greater perils of inheriting divine status in the future? Would he then also consider retreat? No. Such a notion was clearly out of the question. Tuoba Chen endured in silence, suffering unremitting agony over the past few days, his body having acclimated to the torment. Nevertheless, the current sensations were nearly unbearable. His complexion was ashen, and he trembled violently. Every part of him felt as if it were being scorched by fire. Yet, he found himself powerless to alter his condition, forced to endure in silence, striving with all his might to maintain control over his mind. While employing the Azure Dragon technique to absorb and channel the dragon's blood, 2 days later, on the banks of the Sacred Dragon Pool, Tuoba Ming paced restlessly. It had been a full week since his grandson, Tuoba Chen, had entered the waters of the pool. Though he understood that his young grandson had likely acclimated to the pool's depths, he could not quell his anxiety. After all, an entire week had elapsed. And what if his fears were realized? What if something had gone awry, and Tuoba Chen's prolonged silence was a dire indication of an unforeseen mishap? History bore witness to instances where particularly strong-willed children, believing they could endure, lingered too long in the Sacred Dragon Pool. Tragically, the outcome was often grim, bodies completely assimilated by the pool, leaving no trace behind. Should such a fate befall his grandson, how could he possibly face Tuoba Yin? Would he be forced to endure the sorrow of a parent burying their child? Beside him, Tuoba Yu no longer harbored animosity towards Tuoba Chen, for the latter had accomplished what Tuoba Yu himself could never achieve. Though Tuoba Yu is diminutive in stature, he possesses a formidable will. Throughout his life, he holds admiration solely for those who exhibit both remarkable strength and unwavering diligence. His reverence is not swayed by character. Rather, as long as one demonstrates exceptional prowess, he will idolize them. This perspective is a rather distorted notion shaped by the environment of the Sacred Dragon Sect. At the moment when Tuoba Ming, unable to contain his eagerness, intended to plunge into the depths to seek out Tuoba Chen, a series of bubbles suddenly emerged on the water's surface. Noticing the commotion, Tuoba Ming's expression brightened. There were no others present, so it was likely Tuoba Chen. With a thunderous roar that resonated like the mightiest of dragons, a colossal blood-red dragon surged forth, creating tumultuous waves. Upon witnessing this, Tuoba Ming felt a surge of joy. Indeed, it was Tuoba Chen. However, the appearance of Tuoba Chen had undergone a transformation since their last encounter. His once pristine white skin now bore faint crimson markings, and his eyes were devoid of whites and pupils, consisting solely of two fiery red orbs. His fur glistened a deep crimson, emanating an aura that compelled one to tremble in fear. Nevertheless, Tuoba Ming remained steadfast and unshaken, for he was a soul Douluo. The current presence of Tuoba Chen emanated an aura nearing that of a soul king. The source of this overwhelming might stemmed from the profound integration with the sacred dragon pool, which now served as his dominion, allowing a great soul master to unleash a semblance of power approaching that of a soul king. Yet, this was merely an aura. His actual strength had not significantly augmented. Upon witnessing the appearance of Tuoba Chen, Tuoba Yu and another youth trembled uncontrollably. It was not solely the frightful visage of Tuoba Chen that unsettled them. Rather, it was the transformation of his martial spirit, which had undergone a mutation and evolved into a more advanced form following this purification. The suppression of his bloodline compelled Tuoba Yu and his companion to shudder. After departing from the sacred dragon pool, Tuoba Chen's condition gradually began to stabilize, the sanguine hue upon him slowly fading, returning inch by inch to a state of normalcy. In approximately 10 minutes, he reverted to the Tuoba Chen who existed a week prior. However, despite his outward appearance remaining unchanged, profound alterations had transpired within. Chapter 81. A metamorphosis. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being, capable of vanquishing 10 adversaries single-handedly. Upon reaching the shore, Tuoba Ming and the others promptly approached him. "How do you feel, little Chen? Is there anything amiss?" Hearing Tuoba Ming's inquiry, Tuoba Chen nodded, observing the response. Tuoba Ming's heart sank with concern as he said, "Is something wrong? Allow me to examine you. I am entirely transformed. I feel an abundance of strength surging within me, capable of obliterating my former self with a single punch." Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's reply, Tuoba Ming was nearly taken aback, fearing that something dire had befallen his companion. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, he conducted a brief examination of Tuoba Chen, and, upon confirming that all was well, he finally felt at ease. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen proactively requested, "Grandfather, could you arrange a sparring partner for me? I wish to ascertain the extent of my current strength." Certainly, Tuoba Ming responded without hesitation, eager to discover the true measure of Tuoba Chen's power. Meanwhile, Tuoba Yu and his companion wisely refrained from challenging Tuoba Chen, fully aware that they were no longer his match. Upon exiting the sacred dragon pool and inhaling deeply the fresh air, they relished the sensation of being alive, a feeling they would forever cherish, having endured those days within the sacred dragon pool. After their emergence, Tuoba Yu and his companion returned home, while Tuoba Chen was escorted by Tuoba Ming to a residential area. This locale served as the dwelling for outer disciples, home to many soul masters of levels 3 and 4. It was the most suitable place to find a worthy opponent for Tuoba Chen. Tuoba Ming appeared to be quite familiar with the surroundings, effortlessly guiding Tuoba Chen to the front of a residence. "Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Fang, come out. I have matters to discuss with you." As Tuoba Ming had just knocked on the door, it was promptly opened, revealing a remarkably robust young man before them. "Elder Ming, what brings you to my humble abode today?" The youth, known as Zhou Fang, appeared somewhat taken aback by Tuoba Ming's arrival. "Is there something you require my assistance with?" "Ah, please, Elder Ming, do share," he responded, though Zhou Fang's rugged exterior belied a courteous demeanor towards Tuoba Ming. Tuoba Chen felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the relationship between the two. They appeared to have known each other for quite some time. "Engage in a match with my grandson, but be cautious not to injure him." Upon hearing Tuoba Ming's words, Zhou Fang cast a glance at Tuoba Chen, then smiled wryly as he replied, Elder, your grandson seems rather young, does he not? While I have indeed heard of young Master Chen's esteemed reputation during this time, it seems he is merely in his early 20s. Would it not be overly ambitious to engage in a duel with me? At Zhou Fang's remark, Tuoba Ming only registered 3 words, not pleased. Impatiently, Tuoba Ming remarked, will we fight or not? Let's fight. Zhou Fang, feeling helpless as a member of the disadvantaged, pondered whether he could truly refuse. After all, engaging in a battle bore little consequence, and Tuoba Ming was his benefactor. Had it not been for Tuoba Ming rescuing him in his childhood, he would have perished from starvation. As for injuring his opponent, he believed the likelihood was rather slim. Although he possessed a high level, his attack power was admittedly weak, and without the intent to defeat his adversary, it would be quite challenging to prevail. Upon agreeing, the 3 of them made their way to the arena typically utilized by the outer disciples for dueling. Observing his surroundings, Tuoba Chen couldn't help but express his discontent. Noting how inferior this venue was compared to that of the direct disciples, lamenting its dilapidated state overgrown with weeds and lacking maintenance. Nonetheless, he was eager to test his strength and decided not to be overly particular. Young Master Chen, are you prepared? I am ready. Let us commence. With that, Tuoba Chen's form underwent a dramatic transformation, reverting to his malevolent appearance with red hair and crimson eyes. Meanwhile, Zhou Fang manifested 4 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple. Both combatants were momentarily taken aback upon witnessing each other's transformations. Tuoba Chen was momentarily stunned upon realizing that his opponent belonged to the Soul Sect. Although his own strength had significantly increased, he still felt a certain disparity when compared to the Soul Sect. Moreover, the aura emanating from his adversary suggested that he was not merely a Soul Sect member of the 41st or 42nd rank. On the other hand, Zhou Fang was taken aback by Tuoba Chen's demeanor, which sent a chilling sensation down his spine. Meanwhile, Tuoba Ming was equally astonished, as he had not anticipated that Tuoba Chen would undergo such a transformation after awakening his martial soul. Tuoba Ming surveyed both parties and declared, let the duel commence. With that, Tuoba Chen charged forward, while Zhou Fang remained stationary. An astonishing spectacle unfolded on the field. Tuoba Chen, a formidable soul master, dominated the engagement, relentlessly assaulting Zhou Fang. Observing this scene, Tuoba Ming felt a surge of satisfaction. Having nurtured Zhou Fang from a young age, he was acutely aware of Zhou Fang's capabilities. Zhou Fang's martial spirit, known as the Iron-Armored Beast, boasted impressive defensive prowess, yet its offensive power was negligible, nearly dismissible. This was precisely why he had arranged for Zhou Fang to face Tuoba Chen. Although victory for Tuoba Chen was uncertain, he was assured of his safety. Casting a glance at Tuoba Chen, who had Zhou Fang firmly on the back foot, Tuoba Ming mused, my dear child, this is your grandfather's affection for you. However, the mental states of the 2 combatants diverged sharply from their outward displays. Under Tuoba Chen's relentless barrage, it was evident that Zhou Fang was feeling the strain. The force exerted by Tuoba Chen was far beyond what one would expect from a mere soul master. Zhou Fang had been forced back several paces, a feat rarely accomplished even against a Soul Sect member. Of course, he was intentionally holding back, allowing Tuoba Chen to gain ground. Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen, engaged in his vigorous assault, felt his hands begin to tingle. The solidity of Zhou Fang's physique was akin to steel. Striking with full force resulted in a recoil that diminished his advantage. It was clear that Zhou Fang had yet to utilize his soul skills. Realizing that this approach was unsustainable, Tuoba Chen delivered a powerful punch, leveraging the recoil to create distance. Earth Spike Barrage. Before Zhou Fang could react, 8 blood-red spikes erupted from the ground, aiming directly for him. Although Zhou Fang perceived the impending danger, his sluggishness, an inherent flaw of the iron-armored beast, left him unable to evade. With a piercing sound, unlike his previous futile attacks, this time Tuoba Chen's spikes penetrated Zhou Fang's body. Though only the tips breached his defenses, it sufficed to inflict damage, rather than anger. Zhou Fang was taken aback that he could be harmed at all. However, the Earth Spike Barrage was not a singular assault. The spikes withdrew only to strike again like daggers. Unlike before, these spikes now featured barbed tips, and Zhou Fang was genuinely astonished by this enhancement. Chapter 82, Rise in Power. The addition of barbs was undoubtedly beneficial. The spike's offensive and penetrating capabilities had significantly increased. Furthermore, as the spikes retracted, the barbs inflicted secondary damage upon Zhou Fang, proving remarkably effective. Nevertheless, Zhou Fang was not to be underestimated. First soul skill, Iron armor. With that declaration, a thick layer of iron enveloped Zhou Fang's form. The earth spike launched by Tuoba Chen struck his opponent, yet it unexpectedly shattered upon impact. This was a clear indication that even the earth spike could not penetrate the defenses of his adversary, prompting Tuoba Chen to graciously concede defeat. He discerned that his opponent was intentionally holding back. Otherwise, with such formidable defensive capabilities, they could have easily disregarded his attacks and opted for a strategy of mutual harm, ultimately leading to his own defeat. Upon witnessing Tuoba Chen's swift admission of defeat, Zhou Fang was somewhat taken aback, as he had anticipated a prolonged contest. Nevertheless, this outcome was preferable. With the duel concluded, Tuoba Chen clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Zhou Fang and expressed his gratitude for the instruction received. "No need for thanks," Zhou Fang replied courteously. At this moment, Tuoba Ming also stepped forward and remarked, "Zhou Fang is predominantly a defensive soul master, with a defensive capability comparable to that of a soul king. It is entirely understandable that you, still merely a great soul master, are unable to breach his defenses." After speaking, Tuoba Chen nodded in agreement. He certainly would not underestimate himself. Yet the enhancement to offensive power provided by the white-armored Earth Dragon Martial Spirit post-upgrade was relatively modest. Even with its mutation, the increase was slight, which was to be expected, as the white-armored Earth Dragon is inherently more defense-oriented. This duel had already fulfilled its purpose for him. He now possessed a clearer understanding of his own strength. Generally speaking, unless his opponent wielded an exceptionally powerful martial spirit, even high-ranking soul sovereigns could easily falter against him. After all, his physique and soul power had significantly surpassed that of his peers. If the soul sovereign he faced lacked proficiency in combat techniques, it was highly likely that they would not be his match. However, the extent of his defensive capabilities remained uncertain. For the white-armored Earth Dragon's most remarkable traits were its defense and strength, and he found himself eagerly anticipating this revelation. Summarizing his gains from the Holy Dragon Pool, he noted that all physical attributes had been greatly enhanced. The mental attributes remained untested, and he had broken through to the second layer of the Azure Dragon technique. His martial spirit had undergone a beneficial mutation, and his soul skills had similarly evolved positively. Both the total amount of soul power and the speed of recovery and cultivation had improved. These were the primary discoveries he had made so far. There might still be latent enhancements that he had yet to recognize, but he was already quite content. The only disappointment was that his level had only increased by 1 during this journey to the Holy Dragon Pool. Moreover, it seemed that due to the increased strength of his body, the amount of soul power required for him to level up had also risen. His body could now accommodate 3 times the soul power of an average soul master, while his current cultivation speed was 5 times faster than before. This implied that in the future, his level progression would be somewhat slower compared to other innate soul masters of the 8th level. Upon realizing this outcome, he felt uncertain whether to rejoice or lament. On the one hand, he would undoubtedly have an abundance of soul power, potentially allowing him to engage in battles beyond his rank. On the other hand, the pace of his level progression had significantly diminished. After pondering for a while, he came to accept it. An increase in strength was undoubtedly a positive development, and the greater the enhancement, the more beneficial it would be for his eventual inheritance of divine status, even if he was uncertain whether such an opportunity would arise. After conversing with Tuoba Ming for a while, Tuoba Ming took his leave. Although the hope seemed tenuous, he continued to retreat into seclusion, striving to reach the rank of title Douluo. At level 89, he felt an intense desire to break through. Observing the streets that were gradually becoming familiar, he felt a sense of nostalgia, knowing he would soon depart for an entirely unfamiliar environment, one far less secure than the Holy Dragon Sect and the Tiando Royal Academy for Junior Soul Masters. He needed to prepare thoroughly. In the courtyard, a rosy-cheeked young girl sat absent-mindedly, gazing at the immobile door before her, lost in thought. It's already been 7 days. Why hasn't young master returned? Could it be that he no longer wants me? As this thought crossed her mind, Gui shook her head repeatedly. Impossible. What am I thinking? Young Master Chun is such a responsible person. If he says he will return, he will certainly do so. Resolving to distract herself, she began tidying up. Over the past few days, her complexion had improved significantly due to an enhanced quality of life, no longer appearing as pale as when Tuoba Chen first encountered her. Yet, a faint trace of worry lingered in her brow. Until young master returned, that unease would not dissipate. Suddenly, the gate, which had remained unopened for a long while, swung open. Gui, still busy with her chores, noticed this change. Upon seeing the visitor, her expression shifted from confusion to excitement. Young master. Gui, I'm back. How have you been these past few days? Thanks to young master's kindness, Gui has been doing very well. Seeing Gui's rosy glow, Tuoba Chen felt relieved. He had worried that she might struggle to take care of herself in his absence. Gui, I'm hungry. Please prepare something to eat. Of course. Gui responded with enthusiasm. Watching her bounce about, Tuoba Chen couldn't help but wish that they could continue enjoying such a tranquil life. But alas, he was set to depart for the Spirit Hall the following day. He wondered how his circumstances would change upon arrival there. Half an hour later, the familiar aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen. Looking at the bountiful spread before him, Tuoba Chen felt momentarily at a loss for where to begin. Observing his dazed expression, Gui asked curiously, Young master, why aren't you eating? In no reason. Let us eat, right away. With that, he grabbed his chopsticks and began to devour the meal. During the past 7 days, although he had relied on the nourishment provided by the holy dragon pool, the flavor had left much to be desired. Faced with the sumptuous feast before him, he took one bite and found himself unable to stop. Watching Tuoba Chen relish his meal, Gui's eyes sparkled with joy. Throughout the week, she had diligently honed her culinary skills. The fact that Tuoba Chen relished the dishes she prepared brought her immense joy. Before long, an entire table laden with food was entirely consumed by Tuoba Chen alone. After he finished, Gui promptly inquired, Young master, are you satisfied? If you are still hungry, I can prepare some more. Tuoba Chen quickly shook his head, feeling somewhat stuffed from the ample meal prepared by Gui. It was a generous gesture on her part, and he felt it would be rather impolite not to finish it. After listening to him, Gui nodded, acknowledging that he had indeed consumed quite a bit. Subsequently, she began to methodically clear the dining table, carrying the soiled dishes to the sink for washing. Chapter 83. Perhaps you could accompany me? Observing Gui's diligent figure, Tuoba Chen suddenly remarked, Gui, I shall be leaving tomorrow. After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Gui paused, her hands momentarily still, yet she swiftly resumed washing the dishes. Smiling as she said, All right, young master, how long will you be gone this time? When you return, I shall prepare a grand feast for you. I won't be coming back. After I leave this time, there will be no return. A loud crash echoed from Gui's direction as a dish shattered. She did not respond to Tuoba Chen immediately. He could faintly perceive her body trembling. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. I apologize. Young master, I broke a dish. Her voice quivered slightly. It's nothing, merely a dish. With that, their conversation ceased, and they fell back into the strange ambience. Suddenly, Gui inquired, Young master, why must you leave this time? It seemed she had composed herself, her voice devoid of the earlier tremors. Tuoba Chen was uncertain whether to disclose his impending journey to the Spirit Hall. However, he found no justification to deceive Gui. I am bound for the Spirit Hall, and from this moment forth, I cannot ascertain if I shall ever return. The words of Tuoba Chen are sincere. He truly does not know if he will ever return. After all, the impression that Bibidong left on him is that of a woman driven to madness, capable of plunging the world into chaos for the sake of avenging a man. In his perspective, his journey to the Spirit Hall resembles a scenario in which two nations, seeking peaceful coexistence, send their royal heirs to the enemy as hostages. This act serves as a means for a weaker nation to demonstrate its loyalty to a more powerful one. Generally speaking, the more significant the hostage, the stronger the powerful nation's control over the weak one. Currently, Tuoba Chen stands as the foremost heir of the Sacred Dragon Sect, an equivalent status to that of a crown prince. He is bewildered by Tuoba Shi's mindset and even more so by his grandfather's agreement to this arrangement. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Ji's heart tightened. Although she had lived in a slum, she had heard of the Spirit Hall, an esteemed sanctuary in the hearts of soul masters. It is said that those selected to enter the Spirit Hall are unparalleled geniuses, a rare breed among thousands. Tuoba Chen has already reached such an extraordinary level. In contrast, I find myself nearing the age of 8 without having made any progress beyond the 10th level. Although it is commonplace for a soul master to remain at a lower level at my age, when compared to someone like Tuoba Chen, I feel rather inadequate. Gui opened his mouth, intending to say something, yet ultimately remained silent. Gui, after I depart, make sure to take good care of yourself. I will leave you some gold coins. You may stay here with me. From now on, do not allow others to bully you, understood? Wawawa, as Tuoba Chen spoke. Gui finally reached her breaking point and began to weep. Heaven knows how heartbroken she had been during the 7 days of his absence. Now, Upon hearing that he intended to leave her forever, her emotions erupted, fully unleashed at last. In that moment of her tears, Tuoba Chen panicked. He feared the tears of such an obedient girl. After all, he was not adept at comforting others. If it had been a mischievous child crying before him, he would have swiftly dealt with it, teaching them a lesson in cruelty. Gui struggled to hold back her tears, aware that others often disdain those who weep. Yet, the tears flowed uncontrollably. Witnessing Gui's futile attempts to stifle her sobs, Tuoba Chen, for reasons unknown, suddenly burst into laughter. The tension that had taken so long to build was shattered by that singular sound. In that instant, Gui found herself caught in a dilemma. Unable to decide whether to continue crying or to stop, her face flushing with embarrassment. Tuoba Chen found himself in an awkward predicament, instinctively desiring to shift the conversation. "Why don't you accompany me?" he suggested, only to be taken aback by his own words, which had slipped out unconsciously rather than with intent. It is often the case that, in an effort to deflect an uncomfortable subject, one might utter insincere remarks without engaging the mind. This was precisely Tuoba Chen's situation. He regretted his suggestion. After all, the journey to the spirit hall could pose significant dangers, and ensuring his own safety was already a formidable challenge. He had neither the time nor the ability to protect Gui. However, it was evidently too late, as Gui, upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, responded eagerly, "Great. I shall accompany you, young master." The following day, early in the morning, a luxurious carriage stood waiting at the entrance of Tuoba Chen's modest courtyard. While he enjoyed his breakfast in the kitchen, at that moment, Gui rested her chin on her hands, gazing at him with a beaming smile. Tuoba Chen glanced at her and inquired, "What is it? Is there something on my face that amuses you so?" "Oh, no," she replied. "It's just that the mere thought of going out with you brings me immense joy." "I see." Tuoba Chen responded helplessly, filled with regret for the words he had uttered. He pondered why he had insisted on the other party accompanying him to the spirit hall when it would have been far better for them to remain safely at the Sacred Dragon Sect. Before long, a clansman knocked on his door. "Young Master Chen, Lord Douluo has arrived. Are you ready?" Upon hearing the voice from outside, Tuoba Chen promptly replied, "Coming." He wiped his hands and left with Gui. Thanks to the soul guide device, he did not need to carry luggage. He simply placed everything inside the device, resolving the matter effortlessly. As he reached the door, Zhu Yueguan and Tuoba Shi were beaming at him from a distance, waving their hands in greeting. Yet, Tuoba Chen, preoccupied with concern for Gui, wore a troubled expression. Zhu Yueguan, noticing Tuoba Chen's demeanor from afar, perceived the strain in his smile. After seeing the cheerful faces of Zhu Douluo and Tuoba Shi, Tuoba Chen forced himself to muster a faint smile in return, misinterpreting the tension behind his smile. Zhu Yueguan quietly devised a plan, believing that Tuoba Chen was reluctant to leave this place. Tuoba Shiza observed nothing amiss. Instead, upon the arrival of Tuoba Chen, he presented 2 cards, saying, "Xiao Chen, you are about to embark on your journey to the spirit hall. It shall be inconvenient for us to visit frequently, so you will need to procure your own cultivation materials henceforth. This gold card contains 5 million gold soul coins. And this card is the highest tier membership card from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. It will grant you discounts when you present it. Take care on your journey." To Tuoba Chen's surprise, Tuoba Shiza bestowed upon him such a generous gift. He merely replied, "Thank you, Sect Master. I shall take my leave now." "Indeed, go forth," came the response. With that, Tuoba Chen, accompanied by Gui and Juyu, closed the carriage door. Juyu observed the presence of a young girl with Tuoba Chen but refrained from inquiring further. Chapter 84. The journey to Star Luo City concludes. After bidding farewell to Tuoba Ming and the others, Tuoba Chen officially embarked on his voyage to the Spirit Hall, uncertain of whether this journey would yield fortune or misfortune. However, it seemed unlikely that Bibi Dong would act against a mere child. After all, he had surrendered and was entitled to humane treatment as a hostage. After a day of travel, the carriage suddenly came to a halt. Tuoba Chen, still engaged in cultivation, awoke in confusion. The horses pulling their carriage were a breed known as scale horses, renowned for their remarkable endurance, capable of traveling for 3 days without respite. He was well acquainted with the continent's geography. At their current pace, it would require at least 5 days to reach the Spirit Hall. Why then? Had they ceased their journey after just 1 day? Was there a problem with the carriage? Noticing the perplexed expression on Tuoba Chen's face, Juyu mysteriously suggested, "Let us disembark and investigate." Though unsure of Juyu's intentions, he did not decline. "Very well, Senior Yu." With that, he and Gui descended from the carriage. Upon stepping down, a magnificent city unfolded before him. Unlike the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire, this city was predominantly painted in shades of red, exuding an ancient yet oppressive atmosphere. As Tuoba Chen gazed upon the city, an exhilarating sensation surged within him. At that moment, Jiyue Guan also disembarked, prompting a puzzled glance from Tuoba Chen. Go on, this is the imperial capital of the Xinglua Empire, Xinglua City. It must be your first visit here. Let me tell you, Xinglua City is renowned as an ancient war capital, where all facilities and industries related to soul masters have advanced remarkably. The entertainment amenities are equally impressive. In just a few days, we will be heading to the Spirit Hall, and I must warn you, the training there is far stricter than you can imagine. Today serves as your last moment of leisure before entering what may feel like hell. Go and indulge yourself. Jiyue Guan stated earnestly. In his understanding, the essence of childhood is playfulness. As long as one enjoys themselves, worries and troubles can be cast aside. However, Tuoba Chen interpreted Jiyue Guan's words quite differently. The mention of advanced facilities for soul master development hinted that he would have access to numerous cultivation resources unavailable in the Tiando Empire. This realization promised to significantly accelerate his training. He chose to disregard the latter part about entertainment facilities flourishing, for in his lexicon, only cultivation held significance, while the notion of play was entirely absent. After coming to this conclusion, he promptly replied, "Thank you, Senior Yue Guan. I shall take my leave now. Return before nightfall." "We can afford to wait a day," Jiyue Guan affirmed. With that, Tuoba Chen stepped through the grand gates of Xinglua City, followed closely by Gui. Their striking appearances quickly attracted the attention of several individuals within the city. Jiyue Guan noticed this and discreetly trailed behind to ensure their protection. Upon entering Xinglua City, Gui expressed her curiosity about everything around her, for it was the first time she had ventured more than 5 kilometers beyond the confines of the Holy Dragon Sect. Tuoba Chen remained remarkably composed, having witnessed numerous grand spectacles in his lifetime. He accompanied Gui, making their way towards the very heart of Xingluo City. Typically, cities flourish more as one approaches the center, and Xingluo City was no exception. At its core stood the Imperial Palace, surrounded by the residences of nobility and shops selling exquisite materials and premium medicinal herbs. His purpose for this visit was those very shops. Tuoba Chen had entrusted him with a staggering 5 million gold soul coins. Holding such a fortune felt wasteful, so he resolved to exchange it for valuable resources instead. After approximately an hour, they arrived at the city center. Upon reaching this bustling area, Tuoba Chen intentionally led Gui towards a more secluded alley. Although unsure of his intentions, Gui followed him into the narrow passage. Before long, they found themselves in a dead end. Observing their surroundings, Gui's heart began to race. Why had the young master brought her here? What could he possibly want? Just as her mind wandered with anxious speculation, Tuoba Chen's voice abruptly interrupted her thoughts. As his words echoed, 3 burly men with menacing appearances entered from the alleyway. "Hee, little brother. I didn't expect you to be so vigilant as to notice our pursuit," remarked the leader, a stout man with a dark visage. "Indeed. Your stalking skills are rather pathetic. It's hard not to notice you. What is your purpose in following us?" Tuoba Chen retorted. "You insolent brat. What else could it be? You two look rather appealing and can fetch a nice price. Let me tell you, children like you are the favored commodities among those noble lords, and you could be sold for quite a sum." Ha 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 ha. At this, Gui felt a surge of fear. Although she had often been bullied at the Holy Dragon Sect, she had never faced an actual kidnapping. "Young master, I'm scared," she whispered, hearing her distressed voice. Tuoba Chen reassured her, "It's all right. I am here." Despite his smaller stature compared to the 3 thugs, he exuded an inexplicable sense of security, which calmed Gui considerably. "Oh, how touching. I almost feel remorse for what I must do. Why don't you surrender peacefully? That way, we won't have to harm you, and we can still sell you for a better price. It's advantageous for both parties, don't you think?" Before he could finish, a spiked earth spike pierced the leader's abdomen. He stared in disbelief at the wound. How is this possible? With that, the spike retracted, and 2 more spikes swiftly penetrated his brain and heart. The other 2 men, mere commoners, were equally unprepared for Tuoba Chen's sudden assault and met the same grim fate. Throughout this ordeal, Tuoba Chen shielded Gui's eyes, wishing to spare her from the gruesome sight. However, after eliminating their assailants, he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. It was his first experience of taking a life, and his stomach churned with nausea, though he managed to suppress it. After swiftly merging their bodies into the earth, he sighed in relief. He removed his hand from Gui's eyes and said, "Let us go." Gu Yi gazed at the now desolate alley, her mind racing with the implications of the recent events. As they continued on their journey, Gu Yi failed to notice that Tuoba Chen's pace had quickened slightly. Each time he confronted such scum, an unrestrained fury surged within him, prompting actions he would typically refrain from. Too impulsive, Tuoba Chen thought, adjusting his breathing to regain his composure. Eventually, they arrived at the city center, where despite his earlier agitation, he focused on the task at hand. His gaze quickly fixed on an upscale shop adorned with the emblem of the Seven Treasures glazed pagoda, indicating it belonged to the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Conveniently, he possessed the highest-tier membership card from the Seven Treasures Merchant Association, allowing him to enjoy discounts on his purchases. Upon entering the shop, a clerk approached promptly. Although Tuoba Chen was merely a child engrossed in cultivation, his polished appearance suggested wealth. As he matured, he increasingly prioritized his attire. After all, first impressions are often shaped by one's appearance. Given his advantageous circumstances, he saw no reason to dress simply when he could enhance his image, thus averting unnecessary misunderstandings. In fact, the enthusiastic clerk before him was a testament to the benefits of maintaining a refined appearance. No one had ever dismissed him due to his youth or attire during his shopping excursions. "Sir, how may I assist you today?" Tuoba Chen surveyed his surroundings, realizing that he was surrounded by low-grade herbs and items that offered little assistance in his cultivation endeavors. "Is this all that is available for sale? Are there no higher-grade herbs?" he inquired. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's question, the young attendant replied, "Certainly, sir, but those herbs are located on the higher floors. Access to those levels requires a membership card from our esteemed guild." "Is this what you mean?" Tuoba Chen said, producing the colorful membership card that represented the highest tier of the Seven Treasures Guild. The attendant, upon catching sight of the card, initially thought he was mistaken. After confirming it was indeed the highest level membership, he exclaimed, "Wait a moment, esteemed guest. I shall fetch our steward to personally assist you." The attendant spoke with a palpable excitement. Tuoba Chen nodded in agreement, appreciating the prospect of being guided by a steward. Shortly thereafter, a young man, exuding an air of competence, approached Tuoba Chen. Upon noticing the card in Tuoba Chen's hand, the young man calmly stated, "I apologize for the delay, esteemed guest. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yang Tian. May I serve as your guide?" Yang Tian's manner of speaking was not condescending but rather respectful, treating Tuoba Chen as an equal, which put him at ease. "Very well, Steward Yang. Are there any herbs here that could assist in cultivation?" "Herbs, indeed there are. Please, follow me," Yang Tian replied, leading Tuoba Chen up the staircase. As they ascended, Tuoba Chen stole glances at the merchandise on the second, third, and fourth floors, noting that the quality of items improved with each ascending level. Upon reaching the fifth floor, Yang Tian remarked, "Mr. Tuoba, this is where I will leave you. The finest goods of our establishment are located on this level. I shall not intrude further, but should you require anything, feel free to summon me. I will be nearby." "Understood," Tuoba Chen responded. Tuoba Chen nodded slightly. He indeed preferred not to have someone incessantly hawking products while shopping, and this moment was quite to his liking. Having said that, he began to select items at his own pace. However, the instant they stepped onto this floor, they caught the attention of another individual. Tuoba Chen sensed that someone was watching him, and so he turned his gaze in the direction of his instinct. Soon, he spotted a small child with golden hair and heterochromatic eyes staring at him from a distance. Wait a moment, golden hair? Heterochromatic eyes? A familiar name suddenly surfaced in his mind. Mubai, this place is so dull. When shall we depart? Suddenly, a charming little girl with two playful pigtails said to the golden-haired boy. Tuoba Chen possessed exceptional hearing, although the voice he heard was rather subdued. He distinctly caught the mention of Mubai. As for the adorable girl sporting two playful pigtails, she must be Zhu Qing. It was quite a surprise to encounter two members of the Protagonist group in this setting. Upon hearing Zhu Qing's voice, Dai Mubai withdrew his gaze, shaking his head as he remarked, "I wish to observe a while longer. Zhu Qing, if you find it tedious, you may return." At this juncture, Mubai had not yet transformed into the notorious playboy, and his rapport with Zhu Qing remained quite pleasant, indicating that Davis had not yet begun to suppress him. "Humph, you won't accompany me, and now I am vexed," Zhu Qing pouted, tilting her head adorably, her pigtails swaying. Despite her words, she made no move to depart. For reasons unknown, when Tuoba Chen beheld the two charming figures before him, a genuine smile emerged involuntarily, devoid of any peculiar thoughts, merely a reflexive expression. However, it was likely that this scene would soon dissipate, as they were ensconced in a familial environment where elder siblings would impose their authority. Dai Mu Bai would ultimately experience a period of decline before embarking on a journey away from the Star Luo Empire to Shrek Academy, with Zhu Zhuqing eventually pursuing him. Yet, he harbored a lingering curiosity regarding Dai Mu Bai. After all, he was a prince of the Star Luo Empire. One would think that even if he ventured to the Heaven Do Empire, he would not resort to attending such a dilapidated institution as Shrek Academy. Was it perhaps due to a fear of being discovered and apprehended as a prince of an enemy nation if he remained in other schools? Regardless of Dai Mu Bai's thoughts, Tuoba Chen's attention was captured by a most satisfying medicinal herb, the diamond fruit, a fruit remarkably suited for their assault-type soul masters, which he had never encountered in the Heaven Do Empire. However, as he reached out to grasp it, his hand serendipitously collided with another. Turning to look, he found himself face to face with Dai Mu Bai. "I saw it first," they both exclaimed in unison. Noticing the ensuing commotion, Gui and Zhu Zhuqing hurried over simultaneously. Tuoba Chen and Dai Mu Bai held onto each other firmly. The diamond fruit was a rare cultivation resource within the Xing Luo Empire, and Dai Mu Bai was not about to relinquish his grip easily. "Let go. I am a prince. Do you intend to wrest it from me?" Dai Mu Bai exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. "And what if you are a prince? The first to see it claims it is theirs," Tuoba Chen retorted obstinately. Had he not feared damaging the precious diamond fruit? Tuoba Chen would have seized it long ago rather than engage in idle banter with this youthful brat. Chapter 86. Conflict. Though Dai Mu Bai was of the same age as Tuoba Chen, he stood a head shorter, barely reaching 1 meter 40. Observing Tuoba Chen's iron-like grip, Dai Mu Bai, somewhat irritated, proposed, "Let us compete. Whoever triumphs shall claim the diamond fruit." Upon hearing Dai Mu Bai's challenge, Tuoba Chen cast a scrutinizing glance at him, noting his slight frame. He appeared scarcely 8 years old and likely had not even reached level 20. The audacity to challenge him was laughable. Noticing Tuoba Chen's expression, Dai Mu Bai snapped, "Hey, what s with that look? Be careful or I'll give you a thrashing." Seeing the fierce determination in Dai Mu Bai's eyes, Tuoba Chen nonchalantly acquiesced. Fine, I agree. Where shall we compete?" Just then, Yang Tian interjected, "Are you two planning to duel? If so, let us ascend to the top floor of our shop. It boasts a spacious arena perfect for your contest." Surprised by Yang Tian's suggestion, Tuoba Chen pondered that he should have been intervening to mediate, yet instead, he was offering a venue. Dai Mu Bai, however, seemed accustomed to such practices in the Xing Luo Empire. The custom dictated that when two individuals coveted the same item and refused to yield, they would resolve the matter through combat. The Seven Treasures Merchant Association had adapted to this rule, even constructing appropriate arenas for such occasions. Shortly thereafter, the group followed Yang Tian to the rooftop, which indeed was as expansive as he had described. The ground appeared to be composed of a unique metal, impervious to damage. Once in position, the two contenders took their places. Yang Tian stood in the center and announced, "This match is for the diamond fruit. The victor shall earn the right to purchase it. I now declare the contest to commence." At that moment, neither combatant moved immediately. Instead, the two onlooking girls fervently cheered them on. "Mu Bai, young master. Go for it." After a synchronized shout, the eyes of Zhu Zhuqing and Gui met, igniting an almost imperceptible spark between them. Dai Mu Bai then unleashed his martial spirit, declaring, "Dai Mu Bai, martial spirit, evil-eyed white tiger, level 15 assault-type spirit master." Tuoba Chen responded in kind, "I am Tuoba Chen, a level 23 assault soul master with the white armored earth dragon as my martial soul." Upon hearing the opponent's level, Dai Mu Bai's expression tightened. Level 23? That was a whole tier above him, and the other person appeared to be only slightly older. Observing Dai Mu Bai's serious demeanor, Tuoba Chen mockingly remarked, "Oh, so this is the prince of the Star Luo Empire? Merely level 15? Is this all you've got?" At Tuoba Chen's taunting, Dai Mu Bai felt a surge of indignation, wishing to charge forward and deliver a beating. Yet, he restrained himself, recognizing the disparity in soul power, and the fact that his opponent had yet to unleash his martial soul. He would not stoop to such underhanded tactics. Noticing Dai Mu Bai's seriousness, Tuoba Chen was somewhat surprised by his composure and continued, "Since your level is lower than mine, I shall not take advantage of you. I will forego my martial soul and engage you in combat as you are. Let us see if you can prevail." Dai Mu Bai could endure no longer. As a prince of the Star Luo Empire, he had never encountered anyone who dared to belittle himself. First soul skill, White Tiger Barrier. With that, a layer of golden light enveloped Dai Mu Bai, rendering him more robust as he charged directly at Tuoba Chen. Observing the straightforwardness of Dai Mubai's assault, Tuoba Chen shook his head. He was still a child, and such a simplistic approach to attack was laughable. Even the current avalanche could easily defeat him. As Dai Mubai reached him, Tuoba Chen merely sidestepped and delivered a whip-like strike to Dai Mubai's back, sending him crashing to the ground. After absorbing Tuoba Chen's attack, Dai Mubai lay there, perplexed. It shouldn't have been this way. He had controlled his strength, hadn't he? Yet, he couldn't shake the overwhelming sense of humiliation that enveloped him. How embarrassing. He had been struck down by someone who seemed only slightly older than himself. A strong wave of shame washed over Dai Mubai, making him reluctant to rise until the crowd dispersed. Observing Dai Mubai's trembling legs, Tuoba Chen instantly understood. Ah, the pride of a child. How tiresome. He made no effort to conceal his voice, and Dai Mubai heard him clearly. After those words, he felt even less inclined to get up. Meanwhile, Zhu Xing, witnessing this scene without understanding the context, only knew that Dai Mubai had been knocked down. Mubai, she exclaimed, rushing over to embrace him. Please don't die. In response to Zhu Xing's concern, Dai Mubai feigned unconsciousness. Tuoba Chen, seeing this, grew disinterested and decided to leave. He had hoped for some excitement from Dai Mubai, but it seemed he was merely a privileged child with a slight edge and talent. Yang, I believe I can now purchase the diamond fruit, Tuoba Chen said. Yang nodded, having recognized Dai Mubai's ruse, and shook his head in disbelief at the prince's performance, which was utterly pitiable. After Tuoba Chen and his companions left, Dai Mubai pretended to regain consciousness, and Zhu Xing sighed in relief upon seeing him awake. Mubai, you're finally awake. Yes, my neck hurts. Zhu Xing, what happened? If Tuoba Chen were still present, he would surely be astonished by Dai Mubai's acting skills, as he pretended nothing had occurred and feigned amnesia. Don't scare me like that, Mubai. I'll take you to see a doctor, Zhu Xing replied, startled. Dai Mubai quickly shook his head. No, it's nothing serious. I just have a bit of pain in my back. Observing Dai Mubai's anxious demeanor, Zhu Xing was puzzled as to why he was so flustered, but still expressed concern. Are you sure you don't need to see a doctor? Really? It's not necessary, he insisted. The last thing he wanted was to reveal his charade. All right, Zhu Xing relented, accepting his insistence. Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen successfully purchased the diamond fruit for 150,000 gold soul coins and spent nearly 1.5 million on a vast array of cultivation materials, filling his dragon's fall with supplies before ceasing his shopping. Yang Tian was astonished by Tuoba Chen's financial prowess. While 1.5 million was not a significant sum for their 7-treasure glazed tile school, it was surprising for a child to carry such wealth without parental supervision. However, witnessing Tuoba Chen's composed and mature demeanor, he felt his concerns were somewhat unwarranted. Chapter 87. First Encounter with Bibi Dong. Into the 3 updates. You understand, having completed his shopping, Tuoba Chen promptly headed toward the carriage, realizing that only half a day had passed. Although Jiyue Pass had granted him an entire day of leisure, he found himself at a loss for what to do. For him, cultivation and enhancing his strength were the most enjoyable pursuits. After acquiring his items, he preferred to return and resume his trainings, as he required significantly more soul power to level up than others. The ever-watchful Jiyue Pass noticed this and quickly returned to the carriage ahead of him. When Tuoba Chen and his group arrived, Jiyue Pass lifted the curtain of the carriage window and asked, "What's this? You're back already? Aren't you going to stay in Star Luo City a little longer?" Tuoba Chen shook his head. No, let us proceed swiftly. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's response, Jiyue Guan nodded, and the group continued on their journey. For days later, at the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, a luxurious carriage came to a halt at the entrance. The guards, upon noticing, hurriedly stepped forward to obstruct it. Who dares to intrude upon the Spirit Hall? In an effort to spare Tuoba Chen from a negative impression, Jiyue Guan refrained from reprimanding the ill-mannered guard. Instead, she handed a token to the coachman, instructing him to present it. Upon seeing the token, the guard hastily stepped aside, exclaiming, "Lord Jiyue, please enter." With that, they allowed the carriage to pass. After completing these formalities, Jiyue Guan cast a glance at Tuoba Chen, who was diligently practicing. A sense of helplessness washed over her. These past few days, aside from essential physiological needs, he was incessantly immersed in his training. This was her first encounter with such a dedicated child. The only moments he engaged with her were to inquire about matters pertaining to cultivation. It was astonishing. Not even their esteemed titled Douluos exhibited such relentless perseverance. Suddenly, Jiuyue Guan comprehended why Tuoba Chen had achieved such remarkable feats at such a tender age. With such exceptional talent and unwavering diligence, if he were not to falter along the way, he would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of titled Douluo in the future. This thought intensified her desire to take Tuoba Chen as her disciple, though it ultimately depended on whether the Pope would deem him worthy. As Jiuyue Guan guided Tuoba Chen toward the Pope's chamber, she reassured him, "Tuoba Chen, there is no need for anxiety. The Pope does not harbor disdain for children. Just behave as you normally would." Hearing Jiuyue Guan's words, Tuoba Chen nodded earnestly. For reasons unknown, it seemed that Jiuyue Guan had treated him quite kindly throughout their journey, showing him no undue hardship. Tuoba Chen remained remarkably calm, in stark contrast to Gu, who was visibly anxious. As he observed the 2 rows of guards surrounding them, Gu felt his back nearly drenched in cold sweat. Tuoba Chen noticed Gu Yi's demeanor and gently grasped her hand, conveying a sense of reassurance that everything would be all right. Unexpectedly, this touch instilled in her an inexplicable feeling of comfort, alleviating her tension. Upon arriving at the papal hall, they found it was the time for Bibi Dong to be at work, so they refrained from entering directly and instead requested the guard at the entrance to announce their presence. "Your Holiness, Lord Jiueguan has returned." Upon hearing the guard's announcement, Bibi Dong nodded in acknowledgement. The guard then stepped outside to inform Lord Jiueguan and the others, "Lord Jiueguan, the Pope requests your presence." Understood. Subsequently, the 3 of them proceeded into the papal hall together. Bibi Dong did not lift her gaze, continuing to peruse the documents in her hand, and inquired, "Jiue, how have matters progressed?" "Your Holiness, the task is nearly complete, and I have also brought Tuoba Chen along this time." Upon hearing Jiueguan's response, Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction and then glanced up at him and the 2 young companions by his side. At the very first glance exchanged between Tuoba Chen and Bibi Dong, Tuoba Chen was utterly captivated by Bibi Dong's beauty. How exquisite she was. Tuoba Chen instinctively remarked that he was genuinely captivated by the presence of Bibi Dong. He had never encountered a woman quite like her, although Bibi Dong appeared to be in her 30s or 40s. Her visage resembled that of a youthful woman in her 20s. Beneath her vibrant and youthful exterior, however, lay an indescribable aura of authority, exuding a lethal allure that would stir the heart of any ordinary man who beheld her. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Jiuyu was taken aback with concern and promptly admonished, "Tuoba Chen, do not act inappropriately." Tuoba Chen quickly regained his composure, though he remained uncertain about how to respond. Observing his flustered demeanor brought a faint smile to Bibidong's lips. It reminded her of the first time that individual had encountered her, lifting her spirits considerably. "It's all right. Your name is Tuoba Chen, correct? I have heard of you. From today onwards, you shall cultivate alongside my disciples." Upon hearing Bibidong's words, Tuoba Chen appeared momentarily dazed, unsure of how to reply. Meanwhile, Jiuguan, though feeling somewhat disheartened, gently urged him, "You should express your gratitude to the Pope." "Oh, thank you, Your Holiness." Noticing Tuoba Chen's reaction, Bibi Dong felt he increasingly resembled that individual. However, her thoughts soon drifted to an unpleasant memory, causing her smile to fade. After a brief moment, she finally noticed Gui, who stood awkwardly to the side. Upon closer inspection, her interest in Gui waned, for the girl struck her as exceedingly ordinary, aside from her pleasant appearance. She seemed to possess little of note in Bibidong's eyes. "Yueguan, you have worked hard during the journey. Please arrange accommodations for Tuoba Chen and the others. They may stay beside the Holy Maiden." "Certainly, Your Holiness." With that, Jiuguan, feeling a tinge of disappointment, led Tuoba Chen and the others away. Tuoba Chen sensed Jiueguan's melancholy but couldn't fathom its origin. Could it be unrequited affection for Bibi Dong? Recalling how Jiueguan had been kind to him these past days, patiently answering his cultivation queries, he approached and gently tugged at the elder's sleeve. With a concerned tilt of his head, the youth inquired, "Elder Yueguan, what troubles you? You seem rather despondent." Startled by the boy's perceptiveness, Jiueguan regarded the innocent face before him and ruffled his hair with a wistful smile. "It's nothing, Shaochen. Seeing you merely reminded this old man of his solitary existence. At my age, still a bachelor without descendants. How I wish I had a grandson of my own." This revelation took Tuoba Chen by surprise, such simple yearning from the formidable elder. The poignant loneliness in Jiueguan's eyes stirred his compassion, and before he realized, the words slipped out. "Grandfather Yueguan?" The honorific froze Jiueguan mid-motion. "Shaochen," he breathed. "What did you just call me?" Flushing slightly, the boy repeated in a tentative, almost vulnerable whisper, Gr. Grandfather Yueguan. Would it be improper for me to address you thus? Chapter 88. The Apprenticeship, Not at all. You absolutely may, Xiao Chun. If you'd permit, might you always call me so? The usually composed elder now fidgeted like an anxious child, dreading refusal. With a bright nod, Tuoba Chen affirmed, of course. Tuoba Chen replied with unwavering certainty. After he spoke, Ji Yueguan paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. It took a while for him to regain his composure. Turning to Tuoba Chen, he said, Little Chun, this is for you. As he spoke, he handed Tuoba Chen a token engraved with a chrysanthemum, saying, This is my identity token. Wear it. And apart from a few elders, no one will dare to bully you. Upon hearing these words, Tuoba Chen accepted the token and replied, Thank you, Grandfather Yueguan. It wasn't a rare treasure, but if he didn't accept it, Jiu Yueguan might be displeased, so it was better to take it. Hearing Tuoba Chen address him as Grandfather Yueguan brought immense joy to Jiu Yueguan, who thought to himself that he must boast to Old Ghost about this later in the evening. Observing the other's delight, Tuoba Chen felt as if he heard a voice in his mind declare, Mission accomplished, congratulations on acquiring the title of Douluo bodyguard. He couldn't help but reflect that in life, success often hinges on one's performance. No one could resist the charm of a cute and obedient child. Soon, Jiu Yueguan escorted Tuoba Chen to a charming courtyard, stating, Little Chen, from today onward, you shall reside here. Do you see those 3 houses? Jiu Yueguan pointed to 3 other courtyards nearby, which were quite similar to his own. Tuoba Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Jiu Yueguan continued. This is the residence of the 3 disciples of the esteemed Pope. Your presence here signifies the Pope's intention to take you as a disciple, and in due course, you shall become acquainted with them. Additionally, not far from here lies a training ground for mimicry. Should you find yourself with leisure time, you may wish to practice there. Ah, understood, Grandfather Yueguan. Tuoba Chen responded, his heart swelling with joy at the thought of having a grandfatherly figure. Although he had never raised a grandchild, or even a son, he believed that as long as he showered them with affection, it would suffice to avoid any semblance of disdain. Once Jiu Yueguan departed, Tuoba Chen officially settled into his new abode. The residence was comparable in size to his previous quarters at the Holy Dragon Sect, albeit slightly larger with the addition of a pond and a small pavilion in the courtyard, endowing the surroundings with a more refined ambience. After selecting rooms for himself and Goody, he commenced his training. It had been a full month since he had mastered the 2nd level of the dragon transformation technique, and it was time to embark on the 3rd level. The subsequent levels, from the 3rd to the 7th, involved varying degrees of body forging techniques, though the 3rd level was the most elementary. Any individual who had not practiced the first 2 levels would risk debilitating their body if they attempted to engage with the 3rd level due to inadequate physical resilience. Upon examining the 3rd level, Tuoba Chen discovered that its training method was notably unique. It required the practitioner to activate a specific acupoint through a specialized technique during training. Consequently, the body would endure immense pressure while engaging in high-intensity workouts aimed at enhancing strength. This principle persisted through to the 7th level, with the initial acupoint requirements differing. To achieve perfection in the 3rd level, one must simultaneously activate 4 acupoints for an hour. The 4th level demands the activation of 16 acupoints for an hour, while the 5th level requires 36 acupoints. The 6th level escalates this to 72 acupoints, and the 7th level necessitates the simultaneous activation of 108 acupoints for a full 24 hours. Following each training session, it is essential to consume substantial amounts of soul beast meat to replenish the energy expended. Tuoba Chen glanced at his azure dragon pendant, filled with various precious herbs, lamenting, who would carry soul beast meat? Reluctantly, he instructed Gui to keep watch at the door before planning to venture out for supplies. However, upon stepping outside, a familiar figure appeared before him, Bibi Dong. Upon recognizing her, Tuoba Chen hastily opened the courtyard door and bowed, saying, I pay my respects to the esteemed Pope. Bibi Dong replied, no need for such formalities. After she spoke, Tuoba Chen rose. Allow me to see your soul rings, Bibi Dong requested. Certainly. Tuoba Chen responded without hesitation. Martial soul manifestation. As he spoke, his appearance transformed dramatically. He exuded an aura of malevolence and terror, with delicate scales emerging upon his skin. The phantom behind him also grew more substantial than before. Simultaneously, 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, materialized around him. Remarkably, each time his martial soul was manifested following an increase in his strength, he exhibited more characteristics akin to dragon-type soul beasts. Bibi Dong, upon witnessing Tuoba Chen's martial soul, expressed her astonishment. She was well acquainted with the white armor Earth Dragon Soul Masters and understood that their martial souls evolved with their growing power. However, she had never encountered a transformation quite like Tuoba Chen's. The second soul ring being purple was already extraordinary, and the mutation of his martial soul was truly remarkable. "Attack me," Bibi Dong commanded. "Huh? What do you mean? Attack me?" Oh. It struck Bibi Dong as somewhat amusing that Tuoba Chen remained so bewildered even after his martial soul was manifested. Resolute, Tuoba Chen launched an attack against Bibi Dong, holding nothing back, fully aware that she was at least a titled Douluo at this point, rendering his modest offensive inadequate in her eyes. Bang! Bibi Dong effortlessly seized Tuoba Chen's attacking fist, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Surprised by the power behind his strike, she noted that, in terms of attack potency, Tuoba Chen even surpassed both Xiaoyu and Yin, demonstrating decisive action without a trace of hesitation. Indeed, he was a promising talent. Releasing Tuoba Chen's fist, Bibi Dong inquired, "Tuoba Chen, would you like to be my disciple?" She gazed at him intently. Internally, Tuoba Chen felt a strong reluctance. He had no desire to kneel before anyone as a disciple. Yet, facing a formidable figure of her caliber, surpassing level 90, he felt he lacked the privilege to refuse. "I am willing, Your Holiness." "Still calling me Your Holiness?" Bibi Dong frowned slightly. Oh, teacher." With that, a smile broke across Bibi Dong's face as she replied, "Little Chen, I will not interfere excessively with your training. After all, the Sacred Dragon Sect should have methods better suited for your development. However, should you encounter any questions, feel free to approach me during my leisure moments. Additionally, if you require any training resources, do not hesitate to ask." Understood? Chapter 89. The third layer of the dragon transformation technique. Following this, Bibi Dong engaged in conversation with Tuoba Chen for a while longer. She found that the more she observed this child, the more his character resembled that of a certain individual, and her fondness for him only grew. In this instance, Tuoba Chen experiences an entirely different sensation. Having read the original novel, he perceives Bibi Dong as a woman driven to madness. Moreover, he notices that she does not exhibit the same warmth towards her disciples as she does towards him, treating him instead with the familiarity of a neighborly older sister. This is not the sole peculiarity. Even the enigmatic Ju Douluo seems to take a liking to him. Could it be that he possesses some unique charm that captivates these middle-aged women and gentlemen? Unbeknownst to him, Ju Douluo is quite enamored with appearances, and Bibi Dong's affection stems merely from his personality, which mirrors that of the master. With a sense of tentative curiosity, Tuoba Chen ventures to request, "Teacher, could you perhaps provide me with an abundance of soul beast meat?" Given Bibi Dong's previous assertion that he could request resources for cultivation from her, he is keen to seize this opportunity. In response to his request, Bibi Dong nods affirmatively, of course. In their spirit hall, it is customary for soul masters above level 40 to enjoy soul beast meat at nearly every meal, with their reserves likely surpassing even those of the Sacred Dragon Sect. "Actually, teacher," he continues, "due to the nature of my cultivation technique, I require a substantial quantity of soul beast meat, potentially tenfold or even 100-fold compared to my peers." He then presents the dragon transformation technique, a unique skill of the Sacred Dragon Sect. Although it is a proprietary technique, many copies have been lost over time. And despite numerous attempts, few have succeeded in mastering it. Thus, he feels no hesitation in sharing it with Bibi Dong. Upon reviewing the third-level cultivation requirements of the dragon transformation technique, Bibi Dong nods in understanding. "Soul beast meat, you say? We have plenty at the spirit hall." She assures him, "Rest assured, I will instruct my subordinates to deliver additional portions of beast meat to you daily, ensuring your needs are met." "Thank you, teacher." Tuoba Chen replies gratefully. "You're welcome," she responds, gently ruffling his hair. Tuoba Chen felt a twinge of annoyance. Why did everyone insist on patting his head? It was his least favorite gesture. However, he had no choice. The person before him was the Pope, who was not only his teacher but also a benefactor in these trying times. Thus, he allowed the gesture to pass. After a brief conversation with Bibi Dong, she took her leave. Watching her retreating figure, Tuoba Chen's feelings grew complex. It seemed that the spirit hall was not as cold and unfeeling as he had imagined. Before long, a knock echoed at the courtyard door. "Master Tuoba Chen, His Holiness the Pope has asked me to deliver some items to you." Upon hearing the voice from outside, Tuoba Chen hurried to open the door. He was met by a guard pushing a cart laden with spirit beast meat, which must have weighed nearly 1,000 pounds. Among the bounty, he discerned a massive black dragon leg. If he was not mistaken, judging by its size and color, It was likely a limb from a 10,000-year spirit beast, the Black Dragon. Tuoba Chen swallowed hard at the sight. The guard, noticing Tuoba Chen's presence, promptly said, "Mr. Tuoba Chen, I will assist you in bringing this inside." "Thank you. That would be much appreciated," he replied. "No need for thanks," the guard said as he wheeled the cart into the kitchen before bidding farewell. Tuoba Chen then instructed Gui to handle the 10,000-year spirit beast leg. While he settled down to meditate, he was about to embark on the third level of the dragon transformation technique. With the assistance of the Holy Dragon Pool, he anticipated breaking through more than one acupoint during his initial attempt. With this thought in mind, he focused on the first acupoint, the Heavenly Gate. The acupoints mentioned here are fictional. Do not search for them online unless by chance, as they are generally non-existent. The Heavenly Gate acupoint resided on his forehead, recognized as one of the most perilous points in the human body. As the saying goes, the beginning is always the hardest. He understood the necessity of approaching the Heavenly Gate with utmost caution. Steadying his soul power, he carefully approached the Heavenly Gate acupoint, observing its tightly sealed entrance. Tuoba Chen refrained from a forceful assault. Instead, he endeavored to soften his soul power, allowing it to flow gently like water, gradually permeating the barrier. To his surprise, the process was remarkably smooth. He soon breached the defenses of the Heavenly Gate, gaining the ability to open and close it at will. Without hesitation, he proceeded to attempt breaking through the second acupoint. 2 hours later, Tuoba Chen opened his eyes, having successfully broken through 3 acupoints. This was nearly his limit. He felt quite satisfied with his progress. After all, the third level comprised only 4 acupoints, and he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Compared to his kin, who struggled to even penetrate the first level during their initial attempts, he was doing exceptionally well. He opted not to close the 3 acupoints he had just opened. With them activated, his mental acuity and sensory perceptions were amplified several times over, though so too was his energy expenditure. The focus of the third level was the enhancement of his mental strength and 5 senses. Without a moment's hesitation, he commenced an intense training regimen. Unlike before, from the very onset of his practice, Tuoba Chen could distinctly perceive the movement of every muscle in his body, recognize his postural flaws, and assess the impact of his surroundings. His mind had never been so clear, allowing him to refine his training techniques significantly, yielding greater results than ever before. Half an hour later, Tuoba Chen collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Indeed, this training method was exhausting. He could hardly maintain it for an hour. Observing from the side, Gui quickly lent him support, draping Tuoba Chen's arm over his shoulder and assisting him toward the kitchen. Tuoba Chen had already prepared the food, which was now perfectly suited to replenish the energy he had expended. Upon entering the kitchen, he gazed upon the succulent meat of the ancient soul beast, already roasted to perfection. Without a hint of concern for his image, he devoured it with fervor. Gui observed him from the side, often perplexed by Tuoba Chen's relentless pursuit of exertion. Despite being a scion of a wealthy family, why did he toil so diligently? Gui found it difficult to comprehend, and at times, she felt a pang of sympathy as she watched him. As he sank his teeth into the tender meat of the black dragon's thigh, Tuoba Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. The energy contained within the ancient soul beast's flesh was extraordinarily rich. With just a single bite, he could distinctly sense a resurgence in his stamina and overall condition. And the flavor surpassed even that of the millennia-old soul beast meat. The thigh weighed approximately 300 pounds, and Tuoba Chen consumed a staggering 40 pounds in one sitting. His prodigious appetite stemmed from his body's desperate need for energy. The moment the food entered his system, it was swiftly transformed into soul power. After finishing his meal, he turned to Gui and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Gui." "You're welcome, young master. The medicinal bath is ready. Would you like to proceed now?" "Yes." Tuoba Chen nodded thoughtfully. He had not exhausted the medicinal herbs provided by the Holy Dragon Sect during his last visit, and he had procured another batch for his own use, sufficient to last him for a while. Upon entering his chamber, he inhaled the familiar aroma of the herbs, swiftly disrobing before plunging into the medicinal bath with a satisfying splash. Oh, the sensation was exquisite. Since entering the Sacred Dragon Pool, he had not indulged in a medicinal bath for over half a month. Just like before, the bath was thick and inviting, making it irresistible. 5 hours later, Tuoba Chen emerged from the herbal immersion. Since he had bathed during the afternoon, it was only around 5 o'clock now. His training today was not limited to the transformation of the dragon technique. He had also reached the second level of the Azure Dragon skill and was ready to commence his practice. After enjoying a meal in the kitchen, he began his training. Ultimately, the second level of the Azure Dragon skill merely required a change in posture for practice, albeit with significantly increased difficulty compared to the first level. He positioned his feet atop his head and supported his weight with his fingers, preventing his body from touching the ground. Maintaining this posture for 6 hours would signify a breakthrough to the second level. Observing this unique stance, Tuoba Chen couldn't help but speculate whether the founder of the Azure Dragon skill was perhaps a rather eccentric individual. It seemed as if he were practicing yoga instead of a martial art. Nonetheless, despite his complaints, he committed to his training, due to the intensity required by the posture. It was indeed challenging to maintain, yet he persevered for an hour. The results of his training were promising, compared to the first level. The speed of soul power cultivation at the second level had notably increased. He sensed a subtle enhancement of attributes related to acceleration and armor piercing within his soul power. In this manner, Tuoba Chen steadily passed an entire month. During this time, Bai Dong and Zhu Yueguan often visited him. And he also became acquainted with Zhu Yueguan's good friend, the ghost Douluo. Unlike Zhu Yueguan, the ghost Douluo did not express much fondness towards him. Yet he bore no animosity, treating him with the indifference typical of strangers. As for Hu Laina and the others, he had not encountered them due to his preference for practicing in the simulated training ground at night, rarely venturing outside. One morning, while diligently practicing his foundational spear techniques, Tuoba Chen noted considerable improvement compared to before. His movements were no longer flashy. Instead, each thrust was straightforward yet highly effective. In just over a month, he had achieved this level not merely through effort, but through sincere dedication. His training methodology was clear. He first focused on perfecting his posture before engaging in repetitive practice, as neglecting this would hinder his effectiveness and risk leaving hidden injuries. For the first 3 days, he concentrated on refining his posture until he was confident in its accuracy before beginning his rigorous practice regime. Coincidentally, as he was training the third level of the transformation of the dragon technique, he was simultaneously opening his 3 meridians and advancing rapidly in his cultivation. Just as he was immersed in his training, an unfamiliar figure appeared at his courtyard entrance. The stranger knocked and called out, "Is Tuoba Chen there? I am a teacher from the Spirit Hall Academy. School is starting, and I am here to help you familiarize yourself with the campus." Taken aback by the voice, Tuoba Chen realized with a start that he had been so engrossed in his training throughout the summer that he had completely forgotten about the commencement of the new school year. This thought led him to ponder the feelings of his friends at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, particularly about how they would react to his absence. He also recalled his unexpected entry into the Spirit Hall, a twist of fate that had been difficult to anticipate. He quickly responded, "I'll be out shortly." Turning to Gui, he instructed, "Please keep an eye on the house." "Understood, young master," Gui replied. With that, Tuoba Chen followed the individual who claimed to be a teacher. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen, the teacher was momentarily astonished. Wasn't he supposed to be an 8-year-old child? How is he so tall? Due to his extensive training in body refinement techniques, Tuoba Chen had grown remarkably, now standing at approximately 1.6 meters. And his features had matured into a handsome visage. "Shall we go?" Tuoba Chen prompted, his voice youthful yet confident. Accepting the situation, the teacher nodded in agreement. Thus, Tuoba Chen followed the teacher on a tour of the Spirit Hall Academy, which was divided into elementary, intermediate, and advanced departments. Given his age, he was expected to attend the elementary department to learn foundational knowledge. However, due to his exceptional abilities, he had been placed in the intermediate department. Arriving at his classroom, he chuckled upon seeing the plaque that read Intermediate Department Year 1 class. It seemed fate had a peculiar sense of humor. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, Yin spoke to Xiaoyu. "Hey, Xiaoyu, have you heard? The Pope has taken on another disciple. A super genius who is 4 years younger than us and 3 years younger than Nana. He is in the intermediate department and seems to be in our class." Xiaoyu replied, "Yes, I heard. Apparently, he lives not far from us in that courtyard. We haven't visited him during the long summer break. That was quite inconsiderate." The two men became increasingly animated in their discussion, inadvertently overshadowing Hu Laina, who was caught in the middle. "Hey, you two, enough already. Can you stop talking? Why are 2 grown men so interested in a transfer student? He is not even a girl. Class is about to start, and we'll see him soon enough. Can you please calm down for a moment?" Upon hearing Hu Laina's words, the 2 men fell silent. Xiaoyu, always protective of his sister, acquiesced to her wishes, while Yin, harboring a secret affection for Hu Laina, also fell silent at her displeasure. Tuoba Chen, who was already at the doorway, overheard their conversation clearly. He then entered the classroom alongside the teacher. As the teacher stepped in, the room fell silent. The teacher addressed the class. Hello, everyone. I will be your homeroom teacher again this year. Due to a new student joining us, I will reintroduce myself. My name is Qingjian, a level 74 Assault System Battle Soul Saint. Qingjian then turned to Tuoba Chen, who nodded in acknowledgement. However, the students paid little attention to the teacher's introduction. Their gazes fixated on Tuoba Chen. Observing him, Xiaoyu and the others were taken aback. 8 years old? Is this really an 8-year-old? How can he be so tall? Meanwhile, Hulaina was captivated by Tuoba Chen's striking appearance. It wasn't that she was infatuated with him, but rather that she had never encountered a boy so exceptionally handsome, even more so than herself. A wave of anxiety washed over her as she felt an intense sense of competition arise within her. Subsequently, Qingjian addressed Tuoba Chen. Please introduce yourself to the class. Certainly. Tuoba Chen nodded slightly. He then stood before the podium and addressed the audience. Greetings, everyone. I am Tuoba Chen from the Holy Dragon Sect. My martial soul is the White Armored Earth Dragon, a level 23 Assault System Soul Master. At the tender age of 8, I am delighted to share this space with all of you. His introduction, although conventional, astonished the audience, as they were taken aback by his level 23 at merely 8 years old. Observing the expressions of those present, Tuoba Chen recognized that his current level was indeed somewhat exaggerated. In the original text, Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect had only reached level 25 by the age of 12. Meanwhile, the likes of Xiaoyu among the audience had only just surpassed level 30, despite being 4 years older than him. It was clear how formidable Tuoba Chen's soul power must appear to them. Of course, had they possessed the same training resources and dedication as he did, their levels would undoubtedly be significantly higher. Ultimately, amidst the astonished gazes of his classmates, Tuoba Chen was assigned to the second-to-last seat by the window. He had long grown accustomed to such awe, considering it a trivial affair. After all, throughout his life, he had consistently been the center of attention, and the current situation did little to unsettle him. Soon, the teacher took attendance and collected the summer assignments before dismissing the class. Yes, summer assignments. The Spirit Hall emphasizes not only martial prowess but also the importance of cultural education. Today marked the first day of school, so there were no lessons, and the esteemed Pope had specifically instructed that Tuoba Chen should first familiarize himself with the Academy's environment. Qingjian found it puzzling that the Pope seemed to hold Tuoba Chen in such high regard, given that he had only been here for a month. Yet, he could only speculate. He would follow the Pope's directives without question. As soon as class ended, Tuoba Chen was surrounded by his classmates, all eager to introduce themselves. Hello, my name is Bai Ling, a level 26 Support System Weapon Soul Master. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by another. I am Xian, a level 28 Agility System Beast Soul Master, with the martial soul being the giant blackback jackal, except for Xiaoyu and his 2 companions. Nearly everyone gravitated towards Tuoba Chen. Such a scene was unprecedented in the Spirit Hall Academy. It is worth noting that all the scattered geniuses without family backing or connections across the continent had been gathered here. Each student typically exuded a sense of pride, as their talents were comparable and no one would easily concede to another. Only Xiaoyu and his 2 companions, with their superior talents, had received a modicum of special treatment, but even that did not approach the current magnitude of attention directed at Tuoba Chen. Tuoba Chen found himself somewhat bewildered by the surrounding voices. During his time in the Tiando Empire, his classmates often approached him with caution due to their varying levels of strength, never displaying such fervor. In truth, their enthusiasm was not born from his elevated rank. Rather, he was the least experienced among them, being both youthful and remarkably handsome. The disparity in their levels was primarily due to the fact that this was a middle school, where students typically began their training around the age of 12, seldom skipping grades unless in exceptional circumstances. In this era, an exceptional talent like Douluo was a rare find. It was prudent to cultivate relationships now, lest they find it challenging to connect once he blossomed into a formidable figure in the future. After graciously navigating through the throngs of admirers, Tuoba Chen finally managed to extricate himself, feeling an unexpected discomfort in the midst of such attention. Upon leaving the classroom, he immediately embarked on an exploration of the academy, curious about how the facilities of the Soul Master Academy compared to those of the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. It was reasonable to assume that the standards would be high, for in previous years, the Spirit Hall had consistently triumphed in the Continental Elite Soul Master competition. Such success could not be achieved without superior resources. Meanwhile, Hulaina and her companions, having observed Tuoba Chen slip away, quietly followed him, eager to uncover the true nature of this legendary transfer student. 2 hours later, Tuoba Chen had nearly completed a tour of the entire Soul Master Academy. To his surprise, the Academy's expanse was even greater than he had anticipated, and he found himself spending considerable time merely familiarizing himself with the surroundings. However, the time spent was well worth it. The training facilities at the Soul Master Academy were undeniably superior to those of the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, boasting all the amenities he had encountered and more. In that moment, Tuoba Chen felt a stroke of fortune in his arrival. His extensive reading had endowed him with a remarkable memory, allowing him to retain a general layout of the academy structure. Meanwhile, the trio trailing him, including Xiaoyu, wore expressions of bewilderment as they realized they had followed this unsuspecting youth around the campus for a full 2 hours. They were perplexed by his aimless wandering. After all, wasn't it sufficient to know the location of one's classroom? Clearly, the youthful members of the Golden Generation failed to grasp Tuoba Chen's intentions, and Hulaina, in particular, began to feel a sense of tedium. From the moment he exited the classroom, Tuoba Chen sensed that someone was tailing him. Initially, he presumed it was merely classmates seeking to engage with him, so he paid little heed. However, after 2 hours of being closely followed, he could no longer dismiss the sensation. "Who was there?" "Step forward." Tuoba Chen turned towards the 3 individuals and remarked. Upon realizing they had been discovered, the trio displayed little astonishment. After all, they had not made any significant effort to conceal their whereabouts, rendering the inability to be noticed quite peculiar. When Tuoba Chen noticed the appearance of the 3 individuals, he felt somewhat taken aback. It was indeed them. From the moment he entered the classroom, he had been aware of these 3 members of the Golden Generation, yet he found no reason to approach them, thus he had refrained from acknowledging their presence. He did not anticipate that they would follow him. Although he was cognizant of their identities, Tuoba Chen still inquired, "Who are you? You have been trailing me since I exited the classroom. What is your purpose?" Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Xiaoyu was somewhat astonished. It appeared that Tuoba Chen had detected their presence from that very moment, showcasing remarkable observational skills. As the eldest among the 3, he quickly clarified, "Do not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intentions. We are also disciples of Teacher Bibidong, residing in the 3 courtyards nearby." Chapter 92. Sparring. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's explanation, Tuoba Chen feigned relaxation. Although he had never truly been anxious. "Disciples of the teacher? Surely, the teacher has introduced us," Xiaoyu asserted confidently. "Not at all. There has been no mention of you," Tuoba Chen responded with an expressionless demeanor. Upon concluding his statement, Tuoba Chen observed that Xiaoyu had become utterly frozen in place, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing fervently to vanish into the earth. "So, what precisely is it that you seek from me?" she inquired. Witnessing this scene, Yin could no longer contain himself and interjected, "It is nothing significant. We merely wish to gauge your prowess. Are you bold enough to engage in a contest with me?" So it was indeed a pursuit of trouble. They could have stated their intentions more clearly. How shall we compete? Could indeed empathize with the sentiments of Xiaoyu and his companions. After all, who among children does not yearn to be the center of attention? It is only natural for someone to feel discontented when their spotlight is usurped. Nonetheless, he harbored a strong aversion to such troublesome behavior. Thus he resolved to impart a lesson to the present Yin. Surprised by the alacrity of his agreement, Yin had not genuinely anticipated a challenge. His words had merely been a momentary outburst. Yet, he was not one to shy away from a confrontation. "Let us duel here and now. I shall refrain from utilizing my 3rd soul skill. If you can withstand my onslaught for a mere quarter of an hour, I shall concede defeat," Yin proclaimed with unwavering confidence. In his eyes, was merely a fledgling great soul master at the tender age of 8. It would be remiss not to acknowledge the imbalance in their contest, thus, offering such concessions was only fitting. Furthermore, he had garnered the honor of a silver soul fighting title within the angel fighting arena of Soul Master City, possessing extensive combat experience. Dealing with a child like would surely be manageable. Upon hearing Yan's declaration, did not feign bravado with remarks about not requiring leniency. After all, Yan was a remarkable talent, and underestimating him could result in an unexpected defeat. "Very well, I accept." With that, they retreated to their respective positions. While Hulaina and Xiaoyu observed with keen interest, they were well aware of Yan's formidable prowess. Among them, he boasted the most superior composite attributes. Were it not for their soul fusion ability, Yan would undoubtedly be the most formidable. Thus, they were not concerned about his potential loss, but rather intrigued by how long could endure under Yan's assault. Xiaoyu subtly gestured to Yan, suggesting he show a modicum of restraint toward for they would be learning together in the future, and it would be prudent not to embarrass him too much. Yin nodded in acknowledgement. Soon after, both combatants summoned their respective soul forms, preparing to commence their duel. Yin, the Flame Lord, was a level 32 Assault-type Soul Master, while the White Armored Earth Dragon was a level 23 Assault-type Great Soul Master. The moment activated his soul form, it startled the onlookers. The transformation imbued him with an aura starkly different from his previous demeanor, evoking a sense of trepidation. Witnessing's transformation, Yan's expression grew somber. After all, one chosen by Bibi Dong could not possibly be weak. As they readied themselves, Yin took the initiative, feeling considerable pressure from. He resolved to hold nothing back. Especially with Hulaina observing, a misstep would be too embarrassing. First soul skill, Body of Flames. As he spoke, a torrent of orange flames erupted around his form. The temperature soaring, before surging toward, was certainly unafraid of him, for Yin was not the immovable tortoise shell of Shou Fang. Rather, he was the perfect opponent to gauge his true strength. Bang! Crack! The two engaged in a fierce struggle, the sounds of their combat echoing around them. Witnessing this scene, Hulaina remarked, "Brother, Yan's performance is quite impressive. I can hardly discern that he is intentionally holding back against that young man." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu shook his head and replied, "He is not holding back at all. Did you not notice? Yin is perspiring profusely. If one could perform like this while pretending, I would gladly deem Yin the strongest in terms of acting." Listening to Xiaoyu's words, Hulaina began to observe Yan's condition more closely, her surprise growing. She was well aware of Yan's physical prowess, complemented by his fiery lord spirit. Exceptionally hot, with high offensive capability and remarkable resilience. She had seldom encountered anyone capable of matching Yin in close combat. Yet, astonishingly, it appeared that he was being overwhelmed by bang. As their fists collided, both combatants staggered back a few steps. Following this, the air was filled with a series of swift, sharp breaths. Tuoba Chen was fervently blowing on his hands, feeling the heat radiating from his body. The sensation was akin to touching freshly cooked meat straight out of the oven. If not for the cold energy within him that mitigated some of the heat, he might have been quite well done by now. Yin was not faring much better either, as he vigorously rubbed his own body. Tuoba Chen's fists were as hard as stones, his palms already cracked, and his body felt as though it were on the verge of disintegration, racked with pain. After parting ways, both combatants simultaneously dismissed the notion of engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Recognizing that such a strategy, inflicting harm upon each other while sustaining significant damage themselves, was ill-advised. After all, this was merely a sparring session, and there was no need to sustain injuries. Subsequently, they both declared in unison, first soul skill, Earth Spike Assault. Second soul skill, Raging Flame. As a result of their near-simultaneous activation of their soul skills, neither managed to evade the other's attack. They were struck simultaneously. Tuoba Chen's garments were charred and tattered, exposing patches of his fair skin. Yin, on the other hand, appeared far worse off. Despite his formidable defenses, he could not withstand the onslaught of Tuoba Chen's earth spikes, which pierced through his forearm and calf, causing blood to gush forth, rendering him a pitiful sight. Nearby, Hulaina and Xiaoyu were taken aback by this scene. Hulaina rushed over to lift the fallen Yin. In truth, Tuoba Chen had held back. Yin was not in any life-threatening danger and would recover after a brief respite. "Cough. I'm fine. I lost," Yin said, a touch of despondency in his voice. He had not anticipated being bested by someone so much younger than himself. Although he could have secured victory by employing his third soul skill, the condition was one he had set himself, in being 4 years older. He could barely fathom how disastrous it would be had Tuoba Chen been of the same age. Upon hearing Yin's words, Tuoba Chen nodded and turned to leave. "Stop," Hulaina exclaimed. "Is there something you need?" She demanded. "He merely wished to spar with you, yet you inflicted such severe injuries. Can you live with that?" Hulaina said, her voice laced with indignation. Xiaoyu quickly intervened, having just assessed Yan's wounds. They were minor, and with a couple of days' rest, he would be perfectly fine. Tuoba Chen had indeed spared him, and it was Hulaina who had lost her composure. "Brother, don't hold me back. I want to teach that kid a lesson," Hulaina insisted. "Enough. Stand down," Xiaoyu commanded. "Tuoba Chen, I apologize on behalf of Laina." Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Tuoba Chen shook his head. "No need. I hold no grudge against her." With that, he departed, having other matters to attend to, with no time to linger. Hulaina watched his retreating figure, shaking her tiny fist in frustration. The following day unfolded. As Tuoba Chen entered the classroom, he discovered that the seat belonging to Yin was vacant, leading him to surmise that his counterpart must have taken a leave of absence. Meanwhile, Hulaina glared at him with palpable irritation, but Xiaoyu chose to ignore her, and he too could not be bothered with either of them. He proceeded directly to his own seat and commenced the lesson. A year later, Tuoba Chen stood by the window, gazing out at the dawn of a new academic term. The past year had been uneventful at the academy, allowing him to focus steadily on his cultivation. Since the incident, his interactions with Hulaina and the others had been minimal, mere polite nods when their paths crossed. Notably, his dragon transformation technique had advanced remarkably, now activating the 5th acupoint. In just 1 year, he had broken through to the 3rd layer, a feat owed entirely to his experience in the Sacred Dragon Pool. Without it, such rapid progress would have been impossible. His soul power, however, had only risen by 2 levels, a pace others might envy, but one that left him dissatisfied. Despite his relentless dedication, the sheer volume of soul power required for his advancement was threefold that of an ordinary white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Master. Thus, his 2-level increase equated to 6 levels for others. This immense reserve granted him unparalleled endurance in battle, amplifying the innate advantage of his lineage. Yet, raw power alone did not guarantee superiority. A mere century soul ring could only unleash so much might. A soul bone, however, would have made a difference, as it evolved alongside the Soul Master. The sooner one acquired it, the better. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed the hushed murmurs among his peers. His keen hearing quickly discerned the topic, a new transfer student. Unconcerned, he settled into his seat, intent on his studies. Soon, Qing Jian entered, and silence fell. Today, we welcome a new classmate, he announced. Iran, introduce yourself. At the name, Tuoba Chen's head snapped up. It couldn't be. Yet there she stood, Meng Iran, her youthful face now touched with maturity. With an exuberant smile, she declared, "Hello, everyone. I'm Meng Iran, a 21st-ranked agility attack system great soul master. My martial soul is the serpent staff, and I'm here to see my fiancé." Her gaze never left Tuoba Chen. The class blinked in astonishment. Fiancé. Without waiting for Qing Jian's instruction, she claimed the seat beside Tuoba Chen, leaving their classmates bewildered. Whispers and curious glances followed, but the pair paid no heed. Tuoba Chen sighed. "Why are you here?" Though he wouldn't admit it, her presence warmed him. Later, she whispered. Qing Jian, resigned, allowed the arrangement. With Tuoba Chen under Bibi Dong as protection, and now Meng Yiran under his, interference was futile. The lesson proceeded, but none paid attention. All eyes were on the couple. Their whispered exchanges and subtle closeness stirring envy. Even the golden generation stole glances. Hulai now pretended not to look, while Yin muttered, "They're holding hands." Qing Jian's temple throbbed, but he endured. When the bell finally rang, he fled to the combat arena to vent his frustration. The class lingered, hoping for more drama. But Tuoba Chen and Meng Yiran had already slipped away. Over the lesson, she had answered his questions, how Shi Di learned of his whereabouts from his parents, how Shi Di rushed here after breaking through to rank 20, fearing some other girl might steal him away. The precision of her placement in his class? Likely the work of the dragon-serpent couple. "Would you like to see where I live now?" he asked. She nodded. As they departed, the disappointed crowd dispersed. Author's note, the story will be published tomorrow. I'll strive for 10 updates, though I lack confidence. No drafts saved. If I fall short, I'll make up for it in the following days. An old man's typing speed is unpredictable. Thank you all for your support. I want to get overly sentimental, it's too embarrassing for me. Still, I humbly ask for your subscriptions. Please. Knock, knock, knock. Chapter 94. I want to live with you in the courtyard of Tuoba Chen. From a distance, Gui spotted his figure on the loft. Just as she intended to descend and greet him, she suddenly noticed a strange young girl following closely behind Tuoba Chen. The girl appeared to be around the same age as Gui and was extraordinarily beautiful, no less so than herself. In that moment, a profound sense of crisis surged within Gui. Nevertheless, she swiftly ran down to open the door for Tuoba Chen. She firmly believed that as long as she remained steadfast and diligently worked to elevate Tuoba Chen's affection for her, no enchanting fairy could possibly steal him away. Just as Tuoba Chen and Meng Yiran arrived at the entrance, the courtyard door swung open. Upon seeing Gui standing there, Meng Yiran paused momentarily. Then, standing in front of Gui, she linked her arm with Tuoba Chen's and inquired, "Chen Gu, who is this?" Witnessing Meng Yiran's actions, Gui's fist clenched slightly. Calling him Chen Gu so intimately. How audacious. Gui silently scoffed. Tuoba Chen hastily remarked, "This is Gui, my friend." He refrained from labeling Gui as a servant. In his heart, she had always been a companion, or perhaps even a sister. Subsequently, he introduced her to Gui, saying, "Gui, this is Meng Yiran, my fiancée." Upon hearing the term fiancé, Guyi's pupils constricted, and she felt a sharp pang in her heart. It was no surprise. How could the ever-disciplined Tuoba Chen allow just anyone to link arms with him? Only his fiancée had that privilege. Meng, meanwhile, cast a triumphant glance at Guyi. However, Guyi quickly composed herself and jested, "I had no idea my young master had a fiancée. Do tell me how you two met." She feigned curiosity. Observing Guyi's demeanor, both Tuoba Chen and Meng were taken aback. In truth, Tuoba Chen had recently sensed that Guyi harbored some affection for him, and he had intended to find an opportune moment to clarify his feelings. But now, with Meng arrival, there was no need for explanation. He could simply declare his engagement. Yet, Guyi appeared entirely unfazed. Was it merely his illusion? After a moment of reflection, Tuoba Chen realized that it was likely a mere illusion on his part. Although the girl exhibited a degree of precocity, Guyi was only 8 years old and could not possibly possess such profound scheming. It would be more fitting for her to remain unmoved upon witnessing her beloved become engaged. Yes, indeed, it seems he had overthought the situation. Nevertheless, this was not without its merits. At least it spared him from emotional turmoil. It appeared that Guyi regarded him merely as an elder brother. Conversely, Meng experienced an entirely different sentiment. She had distinctly perceived a flicker of astonishment in Guyi's eyes, a gaze laden with disbelief. Clearly, the Guyi before her was far from the nonchalant fade she presented. It was evident that Guyi harbored feelings for Tuoba Chen as well. Meng, with a subtle intuition, sensed a shared essence, realizing that Guyi, like herself, feigned innocence solely in Tuoba Chen's presence. At other times, her true self would undoubtedly emerge. Guyi's current innocent expression seemed almost a declaration of war against her. Well, she accepted the challenge. In a space hidden from Tuoba Chen's view, the eyes of the two women locked in a silent understanding, each discerning the other's intentions through the depths of their gaze. Soon after, Tuoba Chen suggested, "Guyi, why don't you attend to your tasks? Heir has just arrived, and I shall accompany her to select a room." "Very well, young master," Guyi responded obediently. Following this, Tuoba Chen guided Meng through all the available rooms, allowing her the liberty to choose one that pleased her. However, it was evident that Meng found little satisfaction in any of the rooms, with her only preference surprisingly leaning towards Guyi's room and his own. Tuoba Chen felt somewhat helpless. The disparity between this room and Meng previous one was apparent. However, there were no other accommodations available. Was he to suggest that Guyi vacate her room for her? Such a notion was evidently out of the question. After some contemplation, Tuoba Chen proposed, "Then you shall reside in my room." Upon hearing his words, Meng eyes sparkled with delight. She mused, "Chenggu is not as dense as I thought. This will save me some effort." Subsequently, under the astonished gaze of Meng, Tuoba Chen began to tidy up his belongings. "Chenggu, what are you doing?" she inquired. Tuoba Chen, looking bewildered, replied, "I am organizing my things. Did you not express a desire to stay in my room? But I never asked you to move out." She retorted, "If I do not move out, how will you sleep? I can share the bed with you. I wish to live together." With that, Meng gazed at Tuoba Chen with genuine sincerity. Tuoba Chen could hardly believe his ears. With incredulity, he asked, "What did you say?" "I said, I want to live together with you." After speaking, her face flushed, though it was a feigned blush. Men and women should maintain a certain distance. How can this be permitted? Why should it not be? Are we not betrothed? Do you no longer have affection for me, or have you found someone else? As she spoke, Meng pretended to be on the verge of tears. Just then, an odd sound emanated from outside the door. As Tuoba Chen gazed towards the entrance, he noticed Guyi standing there with her hands clasped behind her back. "Young master, dinner is ready," she announced. "Oh, very well, I shall be there shortly." "You may go ahead," he replied. After Guyi departed, she discreetly revealed what she had been concealing, a wooden puppet, now broken in two, which she had meticulously carved to resemble Tuoba Chen. Unable to restrain herself earlier, she had accidentally snapped it in half. With a reluctant glance at Tuoba Chen's room, she exited. Once Guyi was gone, Meng swiftly transformed into a mere accessory, asserting that Tuoba Chen would not descend until he agreed to her terms. Ultimately, with no other recourse, Tuoba Chen made a significant concession by adding a bed to his spacious room. Sharing the same room was his utmost limit. Sharing a bed, however, remained out of the question, given their tender age. Aware of the gravity of Tuoba Chen's concession, Meng acquiesced for the time being. This was merely the beginning. With this initial success, she intended to gradually advance, step by step, into Tuoba Chen's heart, ensuring that he would harbor feelings solely for her. As fate would have it, when the two descended the stairs, Bibi Dong arrived at the entrance of Tuoba Chen's courtyard. Bibi Dong's visits were infrequent, occurring roughly once a month. However, if such frequency were attributed to Hu Laina and her companions, it would indeed be considered quite regular, as Bibi Dong had never sought them out. It was always they who had initiated contact with her. Upon pushing open the courtyard gate, Bibi Dong's eyes fell upon the trio making their way down the stairs. The formidable presence of such a powerful woman was impossible for Tuoba Chen to overlook. Hurriedly approached and exclaimed, "Teacher, what brings you here? Allow me to clarify for everyone. The intention behind having them share a room is not for any ulterior motives, but rather a suggestion from a previous reader. It is believed that two individuals practicing their martial soul fusion technique together can enhance each other's training speed, hence this arrangement. The reason for including this explanation here is to preclude any potential misunderstandings, as sometimes readers overlook the author's notes. Furthermore, this passage exceeds 2,000 words and is provided free of charge. It is better to clarify this in advance to avoid repeated explanations in the future. Chapter 95, You should go to the soul fighting arena. A second update. Seeking initial subscriptions. What? Am I not allowed to visit you if there's nothing going on? You surely do not wish to avoid seeing your teacher. No, of course. Teacher can come anytime. It's just that I haven't prepared myself adequately. It's been a month since you last visited, and I've missed you terribly. Tuoba Chen unabashedly lavished praise upon Bibi Dong, entirely unperturbed by the act of flattering his teacher. Bibi Dong, feigning indifference, turned her head away and, with a hint of indignation, remarked, "Oh, if you truly miss me, why have you not come to visit? It has been a year since you joined the Spirit Hall. Yet you have not once graced the Pope's palace with your presence." Her tone carried an undertone of reproach. Upon hearing her words, Tuoba Chen found himself momentarily at a loss. He realized that he had indeed failed in his duties as a disciple. Observing his flustered demeanor, Bibi Dong secretly chuckled to herself. Over the past year, aside from his burgeoning strength, he had shown little growth. Additionally, as time wore on, she began to feel a maternal instinct toward him. In this year alone, she had imparted to him more knowledge than she had to the trio of Xiaoyu combined. Bibi Dong could not quite fathom why this was the case. Was it merely because Tuoba Chen bore a resemblance to a certain individual? No. It was more profound than that. If it were solely due to his absent-mindedness echoing that of Yu Shaojiang, she would have long since lost interest in him. After all, Tuoba Chen was not Yu Shaojiang. Rather, he evoked in her a reflection of her own past self, kind, diligent, and innocent. Everything about him reminded her of her former self. And every time she encountered such qualities in him, she felt an irresistible urge to bestow upon him further wisdom, not for any other reason, but because she wished for Tuoba Chen to grow strong enough to command his own destiny, to avoid becoming the very person she despised. Noticing Bibi Dong lost in thought, Tuoba Chen expressed his concern. "Teacher, is something the matter?" Her reverie abruptly interrupted. Bibi Dong returned to the present. "It's nothing, merely reminiscent of days gone by." "Oh, would you care to join me for dinner today? Gu Yi has just prepared a meal." Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's invitation, Bibi Dong did not decline. She too wished to linger a while longer. Every visit to Tuoba Chen's abode enveloped her in a profound sense of tranquility, a sentiment absent from the Pope's palace. Very well, let us see how Gu Yi's culinary skills fare today. With that, she followed Tuoba Chen into the living room. Meng Yiran, having never encountered Bibi Dong before, naively assumed that Bibi Dong was merely Tuoba Chen's teacher. Furthermore, due to Bibi Dong's deliberate suppression of her aura, she behaved quite naturally. In contrast, Gu Yi, although familiar with Bibi Dong from previous encounters, still felt a tinge of nervousness in her presence. Once seated at the dining table, Bibi Dong inquired with curiosity, "Chen'er, who is this child?" She directed her gaze toward Meng Yiran. Before Tuoba Chen could introduce her, Meng Yiran eagerly interjected, "Hello, beautiful sister. I am Tuoba Chen's fiancée. My name is Meng Yiran. I look forward to your guidance." Bibi Dong was taken aback upon hearing Meng Yiran claim the title of Tuoba Chen's fiancé. She had not anticipated that he would become engaged at such a young age. Moreover, the endearing term beautiful sister warmed her heart. Initially, she had considered fostering a connection between Hu Laina and Tuoba Chen, but it now seemed that such efforts were unnecessary. Subsequently, Bibi Dong engaged Meng Yiran in conversation, shedding any pretense of authority and adopting a sisterly demeanor, which made their interaction comfortable for Meng Yiran. Tuoba Chen quietly assisted them in slicing the meat. After taking a bite, Bibi Dong nodded in approval, acknowledging that Gu Yi's culinary skills were indeed commendable. Noticing the expression on Bibi Dong's face, Gu Yi felt a sense of relief. Once everyone had their fill, Bai Dong finally revealed the purpose of their gathering. Chinner, you are now at level 25, correct? Yes. Although he was unsure why Bai Dong inquired about his level, he responded truthfully. Now that you have reached level 25, it is time to arrange for you to go to that place. Bai Dong's words left Tuoba Chen bewildered. What place? Please clarify. However, he refrained from asking further, patiently awaiting Bai Dong's explanation. Starting tomorrow, you will accompany Xiaoyu and the others to the Angel Arena for soul battles. The arena. Upon hearing Bai Dong's confirmation, a smile flickered at the corner of Tuoba Chen's eyes. He had longed to participate in soul battles. For mere training had proven to be exceedingly slow. He required practical combat to facilitate his advancement. Moreover, without engaging in soul battles, his experience in actual combat was woefully insufficient. In the Martial Soul Academy, opportunities for real combat were scarce, save for the final exams. This could not continue. Yet, Bai Dong had previously advised against his participation due to his young age and insufficient soul power, considering the potential dangers of the arena. Now that Bai Dong had voluntarily proposed it, he would naturally not refuse. Teacher, I am willing. Bai Dong was momentarily taken aback by Tuoba Chen's eager acceptance. During this time, she had reflected on her tendency to overly indulge him. If she truly wished for his well-being, she must allow him to undergo rigorous training. Very well, I shall also present you with certain requirements. From this day forth, your training resources will be determined by your soul battle rank. The higher your rank, the more resources you will receive for your training. For the Iron Battle Soul rank, you will receive half of your previous training resources. For the Copper Battle Soul rank, 80%. For the Silver Battle Soul rank, your current benefits will be reinstated. And for the Gold Battle Soul rank, an additional 20% will be added to your resources. Should you attain the highest rank of Diamond, I shall gift you a soul bone. The demands Bai Dong laid forth were not excessive. For Tuoba Chen, reaching the Silver Battle Soul rank would be a mere formality, given his nearly unmatched combat prowess among his peers. It could be said that Bai Dong was still too lenient. Upon hearing the term soul bone, everyone at the table was taken aback. They understood the rarity of such treasures. Moreover, as the Pope, Bai Dong would certainly not casually bestow a millennium-old soul bone upon him. The soul bone she promised was likely to be of at least 10,000 years in age. Tuoba Chen was astonished by Bai Dong's considerable promise. Yet, achieving the diamond rank was no easy feat. Bai Dong continued. Furthermore, should you wish to graduate, you must obtain a sapphire medal. If your battle soul does not reach the sapphire rank, do not embarrass yourself by attempting to graduate. At her words, Tuoba Chen's heart sank. Sapphire. The requirements for the golden generation seemed to be merely purple gold, a rank below sapphire. Clearly, Bai Dong held him in high regard. After approximately an hour, Bai Dong departed, leaving Tuoba Chen with the privilege to skip classes in the future. After a year of observation, she recognized that Tuoba Chen's knowledge surpassed that of some teachers. Attending cultural classes would be a waste of time, and he would benefit more from additional practice in the arena. That evening, Tuoba Chen gazed across the room at Meng Yiran, feeling a flutter of anxiety. Was the moment finally here? The time of day he dreaded most had arrived. Meng Yiran looked at Tuoba Chen and asked, Chen Good, why are you still awake so late? I'm not accustomed to going to bed early. I'll be training for a while. Truly admirable, Chen Ge. Even during the night, your dedication is unwavering. No wonder you are so formidable. I shall join you in training, Meng Yiran said with admiration. With that, they began training together. As they practiced, Tuoba Chen soon realized something unusual. His training speed today seemed to be approximately 30% faster than usual. Meng Yiran, sitting opposite him, quickly sensed this anomaly as well. Memories from her past resurfaced. Yiran, if in the future someone can merge their martial souls with yours, make sure to train together. When two individuals with soul fusion capabilities train in tandem, their progress accelerates. The words of Long Gong from her childhood echoed in her mind. Tuoba Chen soon understood the reason behind this newfound speed. Meng Yiran opened her eyes, observing Tuoba Chen's peculiar training posture, and smiled. She then took a seat beside him and resumed her training. This time, their training speed increased even further, by approximately 40%. Observing this result, Meng Yiran smiled, finally possessing a legitimate reason to remain by Tuoba Chen's side. He could no longer dismiss her presence. Tuoba Chen also noticed the enhancement in his cultivation speed. However, due to the continuous nature of the Songlong technique, he did not cease his training. Before long, an entire night had passed. The previous evening, Tuoba Chen had experimented with 3 distinct postures: the second layer of the Songlong technique, the first layer, and a conventional method of cultivation, practicing tirelessly throughout the night. The sensation of such rapid advancement was utterly delightful. It had been a long time since he had experienced anything like it. Upon awakening, Tuoba Chen felt refreshed and noticed that Mengyiran was still asleep beside him. He gently covered her with a blanket before getting out of bed. Curiously, although Mengyiran had ceased her training the night before, he had still managed to enhance his cultivation speed as long as they were in close proximity. It seemed that indeed, this was the case. After washing up and having breakfast downstairs, Tuoba Chen set off for the Angel Battle Soul Arena. During his previous visit to the Martial Soul Academy, he had acquired a map of the Martial Soul City and was well acquainted with the locations of its grand edifices. Upon exiting the academy, he casually purchased a mask to obscure half of his face before embarking on his journey. In a short while, he arrived at the Angel Battle Soul Arena, aptly named after the six-winged angel Martial Soul. The arena was vast, featuring not only an expansive main arena but also seating for tens of thousands of spectators to witness the battles. In addition, the Angel Battle Soul Arena boasted over 30 smaller venues where newcomers could initially compete. After achieving 5 consecutive victories, they would be permitted to compete in the main arena. Maintaining a low profile, Tuoba Chen approached the registration counter and quietly requested, "Register my medal." The attendant at the counter was a striking young lady who, upon seeing Tuoba Chen, expressed surprise, saying, "Young one, are you in the wrong place? This is the Battle Soul Arena. It can be quite dangerous and not a place for casual play." Her kind warning was understandable, for despite Tuoba Chen's height of nearly 1.6 meters, his youthful face suggested he could not be more than 12 years old. In response to her words, Tuoba Chen assured her, "I am not lost. My teacher sent me to register." Hearing this, the attendant relaxed, realizing that it was not unusual for prodigies from the Martial Soul Academy to register. Though she had never encountered someone so young. "Please pay 10 gold soul coins and provide your code name, soul power level, name, and age," she instructed. Obeying, Tuoba Chen produced 10 gold coins and replied, "Name, Tuoba Chen, Martial Soul, White Armored Earth Dragon, code name, White Armored Holy Dragon, soul power level, 25, age, 9. The attendant paused, momentarily taken aback. "How old are you?" she asked, to which Tuoba Chen replied affirmatively, 9 years old. After a brief moment of processing this astonishing information, the attendant finally registered Tuoba Chen's details. Once completed, she said, "Please proceed to the contestants' waiting area. Your match will be announced shortly." "All right, thank you," Tuoba Chen replied. Donning his mask and departing, he preferred to maintain a low profile. Although his teacher was Bibi Dong, and he could easily command respect, he did not wish to overly rely on her, knowing that she could not always be there to assist him in the future. Shortly after Tuoba Chen left, a colleague beside the attendant inquired, "Ranjie, who was that little handsome boy? Can someone so young really register for the Battle Soul competition?" "Of course," Ranjie responded. "The arena's regulations state that any soul master with a level exceeding 20 can register." After answering, she reflected on Tuoba Chen's appearance, 9 years old and level 25, a true prodigy indeed. With that thought, she glanced at the location of Tuoba Chen's next match. C-Zone. Arena 6, is it? Xiaoyu, could you cover for me? I want to catch a glimpse of his match. Sure thing, Ranjie, came the prompt reply. And she hurried off to Arena 6 in Zone C, eager to witness the prowess of this remarkable young talent. It was no wonder she was intrigued. Achieving level 25 at the age of 9 was truly extraordinary. In the waiting area, Tuoba Chen patiently awaited the commencement of the competition, unaware that a graceful figure was discreetly observing him from a short distance away. Before long, a young woman approached and inquired, "Is the contestant for Arena C, number 6, present? If so, please accompany me to the arena for the start of the battle." Hearing the mention of Arena C, Tuoba Chen immediately rose to follow the young lady towards the competition venue. The enchanting figure that had been watching him had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in the audience of Arena C, an additional spectator had appeared. Bibi Dong had spent the entire previous night in contemplation, ultimately deciding to covertly attend and observe Tuoba Chen's match. Who could have expected that the esteemed Pope, who had scarcely shown concern for her own daughter, would take an interest in a disciple she had met for less than a day? Shortly thereafter, the host of the event took to the stage. Observing the sparsely filled seats, he did not exhibit any disappointment. He had grown accustomed to such scenarios. Audiences were generally more inclined to watch the team battles in Arena A or the duo contests in Arena B. The individual matches from A to E were seldom favored, as single combats often concluded swiftly, leaving spectators craving more. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. The host, Luo Feng, announced. I am your host for the evening. And today we are about to witness a rare advancement battle. Upon hearing this, the audience perked up. An advancement battle indicated that a soul master had achieved 4 consecutive victories, and with one more win, they could progress to the main arena for battle. Such matches were highly anticipated, as the competitors usually possessed closely matched abilities, resulting in thrilling contests. Luo Feng continued. Now, let us invite our first contestant. A veteran of the individual combat arena, the bloodthirsty demon wolf. A tall, slender man appeared on the platform. The host proceeded to introduce the bloodthirsty demon wolf, who had joined the angel battle arena a month prior and was a level 29 attack-type soul master. His demeanor was notoriously savage, with opponents either dead or severely injured after facing him. To date, he had achieved an impressive record of 12 wins and 5 losses out of 17 matches, accumulating 7 points. Just 3 more points would elevate him to the Copper Battle Soul rank. As the audience cheered enthusiastically, calling out the name of the bloodthirsty demon wolf, it was evident they were drawn to the brutal nature of such matches. After all, most spectators were there for the thrill, with only a few participating for gambling purposes. Luo Feng then announced, today, the bloodthirsty demon wolf will face a newcomer who registered only today. However, this rookie wields a legendary inherited martial soul from one of the 7 great sects, the Holy Dragon Sect, the white-armored Earth Dragon. Let us welcome the new contestant, the white-armored Holy Dragon. As Tuoba Chen ascended the stage, the audience remained relatively quiet, and Bibi Dong shifted her gaze away. The young woman who had assisted Tuoba Chen with his registration finally arrived, relieved to see she had made it in time. As both competitors took the stage, the large screen displayed their profiles, detailing their heights, levels, and martial souls clearly. The bloodthirsty demon wolf, with an evil glint in his eyes, regarded Tuoba Chen, relishing the thought of overpowering this delicate prodigy from a prestigious sect. Tuoba Chen gazed at his opponent, a glint of icy determination illuminating his eyes. As time ticked away, the countdown on the screen reached its conclusion, prompting Luo Feng to announce, the match begins. In an instant, both combatants summoned their martial spirits. The tall, slender man appeared frail, yet he boasted 2 yellow and 2 optimal soul rings. However, the moment the audience beheld Tuoba Chen's soul rings, an uproar ensued throughout the arena. Although many present were mere onlookers, they were well versed in the intricacies of such competitions. They understood that the purple soul ring indicated a millennium-level spirit, and that at least the 3rd soul ring was a prerequisite for such an arrangement. How can his 2nd soul ring be purple? Am I seeing things? One spectator exclaimed. No, you are not mistaken. You must be blind, another retorted. Ah, so it is I who am blind. As the lanky youth charged forward, he momentarily faltered upon noticing Tuoba Chen's soul rings. Yet, it was but a fleeting hesitation. He did not slow his advance. Upon witnessing this scene, Tuoba Chen firmly planted his hands on the ground, invoking the earth spikes. This time, he chose not to employ the rapid succession of earth spikes, for, to be frank, the standard earth spikes possessed greater potency. He aimed to resolve the confrontation in one decisive blow. With that, 3 colossal spikes surged forth from 3 exceptionally cunning angles, launching toward his adversary. Although the bloodthirsty demon wolf appeared tall and slender, he was not a sensitive attacker among soul masters. He could only bring his hands together to shield his vital areas. Yet, his hands were pierced through without mercy, and 2 massive gaping wounds were inflicted upon his legs. Tuoba Chen effortlessly incapacitated his opponent with a single strike. Such an injury, even if eventually healed, would undoubtedly leave a lasting impact, serving as a fitting retribution for his previous merciless actions. The outcome of the match came as a surprise. While they had anticipated that Tuoba Chen, with his Millennium Soul Ring, would triumph, no one expected a swift execution. The bloodthirsty demon wolf didn't even have the opportunity to employ any soul skills. It was only after the bloodthirsty demon wolf conceded defeat that the host, Luo Feng, fully grasped the magnitude of the event. He dramatically exclaimed, "My goodness! It is utterly astonishing that the white-armored Holy Dragon contestant has decisively eliminated the bloodthirsty demon wolf with a single blow." Today's match is destined to be recorded in history, as it marks the inaugural battle of the white-armored Holy Dragon in this soul arena. The audience erupted in cheers. What they witnessed today was nothing short of breathtaking. The 2nd soul ring, a millennium in age, would be forever etched in their memories. Bibi Dong, observing from the sidelines, breathed a sigh of relief. She had feared that Tuoba Chen might show mercy and hold back. Clearly, she had misjudged his character. It must be said that the host had a remarkable knack for embellishment. Transforming a seemingly ordinary soul battle into such an extraordinary spectacle was no small feat, however. This battle was indeed exceptional, particularly given Bibi Dong's personal attendance. After the match, Tuoba Chen collected his prize and departed, having completed his duel for the day. Upon exiting, he encountered the young lady who had assisted him with his registration. "Congratulations, little brother, you were truly impressive," Qing Ran remarked. "Thank you," Tuoba Chen replied before taking his leave. The day's contest had garnered him a throng of admirers. Unbeknownst to him that this Qing Ran would become his fervent fan in the future. Chapter 98. Did you enjoy the fight? Due to Tuoba Chen's early departure in the morning, the time following the soul battle was still quite early. As to why the Angel Soul Arena enjoyed such vibrant business in the morning, it was simply because it was the most renowned of all soul arenas, having been established under the auspices of the Spirit Hall itself. Meanwhile, on the other side, a legendary figure known as Su Yu Tao, popularly referred to as Brother Tao, gradually made his way into a small village called Holy Soul Village. Tuoba Chen gazed at the green leaves drifting down before him, inevitably contemplating that he was now 9 years old, and the narrative was about to commence. It was time to exert himself. Lost in thought, he made his way toward the simulated training arena. 20 days later, within the Angel Fighting Soul Arena, Luo Feng stood on the main platform. Addressing the enthusiastic crowd below, "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you are all aware of today's match. Let us extend the warmest applause to our arena's most promising newcomer, who has achieved the Silver Fighting Soul medal in a mere 20 days, the Super Newcomer King, the white-armored Holy Dragon contestant." With that, Tuoba Chen ascended the stage. Over the past 20 days, he had engaged in 20 matches, emerging victorious each time, boasting a flawless record as he advanced to the Silver Fighting Soul rank. Even in the historically rich Angel Fighting Soul arena, such a feat was unprecedented. The prior record, also a perfect win rate, had taken 21 days to achieve, during which the holder, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, had missed 1 day. Observing the dazzling Tuoba Chen on stage, Bibi Dong found it somewhat amusing that her own record had been eclipsed by her disciple. Over the past 20 days, she had attended every single match without fail, arriving more punctually than for her own duties. Alongside her, another individual had maintained perfect attendance, the young lady named Qing Ran, who had registered Tuoba Chen. At that moment, she was fervently cheering from the back of the audience, holding a banner. Tuoba Chen had undeniably become a prominent figure among the lower-ranked soul masters at the Angel Fighting Soul Arena. The host then gradually introduced Tuoba Chen's opponent. Given that it was Tuoba Chen's initial battle, his opponent was not particularly formidable. "Tonight, our white-armored Holy Dragon faces the seasoned contender, the 29th level Ghost Leopard." Upon hearing this, a robust young man strode onto the stage. Tuoba Chen was taken aback to see his opponent wearing a mask. This was the first time he had encountered another masked individual aside from himself. Upon recognizing Tuoba Chen, Carlo felt a pang of misfortune. He had previously watched Tuoba Chen's matches and was keenly aware of his attacking prowess and strength. Logically, one could devise a strategy after studying an opponent's techniques. However, Carlo felt disheartened. Having observed too many of Tuoba Chen's fights, he understood that he could never hope to match him, not due to a lack of ability to counter Tuoba Chen's moves, but because the disparity in their raw power was insurmountable. Tuoba Chen's offensive capabilities, strength, and defense far surpassed his own. Despite possessing the white-armored Earth Dragon, a martial soul known for its sluggishness, Tuoba Chen moved with remarkable swiftness, nearly rivaling agile attackers. Carlo struggled to identify any weaknesses, yet surrender was not an option. Not only would he disagree, but the arena and the audience would not permit it. Luo Feng noted Carlo's entry onto the stage, stating, "The Ghost Leopard is a skilled fighter with a record of 45 matches, 33 wins, and 12 losses. Compared to Tuoba Chen, the Ghost Leopard possesses far more battle experience. Each contender has a plausible chance of victory in this match. As for who will ultimately triumph, we shall eagerly await the outcome." Despite the host's attempts to portray Carlo favorably, the audience's cheers overwhelmingly favored Tuoba Chen, eager to witness the legendary talent rumored to be a millennium in the making. With the countdown on the screen reaching 0, Carlo made the first move. Tuoba Chen's usual piercing strikes proved ineffective against Carlo, who deftly evaded his ground spikes. This surprised Tuoba Chen, indicating that Carlo had a strong grasp of his techniques. Nevertheless, evading the ground spikes was of little consequence, as they were not his primary method of attack. As Carlo began his offensive, he unleashed his first soul skill, Ghost Shadow Strike. Tuoba Chen felt a tingling sensation on his chest as Carlo's attack grazed him, sparking a bright flash. While it appeared alarming, Tuoba Chen felt little impact. His defensive capabilities were superior to his offensive prowess. With rapidity, Carlo launched a flurry of strikes against Tuoba Chen, yet they merely left faint white marks upon the scales of Tuoba Chen's spirit manifestation. The agility of agile attackers was akin to that of ADCs. Engaging with a powerhouse was like an ADC facing off against a tank, at best. They would merely cause minor irritation, while a powerful attacker could easily threaten their very existence. Feeling annoyed by the incessant clanging of strikes, Tuoba Chen retaliated with a swift grasp, seizing Carlo by the collar. Suddenly caught, Carlo was gripped by an ominous premonition. Tuoba Chen inquired, "Are you enjoying yourself?" He then seized his opponent by the collar and, with a swift motion, hurled him to the ground. The impact resonated with a thunderous series of bangs, reminiscent of the scene where the Hulk slams Loki, as Tuoba Chen relentlessly slammed his adversary 5 times, rendering Carlo unconscious. The audience below was enthralled by this overwhelming display of combat, fervently chanting the name of the invincible white-armored Saint Dragon. Even amidst the Silver Spirit Master level battles, this prowess was unmatched. After retrieving his well-deserved rewards from the counter, he departed. Tuoba Chen began to calculate the time remaining. Only 6 years were left until Tang San would excavate those celestial herbs from the Douluo's medicinal garden. He needed to devise a plan to acquire those herbs within this time frame. However, before that, he must first obtain a Sapphire-level Spirit Master medal. The overseer of the Angel Spirit Arena had already informed him that the number of Silver Spirit Masters at the Great Spirit Master level was exceedingly scarce, and it seemed he would no longer be able to participate in the arena daily, as suitable opponents were hard to come by. Chapter 99. 2 years later, 6 updates. Subscription requested. 2 years later. As Tuoba Chen gazed at his opponent collapsing before him, a sense of relief washed over him. After 2 long years, he had finally ascended to the esteemed rank of a Purple Gold Soul Master. Throughout this period, the rarity of such formidable individuals as Silver and Gold Soul Masters made it challenging for him to compete. Often, he could only engage in matches once every 10 days or even half a month. After swiftly advancing to the Gold Soul rank, he found himself devoid of worthy adversaries. Originally, achieving promotion to a higher rank as a Gold Soul Master required merely 10 victories. Yet the scarcity of opponents led the arena to propose an alternative. He would continue to battle Silver Soul Masters. Each victory still granted him the same reward of 100 points per match, but to attain the Purple Gold rank, he needed a staggering 10,000 points. Consequently, he had to participate in an astounding 90 additional matches before finally achieving his promotion to Purple Gold. To date, his record stood at an extraordinary 120 matches. All victories, a remarkable win rate that placed him at the pinnacle of his league. However, Tuoba Chen was acutely aware of the inflated nature of this achievement. Given the extensive use of enhancement potions, it would be nothing short of miraculous for anyone of equal rank to triumph over him. Without bothering to listen to the host's lengthy remarks, he promptly descended the stage to claim his prize. The head of the arena, upon seeing Tuoba Chen approach, exclaimed, "Congratulations, Mr. White-Armored Sacred Dragon. At just 11 years old, you have earned the Purple Gold Soul Medal. It is likely that this record will remain unbroken for generations to come. Tuoba Chen, thank you for the compliment. Please grant me my reward swiftly, as I have matters to attend to." "Oh, certainly, I shall do so immediately." In response to Tuoba Chen's urging words, the other party displayed no sign of annoyance. Clearly accustomed to his tone, producing a Purple Gold card, a promise made by the Duhan Arena to its competitors, he explained that those who achieve a perfect win rate and reach the Purple Gold tier would be rewarded with 1 million Gold Soul coins. Although Tuoba Chen was not in dire need of Gold Soul coins, the sum of 1 million still represented a significant amount to him, and he felt compelled to accept it. After claiming his reward, Tuoba Chen departed. Last night, he had reached the milestone of level 30. At 11.5 years old, such a pace was undeniably rapid. However, he understood that with each elevation in rank, he must hasten to acquire the celestial herbs from Douluo, lest future advancements become exceedingly challenging. Upon arriving at the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong greeted him, saying, "What brings you here today, Chener? It is unusual for you to visit." Bibi Dong's expression reflected her curiosity, knowing this was only the second time Tuoba Chen had come to her. The first visit had been prompted by feelings of guilt after she had previously spoken about him, and he had not returned since, leaving her somewhat perplexed. "Teacher, I have broken through to level 30. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback and then exclaimed with delight, "Really? Indeed, truly," he affirmed. "You have surpassed Nana and the others' records. Are you here seeking my assistance in obtaining a soul ring?" "Teacher, I have come to resign. I wish to return home, as it has been 3 years since my last visit, and I miss my parents." Bibi Dong felt a twinge of melancholy at his words. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "Very well, I shall have Yueguan escort you." "Thank you, teacher." With that, Tuoba Chen rushed forward to embrace Bibi Dong, who did not deter him but instead smiled gently. "Teacher, I must take my leave. I shall return shortly. Do not feel disheartened," he assured her, planting a brief kiss on her cheek. Afterward, he felt a wave of self-reproach. It was not Bibi Dong he found distasteful, but rather his own display of sentimentality. He had never uttered such effusive words in his life. However, he had clearly perceived the hint of sadness in Bibi Dong's eyes. Reminiscent of a child growing up and leaving the embrace of their parents, Bibi Dong had treated him with genuine kindness throughout his years in the Douluo world. He had fully integrated into this realm, no longer viewing these individuals as mere characters in a story. They were real, flesh and blood beings. And he could not confine himself to his previous rigid perceptions. Their virtues and flaws were for him to discern. Bibi Dong felt as though she had been gently pressed by a soft, sticky rice dumpling, momentarily stunned after such an intimate gesture. After so many years, how long had it been since she had experienced such closeness? Just as she was about to speak, Tuoba Chen had already dashed away, and the guards nearby exchanged amused glances. This was the first time they had witnessed their Pope in such high spirits. Only when Tuoba Chen was present did she appear so joyful. "This child," she thought, "do take care on your journey." Then, she reflected, "Chinner, do return swiftly." Once Tuoba Chen had fully exited the palace, she shot a glare at the surrounding guards, her swift change in expression leaving them astonished. The guards promptly lowered their heads, thinking, "Lord Tuoba, please come back soon." Zhu Yueguan had long been waiting not far from the Pope's palace. Upon spotting Tuoba Chen, he waved energetically, calling out, "Grandfather Yueguan, over here." Seeing Tuoba Chen approach, he hastened to drive the carriage toward him. If Bibi Dong saw Tuoba Chen once a month, then Zhu Yueguan's frequency was decidedly unusual. He visited Tuoba Chen every 3 or 4 days, each time bringing some training resources. However, as Tuoba Chen consistently refused, Zhu Yueguan gradually ceased bringing gifts. Once inside the carriage, Zhu Yueguan immediately inquired, "So, did the Pope give you any trouble?" "What are you saying, grandfather? Teacher is very kind to me. How could she possibly trouble me?" Tuoba Chen replied, nodding. Yet, Zhu Yueguan remained somewhat skeptical as Bibi Dong did not exhibit her gentle demeanor in front of him. He still bore a psychological shadow from their encounters. Changing the subject, he remarked, "Little Chen, you have become a soul master. Speak, what gift would you like? Whatever it may be, even if it's a soul bone, I will procure it for you." Hearing Zhu Yueguan's words, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Tuoba Chen's forehead. Zhu Yueguan's generosity was overwhelming, leaving him feeling burdened. However, he was aware that consistently refusing would inevitably hurt feelings. After some contemplation, he said, "Grandfather, I wish to learn about medicinal herbs. You are an expert in this field. Could you teach me?" In truth, Tuoba Chen already possessed considerable knowledge of pharmacology, having read extensively, yet he recognized that Zhu Yueguan's expertise far surpassed his own. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's request, Zhu Yueguan smiled and promptly agreed. This was a trivial matter for him, and there was no reason to decline. In the subsequent days, Tuoba Chen devoted himself to training and studying herbal knowledge. His primary focus was on the proper methods of harvesting herbs, for he did not want to find himself in an awkward position within Dugubo's herb garden, unable to collect the celestial plants he encountered. Fortunately, Zhu Yueguan was well-versed in this area, and although he was unaware of Tuoba Chen's motivations, he willingly imparted all his knowledge. A week later, on a crisp morning, Tuoba Chen returned to Bartle City. The sun had only just risen, and considering his father's typical habits, he surmised that his father had yet to leave for work. Arriving at the familiar doorstep, Tuoba Chen surveyed his surroundings. Everything remained unchanged. Just as he remembered, he gently knocked on the door. Moments later, a familiar voice called out, "Coming." 10 seconds later, the door swung open, and Ningyu stood frozen at the entrance, momentarily speechless upon seeing him. At that moment, Tuoba Yin's voice echoed from within, "Ning, who is it? Why haven't you let them in?" Not receiving a response from Ningyu, Tuoba Yin hurried out. It was then that Tuoba Chen announced, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." "Chinner, Is that really you? Ningyu exclaimed, embracing Tuoba Chen warmly. You rascal, you actually remembered to come home, Tuoba Yin added. Upon observing the reactions of the two individuals, Tuoba Chen could not help but smile. They appeared unchanged, not a single strand of white hair gracing their heads, which brought him considerable joy. He then remarked, Father, Mother, this is Grandfather Yueguan, who has returned with me. At the sound of Tuoba Chen's words, Tuoba Yin finally took notice of Ji Yueguan standing beside him. Grandfather Yueguan, what brings you here? Tuoba Yin exclaimed, visibly taken aback by the presence of Ji Yueguan. There is no need for excessive formality. I have a great fondness for young Chen. You may address me as Elder Yueguan. Any undue tension makes me feel rather uncomfortable, he replied amiably. Yes, Elder Yueguan. They echoed. Though Ningyu was unaware of Ji Yueguan's true identity, she discerned the respect Tuoba Yin exhibited towards him, indicating that he must be a person of great stature. Subsequently, Ningyu suggested, Elder Yueguan, we have just prepared breakfast at home. After your long journey, it would be our pleasure if you would join us for a meal. Just as Tuoba Yin was about to respond, Tuoba Chen swiftly dashed into the kitchen. Finding a spot to settle down, he then patted the seat beside him, inviting Ji Yueguan, Elder Yueguan, over here, please. Observing Tuoba Chen's eagerness, Ji Yueguan smiled warmly as he took a seat beside him. Tuoba Yin originally intended to say something, but suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Ningyu, unaware that Yuguan was the titled Douluo, strolled over with an air of ease. Tuoba Chen has developed a certain degree of resistance to his own endearing antics. No longer feeling nauseated as he once did, Tuoba Chen picked up a piece of beast meat and said, Grandfather Yueguan, do taste this. It is braised wild boar, and my mother makes it exceptionally well. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Ji Yueguan eagerly consumed the piece of beast meat that Tuoba Chen had offered, exclaiming, truly delightful. It is no wonder that this is the creation of little Chen's mother. Ji Yueguan praised. Observing Ji Yueguan's demeanor, Tuoba Yin was astonished. It was remarkable how much Ji Yueguan cherished little Chen, almost as if he were his own grandfather. Unable to fathom the reason behind this affection, Tuoba Yin decided not to dwell on it, acknowledging that having a titled Douluo as a guardian was indeed a blessing, for it would alleviate any concerns regarding Tuoba Chen's safety in the future. After finishing the meal, Tuoba Chen informed Tuoba Yin that he had now surpassed level 30. His return served a dual purpose, to visit them and to acquire his third spirit ring. The reason for his somewhat convoluted journey back was to search for a suitable spirit beast in the Sunset Forest while also hoping to discover the medicinal garden of Douluo. Should he find Douluo's garden, it would be a tremendous gain, as he could employ the gathering techniques he had recently learned to collect those rare herbs. After resting at home for a while, Tuoba Chen did not set off immediately. He needed to assess his physical strength first, having utilized numerous training resources. He was curious about how much stronger his physical capabilities had become compared to the average spirit master, as it was imperative not to estimate his spirit ring acquisition based on typical standards. If memory served correctly, the maximum endurance capacity for a level 30 spirit master was a spirit ring age limit of 760 years. His second spirit ring was already a 1,000-year one, so it was evident that his third spirit ring would surpass that age limit. He and Ji Yueguan entered the courtyard, where Ji Yueguan inquired, Little Chen, are you prepared? To which Tuoba Chen replied, Yes, I am ready, Grandfather Yueguan. Let us begin. Excellent. With that, Ji Yueguan wasted no time. Suddenly, Tuoba Chen felt a subtle pressure descend upon him. Observing his calm demeanor, Ji Yueguan nodded, as he was exerting his soul power to apply pressure on Tuoba Chen. Starting at a strength level of 25, which was a reasonable challenge for him to endure. Gradually, Ji Yueguan began to increase the intensity of the soul pressure. 26. 27. After a quarter of an hour, witnessing that Tuoba Chen was still holding strong, Ji Yueguan nodded again, at level 38. Tuoba Chen's physical strength had already far surpassed that of an ordinary spirit elder. Finally, after Tuoba Chen had acclimated for a moment, Ji Yueguan elevated the pressure to level 39. A minute later, Tuoba Chen stated, Grandfather Yueguan, please stop. This is about my limit. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Ji Yueguan swiftly relieved all the pressure, asking, Little Chen, how do you feel? Tuoba Chen nodded and said, I feel great, Grandpa. What is my maximum endurance level? Level 39, my child. You have performed admirably. Your limit for soul rings is below 4,500 years. Upon hearing Ji Yueguan's words, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Tuoba Chen's eye. Level 39 is quite commendable, and with a limit of 4,500 years, He realized that Tang San's third soul ring only had a duration of 2,000 years. He surpassed Tang San by more than double. What more could he possibly desire? Afterward, having spent a day at home, Tuoba Chen bid farewell to his parents and, accompanied by Zhu Guan, set off towards the Sunset Forest in search of a suitable soul ring. After a day's journey, they finally arrived at the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. This was the first time Tuoba Chen had ventured into the Sunset Forest with such confidence, for he was accompanied by a tidal Douluo. No matter how formidable the soul beasts they might encounter, he felt unperturbed, reassured that his companion could surely facilitate their escape if necessary. Upon reaching the outskirts, the duo commenced their swift advance. However, they had not traveled far when they encountered an old acquaintance. The other party immediately recognized both him and Zhu Guan. It was Douluo. To his astonishment, encountering Douluo at this critical juncture was entirely unexpected. Chapter 101. Zhu Guan vs. Douluo. 8th update. Subscription requested. Tuoba Chen had discovered Douluo, and naturally, Zhu Guan could not remain oblivious to this revelation. Simultaneously, Douluo had also noticed the presence of the two. The atmosphere grew undeniably awkward, as the relationship between Douluo and Zhu Guan was notoriously poor, nearly reaching the point where they would resort to violence upon meeting. Douluo glanced at Tuoba Chen, who stood behind Zhu Guan, and a wicked smile crept across his face. Upon witnessing this grin, Zhu Guan felt an instinctive sense of foreboding and subconsciously shielded Tuoba Chen behind him. Immediately regretting this action, Zhu Guan realized it blatantly signaled to Douluo just how much he cared for Tuoba Chen. How could he have committed such a glaring error? He instructed Tuoba Chen to stand behind him. At this juncture, it was already too late. Douluo's poison could swiftly spread over a distance of kilometers, rendering Tuoba Chen's escape futile. The only option was to protect him personally. Fortunately, his soul power was significantly superior to Douluo's, and with full defensive measures, he should be able to safeguard Tuoba Chen. With this thought, Zhu Guan felt a slight sense of relief. Observing Zhu Guan's actions, Douluo surmised that the boy behind him must hold considerable importance, perhaps akin to a grandson. A smirk settled on Douluo's face as he resolved not to waste time. The enmity between him and Zhu Guan was profound, and should he eliminate the latter's grandson, the resultant anguish inflicted upon Zhu Guan would be unfathomable. With this in mind, Douluo struck decisively, instantly enveloping the forest in a thick, emerald-hued toxic mist. Zhu Guan reacted promptly, unleashing his martial soul to envelop Tuoba Chen entirely in soul power. For Douluo's poison was no trifling matter. Any inadvertent contact could lead to instant demise. As Douluo initiated an attack on Tuoba Chen, Zhu Guan was consumed by fury. 9th soul skill. Withered chrysanthemum, wounds abound, flowers fall, hearts shatter. Upon uttering these words, Zhu Guan's martial soul petals expanded rapidly, swirling together to form a colossal tornado that dispersed the surrounding toxic mist and charged directly at Douluo. Zhu Guan's sudden outburst caught Douluo off guard. He had underestimated Zhu Guan's regard for Tuoba Chen. The collision resonated with a thunderous impact. Zhu Guan had already attained a formidable level of 94 as a tidal Douluo, merely a step away from his pinnacle. Douluo, hindered by his poisonous abilities, had stagnated at level 91 for many years, rendering him incapable of evading Zhu Guan's onslaught. The formidable force of the wondrous chrysanthemum struck Douluo, who was soon met with Zhu Guan's relentless advance. 6th soul skill, golden stamen, flowing clouds. With this declaration, the wondrous chrysanthemum in Zhu Guan's grasp filled the surrounding trees with golden blossoms, channeling an immense surge of soul power that was unleashed with tremendous force. Douluo hastily summoned his defenses. 5th soul skill, serpent python celestial shield. A verdant shield materialized before him. The two potent energies converged, but ultimately, Zhu Guan proved slightly superior, breaching Douluo's protective barrier. Nevertheless, the energy of golden stamen, flowing clouds was significantly mitigated, leaving Douluo relatively unscathed. Yet, Zhu Guan was already preparing to unleash a second golden stamen, flowing clouds. Douluo internally lamented. In previous encounters, Zhu Guan had always held back, fully aware of the arduous journey to becoming a tidal Douluo, thus refraining from eliminating Douluo. However, today, the provocations had crossed a line. 8th soul skill, Gate of Sacred Light. 9th soul skill, Divine Azure Scales. Two colossal beams of energy collided. Yet one was an 8th soul skill and the other a 9th. Due to the longevity of Zhu Guan's 8th soul skill, it was not significantly inferior to the age of Douluo's 9th soul ring, resulting in a stalemate. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Douluo cast a glance at Tuoba Chen, concealed behind a tree, and a plan began to form in his mind. Unbeknownst to Tuoba Chen, who was engrossed in the spectacle of the fierce battle between two titled Douluos, he was witnessing power beyond imagination. After a series of exchanges, Zhu Yuguan sent Douluo hurtling backward with a strike of golden stamen, flowing clouds. Douluo spat forth a mouthful of green blood, chuckling, "Hee hee. You're on the brink of death. What is there to laugh about?" Zhu Yuguan suddenly felt an ominous premonition. "Look behind you," Douluo coldly remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuguan recalled something and turned around, only to discover that, unbeknownst to him, Tuoba Chen had become ensnared by a massive black serpent, which was constricting steadily, causing Tuoba Chen's originally pale face to turn a shade reminiscent of pig liver. "I feel so uncomfortable. Someone, please save me." Tuoba Chen found himself unable to breathe, a sensation he had never before experienced, silencing him completely. Gradually, he slipped into unconsciousness. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Yuguan nearly lost his sanity, instinctively wishing to slay the massive black python. However, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, unbeknownst to him. Douluo's hand had pierced through, and green venom swiftly coursed through his body. "You old poisoner. Ha ha ha, Zhu Yuguan. I never imagined you would fall to my hands because of a mere child." Realizing he was now at a disadvantage due to the poison, Zhu Yuguan declared. 8th Spirit Ability, Gate of Sacred Light. Without delay, Douluo countered 9th Spirit Ability, Azure Scale Divine Light. A tremendous clash of energy erupted, sending up clouds of dust. When the dust settled, Zhu Yuguan had vanished, yet a voice echoed in the air. "Old poisoner. Should you dare to harm a single hair on Shen'er, I shall annihilate your entire family." Douluo attempted to pursue, but found himself at a loss. Zhu Yuguan clutched his abdomen, hastily flying towards the direction of Spirit City. He sought the assistance of Ghost Douluo to rescue Tuoba Chen. Uncertain of the efficacy of his warning, he felt powerless. Having been poisoned by Douluo, he could not maintain a high level of combat. Retreating temporarily, he prayed for Tuoba Chen's safety. Should anything happen to him, he would regret it for the rest of his life. On the other hand, Douluo, gazing at the unconscious Tuoba Chen, hesitated to act. Zhu Yuguan's warning had taken effect, though he could die alone. What of his granddaughter, Dong Guyin? Could she withstand Zhu Yuguan's pursuit? Regret washed over him for his previous actions. Zhu Yuguan's strength had far exceeded his expectations. He realized that he had likely refrained from killing him before out of a desire to spare him, but now that he had provoked him, he understood the true terror of his opponent. Furthermore, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that Zhu Yuguan might seek aid from his dear friend, Ghost Douluo. Chapter 102. Speak. Why have you ceased your tale? The 9th update. Subscriptions are requested. Tuoba Chen gradually regained consciousness, and upon awakening, he promptly examined himself, relieved to find that nothing was amiss. He then surveyed his surroundings and noticed, not far from him, a striking juxtaposition of an iceberg and a volcano. Recognizing these iconic landmarks, he instantly comprehended his location. He was at the Eye of Ice and Fire, the fabled garden of the old poison master. It was astonishing that he had arrived at this long-coveted place in such a manner. Fate indeed plays its tricks. With a wry smile, Tuoba Chen remarked on the absurdity of it all. He immediately set about searching for the elusive celestial chrysanthemum, should he find it. Consuming it would grant him an indestructible body, thereby extending the duration of his 3rd soul ring. "Why are you still dawdling here after waking up?" Suddenly, the voice of Douluo pierced through his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen's expression shifted. He had no illusions about Douluo's intentions. Following the sound of the voice, he cautiously approached the elder. Before him stood Douluo, with green hair and eyes, and Tuoba Chen felt a wave of despair. Unlike Tang San, who possessed the means to counteract the elder's poisonous arts, he had no such recourse. Would he be done in by this old man? Tuoba Chen pondered anxiously. Douluo scrutinized Tuoba Chen and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. His memory was sharp, and if he found him familiar, it was certain they had crossed paths before. Before long, he recalled having seen him at a banquet. "It's you." Recognizing Tuoba Chen, Douluo exclaimed. "It is I, Senior Douluo." Tuoba Chen replied with a hint of resignation. "Aren't you Yin Yin S Jr.? How is it that you are associated with Zhu Yueg, one of the Spirit Hall? And why does he protect you so fiercely? Who exactly are you?" Douluo inquired. At a loss for words, Tuoba Chen found himself at an impasse. He was neither Bibi Dong nor Zhu Yueg, and his attempts to feign innocence would be futile. Ultimately, He had no choice but to recount his experiences from Shenglong's sect to the Spirit Hall in full detail. He was not adept at deceit, and there was nothing in his tale that needed concealing, nor would it reveal his identity as a time traveler. Douluo listened intently for a full half-hour. He had merely asked for Tuoba Chen's identity, yet the latter had earnestly divulged his entire background. Douluo did not suspect Tuoba Chen of lying, for it was improbable that anyone, even a genius, could fabricate such an extraordinary yet plausible story in such a short span. Moreover, for reasons unknown, Tuoba Chen's narrative was rather engaging, and Douluo found himself unable to resist the urge to hear more. As Tuoba Chen paused, Douluo prompted, "Speak. Why have you stopped?" "Tuoba Chen, there is nothing more to say, senior. Afterwards, I found myself captured by you here." Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Douluo momentarily choked, as memories of the recent battle flooded his mind. He had previously believed that Douluo and Tuoba Chen were somehow related, only to discover that they shared no such connection. Yet, he was still unable to swallow his resentment. Years ago, his son had perished due to the overwhelming potency of his poison, leading Douluo to lose control and offend the Spirit Hall by killing a significant figure, which resulted in being pursued by Jiu Yueguan. Had he not encountered the forces of the Snow Star Prince from the Heavendo Empire, he would have long since succumbed to Jiu Yueguan's hands. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Jiu Yueguan was an enigmatic individual. This was the root of their long-standing enmity. In truth, since that fateful encounter, Douluo had persistently sought trouble with Jiu Yueguan, who, after defeating him, chose not to kill him. During their previous confrontations, Jiu Yueguan would often remark on the value of Douluo's hard-earned cultivation, sparing his life. Reflecting on it now, he realized that there was no deeply rooted hatred between them, merely a reckless desire for self-destruction. In recent years, his skills had stagnated due to his reliance on poison, while Jiu Yueguan's power had only grown. Yet, he remained oblivious to this progression. It was only today that he comprehended the truth. Their previous battles had been evenly matched only because Jiu Yueguan had been holding back. In a genuine confrontation, he was no match for Jiu Yueguan at all. Following Jiu Yueguan's warning, he finally recognized that he was not entirely alone in this world. If he were to risk the life of this young man before him in exchange for his own granddaughter's safety, he questioned whether it was truly worth it. Ultimately, he concluded it was not, for the young man was not Douluo's true kin. Jiu Yueguan would mourn for a mere 2 days at most. But the life of his granddaughter was irreplaceable, making such a trade impossible. Tuoba Chen gazed at the pensive Douluo before him, scarcely daring to breathe, terrified that the latter might obliterate him in an instant. After what seemed an eternity, Douluo finally emerged from his reverie, eyeing the young man with visible uncertainty. Neither releasing nor detaining him seemed appropriate. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, "Go cultivate on your own. Don't linger in my sight." Hearing Douluo's response, Tuoba Chen was momentarily stunned. What in the world? He thought. He summoned me here just to hear my background story? Truth be told, Tuoba Chen couldn't fathom the elder's intentions. Much of the original plot from Douluo had faded from his memory. Yet Douluo wasn't known for being this accommodating. Could I really possess some innate charisma that endears me to these elders? Deciding not to dwell on the inexplicable, he focused on cultivation. Even without a spirit ring, he could still accumulate spirit power, unleashing it all once he obtained one. Some time later, Douluo observed Tuoba Chen meditating beside the icy spring of the ice and fire yin-yang well, and couldn't help but muse. This brat truly has nerves of steel to cultivate so earnestly under these circumstances. Tuoba Chen did not employ the cultivation methods of the Azure Dragon technique. Rather, he opted for the ordinary practices. After all, the cultivation methods of the Azure Dragon technique could also be mastered by other dragon-type soul masters, holding considerable value. And it was a unique legacy from his uncle Mo, which he preferred to keep concealed. Subsequently, Douluo observed a vine stealthily slithering toward Tuoba Chen. Yet he remained oblivious. In desperation, he emitted a wisp of poisonous smoke, which sent the vine retreating. Watching Tuoba Chen continue his training, Douluo felt a sense of foreboding. It seemed he had unwittingly invited a troublesome guest. As the day wore on, Tuoba Chen began to feel hunger gnawing at him. But his Azure Dragon pendant was devoid of sustenance, containing only an assortment of high-grade medicinal herbs. Not daring to approach the engrossed Douluo nearby, he could only endure his hunger with a forlorn expression while he persisted in his cultivation. By the break of dawn the following day, Tuoba Chen could no longer withstand his hunger. He found himself unable to continue his training, having grown up accustomed to abundant feasts. The stark contrast of his current predicament was jarring. It had been a long time since he had experienced such deprivation. And now he hesitated to even voice a simple request for a hearty meal. Not long thereafter, Douluo concluded his own training. Unable to ignore the intense gaze directed at him, even with his esteemed title as a Soul Douluo, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of disregarding it. Turning to face Tuoba Chen's pitiful expression, he felt compelled to utter a few words, yet the sight rendered him speechless. After a prolonged silence, he finally sighed and asked, "What troubles you?" "I am hungry," Tuoba Chen replied, his stomach growling audibly. His stomach let out a compliant growl, prompting him to glance down at it before he continued to regard with a certain intensity. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the gaze, retorted, "Just wait." With that, he turned and departed. As soon as left, his attention shifted to the extraordinary, which tantalized him greatly. He yearned to consume it and flee. Yet, he refrained from acting on that impulse, for he held no confidence in his ability to escape the clutches of. After some contemplation, he redirected his focus to the Eye of Ice and Fire, envisioning it as a delectable hot pot, thus forcing himself to shift his objective due to his growing hunger. Meanwhile, had not truly departed, he was secretly observing, genuinely apprehensive that the latter might attempt to flee. More accurately, he feared that should escape and inadvertently trigger the array he had set, it could lead to an untimely demise outside. If were to discover his lifeless form upon seeking him, his granddaughter would be doomed. Observing his compliance in remaining stationary, he mused that the little rascal was unexpectedly docile, which would save him considerable trouble. A quarter of an hour later, approached, dragging a colossal wild boar before him. Could hardly believe his eyes, had actually brought him food. He tossed the boar at his feet, stating, "Handle it yourself, and don't bother me." With that, he resumed his cultivation and recovery, having expended considerable energy during his battle with. Undeterred by the immense boar before him, set to work without hesitation, skillfully skinning, gutting, and cleaning it before commencing the roasting process. During his time at the, he had occasionally returned to the kitchen to assist, absorbing the latter's culinary expertise. In the art of roasting meat, he had developed considerable prowess. Instead of roasting the entire boar, he expertly severed a leg, preserving the remainder within his, for such exquisite boar meat was not to be wasted. Tuoba Chen discerned that the wild boar brought back by Douluo possessed at least 3 millennia of cultivation, qualifying it as an exceptionally high-grade meat. Before long, an enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, captivating Douluo, who was engrossed in his cultivation. To be candid, following the fierce battle 2 days prior, he had not consumed any food, and coupled with the need for nourishment to aid in his recovery, he found himself quite famished. His previous anxiety had obscured his awareness of hunger, but the savory scent now ignited his cravings. Once the meat was finally roasted, Tuoba Chen suddenly noticed a towering figure looming behind him. Turning around, he saw Douluo gazing intently at the piece of meat in his hands. Reluctantly, he asked, "Elder Douluo, would you care to join me?" Douluo nodded gently and accepted the roasted meat. Tuoba Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had merely been polite, and he was on the verge of starvation. With no other choice, he resolved to roast another piece. After taking a bite of the meat, Douluo, perhaps maintaining the demeanor expected of a master, started with a small morsel. However, once he tasted it, his eyes lit up, and he began to devour it voraciously. Observing Douluo's enthusiasm, Tuoba Chen realized that one piece would hardly suffice for him. Thus, he brought forth the entire wild boar, dividing it into 8 substantial portions and placing them over the fire to roast. As soon as Douluo finished one piece, Tuoba Chen promptly offered him another. Douluo hesitated for a moment, glancing at Tuoba Chen, who was still busy roasting more meat, before accepting and enjoying the next piece. Not long after, Tuoba Chen finally savored his first bite of meat, overwhelmed with relief at the long-awaited taste. As Douluo continued to eat, he found Tuoba Chen less bothersome, his fondness for the young man increasing slightly. After all, the boy was not entirely useless. Watching Douluo consume the meat with such gusto, Tuoba Chen felt that perhaps he was not as difficult to converse with as he had initially thought. Thus, he cautiously inquired, "Elder Douluo, why did you and Grandpa engage in a conflict? Is your relationship strained?" He genuinely did not recall the nature of their enmity, having long forgotten the details of the original tale he had read. After a moment of hesitation, Douluo looked into Tuoba Chen's earnest eyes and gradually began to recount the events of his past. He was uncertain why he felt compelled to share. There was something about this boy that seemed to possess a unique charm. Despite their unfamiliarity, Tuoba Chen exuded a sense of reliability that urged him to confide in him. Upon absorbing Douluo's account, Tuoba Chen recalled the potency of the elder's toxic abilities, which had led to the demise of his own wife and son. Struck by the weight of this revelation, he found himself at a loss for words. This was not something that could be blamed solely on Douluo. He had not intended for his poison to wreak such havoc. In that moment, he was unsure how to console the elder. Having released the burdensome secrets he had harbored for years, Douluo felt a significant weight lift from his heart. I apologize, elder. I should not have pried into your past and brought up painful memories, Tuoba Chen said. Douluo shook his head in response, saying, It's nothing. I chose to share this. They are merely old tales, though I have yet to fully move on from them. End of chapter 10. I truly have nothing left to give. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your support. Chapter 104. Do you desire that herb? It is yours. Tuoba Chen gazed at Douluo and felt a profound sense of pity for him. In the past, while reading novels, he had never perceived this sentiment. However, hearing the man's account firsthand, the sorrowful glint in his eyes evoked a twinge of compassion. Despite recognizing the other's plight, he found himself devoid of any means to provide assistance. Unbeknownst to Tuoba Chen, in a few days, when Jiyu Guan would arrive with reinforcements, Douluo's situation would become even more tragic. At that moment, having been rendered unconscious by Douluo, Tuoba Chen remained oblivious to the harsh words that Jiyu Guan had uttered in the background. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen gradually engaged in conversation with Douluo. Given that Douluo harbored no intent to take his life, Tuoba Chen began to relax. As their dialogue deepened, he found himself increasingly at ease, eventually forgetting the reasons for his presence in that place. In time, they both immersed themselves in their respective cultivation. This serene state persisted until the depths of night, when, just as the moon reached its zenith, a piercing scream suddenly emanated from Douluo's direction. Awakened by the sound, Tuoba Chen turned his gaze towards Douluo, only to discover him sprawled on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, his body convulsing in agony. Witnessing this distressing scene, Tuoba Chen suddenly recalled that Douluo seemed to endure torment from his own snake venom each night. With this thought in mind, he hastily summoned the pharmacological knowledge he had diligently studied over time. As he surveyed his surroundings, he quickly spotted what he sought, a small flower of vibrant emerald hue. After carefully plucking the delicate blossom, he retrieved several rare medicinal herbs from his long dragon pendant, grinding them into a fine powder within a small bowl, before adding a splash of water to create a mixture. Finally, he incorporated a few drops of his own blood, rich in the essence of the cold spirit grass and imbued with the potent properties of dragon's blood, renowned for its formidable antitoxicity. Upon completing this process, a liquid of deep violet hue emerged within the bowl, resembling a potent poison. Tuoba Chen hurriedly approached Douluo, exclaiming, Senior Douluo, please drink this at once. Despite being engulfed in excruciating pain, Douluo could not utter a single word. However, this did not imply that he was oblivious to his surroundings. As he gazed at the peculiar bowl of medicinal soup in Tuoba Chen's hand, he instinctively recoiled, hesitating to voice his refusal. Upon witnessing this scene, Tuoba Chen took a sip and then opened his mouth to display it to the other party. Only then did Douluo obediently part his lips and consume the concoction prepared by Tuoba Chen in one swift motion. However, as he swallowed, Douluo's expression contorted slightly, indicating that the taste of the medicinal brew was rather unpleasant. Yet, after he finished, he found that the excruciating pain had remarkably diminished. Tuoba Chen observed as Douluo gradually regained his composure, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. After a brief pause, Douluo inquired, Why do you choose to assist me? Tuoba Chen replied, Because you are in great pain. Douluo continued, You know, you could have easily escaped during that moment. Following Douluo's statement, Tuoba Chen fell silent. Noticing his reticence, Douluo expressed his gratitude. Thank you. He began to regret having brought Tuoba Chen here, recognizing him as a good person. Douluo reflected on his own life, having vanquished countless evildoers. Yet he had never harmed an innocent soul. Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen wrestled with his own emotions, questioning why his compassion had resurfaced. Douluo was indeed correct. He could have simply fled after harvesting the celestial herbs. He lamented the squandered opportunity, pondering how long Douluo would remain in such a state of suffering. The poignant stories Douluo had shared earlier weighed heavily on Tuoba Chen's heart, compelling him to offer assistance in the face of Douluo's agony. After a significant silence, Douluo's pain had completely subsided. He addressed Tuoba Chen, Young one, what was that elixir you gave me? How did it alleviate my suffering so effectively? Without hesitation, Tuoba Chen responded, What you consumed was an analgesic concoction, crafted from powdered licorice, green flower, and sea thorn, mixed with water. Additionally, diluted frost spirit herb powder and dragon's blood were incorporated, providing potent antitoxic and analgesic properties. This medicinal brew is remarkably effective in alleviating your symptoms. Tuoba Chen did not speak falsehoods. His assertions were indeed true. Aside from his cultivation, he devoted a significant portion of his time to reading. He had delved into literature on soul beasts and had explored various texts on herbs. The formula for this analgesic was one he had conceived in the past, though he had not anticipated its remarkable efficacy. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Douluo nodded in acknowledgement. He too possessed a deep understanding of pharmacology. Yet his mind was somewhat rigid, lacking the flexibility to innovate or create these medicines independently. However, had he not been so obstinate, he would not have persistently troubled Zhu Yuguan. Interrupting Tuoba Chen, Douluo remarked, "The Hanlian grass is exceedingly precious. There are scarcely a few specimens in my medicinal garden. What shall we do in the absence of Hanlian grass? In lieu of Hanlian grass, we can substitute it with Han grass. Though the dosage required is considerably greater and the preparation time is prolonged, resulting in slightly diminished effects." "Oh, I see," Douluo responded, nodding like a diligent student. After a significant pause, Douluo suddenly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." "No need for thanks," Tuoba Chen replied. The atmosphere between the two fell once more into an unusual silence. "How have you acquired such a profound knowledge of pharmacology?" "I have a penchant for reading," Tuoba Chen answered. "Can this formula alleviate my suffering in the long term?" "It cannot. It will merely inhibit its further deterioration." After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Douluo appeared somewhat taken aback. He had merely intended to evade the awkward atmosphere and initiate a conversation, believing that Tuoba Chen's prescription was nothing more than a standard analgesic. To his surprise, he learned that it could also inhibit the deterioration of his poison. "Are you certain?" Douluo inquired. "I am indeed certain," Tuoba Chen replied. "As long as there is high-purity dragon blood, it can effectively suppress the worsening of your injuries." Tuoba Chen was truthful. The resistance of dragons to toxins is renowned, and high-purity dragon blood is particularly potent, albeit somewhat challenging to procure. Nevertheless, he had faith that Douluo's capabilities would enable him to acquire it. After a considerable pause, Douluo pointed towards the peculiar mushroom in his medicinal garden known as the celestial chrysanthemum and remarked, "Are you interested in that?" Douluo's sudden interjection momentarily stunned Tuoba Chen, who responded, "How could you possibly know, Senior?" Douluo remained silent. Recalling that during his search for food earlier in the day, he had observed Tuoba Chen's gaze lingering on the celestial chrysanthemum for quite some time, leading him to deduce that this was indeed what Tuoba Chen desired, hence his inquiry. Tuoba Chen nodded honestly, for he truly desired the rare Qi Rong Tong Tianju. Observing Tuoba Chen's reaction, Douluo remarked, "I shall gift it to you. Consider it a token of gratitude for your medicinal formula." Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen could scarcely believe his luck. Acquiring the Qi Rong Tong Tianju had been so effortless, it felt almost surreal. Was he truly the protagonist of this tale? Chapter 105, Devouring the Qi Rong Tong Tianju. Why are you still dawdling? Don't you want it? Oh. With Douluo's words, Tuoba Chen snapped back to reality. To be candid, Douluo was remarkably generous, offering such a divine herb without hesitation. Yet, Tuoba Chen harbored doubts about whether Douluo truly recognized the value of these celestial herbs, questioning if his audacity stemmed from ignorance of their properties. In his previous readings, Tuoba Chen had perceived that while Douluo possessed some knowledge of pharmacology, he seemed particularly adept at handling poisons rather than healing or detoxification. Nevertheless, such musings were not pertinent at present. He retrieved a jade spade he had prepared earlier and carefully uprooted the Qi Rong Tong Tianju. After clearing away the surrounding soil, Tuoba Chen swallowed it whole. Immediately, he fell into a meditative state. Unlike the experience with Hanling Chao, the Qi Rong Tong Tianju bore no adverse effects. Instead, it enveloped him in a comforting warmth, significantly enhancing his physical prowess. Meanwhile, at the spirit hall, Zhu Yueguan stumbled toward the entrance. The guarding soldiers rushed to support him upon seeing his condition. "My lord, what troubles you?" Over the past few days, Zhu Yueguan had been afflicted with a severe poison, but had not paused to rest or heal, dedicating himself solely to the journey to seek assistance at the spirit hall. Finally arriving, he could no longer sustain himself and collapsed. The surrounding soldiers quickly lifted him to rest while dispatching someone to inform Bibi Dong. At that moment, Bibi Dong was attending to affairs in the Pope's chamber when she heard the commotion outside. "Who is causing such a ruckus?" "Reporting to your holiness. A soldier is shouting that something has happened to Lord Yueguan." A guard responded. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression tightened. Had something happened to Tuoba Chen, whom Zhu Yueguan had escorted home? Quickly, let that soldier lead me to Zhu Yueguan. The guard was taken aback by Bibi Dong's unusual display of urgency, having never witnessed her in such a flustered state before. However, he quickly complied, leading her to Zhu Yueguan. Upon arrival, she found him lying on a bed. His skin tinged green, his face contorted in agony. Bibi Dong recognized the severity of the poison afflicting him. Though she felt compelled to admonish him for failing to protect Tuoba Chen, her immediate priority was to revive him to ascertain Tuoba Chen's whereabouts. Placing her palm on Zhu Yueguan's forehead, she concentrated her spirit energy to gradually expel the toxins from his body. After half an hour, she broke into a cold sweat. She was not yet the unparalleled title Douluo of level 99, and purging the poison was proving to be a considerable challenge. Eventually, Zhu Yueguan coughed violently, expelling a pool of green poisonous blood that corroded the nearby cabinet. The attending guard gasped in astonishment at the potency of the toxin. As the poison was expelled, Zhu Yueguan regained consciousness, the first face he beheld being that of the Pope. For a moment, he thought he was dreaming, astonished to see this formidable woman before him. Zhu Yueguan, where is Tuoba Chen? Why have you returned alone, and in such a poisoned state? Upon hearing Bibi Dong's inquiries, Zhu Yueguan finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Your Holiness, Tuoba Chen has been captured by Du Gubo. What? Bibi Dong's heart raced at Zhu Yueguan's revelation. The old poison master had dared to seize Tuoba Chen. A surge of anger coursed through her. How could he allow such a thing to happen? After a brief moment of recovery, Zhu Yueguan sprang to his feet. Your Holiness, we must rescue Tuoba Chen. I know the location of that old poison master as secret lair. If we hurry, there may still be hope. Bibi Dong nodded reluctantly, recognizing that they had no other choice. Thus, for the sake of a mere 30-level spirit master, the spirit hall mobilized its pope, Bibi Dong, along with the esteemed elder Zhu Yueguan, an unlikely alliance that would raise eyebrows if ever spoken of. Half a day later, Tuoba Chen exhaled in relief. The Qirong Tong Tian Zhu had indeed lived up to its reputation as a celestial herb. The process of absorption had been remarkably smooth, devoid of any discomfort. The only drawback was its overwhelming potency. He could not fully absorb its effects, leaving a significant portion of its power residual within him. Fortunately, due to his long-term consumption of medicinal herbs, his body had adapted to have an exceptional affinity for them, ensuring that this residual power would not dissipate but rather remain, awaiting gradual assimilation. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen awaken, Du Gubo inquired, "How do you feel? Have you absorbed it all?" "Yes, thank you, Senior. No need for gratitude. I have stated that this is an equitable exchange." After a moment, Du Gubo noticed Tuoba Chen gazing intently at him, as if seeking further assistance. "Speak. What else do you require?" Tuoba Chen quickly replied, "Senior Du Gu, could you assist me with a soul pressure test?" Du Gubo was momentarily taken aback, anticipating a more delicate request. Very well. He agreed with a nonchalant demeanor, embodying the essence of a title Douluo. Following the same procedure as before, Tuoba Chen stood ready. Although he had not fully absorbed the Qirong Tong Tian Zhu's power, he had nonetheless gained a measure of invulnerability. His physical strength had undoubtedly increased. Du Gubo, seeing Tuoba Chen prepared, wasted no words and began to exert his soul power upon him. Being cautious not to harm Tuoba Chen, he was even more careful than he had been with Zhu Yueguan, recalling Zhu Yueguan's stern warning against any harm coming to Tuoba Chen. 20 level, 23 level, 23 level as he casually increased the soul pressure. Shock grew in his eyes. He had not anticipated such extraordinary talent from Tuoba Chen. Half an hour later, 42 level. Enough, Senior, I can't bear it any longer. Chapter 106. The Soul Grass. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Du Gubo immediately ceased his pressure. If he recalled correctly, Tuoba Chen possessed only 2 soul rings at level 42. His appearance in the Sunset Forest likely indicated a quest for additional soul rings. It was truly astonishing for someone at level 30 to exhibit the capacity of a level 42. Contemplating this, Du Gubo regarded the young man with a more serious demeanor. He began to understand why Zhu Yueguan held Tuoba Chen in such high esteem. Within the Spirit Hall, Tuoba Chen was undoubtedly among the ranks of the most talented individuals. It was no wonder Zhu Yueguan had been so anxious when Du Gubo attempted to attack him. Finally, with a sigh of relief, Tuoba Chen inquired, "Senior, what is my soul pressure test level?" "Level 42. Your talent is remarkably high." "Level 42? Tuoba Chen replied in a soft voice. Upon hearing this outcome, he felt quite satisfied. Given this development, his threshold for endurance had risen. The lifespan of a soul ring at level 40 is approximately 5,000 years, while that of a level 50 soul ring is around 12,000 years. Currently, his limit stands at level 42, which suggests that his capacity for the third soul ring should be roughly 6,300 years. 6,300 years is quite commendable, especially considering that Tang San's third soul ring, the man-faced demon spider, appears to be merely 2,000 years old. However, to be on the safe side, he still needed to make some preparations. "Senior, may I utilize some ghost grass?" Tuoba Chen tentatively inquired, since Douluo had already bestowed upon him celestial herbs. Surely some soul shade grass wouldn't be too much to ask, though it was by no means common fare. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Douluo remained silent, offering only a subtle nod of assent. After all, a master of his stature maintained an air of dignified reticence. While soul shade grass was exceedingly rare, virtually unobtainable across the continent, it held little practical value for someone of Douluo's standing. Grateful for the tacit approval, Tuoba Chen expressed his thanks before making his way toward the soul shade grass. Truly, the ice fire Yin-Yang well lived up to its reputation as one of the 3 great medicinal paradises, beyond the celestial grade herbs. It housed an abundance of the finest botanical treasures. As its name suggested, soul shade grass was linked to the spirit, capable of enhancing one's soul power. Absorbing a spirit ring beyond one's level was perilous indeed, leaving Tuoba Chen no choice but to proceed with utmost caution. With his physical strength already meeting the requirements, his soul power could not afford to lag behind. Surveying the 15 stalks of soul shade grass near the icy spring, Tuoba Chen deliberated briefly before selecting 3. With Douluo observing, he dared not take more, and in any case, 3 would suffice for his purposes. After carefully comparing their sizes, he chose the largest of the 3 and placed it into the small bowl he had brought with him. He made no attempt to conceal his actions, and Douluo watched with keen interest as the young man busied himself with his preparations. This youth had somehow managed to alleviate the torment of his poison, an intriguing feat that had piqued Douluo's curiosity. Now, he waited to see what else Tuoba Chen might accomplish. After Tuoba Chen crushed the spectral herb into a fine powder, he refrained from adding any other ingredients. Instead, he retrieved a large cauldron and tossed in gentle herbs such as licorice and mulberries, subsequently heating the pot. Approximately half an hour later, once the licorice and other herbs had dissolved, he poured in the pre-ground spectral herb powder. Covering the cauldron, he patiently awaited the outcome. Observing Tuoba Chen's actions, Douluo quickly realized the young man was adept at alchemy. Indeed, he possessed considerable skill. Occasionally lifted the pot lid to inspect the contents within, not merely to check on the food, but to assess the situation. After a full 3 hours, he extinguished the fire and extracted a mass that resembled sludge, burnt to a consistency akin to mud. Once cooled, he fashioned it into pills. These pills bore little difference from ordinary nether grass in terms of medicinal potency. However, the addition of licorice and other herbs rendered them gentler in effect. Subsequently, he retrieved a soul-devouring herb from his Songlong pendant, employing the same method to transform it into a pill. Douluo remained utterly oblivious to the nature of his endeavors, yet was acutely aware of the utility of these concoctions. Nether grass, when consumed unprocessed, could incrementally and permanently enhance the host's soul power. Nevertheless, sought more than just a modest increase in soul power. His meticulous approach was rooted in a desire for stability. The last time he absorbed a second soul ring, he encountered perilous circumstances. Having learned from that experience, he was determined not to recklessly attempt a level-up absorption without sufficient preparation. While licorice and similar herbs do not directly enhance medicinal power, they facilitate a swifter absorption of the nether grass's potency upon consumption. The inclusion of the soul-devouring herb was intentional, as its effects countered those of the nether grass. When consumed together, the weaker potency of the soul-devouring herb would clash with the nether grass, stimulating its effects and allowing the potency to be fully unleashed in a brief period. This would result in a surge of soul power, but would negate the nether grass's original capability for permanent enhancement. However, during the absorption of a soul ring, a temporary spike in soul power sufficed to prevent weakness that might lead to backlash from the soul ring. As for the other 2 nether grasses, he intended to consume them using standard methods. This entire plan had been in the making for 3 years, thwarted until now due to the unavailability of nether grass. Fortunately, the old Poison Master's garden had everything he needed, resolving this dilemma for him. Before absorbing the 3rd soul ring, he would consume these 2 pills. And with his physical strength, he would be assured of success. Douluo watched in bewilderment as performed his intricate operations, unable to decipher his actions. Lacking expertise in pharmacology, he found himself at a loss compared to who was well-versed in such knowledge. Afterward, swallowed a piece of nether grass in one swift motion and began to absorb its medicinal power. It was undeniable that being in the old Poison Master's garden was incredibly delightful, instilling in him a reluctance to leave. In just 4 hours, he had fully absorbed the 2 doses of nether grass, as they were not as laborious to assimilate as top-tier herbs like the celestial mushroom. After the absorption, felt invigorated, as if he had never been so alert, even sensing an improvement in his vision. Douluo, noting S demeanor, grew curious. Although appeared unchanged, there was an undeniable brilliance about him. Could the nether grass truly have such profound effects? With this thought in mind, as began his training, Douluo took a piece to taste, then proceeded to train, noticing a slight increase in his soul power. Is this all? He thought, inwardly cursing. For his substantial soul, this meager increase felt negligible. That night, resumed his role as a cooking tool, and for reasons unknown, Douluo consumed an unusually large amount, devouring most of the freshly caught soul beasts. Tuoba Chen observed the despondent demeanor of Douluo, mistakenly assuming that he was preoccupied with concerns regarding poison. Little did he know, Douluo harbored entirely different thoughts. Tuoba Chen pondered for a moment. Indeed, Douluo had treated him rather well in recent days, so he decided to disclose the significance of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes to him. By doing so, he could prompt Douluo to collect the 2 celestial herbs, the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fire apricot blossom, in advance. This would effectively diminish Tang San's strength. Although he harbored no desire to eliminate Tang San without cause, weakening him seemed permissible. Without the celestial herbs, Tang San and his team would be unable to advance, and consequently, Xiao Wu's true identity would remain undiscovered by the Spirit Hall. If they were not exposed, they would not be separated, thus averting the subsequent events in Douluo continent. The Spirit Hall would then unify the entirety of Douluo continent, restoring tranquility across the land. Strikingly, Tuoba Chen realized he was contributing to the greater good of Douluo continent. It seemed he had stumbled upon something of great significance. With this thought in mind, he hurriedly inquired of Douluo, Senior Douluo, how did you come to discover the ice and fire yin-yang eyes? Although he was aware that Douluo did not know the name of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, he feigned ignorance, pretending that Douluo was aware of its nomenclature. As anticipated, upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Douluo expressed his confusion. Ice and fire yin-yang eyes? Instinctively, he glanced towards the nearby ice mountain and volcano, questioning, is this what they are called? Indeed, Senior, were you not aware? Tuoba Chen replied, I was not. Douluo answered candidly. Observing Douluo's reaction, Tuoba Chen deliberately remarked, no wonder, had you known what this was, your son would not have perished from poison. At Tuoba Chen's words, Douluo's pupils contracted, urgency evident in his voice as he asked, what did you say? Can the ice and fire yin-yang eyes cure my snake venom? Indeed, Senior. More precisely, it is the 2 celestial herbs within the ice and fire yin-yang eyes that can heal your snake venom. The 2 herbs are the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fire apricot blossom. The extreme cold and heat possess potent counteractive properties against toxins. However, consuming either one alone would result in severe poisoning. Yet, if both are ingested simultaneously, the toxicity is significantly reduced, and they can neutralize any lethal poison, bestowing one with an immunity to all toxins. Given your constitution, you would undoubtedly withstand the harm while the 2 celestial herbs are being neutralized. I initially thought you were deliberately abstaining from consuming them. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's explanation, Douluo appeared crestfallen, lamenting, so that is how it is. Had I known sooner, my ex-Heir would not have died. With that, Douluo made his way toward the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. Upon witnessing this scene, Tuoba Chen swiftly intervened, asking, Senior, what are you intending to do? In response to Tuoba Chen's inquiry, Douluo replied, to consume them. Of course. Are you feigning ignorance? Tuoba Chen continued, Senior, you must understand that while devouring them may alleviate the poison, it will concurrently dissipate your own poisonous energy. This is precisely why I previously suspected you were intentionally refraining from consumption. Hearing this, Douluo's outstretched hand froze in midair, if it indeed meant losing his poisonous prowess. He found it difficult to proceed. Douluo pondered, what should I do then? Tuoba Chen suggested, you could offer the herbs to Senior Douluo. Her current toxicity is not profound. After consuming 2 celestial herbs, she should be able to rid herself of the affliction and experience rapid advancement in her cultivation, allowing her to pivot towards other pursuits. Furthermore, once Senior Douluo ingests these celestial herbs, you could extract a few drops of her blood each time, which would effectively suppress your poisonous energy. As for your own toxicity, you might consider locating a soul bone to channel the majority of the toxins within you, thereby fundamentally resolving the issue. Tuoba Chen articulated all the fragments of memory he possessed, perhaps not entirely exhaustive, but sufficiently accurate in essence. Regarding the 2 celestial herbs, he was uncertain when he would have the chance to return to this place. Consuming them himself was not an option, and damaging them would be a waste. Thus, he deemed it a favor to elucidate their true purpose to Douluo, ensuring they would not be squandered. After pausing to reflect on Tuoba Chen's words, Douluo fell into silence, remarking, how do you possess such extensive knowledge? Where did you acquire it? In recent days, Tuoba Chen had astonished Douluo with numerous revelations, and he was taken aback to discover that the means to resolve his toxic affliction was right before him. If only Tuoba Chen had appeared in his life sooner, perhaps he could have enjoyed a blissful and harmonious family life. In response to Douluo's inquiry, Tuoba Chen readily replied, Senior, I have always been fond of studying pharmacological literature since childhood, and Senior Jiyue Guan has imparted considerable knowledge to me, which is why I am so well informed. He was truthful in his assertion. Indeed, he had grown up immersed in the world of medicine and pharmacology, making ignorance impossible. However, his knowledge of the ice and fire yin-yang stemmed from memories of novels read in a past life. After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Douluo responded, all right, I will bring yin-yin tomorrow. Hearing Douluo's words, Tuoba Chen quickly intervened, saying, no, how many levels is Senior Sister at now? We should at least wait until she reaches the Soul Sect. At that time, you will need to ensure her safety with all your strength. In any case, the higher her soul power, the greater the dangers she will face at the Soul Sect. It would be better to wait until she reaches the Soul King. After all, the higher, the safer. Otherwise, her current body won't be able to withstand the effects of both types of potions. I trust you. Douluo was no fool. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, he felt there was no deception. He possessed some knowledge of medicine, and Tuoba Chen's statements were sound. However, this meant his debt of gratitude to Tuoba Chen had grown significantly. After contemplating for a moment, he said, Little one, would you like me to assist you in obtaining your 3rd soul ring? Let us leave it at that for today. I'm still recovering from yesterday's exhaustion and cannot afford to be drained again. Chapter 108. The Wronged Armored Dragon in the Sunset Forest. A colossal armored dragon was frantically fleeing, pursued by 2 figures, one large and one small. Douluo observed the armored dragon before him with a sense of helplessness. After all these years, he thought it would be a simple matter to kill a mere 1,000-year soul beast with a touch of poison. He possessed skills capable of instantly killing the armored dragon, yet what he sought was not death, but rather to incapacitate it, leaving it with only a breath of life. Unfortunately, he lacked physical skills. His only physical attack was his 9th soul skill, Azure Scale's Divine Light. It would be reckless to employ his 9th soul skill against such a young 6,000-year armored dragon, for a careless strike might obliterate it entirely. Besides the Azure Scale's Divine Light, his only recourse was basic attacks, but the defense of this 6,000-year armored dragon rivaled that of a 10,000-year soul beast. Even as a titled Douluo, he could not inflict serious harm with a single punch. Thus, he had to gradually wear it down, especially since it was a soul beast favored by the little one beside him. With each of Douluo's attacks, a new wound appeared on the armored dragon, leaving a trail of its blood behind. As the armored dragon grew weaker, they found themselves at the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. At that moment, the armored dragon collapsed with a thunderous crash. However, it was not yet dead. It had merely lost too much blood and lacked the strength to flee. Witnessing this, Douluo and Tuoba Chen exchanged a glance and nodded. Tuoba Chen then dashed forward, brandishing a cold iron dagger, and plunged it into the armored dragon's throat. The weakened armored dragon merely thrashed a couple of times before ceasing its struggles. Gradually, a deep purple soul ring began to rise above its head. Upon seeing this soul ring, Tuoba Chen immediately produced the previously prepared Ghost Grass Pill and Soul Devouring Grass Pill, swallowing them both. After approximately 5 minutes, when he sensed the potency of the potions had peaked, he promptly sat cross-legged to begin absorbing the soul ring. Beside him, Douluo felt a twinge of anxiety, for he had never witnessed anyone absorb a soul ring from a 6,000-year soul beast. He was uncertain. Initially, he had hesitated, but upon seeing that Tuoba Chen's second soul ring was purple, he agreed to this course of action. Otherwise, he would not have consented to assist in hunting this soul beast. If he saw Tuoba Chen in danger, he would intervene immediately. As before, a massive phantom of the armored dragon materialized in Tuoba Chen's sea of spirit, yet this phantom was far more solid than that of the clawed dragon. Unlike the clawed dragon, the phantom of the armored dragon, having consumed the ghost grass pill and soul-devouring grass pill, manifested as a fearsome entity, its size surpassing that of the armored dragon by half. Gazing at the phantom before him, Tuoba Chen licked his lips, for this was indeed the armored dragon, a freshly matured 6,000-year specimen. It is known that the armored dragon is regarded by the white-armored earth dragon soul masters as one of the most suitable soul beasts for them. Every white-armored earth dragon soul master dreams of having an armored dragon as their soul ring, not for any other reason, but because the armored dragon aligns perfectly with their attributes. Both are defensive in nature, earth-based, and belong to the dragon category of soul beasts. Furthermore, when white-armored earth dragon soul masters absorb the soul ring of an armored dragon, there exists a significant chance of obtaining a soul bone. Even for a 1,000-year armored dragon, the probability of a soul bone appearing is as high as 20%, which is extraordinary. For a 10,000-year soul beast, this probability soars to 50%. However, armored dragons are exceedingly rare thus far. Only Tuoba Shi and Tuoba Meng from the entire Sacred Dragon Sect have absorbed the soul ring of an armored dragon. To encounter one today was indeed a stroke of fortune. He guided the spirit entity in his sea of consciousness swiftly toward the armored dragon. Then, with a powerful fist, he struck the creature, sending it flying. This blow dimmed the entire phantom of the armored dragon, yet it did not remain passive. Upon regaining its footing, it immediately began to flee. Upon witnessing this scene, Tuoba Chen silently acknowledged that his previous actions in refining the soul grass pill were indeed prudent. Otherwise, he would not be experiencing such ease now. Subsequently, he commenced the pursuit of the armored dragon within his consciousness, much like the initial endeavors of Douluo. However, unlike Douluo, Tuoba Chen's strikes were infused with a ferocity that seemed intent on shattering the creature with every blow. This was not born out of cruelty.